You will journey with the one and only celestial being for 5 years. He inquires whether you wish to lead a mundane existence until the end of your days. Still, be that terrestrial immortal who soars through the boundless skies. Yet you merely shake your head and sigh, signifying a surrender to fate. Yet, during these past 5 years, whenever you make a move, the state of the world becomes tumultuous as a result of your actions. Unintentionally, it has given rise to a female shark deity. The emperor is troubled, and a special envoy has been dispatched to escort you back to the capital. As he was about to depart, for reasons unknown, the old man's form grew increasingly ethereal. He gazed at the chessboard, a faint smile gracing his lips. "In this game, I have lost," he remarked, "and it is time for you to take the reins of this world." However, you who walk ahead did not hear this phrase. 3 days later, within an inn in the capital, you discovered that the shark goddess of the dynasty was, in fact, the daughter of the Northern Xian king. Does she not fear that such formidable power might provoke the emperor's animosity? As you ponder in contemplation, a familiar figure gracefully enters your line of sight, His Highness, the Crown Prince. The Shadow Guard presents a missive, revealing that His Majesty appears inclined to bestow upon you a marriage with the daughter of the King of Bailuo. Upon hearing these words, you fall into a profound silence. Among the 7 sons of the martial emperor, you, the youngest scion of the Yuan lineage, hold the least power. The fair Bailuo Shen is not meant to be yours. The nightingale sings once more, listening to the whispers of the palace. The sovereign recalls her myriad of military achievements, promising her a union with the royal bloodline of the Shui clan. Yet she only mentioned your highness alone. Upon hearing these words, your expression grew increasingly solemn. The power of the Northern Xian king was substantial enough to sway the very foundations of the entire dynasty. Although the martial emperor differed from his predecessors in never having wronged his meritorious subjects, his recent decisions have become increasingly enigmatic, leaving one unable to discern his true intentions. Among the numerous formidable princes, it is particularly telling that one would choose to ally with you, the heir of the distant Wang family, who possesses no faction within the capital. The implications of such a decision are indeed profound. The eyes of the night sparrow flickered with movement, indicating that His Highness refers to her as Shark 7. You shake your head with a faint smile. Without mentioning her as a significant contributor to the Great Yen, it is unacceptable to underestimate her. Even if one were to disregard all consequences and confront her, how many could withstand the wrath of the old general in this world? The only viable solution is to allow her to alter her own perspective. You summon me to the capital on my very first day. The news of Xiula has spread far and wide. Xiula is the favored haven of the court's elite. This act serves merely to expose scandalous affairs. After departing from the inn, you compose yourself. The ethereal silhouette of a celestial tower emerges in your mind, bestowed upon you by the venerable elder. When utilized, it reveals the name, cultivation level, and fate attributes of the individual before you. After arriving at the banquet in the Snow Moon Pavilion, an elderly figure clad in blue discreetly sought you out. You are the heir of the Abyssal King. The old man has no desire to act against the younger generation. All you need to do is willingly sever your own fate, and none of the individuals present shall be harmed. Observing the attire of the other person, a sense of familiarity washes over you. They belong to the esteemed Choi family of Han Chuan. The elderly man in blue spoke indifferently. I have long been disassociated from the Choi family. I am merely handling matters from before. Unbeknownst to him, in an indeterminate moment, the elderly boatman appeared abruptly behind him, intercepting the air of the shark. In an instant, the elder was pinned to the ground by Jinya. How is this possible? In the capital, individuals possessing such formidable strength are exceedingly rare. I have never encountered you before. Who exactly are you? The elderly man remained silent, instead turning his gaze towards you. Upon witnessing the scene, you waved your hand. Feed the fish, you said. Shark, this person has dirty hands. The elderly figure in azure chuckled, proclaiming that he had vanquished even the azure-winged sea dragon of the Eastern Sea. What fish in this realm could possibly devour him? Before the words had scarcely left his lips, the surface of the lake began to churn violently. A gaping maw, as large as a snow basin, emerged from the depths, and the terrified scream of the elder in azure was silenced before it could escape. You take a seat at the bow of the ship, your heart tranquil and untroubled. Your Highness, this individual is merely a step away from transcending to the Dragon Gate realm. If an investigation is to be conducted, the Chui family and the Crown Prince cannot be absolved of their involvement. Old Master, you spoke in a hushed tone. Upon hearing these words, you casually tossed several grains of fish food onto the water's surface, remarking softly, "The shark merely seeks to probe whether I possess any backing." The Chui family can be investigated, but there is no need to pursue Tai Shan. Engaging in a true conflict would only serve to align with the intentions of others. My second uncle has not yet become so befuddled as to merely send an ordinary martial arts master to take on the shark. It is rare for someone to be willing to take the lead. Since there are individuals orchestrating this, we must also make the most of our resources. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the Chui residence, the head of the Chui family was rendered speechless upon learning that the elderly figure in green had been completely annihilated. As you arrive at the Snow Moon Pavilion's edge, you hear the plaintive plea of a female steward. "Young Master Zhao, Miss Luo is a performer of the Pure Pavilion. She sells her art, not her body." Yet in the next moment, a gasp escaped her lips as a brilliant light swept across the room, leaving the stewardess wide-eyed, her gaze filled with disbelief. The renowned Zhao Heng took out a handkerchief to wipe his snow-stained hands, intending to enter the room of the courtesan Luo. Yet, his peripheral vision frequently darted towards the rear, as if he were awaiting the arrival of someone. You advance slowly, a hint of a smile gracing your face. Yet, upon seeing your smile, Zhao Heng could not help but feel a sense of unease. The nightingale passed by, and Zhao Heng and others remarked lightly, "Your Highness can be done? Just keep one." As the words fell, a resounding sound echoed through the air. Aside from the spectators, only the dazed Zhao Heng remained. The snow from the guards splattered upon his face, and in an instant, terror enveloped his entire being. "Your Excellency, I have never harbored any thoughts regarding the celestial maiden, Luo." You interrupt with a remark. "Scram, go back and tell Duke Zhao to convey a message to his associates. I harbor no desire to stir up trouble, yet I'm unafraid of it. If one seeks to engage, I shall accompany them to the very end." Zhao Heng disregarded all semblance of decorum and hurriedly dashed out. Within the room, the illustrious fairy Luo Hanxiang, who ranked among the top 10, spoke, "Young master, please come in and take a seat." In a nearby chamber, Zhao Heng clasped his hands in a respectful greeting towards a young man adorned in brocade. "Your Highness, the second prince, I am gratified to have fulfilled my duty. Although there have been minor complications today, the news of the heir's furious wrath for the sake of a beloved will surely echo throughout the capital by tomorrow. However, the young master instructed my grandfather to convey a message to Lord Tai, stating that he does not wish to provoke trouble, yet is not afraid of it." The second prince remained silent for a while, overwhelmed by his own arrogance. He believed that his ability to board the grand vessel of a northern Xiang royal residence granted him a certain confidence. The Luo deity chose him merely out of necessity. Once he realizes that Xiao Yi is not a person worthy of trust, he will undoubtedly alter his perspective. Upon entering the room, the moment your gaze met hers, her destiny was laid bare before you. Luo Hanxiang, with a fateful beauty that brings calamity to the world, she dismissed her maidservant, and then turned to you, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. "My entire Luo clan has been annihilated. I beseech your Highness to aid me in avenging my family." You furrow your brows. The character Luo in the name Luo Huanxiang carries significant weight. The Luo family of the Heavenly River boasts strikingly handsome men and exquisitely beautiful women, a lineage that no ordinary power could possibly shake. The nightingale uttered a sound beside. 3 months ago, the town military division took on the case of Qian 7, silencing all rumors. Upon tracing the clues to the celestial demon sect, the investigation abruptly ceased. You cannot possibly be affiliated with the Heavenly Demon Sect, for Luo Huanxiang joined their ranks 6 years ago, holding a position of considerable significance. You wish for my assistance in avenging you." Upon hearing this, Luo Huanxiang shook her head. The Luo family, in their arrogance, treated the marriages of their kin as mere bargaining chips, and they deserve whatever misfortune befalls them. What I beseech your Highness is assistance in locating my unfortunate sister. Despite the Luo family being numerous, they have failed to uncover her whereabouts. Her expression suddenly began to spiral into a tumultuous transformation, embodying a duality of souls. She must confront the other spirit residing within her, recognizing that our secret cannot remain hidden from His Highness. Why continue to conceal it? At this moment, you spoke up. I can assist with this matter, though I cannot guarantee the discovery of any living souls. Furthermore, you must depart from Xiao Yi Tower and accompany me, Luo Hanyan. For the time being, Luo Hanyan, who possessed control over her body, felt a sense of astonishment. She had not anticipated that the other party could perceive the shift in her soul. Everything was contingent upon the prince's inclinations. She was somewhat flustered and timidly inquired, "Will taking me away impulsively have any repercussions for His Highness?" As expected, upon stepping out of the door, the chief steward of the Snow Moon Tower approached. "Your Highness, what is your intention?" Bringing one back to the residence. You exude an unparalleled tranquility, as if issuing a decree. Over the years, the value of Lady Luo has soared significantly. The Snow Moon Pavilion has experienced a meteoric rise in business, largely due to her influence. Severing the financial prospects of others is akin to a shark preying upon its victims. The expression of the chief steward shifted dramatically. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" 100,000 taels. I shall take away the people. Remember, it is 100,000 taels of gold. In the present age, gold is more scarce than in any previous dynasty. The chief steward of the Snow Moon Pavilion, parched and pale, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Behind him, the Night Sparrow presented a jade pendant to the 7 chief stewards. "This is His Highness's jade talisman. You may retrieve it from the Duke of Yuan's residence tomorrow." Upon exiting the building, the Nightingale hesitated for a considerable time and inquired, "Do we still have ample time before reaching the Xiao Yi Tower?" "There is no need for you." Shaking my head, "I will pledge the royal estate and the enterprises in Zhongzhou to King Yuan. Would that not suffice?" The Nightingale appears somewhat dazed for a moment. She is unable to discern whether you are intent on further tarnishing your reputation or if you are genuinely entangled in the calamity before you, blurring the lines between pretense and reality. Perceiving the unkind gazes surrounding her, Luo Hanxiang felt a tremor in her heart. "Perhaps it would be better for me to retreat. My life is of utmost importance. It is truly not worth the prince's concern." Compared to Luo Hanyan, you truly are a master of tea artistry. You smiled gently, advising Night Sparrow that the area surrounding the Yuan Wang mansion is rife with surveillance. "Since you have taken this opportunity to venture out, there is no need for your return. Let us proceed to the Princess Mansion on Zhuke Street to ensure your accommodation." In another location, the second prince toyed with a jade cup, whispering softly to himself. Initially, he merely intended to craft a trivial piece regarding this matter. To his astonishment, however, Xiao Yi displayed unparalleled audacity, going so far as to mortgage the royal residence for the outrageous sum of 100,000 taels of gold to redeem a mere maidservant. Zhao Heng could not contain his laughter. He squandered his ancestral estate. This matter even astonished the Heavenly Empress. Once the news spreads tonight, the reputation of the young master will be forever tarnished. Listening to Zhao Heng's words, the greatest threat is no longer present. Thus, only those few youngsters remain. Simply send someone to incapacitate them. Upon your return to the Yuan Wang mansion, an elderly blind man, leaning on a bamboo staff, awaited at the entrance. He offered no salutation, nor engaged in pleasantries. He simply remarked that it was sufficient for His Highness to return safely. The blind old man extended his hand, offering a jade pendant. It was sent by the envoy of King Qi, who claimed he had paid the sum of 100,000 gold on your behalf. Furthermore, with merely a nod from you, he could ensure the complete eradication of the Han Chuanshui clan. Your overtures towards King Qi came as no surprise. Have you conveyed the message to Old Yuan and Old Li? The old blind man nodded. Calculating the time, it was nearly upon them. 2 seconds later, a commotion arose outside the door. The royal guards of the Yuan Palace, led by General Yuan Kuei, arrived to greet the esteemed guest, albeit somewhat delayed. The official document keeper of the Yuan Wang mansion, Li Zhua. "Your Highness, upon your return, do you intend to vie for the position of the Crown Prince? I have long believed that the chess master of this realm ought to be replaced." Presently, The sovereign prioritizes grand matters over court affairs, leading to unrest throughout the land. Power remains fragmented. Should your highness decree it, I am willing to serve as the vanguard for the king. Li Zhua, upon hearing this, urgently exclaimed, "Are you aware of the consequences that will ensue should these heartfelt words be disseminated? This places his highness in grave peril with the abyss." You raise your hand to interrupt. I must admit, I am quite curious as to why, upon your return, you suspect me of harboring ambitions for usurpation. Yuan Kuei appeared somewhat perplexed. On the way here, there were whispers everywhere regarding your union with Princess Bai. A match made in heaven truly signifies the prosperity of our great Yen. Could it be that I have misunderstood? Is not the alliance with the Northern Prince's residence a scheme devised by your highness? At this moment, the old blind man retrieved several letters from his bosom. These were recently delivered by the spies from the Ganyam Tower. Since your presence graced the land of Zhongzhou, it was inevitable that some would emerge to test the waters. Yet, none anticipated that the first to strike would be the eager Han Chuan of the Chui clan, who pledged loyalty to King Qi. Following this, Zhao Hong attempted to provoke you on Moon Island, hoping to lure you into taking away the renowned courtesan Luo Huai, thereby tarnishing your reputation. Your subsequent actions have indeed satisfied those observers. It is simply unclear why King Qi abruptly altered his perspective, orchestrating events behind the scenes to swiftly transform public opinion, thereby portraying his highness as a paragon of virtue. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kuei's reaction was one of indifference. Thus, it appears that his highness initially had no intention of marrying the princess of Bai County. It is not impossible to form a marital alliance with the Northern Xiang royal residence, however. It is essential that others do not perceive me as the one eagerly seeking this union. There is still something you have yet to articulate. In truth, you are rather captivated by appearances, and ultimately, one must encounter the genuine individual to make a definitive decision. Though Bailuo Shen's late mother was a woman of the Tianhe Lu clan, possessing a beauty destined to be remarkable, the union with the Northern Xiang prince's residence remains uncertain. Whether it is a blessing or a curse is yet to be determined. However, in the absence of the Northern Xiang prince's estate, you would not have halted your progress. Your aspirations lie solely in the tranquil inheritance of a modest domain belonging to the Yuan king, seeking to live as a carefree prince. Yet, should those individuals insist on dragging you into a contest for survival, you are ever ready to engage. At this moment, Li Zhua extracted a ledger from his sleeve. Within a span of 5 years, the Red Dragon Chamber of Commerce has permeated various industries across the land. Moreover, there is the old servant's young apprentice, Chun Tao, who could be of service to his highness in critical moments. In the matter of achieving results, Yuan Kuei's demeanor appears somewhat diminished. His subordinates, having infiltrated the Longxiang Guard for the past 5 years, have not made any significant gains. Princess Wudong soon took up a position in the Imperial Guard after his highness departed the capital. She is now a third-ranking inspector, adorned in a crimson uniform emblazoned with golden patterns. Upon hearing this, you nodded in acknowledgement. Please convey my message to her. I would like her to first transfer her current cases and investigate the massacre of the Luo family. Is your highness referring to the Tianhe Lu family? Li Zhua's unexpected circumstances are hardly surprising. The Jinwu division has disseminated the news throughout Asia. Few are aware of the true nature of Naching. The greatest support for the Lu family comes from none other than the current sovereign. Li Zhua's gaze was cold and distant. Since His Majesty has granted the marriage, the White Princess is to be the heir's consort. The Luo family is the maternal lineage of the heir's consort. This matter requires not only investigation, but also a thorough pursuit of the truth. After careful contemplation, you remarked, one should refrain from hasty conclusions in the absence of clues. The number of individuals within the court capable of influencing this matter is exceedingly limited. Should Wudong encounter any obstacles during the investigation, you all must offer your full support. If necessary, Old Master Lu may take action. On the other side, a woman clad in plain garments displayed an expression of transcendental beauty, and the person opposite her was none other than the renowned goddess of Luo. The elderly figure ahead casts a shadow that equally reflects the situation. My younger brother, Nianin, has returned to the capital, yet he appears to be troubled, perhaps concerned about your impending marriage to the heir. He wishes for you to relinquish such matters. which have stirred up quite a storm throughout the city. From the depths of my heart, I have come to understand the essence of the Lady of the River. I shall not marry. The play of light and shadow elicits a gentle sigh. What has caused this confusion once more? Is it dissatisfaction with the air or something else? Only by distancing oneself from the borders can one hope to survive. If you abandon hope, how could your parents' spirits find peace? Bailuo Shen shook her head in dismay. To marry the heir would only bring him endless troubles. The remnants of the 3 great dynasties and those 3 individuals would not rest easily. If it were not for the curse of the broken immortal, I might have been able to protect him for an eternity. Yet now, I remain uncertain of how long I shall endure. It is possible that my demise could be imminent. How could I possibly burden him with my fate? Those who are afflicted by the curse of the broken immortal, no matter how extraordinary their talents or unparalleled their gifts, cannot escape the inevitable decline of heaven and humanity. The world is only aware of the unparalleled grandeur of the Northern Xiang King's mansion, yet remains oblivious to the profound sorrow endured by General Bai in his twilight years, having lost both of his sons. General Bai also placed his hopes on the royal bloodline, believing that its fortune might quell the remnants of the celestial curse. Meanwhile, the imprisoned Prince Yuan maintained a stance of neutrality. Thus the assembly permitted Bailuo Shen to choose her path with reverence. Since the time of the goddess of Luo, I wish for you to promise me one thing. When the winds of change blow in the future, if I become like the orchid, I implore my grandfather to intervene and protect the crown prince, who remains unmasked. The imposing figure nodded helplessly. Do not be deceived by the fact that King Qi is making considerable efforts to facilitate your marriage with Ninin. In truth, he desires to sabotage this union even more than Taizi does. His hidden motives run deeper than anyone else's. Such actions now, if not in collusion with Jiding, are merely a prelude to a grander scheme. Bailuo Shen's gaze was tinged with a hint of frost. To deal with such individuals, one merely needs to grasp a single piece of evidence, and it will instill fear in those lurking behind him and the forces he commands. In another century, as you arrive at the princess's residence, a voice calls out, prompting you to turn around. Your Highness, what you seek has been found. The nightingale presents a dark mirror. This is the depiction recorded by the Tianmu beast of princess by in the royal court of the Golden Tent. The woman in the painting, adorned in armor, possesses the aura of a war deity. Little did I anticipate that the frail girl from the academy would transform into someone surpassing even the illustrious ladies of the Luo clan on the esteemed rankings. The noble princess Bai will soon return to the capital. Meanwhile, His Highness's reputation continues to flourish. Should we instruct those at Qianmu Tower to alter the prevailing opinions? Night Sparrow hesitated before speaking. Let it be. The inhabitants of the Northern Xiang King's residence are not fools. They must have already discerned my reluctance to accept the marriage proposal from the Slender One. As I speak of this, your words falter, and the ethereal presence that has lingered silently in my mind for an entire day suddenly stirs to life. The 6th layer began to radiate light, signaling the arrival of significant news. Yesterday, the remnants of the Du forces, who had been living in obscurity within the Central Plains, and the enigmatic Huang Quandu organization, which had vanished for 3 centuries, received orders to assassinate Bailuo Shen. The ferryman of Huang Quandu has already positioned himself along the concealed Longjiang River, the inevitable path of Bailuo Shen's return to the capital. This individual has transcended the 9th calamity of the Yin spirit, and none who have encountered the shark life have ever failed. Feeling slender, you have shed your former languor. Your eyes now reflect a newfound gravity. In this world, few possess the capability to uncover the long-lost Yellow Springs Ferry. Disappeared for 3 centuries, and even fewer can afford the price to summon those who can act. Could it possibly be the prince? You begin to contemplate the unspoken alliance forged over the years between King Qi and the Empress, aimed at subduing the forces aligned with Crown Prince Yuan. The precarious balance of power that once stood firm is now on the verge of collapse. Should Bailuo Shen be permitted to return to the capital and wed you, it is highly probable that the Crown Prince would be the first to be ousted. Yet, even as you arrive at this conclusion, you refrain from definitively asserting that the Crown Prince is the mastermind behind these machinations. The calamity of Bailuo Shen. Should you offer assistance or refrain? You mentioned that if someone were to attempt to strike at us, this victorious female warrior, what course of action should I take? Your Highness, follow your heart. With the prowess of the Bai, County Lord, if the Shark Hand chooses to act beyond the borders of Zhongzhou, it is certain they would not return. The movements would surely rouse the forbidden armies from all corners, and there would be no doubt of calamity. You shook your head. This time is different. The Shark Hand is the ferryman of the Yellow Springs, possessing the cultivation of the 9 calamities in God, on par with the terrestrial immortals who have endured the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. They have already grasped the pinnacle of the 12th realm. Upon hearing the words, Yellow Springs, Yi furrowed her brow. The Yellow Springs has been a threat since ancient times, having even annihilated the strongest organization of that era, the Thousand Eye Tower. As long as the rewards are sufficient, they would dare to challenge even the Emperor. It appears that the Bi-County Lord is likely to face peril. The river of Hades reveres the trinity of rest. Should the ferryman falter, it may incite a tumult within the entire realm of Hades, potentially awakening ancient beings that dwell beyond the veil of the underworld. The Night Raven harbors some apprehension, wishing for you to remain uninvolved in this matter. Yet, you merely smiled and shook your head. To gain something, one must inevitably lose something. After all, you have secretly inherited all the legacies of the Thousand Eyes Pavilion. In contrast, the passage through the Yellow Springs requires one to navigate its treacherous depths. You too wish to experience just how substantial this so-called Yellow Springs passage truly is. Meanwhile, within the stargazing pavilion of the palace, a woman clad in green seemed to sense something. 3,000 miles away, on the concealed long river, an elder clad in a rain cloak and a bamboo hat stands resolute. Indeed, it is the moment of the 9 rivers. He gazes intently at the 3 figures before him, his expression grave. To his astonishment, 3 centuries have elapsed, and the rats of Qianmu building have yet to achieve the 3 absolutes. You 3 are the current vice masters of this generation. In those days, even your esteemed master, who claimed to see all beings as mere ants, dare not confront me with his true form. Yet now, how curious it is that a few young ones would dare to seek the path of Lawn. He was just leaning here, unaware of who had let the secret slip, when he was unexpectedly ambushed by 3 individuals from the Thousand Eyes Tower. Among the 3, one venerable monk bore a sorrowful countenance. He produced a precious mirror and directed its gaze into the depths of the heart of the 9 rivers. Benefactor, you have fallen into delusion. That was the scene he least wished to recall. Jiu Chuan, unwilling, let out a roar, his visage transformed, as if, back in those years, his physical form had been annihilated by that wretched master of the 3rd tier. Why then, must I toil to cultivate the path of the Yin spirit? One could see a dark, ominous aura beginning to emanate from his entire being. Emerging from the shadows, Yuan Kuei has also arrived. He is here at your behest, responding to your command. You shall act on my behalf. The 3 individuals of Qianmu Tower, a monk with a visage marked by compassion, a captivating maiden of unparalleled charm, an old and dilapidated figure, clad in tattered garments, responded simultaneously, summoning the 4 instruments of control. Jian Zhuchuan stepped forward. The dark aura beneath his feet surged. The old man disregarded the identity of your current master, daring to cross the Huangquan River. Even a sovereign must kneel and offer an apology. Yuan Kuei remained remarkably composed, not retreating an inch despite the raging inferno of the 9 rivers. As the encounters grew increasingly frequent, Jian Zhuchuan cast a renewed gaze upon the black-haired man before him. No wonder the aura felt somewhat familiar. It turned out to be the dark water, mystic armor of Emperor Taiyu. The current sovereign dares to issue a challenge to me, the ferryman of the Yellow Springs. As the temperature in the 9 rivers descended, he merely arrived to fulfill his duty of confronting a prodigy from the celestial realm. There was no necessity to completely sever ties with the 3 dominant dynasties, basking in their prime. However, Yuan Kuei's subsequent response ignited an instant fury within him. The ancient curmudgeon, the inhabitants of a netherworld have lingered for 3 centuries. Have their minds been thoroughly consumed by the vermin of ignorance? Dare they inquire of the world without verifying the facts? How many years have passed since the era of the 3 sovereigns contended for supremacy? The once mighty three dynasties have long since turned to dust and ashes. Now, in this realm, only the Great Yin remains as a unified dynasty. Having spoken, he appeared before the Nine Rivers like a formidable demigod. The full extent of the Nine Calamities' sinister prowess has been revealed, showing no fear of the formidable might of the Water Shen armor. At this moment, although Xiao Yuan holds a considerable advantage, his expression remains increasingly grim. The Black Water Shen armor is a revered national treasure of the Dayu Empire, a formidable weapon that is seldom summoned except during times of war. If the world is to be reshuffled once more, the figure deep within the River of Souls must surely comprehend the magnitude of the situation. It now appears that either the River of Souls has been schemed against, or that the esteemed individual, despite being aware of the transformation of the realm, remains undaunted by the formidable background of the young lady they wish to pursue. Yet, Xiao Yuan chooses to believe in the latter. Throughout history, how many indomitable empires have met their demise beneath the river of the underworld? You're still far from that point. As his words resonated, Xiao Yuan waved his hand, conjuring a space that separated the three from Yuan Kuei, dispatching the shadow soldiers to restrain them, while he faced Yuan Kuei alone. Young one, should my physical form still endure, a single punch would suffice to make you comprehend what it truly means to gaze upon towering mountains in reverence. Beneath the relentless strikes of Xiao Yuan, the seemingly indestructible black water mystical armor began to shatter extensively. Yet, what astonished him was that the opposing assassin could still manage a smile. In Yuan Kuei's eyes, fervor for battle surged. Clad in this armor, which constrained the power of his flesh, he felt a twinge of discomfort. He tore apart the mystical armor, exposing his body to the world. Xiao Yuan discerned some subtle clues. It is indeed formidable, having undergone physical transformation 18 times, rendering his body stronger than that of certain terrestrial deities. Among your peers, you must be unrivaled, yet that is the extent of your prowess. I am uncertain from where you have bribed the emissaries of the underworld to deliver tidings to me, but do not forget that the last time I executed my techniques was 3 centuries ago. Do you truly believe that I have made no progress? As these words fell, a terrifying aura emanated from Xiao Yuan. At this very moment, Yuan Kuei's expression was rather intricate. He never anticipated that this old specter had indeed achieved the 9th calamity in deity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan began to grow vigilant. In a moment of confusion, he sensed the space around him seemed to shatter. Upon turning around, I was unexpectedly confronted by a blind man. Meanwhile, the army of Bailuo Shen arrived at this location. It was evident that the gaze of everyone present was fixated on the 3 individuals confronting the spectral soldiers, as well as the indistinct figures engaged in combat within the barrier. They hail from the Thousand-Eyed Tower, likely the upper echelons of the Tower of Vigilance. Among the barriers lies one of the entities that the Grand General cautioned us to be wary of, the 9 rivers of the Yellow Springs Crossing. The realms of the Tower of Vigilance and the Yellow Springs have been in ceaseless conflict for a millennium. Their simultaneous emergence in the present day is bound to stir a tempest of chaos. However, their mutual restraint grants us a semblance of tranquility. Listening to the words of the soldiers by her side, Bailuo Shen remained silent. She sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. At that moment, the battle abruptly ceased. A glimmer of cold light emerged, parting the waters of the river of forgetfulness, effortlessly sweeping away all in its path. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Bailuo Shen's eyes. The transcendent Blue Ming Spear technique was the legendary Blue Fallen Spear Immortal, who once commanded reverence in the realm of swordsmanship. Has he not already reached the age of 37? The remaining individuals in the snow-floating tower were utterly astonished. Among them were seasoned veterans with decades of experience, contemporaries of the renowned XNGY, the Gun Immortal. The name of LZMNG, the Azure Descent Gun Immortal, is well known throughout the realms, leaving no one oblivious to his reputation. Ji Chun's defeat at the hands of this illustrious figure was indeed a loss without shame. Shortly after the battle concluded, an elderly blind man from the princess's residence found his way to the courtyard to seek you out. Chapter 14. A shot shatters 1,000 snowy mountains. 10,000 swords bow before the cloud platform. The ground trembled with a resounding roar as the stones by the riverbank quaked, sending ripples across the surface of the hidden Dragon River. On the distant horizon, a dark line surged forward with alarming speed. Amidst the ruins of Shuai, numerous laborers engaged in the reconstruction of the dock looked up in dread. The black dragon banner of the blood floating tower. It is indeed the blood floating tower. As the terrifying black cavalry drew near, a knowledgeable figure in the crowd could not help but exclaim. It is rumored that this iron cavalry was meticulously selected from the 80,000 soldiers of the northern domain, with only those who have slain 1,000 foes permitted to join. 7 years ago, during the battle against the 18 tribes of the northern desert, 3,000 blood floating tower warriors vanquished 10,000 enemies, leaving a path strewn with corpses and a sea of blood, rendering the land barren. Even knowing that the border troops of the northern domain adhere to strict military discipline and never harm the innocent. The overwhelming sense of terror emanating from the infamous Black Cavalry, revered as harbingers of death by both the Northern Desert Royal Court and the Northern Domain shamans, instilled an instinctive fear within the hearts of the onlookers. Whereas the river patrol officer, the leading general, tightened his reins, causing his warhorse to rear majestically, its iron hooves thundering against the rocky riverbank, while the cavalry behind him halted in perfect unison, the clash of heavy armor resonating like the ringing of bells. The river wind swept through, banners fluttering in the breeze. The iron-clad figures appeared formidable, and the warhorses neighed fiercely. A young official, his face dirted and disheveled, stepped forward trembling, bowing respectfully. "I'm the river patrol officer stationed at Shuai. I greet you, General, and am eager to know the purpose of your visit." The robust black-armored general surveyed the ravaged Shuai, his voice deep and commanding. "What has transpired here, and where have the river's colossal beasts gone?" The young official hesitated momentarily, gathering his courage to respond. "Do not take offense, General. Yesterday, dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if a dragon emerged from the waters. The surging river flood devastated Shuai. I have come here to oversee its reconstruction. As for the whereabouts of the river's giant beasts, I am unable to ascertain. I have submitted a report to the court and await the arrival of the Lord of the town's martial affairs to investigate the truth." The black-armored general, with piercing tiger-like eyes, fixed his gaze upon the young official, radiating an intimidating presence. In the hidden Dragon River resides a deity bestowed by the court, governing the waters for 3,000 miles. There has not been a water calamity in nearly a century. Why did the anomaly occur yesterday? Are you concealing something? The young official, feeling the weight of the general's stare, was terrified and inwardly lamented his predicament, forcing himself to bow. "What I have recounted is the absolute truth. All present can attest to my words. I would never dare hide anything from the general." Furrowing his brow, the black-armored general was about to dismount when he suddenly halted, along with the blood-floating tower warriors, clearing the way and bowing respectfully to a figure approaching from the side. Princess, a tall white horse clad in armor, bearing a figure in resplendent red robes, arrived at the riverbank. Bailuo Shen gazed calmly over the vast expanse of the hidden Dragon River, speaking softly. "Since the river deity remains, we shall inquire with them regarding this change." Beneath the river, a hidden silhouette observed the reflection of an exquisite visage on the water's surface, feeling a pang of inadequacy, and sighed helplessly. "Alas, I cannot evade the responsibility of negligence." As the surface of the river rippled gently, a silvery light emerged from the depths, revealing a colossal white jade clam, emanating a luminescent aura reminiscent of moonlight. Slowly rising to the surface, the clam's shell partially opened in greeting, from which emerged the elegant silhouette of a noble woman. "It is the river goddess." To their astonishment, the statue in the temple was indeed real. The river goddess bestowed her blessings upon witnessing the ethereal figure of a woman emerging from the jade clam. The crowd gathered at the Shuyanzhai dock knelt in fervent prayer. Living by the mountains and rivers, the fishermen of Yinlong River had long faced perilous conditions whenever they set sail, with their families left to implore the river god for protection. In the past, They had offered livestock to the various river deities along the tributaries of Yinlong River. Though the results were meager, they felt compelled to continue the practice. Later, with the unification of the realm under the Great Yin Dynasty, the martial emperor issued a decree to appoint a river deity over Yinlong River, the very goddess they now worship in the temple. Since they began venerating this river goddess, no one had drowned in the river again. At this moment, as they beheld her true form, the onlookers were struck with awe. However, what left them even more incredulous was that the exalted river goddess was bowing in deference to the woman clad in red. "I have seen the princess," the river goddess uttered humbly. Bailuo Shen's gaze swept across the river's surface, discerning a clue. "Yesterday, there must have been a celestial battle here. Were you able to discern the identities of the combatants?" The river goddess, filled with chagrin, replied, "Forgive me, princess. My powers are insignificant. I was unable to present myself yesterday, and was instead subdued by a terrifying pressure that swept over Yinlong River." Bailuo Shen remarked, "You are an appointed deity of the imperial court, endowed with the fortune of 3,000 li of waterways. Logically, even a sage should not be able to suppress you beneath the river. Reflect carefully on yesterday's events. Might there be any critical clues you overlooked?" The river goddess furrowed her brow in contemplation. "The pressure I felt did not emanate from cultivation, but rather seemed to stem from bloodline, leaving me devoid of any thoughts of resistance." After a moment's hesitation, she implored, "I am aware of my dereliction of duty and wish to activate the celestial spirit clam pearl to recreate yesterday's scene. Should the court pursue accountability, I hope the princess might intercede on my behalf." "Very well," Bailuo Shen acquiesced. The river goddess revealed a relieved smile as the clam shell behind her slowly opened. From within the clam meat, a pearl the size of a human head burst forth, radiating brilliant light. A chilling mist rose from the river, intertwining with the radiance to form a colossal ice mirror. Within the ice mirror, the scene of Yinlong River unfolded, dark waters surging like a phantasm. Countless spectral soldiers emerged from the river of oblivion, launching a brutal assault against the three figures shrouded in fog upon the river surface. In the heart of the river, a vast barrier isolated the heavens and the earth, where two colossal entities could be faintly discerned engaged in battle beneath the waters. Their roars, unlike any earthly creature, seemed capable of shattering the ice mirror and piercing the hearts of all who beheld it. On the banks, nearly every eye was fixated on these two colossal beings. Only Bailuo Shen and a few commanders from the blood-floating tower concentrated their attention on the three figures combating the spectral soldiers, as well as the indistinct silhouettes clashing within the barrier. "Are they from the Thousand Eyes Tower?" a member of the blood-floating tower speculated. "There can be no doubt. While each possesses unique abilities, they're all adept in techniques and wield immensely powerful treasures, undoubtedly high-ranking members of the Thousand Eyes Tower," the armored general concluded. Among the barriers, one individual stands out as the person the general warned us to be cautious of, Yan Zhouchuan from the Yellow Springs Ferry. The factions of Qianmu Tower and Yellow Springs Ferry have been locked in a relentless conflict for over a millennium, and with their resurgence, a tempest of bloodshed and turmoil is surely imminent. However, their mutual restraint grants us a semblance of peace. It seems the heavens favor the princess. As Bailuo Shen listened to the soldier's discourse, she remained silent, sensing that matters were far from straightforward. Something crucial had been overlooked. At that moment, the battle unfolding within the icy mirror abruptly ceased. A flash of cold light surged forth, stirring the waters of the river of forgetfulness and effortlessly obliterating all in its path. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Bailuo Shen's eyes. The transformation of the Qingming spear technique? Could it be the legendary Bailuo immortal, who once subdued the realm of swordsmanship? Hadn't he perished long ago? The remaining individuals within the blood-floating pagoda were equally astounded. Among them were seasoned veterans, some of whom had coexisted with the spear immortal and revered him as the deity of martial arts. Even in contemporary times, the name of Bailuo's Lu Qingming resonates throughout the martial world, renowned as the foremost master of spear techniques. He rose to prominence in his youth, his unmatched azure eyes captivating all, while his spear skills were unparalleled. In his earlier years, brimming with youthful arrogance. He proclaimed that the sword was but a servant among weapons, while the spear reigned supreme in battles, challenging all sword cultivators. Consequently, he faced daily challenges from sword practitioners, leading many to believe he would eventually succumb to a formidable swordsman. Yet, step by step, he forged an extraordinary path, wielding his spear with unmatched grace, vanquishing the 18 great sword immortals of his time and suppressing the fortunes of swordsmanship for 60 years. During his peak, even the illustrious emperor of Yinwu lavished praise upon him, personally composing a couplet in his honor. A single spear shatters 1,000 mountains of snow. 10,000 swords bow in reverence at the cloud platform. Yin Jiuquan's defeat at his hands was not unjust. But if the spear immortal did not perish, what might he be now? Chapter 15. Cultivating the dragon lotus seed in the princess's mansion of Yujing City, an elderly blind man, disregarding his surroundings, made his way to the purple bamboo pavilion, where melodies and dances flourished. Upon noticing the arrival of this figure, Xiao Yi dismissed the musicians with a wave of his hand. You have returned. Indeed, the old blind man presented a flickering soul lamp, its dark flame swaying gently. To Xiao Yi, this soul lamp contained the lost spirit of Yin Jiuquan, whose realm had been shattered, along with a remnant essence of the malevolent dragon lurking at the river's bottom. I had intended to seize the dragon energy that has coalesced over a millennium from the riverbed as well, but alas, I cannot keep an eye on that massive creature you are nurturing, and it devoured it amidst the chaos. That is of no concern. I have promised its master to care for it well. Xiao Yi replied with a smile, accepting the soul lamp. Before departing, the old blind man cautioned. The river of Yellow Springs has lost a ferryman, which will inevitably stir up tumultuous waves in the realm of forgetfulness. Your Highness must exercise caution while dealing with this lost soul. Once the old blind man had left, Xiao Yi gazed through the barriers, peering into the world contained within the soul lamp. In the dimly lit space, eerie purple flames flickered, illuminating a ragged, furious elder who was vehemently shouting at a dark dragon's remnant spirit to depart, engaging it in a fierce battle. It was I who awakened you, yet you dare to devour your master. You wretched creature deserve to perish. Were it not for that young one injuring my essence, I would have extracted your soul tendons. The previously composed Yin Jiuquan now found himself in a disheveled state, as the soul lamp not only suppressed his powers, but also severed his connection to the river of forgetfulness, while the ferocious dragon's remnant spirit bore a grudge against him. Noticing a gaze upon him, Yin Jiuquan's expression shifted between uncertainty and ire. You cowardly rodents! You dare to spy, yet lack the courage to release me for a meeting? I am aware you are the current master of the Thousand Eyes Tower, but not a single word will I divulge. Do as you wish, kill or maim, but if I return alive, I will ensure the Thousand Eyes Tower meets the same fate as it did 3 centuries ago. As he spoke defiantly, he was suddenly pulled out of the soul lamp's confines by an overwhelming force. In an instant of re-emerging into the world, a sinister smile spread across Yin Jiuquan's face. Though the central continent was protected by 3 unparalleled dragon veins, limiting most to the 10th realm of cultivation, his lethal prowess had never known fear among peers. How ignorant and fearless, he scoffed. With that person absent, you truly dare to release me? As he chuckled coldly, a torrent of demonic flames enveloped him, and the 7 fiend soul-locking chains lunged forth like venomous serpents. Xiao Yi remained unperturbed, his expression unwavering, calmly stating, Do you believe that no one can uncover your concealed remnants within the Xianyin cave? Or that by placing your own bloodline in the Western Demon Kingdom, you are utterly secure? At these words, Yin Jiuquan's countenance shifted slightly, as the 7 fiend soul-locking chains extending from his right arm halted mere inches before Xiao Yi. It was not that his reaction was too swift, but rather that the resistance he encountered was akin to an insurmountable barrier. At this moment, he was compelled to confront the youth standing before him, clad in garments as dark as night, with brows sharp as blades and eyes as deep as a frozen abyss. The youth exuded an extraordinary aura. The brilliance of his soul's light was unmistakably not something a decayed being could emanate. What left Yin Jiuchuan utterly astounded was the formidable aura emanating from the young man before him, whose cultivation was dreadfully impressive, rivaling even his own. This individual, seemingly detached from the earthly realm, bore an ethereal quality akin to that of a celestial being. Yin Jiuchuan fixed his gaze intently upon Xiao Yi and exclaimed, "The shining beast of the Thousand-Eye Tower was eradicated 3 centuries ago, with the remainder of its kin suffering a death toll of 90%. The few survivors are mere insects. How did you uncover the secret of the Xianin cave?" Xiao Yi chuckled softly, replying, 300 years have passed, and the world has undergone profound transformations. The once resplendent 3 great dynasties have faded into history. Why do you presume that the Thousand-Eye Tower remains anchored in the past? He continued, "You stand at a crossroads. Will you bow your head, or will you be supplanted?" With an air of arrogance, Yin Jiuchuan retorted, "What of knowing my weaknesses? Once one enters the Yellow Spring Crossing, they become a ghost of the river of forgetfulness for eternity. I am, after all, a 9-calamity-ing god. Without a century, you shall not obliterate me completely. When that esteemed individual emerges, the Thousand-Eye Tower will assuredly be uprooted." Yet, in the face of the man before him, he felt a deeper fear for the entity lying dormant in the depths of the Yellow Spring Crossing. As long as he retained a trace of his true spirit, he believed he would one day return to serve beneath that figure. A century? You overestimate yourself, Xiao Yi laughed, raising his hand to ensnare Yin Jiuchuan's soul once more within the soul lantern. Simultaneously, within the lantern's ethereal space, a golden lotus seed, the size of a newborn's fist, descended slowly, releasing a pure essence that nurtured the remnants of the dragon's soul, causing it to swell with power. The dragon nurturing lotus seed of the golden scale pond, the treasure of the celestial demon sect. Were you truly? Yin Jiuchuan gasped, his breath quickening, his gaze burning with intensity as he fixated on the nurturing lotus seed. Yet, his soul remained shackled, rendering him powerless to intervene, forced to witness his long-desired treasure being consumed by the wretched creature. "I am willing to bow my head. I am willing to bow my head. Grant me the dragon nurturing lotus," he thought, realizing that obtaining the lotus would allow him to undergo a rebirth, paving the way for him to attain the 13th realm. A prospect no longer a mere fantasy, provided he remained concealed in the central state, where even that esteemed individual could do him no harm. A fervent desire ignited in Yin Jiuchuan's eyes. He would even pledge himself as a servant, should it be necessary. In his heart, he mused that once he achieved the 13th realm, no oath would bind him, and enduring this moment of humiliation was a small price to pay. It is too late. The cold voice of Xiao Yi reverberated within the soul lantern space, sealing his fate, rendering him destined to grovel at Xiao Yi's feet henceforth. The remnant dragon soul, its fierce eyes glancing upward, roared with a thunderous ferocity, and after absorbing sufficient power, it lunged mercilessly toward Yin Jiuchuan. Xiao Yi averted his gaze, observing the flickering flame within the lantern, faint cries of anguish echoing in the air. "Your Highness, Miss Xiao has arrived," Night Sparrow announced as she entered the courtyard. "I shall meet her," Xiao Yi replied casually, discarding the soul lantern as he followed Night Sparrow to the front hall of the princess's residence. "Brother." In the hall, a tall woman clad in fiery red, her hair styled in a Neza-like fashion, adorned with a striking vertical red flower on her forehead, beamed at Xiao Yi, her smile brimming with affection and longing. "It has only been a few years, and Wudong has almost caught up to me in height." Xiao Yi affectionately ruffled Xiao Wudong's hair. This scene left her 2 companions behind her wide-eyed with astonishment. Is this truly the same aloof and proud Lord of the Inspection? Renowned for her fastidiousness, she would bathe at least 3 times upon returning from capturing criminals if her garments were stained with blood. Anyone who dared to approach her within 3 feet uninvited would surely face dire consequences. Yet now, she seems to revel in her current state. Xiao Wutong suddenly lifted her gaze and let out a soft huff. "Brother, you have been gone for 5 years, leaving me alone in Yujing. Mother was furious upon learning this and decreed that you must not travel far again until your marriage is arranged, and I shall keep watch over you." Xiao Yi rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat exasperated. One of the reasons he initially departed from Yujing was that ever since reaching adulthood, the Princess of Yuan had insisted on introducing him to various noble ladies, hoping for an early marriage. At that time, Xiao Yi had yet to fully develop his wings, and a hasty union could easily render him a vulnerable target. Very well, I shall not leave. Xiao Yi swiftly changed the subject, inquiring about the progress of the Luo family's case. Chapter 16. The most dandy of Yujing. Upon hearing her brother's inquiry, Xiao Wudong adopted a more serious demeanor, her raven-like lashes casting a delicate shadow over her gaze. I have begun to unravel some clues. This matter may indeed involve the Crown Prince. Xiao Yi's glance seemed to inadvertently drift past her, settling on the two silver-armored women behind her. Rest assured, my brother, both Ling Yue and Wei Ran are my trusted confidants whom I have personally promoted. They are also involved in the investigation of these leads. Your Highness, we shall stand guard outside, the two silver-armored women suggested, displaying their understanding. Unnecessary, Xiao Yi replied, retaining the two and casting a meaningful look at Xiao Wudong. He smiled and asked, why do you believe the massacre of the Luo family is linked to the Crown Prince? Do not forget, the Crown Princess is also of the Luo lineage. What could the Crown Prince gain from such an act, aside from leaving himself open to blackmail? Xiao Wudong nodded in agreement, stating, you are correct, brother. On the surface, the Crown Prince appears to suffer the greatest loss from the annihilation of the Luo family. Yet, in the aftermath, he stands as the principal beneficiary. As I understand it, within half an hour of the Luo family's demise, the Jinwu division received word and promptly cordoned off the vicinity. The Crown Prince was furious, demanding that Minister Yin conduct a thorough investigation. Within 3 days, over 100 officials in Yujing City had perished, and at least half of them were supporters of the Empress or Prince Qi. In other words, the bloodshed of the Luo family afforded the Crown Prince a brazen opportunity to purge the eunuchs within the palace and eliminate the faction of Prince Qi. This also elucidates why the Zhenwu division, despite having multiple masters, managed to unite in suppressing information regarding this incident. For if they were to pursue the investigation openly, it would be the Crown Prince, who seemingly stands to lose, that would likely eliminate even more of their own, even if the truth were uncovered. Without a decree from the Emperor, none would dare to hold the Crown Prince accountable. Thus, the Jinwu division refrains from investigation, not out of inability, but out of fear. Only when the Crown Prince, Prince Qi, and the Empress reached a tacit understanding, each stepping back and pretending as if nothing had occurred, could the commanders of the Jinwu division dare to suppress the news. Xiao Yi gently shook his head. This reasoning remains insufficient for the Crown Prince to act. Xiao Wudong offered a subtle smile. My brother shares my thoughts. Hence, I have instructed my people to investigate those beneath the surface in Yujing City who undertake the Crown Prince's and the minister's dirty work. Although they lack the qualifications to wield a blade, as informants, they possess considerable insight. However, in recent years, they have not been assigned any significant tasks. There is, however, one peculiar matter. It has been said that those above instructed them to keep an eye out for beautiful daughters from prominent families, requiring them to submit portraits annually, and this search extends beyond Yujing City. Xiao Yi began to grasp her implication. The Crown Prince had long surpassed the age of infatuation with beauty, while the second imperial grandson was renowned for his virtuous conduct and disinterest in women. Why then? Were they still instructing their subordinates to seek out portraits of beautiful daughters from esteemed families? This was decidedly anomalous. My brother should have already deduced the answer. Xiao Wudong's gaze turned slightly frigid. Though the remnants of the Luo family have been reduced to ashes, the number of female corpses does not align. At least 5 women are missing among them, including the Luo Xiaohuan you seek. I recall that there was a person from the southern mountainous region by the prince's side, a skilled physician proficient in the arts of sorcery and the manipulation of life. Centuries ago, the ancient kingdom of Changsheng, which dominated the southern territories, possessed a nefarious technique for transforming the living into extraordinary puppets. The better the innate qualities of the individual, the higher the quality of the puppet created. Prior to my arrival, I perused the extensive records of the Luo clan at the Ministry of Revenue and discovered that among this generation, there are 6 remarkable women endowed with unique physiques. aside from Luo Hanxiang, who was recently taken to the residence of Aunt Yuan by her brother. The remaining 5 have mysteriously vanished. Xiao Yi, without hesitation, suggested, "Do you suspect that the prince's primary objective is to capture individuals for the purpose of creating puppets? Is the extermination of the Luo clan merely a guise to deceive Prince Qi and the others?" Xiao Wudong gently nodded. "The prince's cultivation has deteriorated, and he has been gravely injured without recovery. If he continues to follow a conventional path of cultivation, he may never again ascend to the Dragon Gate. Without this ascent, his lifespan will soon wane." Xiao Yi reached out to stroke her head, smiling as he remarked, "You have truly grown, and your findings align closely with the information I have recently acquired. Now that the situation is clear, we must deliberate on how to rescue Luo Hanxiang's sister, Luo Xiaowan, from the prince's clutches. We must act swiftly, for delay may bring unforeseen changes." Xiao Wudong nodded and instructed her subordinates, "You too, return to the office at once to retrieve my golden seal and mobilize the troops, awaiting further orders." "Understood." The 2 responded solemnly, bowing their heads in acknowledgement before departing. Not long after their exit, a faint smile graced Xiao Wudong's lips as she mused, "Elder brother, what do you think? Your performance was commendable." Xiao Yi chuckled softly. "These 2, one a trained assassin from the palace and the other from Prince Xi's residence. When did you discern their ulterior motives?" Xiao Wudong elegantly lifted a cup of tea from the table and drank it in one go, replying, "With the emperor neglecting affairs. Even the most stringent departments in Yujing City cannot withstand the infiltration of those 3. I simply find it hard to believe that 2 exceptionally gifted individuals could be discovered within a mere 5 years. As for their specific allegiance, it is certainly more familiar to you than to me. Now, we await their reports, hoping that the Empress and Prince Qi will exert pressure on the prince, prompting him to reveal more vulnerabilities." Xiao Yi shook his head. "That is still not fast enough. We cannot afford to wait idly." Xiao Wudong furrowed her brow slightly. "However, the prince's influence is vast. A forcible search would likely yield no results. We must negotiate using what he values." "Are you suggesting we capture the second prince?" Xiao Wudong's eyes brightened as she pieced together the idea. "That is indeed a clever plan. Since brother has just returned to the capital, we could host a welcoming banquet. As long as the young lord from the Baixiang residence is willing to attend, the second prince will surely be present. I could detain him under the pretense of investigating the murderer, using him as leverage to negotiate with the prince. At that time, the prince, burdened by pressure from Prince Qi and the empress, would be unable to divert his attention. Exchanging the second prince for the others would be a prudent choice for him." Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. "That is feasible. Let Qin Mo handle the arrangements for the welcoming banquet. That lad has been absent for 3 days, likely lost in some tavern." Qin Mo is the son of Xiao Yi's father's former subordinate, having accompanied Xiao Yi to the capital since childhood. In the realm of power, where others yield to the local strongmen, he, upon his arrival in the capital, boasted of being one of the 24 renowned generals. The son of a woman who hailed from the esteemed family of the Minister of Revenue. He gathered all the local rascals of Yujing, assuming the mantle of their leader. He prided himself on being a paragon of elegance, claiming to be unparalleled among gentlemen. Yet he roamed the seedy establishments, shunning the refined in favor of the vulgar. In his most outrageous moments, he even lured the daughters of several high-ranking officials into the brothels for frivolous escapades, inciting the censure of the censors, who lodged numerous complaints against him. Yet, the Minister of Revenue, ever the protective parent, engaged in a verbal duel with the censors for a fortnight, refusing to take action. It was only when Qin Mo's father, whose authority had been undermined by the court and was summoned to Yujing, arrived that he was somewhat restrained. Meanwhile, in a brothel on the eastern outskirts of Yujing, a weary man, having indulged in a 3-day stupor of revelry, stirred from his slumber upon hearing a voice at his ear. "Young master, the heir has sent word for you." Groggy and with a splitting headache, he cursed without opening his eyes. "Get lost! Who dares claim the title of heir in this city? I shall flay him alive if I awaken." Then addressing the messenger, he barked, "And you, who permitted you to enter? Slap yourself." The messenger, while complying with the order, murmured, It was that heir who returned 3 days ago. I saw you engaged in your revelries and dared not disturb you." Qin Mo's eyes flew open in alarm, sweat breaking out across his brow as he grasped the collar of his guard, urgently demanding, "Repeat that. Did I hear correctly? The heir has returned?" The messenger, sniffling, replied, "Is indeed true. The heir has returned and has even assigned you a task, saying, 'Fool, have you lost your senses? Why did you not inform me sooner? 3 days have passed. Ego must be questioning whether I have perished in the womb of a dead woman. If I am not dead, why have I not gone to see him? You imbecile, tell me how to explain this." The messenger, feeling wrong, said, "But young master, did you not say that for these 3 days, even the king himself would be barred from entry? Who would dare disturb you? They will be thrown into the beast den to feed the mountain lord." Qin Mo dismissed him, eyes wide with urgency as he frantically searched for his garments. "Fool! Silence! Quickly prepare a swift steed for me." Chapter 17. The Welcoming Banquet. Princess Xiao of the State of Zhao. The second prince gazed at the invitation presented by a servant, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Xiao Hong cautiously ventured, "Your Highness, is there a joyful occasion?" "Ah, sins committed by heaven may be forgiven, but those by man are unforgivable," the second prince scoffed. "My dear brother must have exhausted all means to suppress the incident at Shuyu Tower last time. Now, after barely a few days of tranquility, he begins to revel in his own glory again. Look at this invitation. It was delivered by that useless Qin Mo. Such a grand display for the heir's welcoming banquet. Does he truly disregard the officials and the Bai family in the court? That frivolous Qin Mo, notorious for his debauchery, has now entangled himself with the heir instead of distancing himself upon returning to the capital. Is he not courting disaster? It is no great feat to silence the ignorant masses. I shall see how he manages to silence the powerful elite of the capital next." Xiao Hong hesitated to inquire, "Does your Highness mean to publicly expose him at the banquet? That might not be wise, as it is their territory. It would be prudent to avoid drawing attention. What is there to fear? Can he truly capture me?" The second prince scoffed. "After 5 years of wandering the world, he has willingly descended to mingle with the lowly, long since losing the pride of the imperial family, reduced to a mere loach in a pond. Should I cower before his brilliance? Ridiculous. Quickly prepare the carriage. Tonight, let Xiao Yi reveal his true nature, allowing the young lord and the Bai family to see him for what he truly is. Remember, this Yujing city has never been the domain of others. My father still holds his position, and even the king of Qi and the empress dare not be too audacious. What can a mere junior accomplish?" Xiao Hong opened his mouth to advise, but, upon reflection, realized the validity of the second prince's words. Was he afraid of the heir? Not particularly, but he did harbor some trepidation regarding the influence of the Yuan Wang. However, no matter how far-reaching the Yuan Wang's power, it would be challenging to extend into Yujing, especially with the crown prince stationed there. The second prince's support far exceeded that of the heir, since this prince was determined to take action himself. Any further objections would merely showcase his lack of discernment. In Yujing City, at Jinyu Square, Fan Tower, resplendent and opulent, it was filled with esteemed guests. Thousands of lanterns illuminated the starry night, creating a spectacle of prosperity and beauty. This evening, luxurious carriages arrived in a steady stream before Fan Tower, bustling with excitement. Across the river, beneath the pavilion, countless finely dressed individuals could only gaze from afar. What a grand affair! I heard that young Master Qin has rented out the entire Fan Tower tonight, and even invited a dozen celestial dancers from Shuyu Tower. Ah, my good brother, I remember you. Your father is a 5th-rank official in the court, yet you could not procure an invitation? In Yujing, what significance does a 5th rank hold? Look over there. Aren't most of them 3rd or 4th rank? They, like me, can only stand here in the pavilion and observe from a distance. You do not understand. Those attending the heir's welcoming banquet are the pinnacle of Yujing's elite. Even if you spend 100 gold to buy a second-rate invitation, once inside, you may not even warrant a glance. Hush! Silence. The heir's carriage has arrived, and the carriage of the Wei Wang. Inside the carriage, before Xiao Yi could alight, he heard an excited shout, "Your Highness, I am guilty. I nearly perished beneath the bellies of those delicate ladies, and yet I have no life left to present before your Highness." Upon regaining consciousness, I hasten to prepare a welcoming feast for your highness. I implore your highness to exact punishment, treading upon my humble form. Lifting the carriage curtain, Xiao Yi cast his gaze downwards, where a snow-white fur mat, spanning over 3 yards, extended into the depths of the fan tower, with Qin Mo kneeling, willingly serving as a footstool. Xiao Yi chided lightly, "Rise." Qin Mo felt as though the heavens were collapsing. Even when kicked, he refused to budge, sobbing, "If your highness does not punish me, I shall kneel here all night." Meanwhile, from the carriage of the Wei prince's residence, a figure emerged. Her skin was as pale as snow, her phoenix eyes elegantly elongated, and her splendid golden gown resembled the feathers of a phoenix. With shoulders delicately sloped and a waist artfully cinched, she exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. "Brother Yuan," the Princess Zhao Hua greeted with a beaming smile, performing a deep bow. Xiao Yi, whose courtesy name was Yuan, was addressed by that name only by elders and a few close peers. However, his prior interactions with this cousin had been scant. After a slight nod, he glanced at Qin Mo and coldly remarked, "If you enjoy kneeling, then kneel." Walking side by side upon the uncharted expanse of the snow-white fur mat, Princess Zhao Hua cast a sidelong glance at the motionless Qin Mo behind her, her voice laced with amusement. "I wonder if he is too foolish or too clever." Noticing that Xiao Yi appeared disinclined to engage, she resorted to speaking to herself. On this day, when the powerful and influential gather, kneeling at the entrance of the fan tower serves only to bring shame and may cause others to regard the heir as callous, prompting the Bai family to reassess their stance. Yet, upon reflection, he may be astute enough to deduce that the heir is unwilling to ally with the Bai family through marriage, thus sacrificing his own dignity to lend aid to the heir. Xiao Yi paused for a moment, casting a glance at the strikingly beautiful Princess Zhao Hua beside him. "What a pity it is that you are a woman. Otherwise, the Wei prince might have sought to compete for your hand." The princess laughed, unperturbed, her voice weaving like a silken thread into Xiao Yi's ear. "It is no loss. 3,000 years ago, a female emperor could inherit the throne, and in our time, a heavenly empress can wield authority over the court. Why should I not strive for my own ambitions? My brothers are far too naive, believing that our father will remain unshakable forever, living a life of carefree ease. Is that truly possible? The world is in constant flux, and human hearts are ever-changing. Even a figure as formidable as Emperor Wu did not achieve immortality. How could we mere ants beneath the grand scheme of things hope for eternity? Without daring to venture into the currents, one will ultimately be discarded, reduced to the dust of history. Brother Yuan, how about supporting me? Accept the engagement with Sister Bai. Should I ascend to the throne in the future, there shall certainly be a place for both your families." Suddenly, Xiao Yi turned and reached toward Zhao Hua's forehead. A flash of golden patterns appeared in her eyes, a terrifying aura momentarily flickering. Upon sensing the hand posed without malice, she furrowed her brows in mild confusion. Xiao Yi chuckled softly. "My younger siblings have grown up, and they're no longer easy to manage." Zhao Hua, puzzled by his meaning, turned to take her seat, smiling sweetly. "As long as the marriage can be arranged, Brother Yuan may ponder as long as he wishes." Before long, one esteemed guest after another, having received invitations, arrived at the fan tower. "The representative from the Qi Prince's residence has arrived. The young master from the Duke's residence, Zhao, has also arrived. In the northern Wangfu, the young lord awaits. The eldest son of the Dongning Wangfu and esteemed guests from the Xia Wangfu have arrived. The patrons of the fan tower today are either affluent or noble, and those seated in proximity to Xiao Yi are predominantly royal kin, with scarcely any outsiders present. Notably, the men from Wei Wangfu and Dongning Wangfu are swathed in white wraps, evidently injured, their gazes somberly fixed upon the second imperial grandson and Zhaohong. A young man in white from the Qi Wangfu observes this scene with keen interest, smiling silently. Within the fan tower, the atmosphere is one of joyous revelry, with the most spirited of all being the young lord from the Beishan Wangfu. With Qin Mo absent, he assumes a significant role, toasting on behalf of Xiao Yi, addressing all with grace and a radiant smile. "Brother-in-law, I toast to you. Upon hearing this, the second imperial grandson, who had just taken a sip of wine, choked and coughed, his expression darkening as he crumpled the bronze cup in his grasp. Young lord, tread carefully. The emperor's decree regarding the marriage has yet to be finalized. Chapter 18. Who says you can leave? At the grand banquet in the fan tower, the crowd observed the awkwardness of the second prince, casting curious glances in his direction. Beside him, Zhao Hong, feeling a bit uneasy under the scrutiny, attempted to mediate the situation, saying, "Young lord, the emperor's decree merely states that the princess will be granted a marriage, but the final choice will only be determined upon her return. It would be unwise to change the narrative now." Young lord by Xiao Yi shot Zhao Hong a sidelong glance, questioning, "And who might you be? When did matters concerning the Baixiang royal residence become the concern of an outsider? Where is Qin Mo? How can such unrefined individuals be allowed in? Today is my brother-in-law's welcoming banquet, and I have no desire to resort to violence. If you have any sense, you should leave." At this, one of the guards behind the second prince, sharpening his blade, suddenly raised his gaze, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he coldly rebuked, "Impudent! This is Yujing, not your Baixiang manner. Speak with some consideration." In a corner of the fan tower, a one-armed man, heavily inebriated, slammed down his wine jar and raised his fierce gaze, exuding an oppressive aura akin to a ferocious beast emerging from a sea of blood, sending chills down the spines of those present. "Whose ill-mannered cur is making such a racket before my young lord?" he growled. "Impudent!" The cloaked swordsman glared back defiantly, drawing his blade from its sheath, the cold aura emanating from the sword causing the skin to tingle painfully, even causing the jade cup before him to develop fine cracks. One must consider the master when chastising a dog. The second prince, equally displeased, rebuked, "Slap your own face." Upon hearing this, the swordsman, taken aback, could hardly believe his ears. However, turning back, he was met with the second prince's icy gaze, seeing both masters wearing expressions of indifference, unwilling to offer explanations. He opened his mouth in vain, his heart sinking, trembling as he raised his hand to slap his own face repeatedly. "Do not blame the young lord. Those who understood the situation were taken away by my father. This is borrowed from the Duke of Zhao's residence, lacking in decorum." Though the second prince felt displeasure within, he maintained a smiling facade as he regarded by Xiao Yi. After years of cultivation beneath the sage, he had indeed refined his composure. To alter the perceptions of those from the Baixiang royal residence and to choose himself, the young lord's demeanor was crucial, particularly in avoiding offense. After all, he was the audacious young scion of the Baixiang royal residence, unafraid of anyone, not even his sister or the king himself. Yet, in response to his concession, Bai Xiaoyu offered no courtesy, retorting, "You speak of decorum, yet what were you just saying?" The second prince was momentarily taken aback. As the sacred grandson, he had been revered since birth, surrounded by the finest teachers and resources. When had he ever been so openly reprimanded? Zhao Hong beside him turned pale with shock. While he was accustomed to dealing with such ruffians, directly insulting the sacred grandson was an audacious move. If things escalated, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. "Young lord, please temper your anger." To the astonishment of outsiders, the second prince, with a warm demeanor, merely took a deep breath and continued to smile apologetically, stating, "It is I who have misspoken." Just as Zhao Heng's anxious heart began to settle, he was suddenly alerted by a transmission of true energy that formed into fine threads. His complexion fluctuated from pale to flushed, and with gritted teeth, it seemed he had resolved upon a certain determination. "Young lord, I have something to convey." Zhao Hong discreetly glanced at Xiao Yi, who was nonchalantly sipping his drink as if he were an outsider, quickly averting his gaze in fear of making eye contact. Thereafter, mustering his courage, he declared loudly, "The esteemed lady possesses extraordinary talent, unparalleled martial prowess, and is a significant contributor to our Great Yin Dynasty. I cannot stand by and watch her step into a perilous situation." Bai Xiaoyu, sensing an impending confrontation, furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, "Silence." After a moment of inner turmoil, Zhao Hong gritted his teeth and pressed on, "No, even if I am to be punished, I must voice these words. Young lord, Are you aware that the heir, just days ago, squandered a fortune, not to rescue the daughter of a benefactor, but to indulge in frivolity? He continued, the princess, of such noble stature, may well achieve the greatness of the king of Baixiang in the future. How can we tolerate the prospect of her future spouse being so debauched? Bai Xiaoyu scoffed. Is this what you wish to convey? Is there anyone present who is not already aware of this matter? What wrong is there in a man of charm? The heir is striking in appearance, accomplished in both arts and martial skills, with countless admirers. He ought to be surrounded by beauty. He added, with the 16 states of Nanzhao, spanning 6,000 miles of territory, all will one day belong to the heir. If the vast royal residence is to be managed solely by his elder sister, I may agree, but I will not consent. Do you, an irrelevant party, presume to dictate whether the heir should take a secondary consort? Zhao Hong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Upon receiving another transmission, his face turned ashen, and he continued, there is one more matter. Young lord may not be aware that upon his return, the heir did not reside in the royal palace, but instead went to the princess's residence on Zhuke Street, the estate of Madame Yuan from the academy. Madame Yuan is not only a sworn sister of the princess of the Yuan family and the heir's maternal aunt, but also his mentor, and a princess conferred by the Heavenly Empress. The heir has spent many days immersed in the company of the princess, which is a breach of ethics. How shall the heir explain this? Zhao Hong furtively glanced at Xiao Yi, knowing these words were prompted by the second prince, and realizing that he had irrevocably offended the heir, leaving no room for retreat. The onlookers turned their gaze toward Xiao Yi, who remained unhurriedly selecting his food, seemingly disinterested in Zhao Heng's words. In truth, Madame Yuan had not been present in the residence for days, having been summoned secretly into the palace by the Heavenly Empress. Yet, Xiao Yi felt no need to elucidate. Upon finishing his remarks, Zhao Hong immediately bowed his head, his lips moving without further words, repeatedly reassuring himself of his backing. Feeling unafraid, nevertheless, he instinctively felt a twinge of trepidation and could only endeavor to avoid looking at Xiao Yi. After a prolonged silence, Bai Xiaoyu chuckled. Let me ponder the offense of slandering the heir. I've recalled at the very least it warrants 100 strokes in exile of 3,000 miles. I did not. Zhao Hong began to speak, but was interrupted. Silence. Do you have any idea what vile thoughts are swirling in that wretched mind of yours? Bai Xiaoyu, with unwavering conviction, proclaimed, it is evident that the esteemed crown prince is intelligent and diligent, dedicating himself to the pursuit of knowledge with such fervor that he neglects sleep and sustenance while residing in the princess's manor. Yet, he is slandered by petty individuals. Is there still a sense of justice in Yujing? Is there any law? Zhao Hong stood in stunned silence. The notion of the crown prince being studious? The crown prince's calligraphy, which could astonish the heavens and move the spirits, is indeed remarkable, yet his characters could baffle even the most learned scholars of the academy. The second prince seethed with frustration, realizing that Bai Xiaoyu was resolutely determined to endorse Xiao Yi as a brother-in-law. Young lord, the recent events in Yujing must have stirred some whispers in the northern domain. Has Bailuo Shen uttered even a single word? The second prince remained somewhat unconvinced. Bai Xiaoyu scoffed coldly. My sister is not so familiar with you. Refrain from such presumptuous titles. However, she did convey a message to me. A flicker of hope ignited within the second prince. What message? Bai Xiaoyu turned to Xiao Yi, shedding his nonchalant demeanor and adopting a serious tone. She said she will marry no one but the crown prince. This simple statement resonated like thunder in the ears of the second prince, shattering any composure he had managed to maintain. Though he restrained himself from losing control, blood vessels began to surface in his eyes. To him, Bailuo Shen was not merely an object of admiration. She was a crucial bargaining chip for his father's resurgence and his own future ascendancy as crown prince. All those years of self-discipline and moral rectitude. What purpose did they serve if not to consolidate the influence of the Baixiang manor? Yet at this moment, all his efforts seemed to dissolve into mere illusions. He could not comprehend it. In terms of ambition, he harbored aspirations to conquer the world and embrace the seas. In terms of talent, he had attained mastery in martial arts by the age of 20, placing him among the elite of his generation. regarding literary prowess. He had esteemed scholars as mentors, possessing a scholarly spirit that rivaled that of the ancients. In what aspect did he fall short of Xiao Yi? The second prince maintained a final semblance of composure, refraining from erupting at the banquet, and with a sardonic smile, declared, "Remember this day. Do not let regret befall your families in the future. Zhao Heng, we shall take our leave." He rose, angrily sweeping his sleeves. Just then Xiao Yi, who had been observing the spectacle for some time, suddenly interjected, "Leave? Who said you were free to depart?" Chapter 19. Capture. The Empress's Decree. Who says you can leave? Upon hearing these words, the second prince turned around with a cold sneer and said, "What is this? Is the heir displeased and intends to detain me?" Noticing that Xiao Yi merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction without responding, the second prince found himself reluctant to depart. With a flick of his sleeve, his sharp gaze bore down, and he coldly remarked, "You have wandered for 5 years. Have you forgotten your surname? Or have you mingled with those lowly ants for so long that you now believe you can command the winds and the rain, capable of anything? Awaken. This is Yu Jing. Every action and utterance must be weighed against the consequences, lest you invite your own misfortune." The earlier slanders against the heir had all originated from Zhao Heng's mouth. Even if an inquiry were to arise, what concern would it be to him, the holy grandson? If Xiao Yi dared to detain someone, he would teach his cousin a lesson in propriety. As the atmosphere grew tense, Zhao Heng silently lamented, "Your Highness, a strong guest should not suppress the host. We should take our leave." Just as he finished speaking, a cold shout resonated from outside, followed by a troop of tall soldiers clad in golden crow-patterned armor filing in. Inside the hall, many were startled and rose in panic, fearing for their own safety. Why has the Golden Guards arrived? Zhao Heng's complexion turned ashen. The authority of the Golden Guards in the Great Yin was formidable. Whether overseeing the Jianghu's martial enforcement or monitoring officials, they wielded considerable power. Crucially, the Golden Guards recognized no one's favor. They answered solely to the emperor. Even though the emperor had loosened his grip, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Ordinary individuals, including nobility, would never dare challenge the authority of the Golden Guards. Zhao Guogong's residence. Zhao Heng, suspected of slandering the heir, take him away. Second prince, Xiao Wujio, suspected of hiring assassins to annihilate a clan, take him away. Let us see who dares. The second prince's hawk-like eyes scanned the room, his true energy swirling around him, the faint sound of a tiger's roar audible. The demeanor of the Golden Guards remained impassive as they advanced, heightening the tension in the air. What does Brother Nian intend to do? Princess Zhao Hua looked at Xiao Yi with surprise. Employing such a forceful method against the second prince before the Crown Prince's downfall was hardly a wise course of action. How intriguing. The white-clad strategist from the Qi Wangfu smiled, leisurely opening his folding fan, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. At that moment, the assassin borrowed from the Guogong's residence by the second prince, his voice hoarse, spoke up, "You Golden Guards have no such authority to detain the holy grandson. Step aside. Any who obstruct shall be slain without mercy." Though he had previously lost face because of the second prince, he now had no choice but to leverage the holy grandson's name to facilitate the young master's escape. Otherwise, Zhao Heng would have no chance to depart. As the assassin attempted to breach the blockade of the Golden Guards, suddenly, with a swift sound, a glint of cold light grazed his face, causing the true energy he had gathered to dissipate instantly. Instinctively, the assassin touched his face, feeling strands of hair fall away. The blood mark, had it been a fraction closer, could have claimed his life. Capture. Momentarily dazed, several Golden Guards swiftly subdued both the assassin and Zhao Heng. The second prince's gaze was tinged with a hint of frost, poised to take action, yet a voice, cool and commanding, halted him in his tracks, causing his brow to furrow deeply. The decree of the Empress had been issued. The Ministry of Justice and Elder Yao of the Cabinet had stamped their seals, granting the Imperial Guards full authority to handle the annihilation of the Luo family. Should the holy grandson feel wronged, he could voice his grievances at the Tribunal of Justice at a later time. Draped in a crimson robe like flames, adorned with golden patterns, Xiao Wudong approached, holding an imperial edict. Many present were taken aback. Elder Yao's close ties with Prince Qi and the joint command from the palace suggested a potential alliance. However, Xiao Yi was not surprised. The Crown Prince had sown the seeds of backlash by eliminating so many of Prince Qi and the Empress's supporters while using the Luo family incident to eliminate rivals. Could he truly escape unscathed? Xiao Yi merely instructed Wudong to take advantage of the situation, effortlessly acquiring the decree. For those two, the truth held little significance. They were eager to exploit one another. They were content to sit back and watch the unfolding conflict between the Crown Prince, the injured tiger, and the forces of Prince Yuan and the Northern King's residents, curious to see if the tiger was indeed as frail as it appeared. "Do not touch me. I can walk on my own." The second prince gritted his teeth, refraining from vehement resistance, fully aware of Xiao Wudong and the Imperial Guard's might. If a confrontation ensued, he would only suffer humiliation with no other outcome. Rather than end up like Zhao Heng, bound and helpless, he preferred to maintain a semblance of dignity. "Xiao Wujiao, should you be involved in the annihilation of the Luo family, I will ensure your demise." The frivolous young lord suddenly turned serious, delivering his chilling proclamation. This shocking bloodbath had been effectively sealed off by the Tribunal of Arms, leaving the outside world largely unaware. Yet several prominent families connected to the Luo clan had been informed. The Northern Xiang royal residence was also investigating. Those who are pure will remain so, while the corrupt will reveal their true nature. The second prince displayed no concern for his own safety. He cast a penetrating glance at Xiao Wudong and coldly remarked, "Inspector, while it may be easy to escort me in, it will not be so simple to allow my exit." Xiao Wudong replied calmly, "Before the matter of the bloodbath is resolved, you shall not leave." "Oh, is that so?" Before departing, the second prince glanced at Xiao Yi, smiling nonchalantly. "I hope your esteemed brother can withstand the pressure and does not end up begging me on his knees in the end." As he watched the Imperial Guards depart, the young lord fell silent for a moment before suddenly addressing Xiao Yi, "Brother-in-law, if there is any way the Northern Xiang royal residence can assist, do not hesitate to issue your command. Though I wield no military power, the retainers of the royal residence rival the former Great Yong's fierce dogs." At this juncture, Princess Zhaohua also conveyed through voice, "If Brother Yin encounters any troubles, do not hesitate to lean on me. My father has raised some members of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and I manage many affairs on his behalf. If Brother Yin has any plans, I am willing to offer my utmost assistance." The white-clad strategist from Prince Qi's residence closed his folding fan, a warm smile gracing his face. Prince Qi is deeply missing the young master during his ascetic retreat in the mountains. Should the Crown Prince go too far, the young master simply needs to make a trip to the mountains, and all issues will be effortlessly resolved. In the face of the friendly gestures and inviting gazes from those around him, Xiao Yi remained composed. Among them were both genuine sentiments and feigned intentions, which he found entirely normal. However, what did surprise him slightly was the demeanor of Xiao Yi. Alternatively, one could assert that the disposition of the entire Baixiang Wangfu is excessively benevolent. The mere act of bestowing a marriage does not warrant such elaborate gestures. The Baixiang Wangfu must harbor ulterior motives. What could they possibly be? Could it be that they are aware of their control over Qianmu Tower and have discerned all of their concealed strengths, aspiring for further advancement? Yet this seems implausible. If the Baixiang Wang harbored such ambitions, selecting the Qi Wang would be a far more prudent choice. Xiao Yi swiftly dismissed the fleeting thought that had crossed his mind. He had no doubt that if Bailuo Shen were to choose the Qi Wang, the court officials, including even the seemingly oblivious Emperor Wu, would contemplate dethroning the Crown Prince in favor of the Qi Wang. Even if such an action would provoke considerable turmoil in the future, it would still remain the optimal choice. Nevertheless, it is futile to ponder excessively. Perhaps I have overlooked something. Considering the passage of time, she should be returning soon. Chapter 20. The true intentions of Xiao Yi within the confines of the dark prison of Dian Town. The atmosphere was not as chilling as one might imagine. Instead, it radiated a searing heat, with flames blazing fiercely, enveloping the space in a sweltering aura. On his way here, Zhao Heng grappled with countless inner conflicts, ultimately resolving that no matter the inquiries posed or the tortures endured, he would never betray the the second prince. He understood that he had already offended the heir apparent. To further antagonize the second prince would lead to his inevitable demise, even if he were to escape this place. Instead, he resolved to willingly bear the blame, to shoulder the accusations, and thus demonstrate his loyalty, believing that this would prompt the second prince to rescue him sooner. However, he underestimated the terror of the prison within the town of incarceration. There were no guards present, only the flames, true fire, more intense than the sun. No one came to interrogate him. After being unceremoniously thrown into the cell by the Golden Guards, he was subjected to the searing heat for 2 agonizing hours, nearing the brink of becoming a desiccated corpse. His eyes were vacant, his skin cracked, with charred blood crusting at the fissures, and his breathing grew increasingly shallow as his spirit waned. Recalling the notorious deaths of several significant figures within this prison, Zhao Heng felt a surge of fear. Compared to them, what was he? A mere grandson of a duke with no real power? Come, someone, interrogate me. Zhao Heng weakly raised his hand, his voice a mere whisper, barely audible. Why won't anyone question me? I will say anything. He was on the verge of collapse. His mental state akin to being inexplicably beaten for 3 days and nights, with relentless questioning but no indication of what was being asked. The dual torment of physical and psychological suffering left him incapable of contemplating anything other than the desire to survive and escape this nightmare. After another half hour had elapsed, a golden guard entered the prison, carrying a wooden bucket. With a swift motion, he doused Zhao Heng with a bucket of specially concocted black water. The evaporating black mist hissed as it rose, startling Zhao Heng from his stupor, his head pounding as he mumbled incoherently, "Interrogate, interrogate me." Realizing the newly arrived Golden Guard was mute, Zhao Heng felt as though the heavens had collapsed around him. "I will speak. You need not ask. I will tell you everything." Perhaps due to a sudden resurgence of vitality or the effects of the black water, Zhao Heng regained some strength. He frantically grasped the mute guard's pants, as if clinging to a lifeline, and began to spill forth every sin he had ever committed, fearful that the mute would leave. Meanwhile, at the Zhao Duke's residence, following the conclusion of the welcoming banquet for Fan Lu, an informant rushed to report. "Master, it is dire. The young master has been imprisoned in the town of incarceration." Upon receiving the news, the elderly housekeeper dashed into the inner courtyard. In the main chamber, the frail, yellow-faced Zhao Duke, bedridden and seemingly lifeless, extended a withered arm and coughed violently. "Quickly, find Minister Yan. He must rescue my grandson. He cannot come to harm." "Yes." The housekeeper departed in haste, and after half an hour, he returned, visibly flustered. "Master, Minister Yan is not at the residence. I also searched the Crown Prince's manor, but he was not there either. What shall we do now?" "Wait." The Duke of Zhao, with a hoarse and feeble voice, bellowed in despair. After a prolonged wait of 2 hours, a sealed letter arrived from the prison department to the Duke's residence. The elderly steward, upon opening it, was nearly engulfed by darkness, almost fainting. "My lord, this is the young master's handwritten confession. The accumulated offenses are sufficient for a sentence of dismemberment." The Duke of Zhao, upon reading the letter, widened his eyes in shock, struggling to catch his breath, his gaze bloodshot with anguish. How could this fool have so grievously offended the heir? And to confess so early? Did he not realize that delaying might have elicited a rescue? Now, who could save him except for his majesty? "The heavens are intent on my demise." The Duke coughed blood, a sight both harrowing and tragic. The steward, feeling a pang of sympathy, cautiously suggested, "My lord, since the heir is the one who captured him, perhaps we should plead with him. There may still be a glimmer of hope for the young master." The Duke's eyes clouded with uncertainty, caught in a web of hesitation. Throughout his life, he had once basked in glory, vanquishing renowned generals, traversing the royal court, and even standing shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Yenwu, surveying the myriad heroes of the realm. His legacy was worthy of being passed down through the ages. Even in his twilight years, he harbored a sense of pride, yet to now plead with a junior seemed a shattering of his prideful spirit. "Alas, I am nearing my end, and while that child may be mischievous, his heart is not inherently wicked. His life is just beginning." Bring me to my feet. Assist me in changing attire. We must go to the prison department. Half a stick of incense later, a carriage emerged from the rear gate of the Zhao residence. Halting at the entrance of the prison department, the Duke, draped in a thick fur cloak, hunched over, carefully descended the carriage with the steward's support. Before the steward could inquire, a figure stepped forward, extending a hand to guide him, stating, "The young master has been awaiting your arrival." The steward attempted to assist the Duke further, but was met with a sharp retort. "The Duke is gravely ill. Should any misfortune befall him, can you bear the consequences?" The guards of the prison department remained impassive, unmoved by his words. "No matter," the Duke said, releasing the steward's hand, and entered the prison department alone. Navigating through a series of long corridors and ascending numerous flights of stairs, he finally arrived at a concealed chamber that overlooked many cells. The Duke's gaze was swiftly drawn to a tall, composed young man, unperturbed by the flames surrounding him. The Duke's expression was a mix of complexity as he searched for his grandson within the cells below. The structure of the prison department was intricate, resembling a hollowed mountain, its walls embedded with numerous individual cells. From Xiao Yi's vantage point, nearly every cell came into view. "No need to search. He is still alive," Xiao Yi spoke calmly. "If my grandson has offended you in any way, I implore you, in your magnanimity, to spare him this once for the sake of an old man's plea. Upon returning, I shall ensure he is closely monitored, preventing any further folly." The Duke's demeanor grew despondent as he coughed violently, slowly presenting a list of offerings. "This constitutes all the sincerity I can extend. I hope the heir will not reject it." The list included 10,000 taels of gold, 6 rare treasures, 5 sacred mountains, a steed of unparalleled quality, along with a unique ledger. The list comprises former followers of Duke Zhao, all of whom are now esteemed officials and military generals of at least the 4th rank in the court. Unlike the preceding individuals, this document serves as a formidable deterrent. However, Xiao Yi did not even cast a glance at it. He calmly declared, "Zhao Heng's life can only be exchanged for the celestial wolf blood jade." Upon hearing the word celestial wolf blood jade, Duke Zhao abruptly raised his head, his fierce, tiger-like gaze seemingly capable of captivating souls. The ominous aura surrounding him was suppressed. Yet the terrifying energy he exuded stirred even the constraints of the dragon vein. "How does a mere junior like you know of such a thing?" His voice was chilling. In the entire realm, there is scarcely a handful of individuals who can accurately name that sacred object, since the young lord has meticulously orchestrated a series of traps, pinpointing his vulnerabilities and waiting for him to arrive, and is so certain that the item is in his possession. Any further pretense would simply be self-deception. Over the years, he has sacrificed his vitality to refine this sacred object, enduring a life of illness and solitude, and withstood the desolation that accompanied his sickbed. Even when the Crown Prince hinted at it indirectly on multiple occasions, he never let slip a single word. Despite understanding the principle that an innocent man can suffer for possessing a treasure, he remains unwilling to part with it. After all, once this item is refined, it would be tantamount to a coup. It would grant him an unparalleled trump card, potentially allowing him to ascend to a status akin to that of King Bailuo, receiving the title of an alternate royal lineage. Chapter 21. The Blood Jade of the Sirius, a monstrosity. Under the reign of the Great Yuan, the Northern Domain, with its vast territories, stands as a bastion for military strategists. Beyond the Northern Domain, across the Celestial Pass, lies an endless expanse of ice and the tribes of the witch barbarians. To the northwest of the Northern Domain, traversing the Great Desert, one encounters the boundless grasslands and the tribes of the Northern Wilderness. For centuries, various factions have waged relentless battles here, with bloodshed unceasing. Only during the previous era, when the Emperor Yenwu vanquished the 3 great dynasties and conquered the world, was the royal court utterly destroyed and the sacred mountains trampled, bringing the northern wilderness into the fold of the Great Yuan. However, subsequent upheavals allowed this land to revert to the hands of the northern people, who have since grown ever stronger, becoming an undeniable threat. During his travels through the Jianghu, Xiao Yi spent the most time in the northern wilderness and encountered numerous legends. The tale that intrigued him the most was that of the sacred relic of the northern wilderness. It is said that the sacred relic enshrined on the holy mountain of the northern wilderness was a blood jade crafted from the heart of a wolf king, offered by the first king of the northern wilderness as a tribute. There are two such relics, and once their powers remained a mystery to all. When the iron hooves of the Great Yin army trampled upon the holy mountain, the guardians of the mountain brought forth the relics, which were ultimately lost amidst the chaos. Xiao Yi, through a secret gained in the past, learned that one of the blood jades had inadvertently fallen into the hands of the Duke of Zhao during that tumultuous war. The other blood jade, however, gave rise to a remarkable saga. 7 years prior, the previous king of the northern wilderness emerged, wielding the lost relic, and entered the Black Forest, summoning tens of thousands of wolf riders to expel the stationed forces of the Great Yin, sweeping across the 8 great royal courts. Not only that, he expanded his domain to the northwest, conquering territory twice that of the Central Plains, dramatically enhancing the power of the northern wilderness. Countless northern people revered him as the one true king, with the supreme deity of longevity at his feet, his legend echoing far and wide. Since then, the world has been fervently searching for the other lost relic. Furthermore, significant upheavals have occurred in the northern wilderness in recent years. With the sudden death of the previous king, the shattering of the relic, and a disarray of leadership, the blood jade in the possession of the Duke of Zhao has become a unique treasure, priceless beyond measure. To exchange the life of a debauched youth for this precious artifact seems like the ravings of a madman. Yet, Xiao Yi resolved to do just that, with no additional terms. The Duke of Zhao, with a cold glint in his eyes, contemplated the possibility of violence. Was it the name of the Abyssal King that revealed this to you? No, if he knew, he would not allow you to take such risks. The Duke of Zhao sneered. This matter is likely known only to you, my lord. What transpires within the prison of the abyss is veiled from the outside world. Do you not fear that I might resort to murder? Xiao Yi shook his head and replied, the Duke is a founding hero of the nation. Why gamble your reputation and life on such reckless ventures? This relic, you cannot truly control it. Ask yourself, since obtaining it, has the Duke's household had even a single day of peace? Have you slept soundly even for one night? The one who is in the midst of it is often blind to the truth, while the observer sees clearly. A jolt ran through the Duke of Zhao. Without deep contemplation, he acknowledged the truth of the matter. Besides the formidable bloodline power within the blood jade, there seemed to linger an invisible, intangible curse. Since he began refining the blood jade of the celestial wolf, the Duke's residence has gradually weakened day by day, even to the point of having no heirs. He once secretly sought to borrow seed from Zhao Hong. Yet in the end, not only did he fail, but he also inadvertently caused Zhao Heng's downfall. So what? The Duke of Zhao, unwilling to concede defeat, coldly declared that he could present this treasure to His Highness the Crown Prince, thereby securing a prosperous future. Those talented individuals around him would surely unlock the secrets of the blood jade. Xiao Yi smiled indifferently and replied, if the Duke were truly loyal to the Crown Prince, why wait until today? Why feign illness in bed? Offering it to the Qi King might hold some potential, but who would benefit from that splendid future? Would it be for Zhao Hong to take to his grave? Upon being accurately pinpointed, the Duke of Zhao was both enraged and amused, exclaiming, I have underestimated you. The heir's mundane cultivation belies considerable cunning. Since we are to negotiate, then show some sincerity. Besides the release of Zhao Hong, I also require a cave abode, 3 spiritual mountains of creation, and the Blackwater mysterious armor. The cave abode represents a small world, exceedingly rare, even the sages find it hard to possess. The true value of the spiritual mountains of creation is not inferior to that of a cave abode. They are the coveted grounds for establishing sects sought after by celestial beings and the Taoist schools of the world. Within the domain of the Great Yin, there are many peaks imbued with spiritual energy, yet those that can be classified as mountains of creation are a rarity, with only a few found in 1,000 miles. Second only to the ancestral mountain of dragon veins that once nurtured the martial emperor. The Blackwater mysterious armor, needless to say, is the treasured artifact of the Emperor of the Yu, capable of transforming an ordinary person into a terrestrial immortal. This was a reward bestowed by the Flame Emperor for the unparalleled contributions of the King of Abyss, an honor of utmost distinction. The Duke of Zhao's audacious demands were not without foundation. What he sought could indeed deplete the King of Abyss's resources, a venomous proposition. I have never been one for bargaining. If you do not agree, so be it. The Duke's demeanor was calm, his confidence unshaken. His intention was to render the heir indecisive, thus compelling him to retreat. After all, the list he held was no mere illusion. Even the King of Abyss would have to weigh his options carefully. However, Xiao Yi seemed impervious to his conditions, merely extending his finger and stating, "Old Duke, you have 3 breaths to contemplate. After 3 breaths, if I do not see the blood jade, I shall claim Zhao Heng's corpse today." With that, he fell silent. The veins on the Duke's forehead throbbed, and his raging true qi surged forth, yet it was as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea, yielding no response. 1 breath passed. Xiao Yi spoke calmly. "The price has changed. If you wish to take Zhao Heng away upon your return, both you and he must not step outside the Duke's residence for 3 years. Should you violate this decree, he will still meet his demise. You." The Duke of Zhao was furious. Having fought all his life, he had never encountered such a negotiating stance, and yet the pressure seemed to intensify. 2 breaths passed. Xiao Yi turned to glance at the prison below, stating now, "In addition to all the conditions above, I require Zhao Heng to sever an arm." As the words fell, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from below. You!" Upon hearing this agonizing cry, the Duke of Zhao's eyes turned crimson, almost bursting with fury. Those hands, which had once wielded a sword to slay countless foes, trembled uncontrollably. How many years had it been since he had taken up the sword to kill? It is the first time I have felt an immense pressure from a junior. The relentless and dominating force, the manipulation of human emotions, leads him to perceive not merely a junior, but rather the formidable and cunning poison masters once under the auspices of the 3 great dynasties. At this moment, he has no time for contemplation and harbors no doubt that Zhao Heng will perish in the next breath. In contrast, Xiao Yi's thoughts are rather straightforward. Zhao Heng's survival hinges upon whether the Duke of Zhao possesses a deep sense of loyalty. If he does, compromise is the only option. Conversely, if Zhao Heng is of little consequence to him, even if he were to be slain, the Duke would not dare to openly confront him. "My lord," the Duke of Zhao rasped in a low growl 3 breaths ago. After conceding, he seemed to be drained of all vitality, reverting to the appearance of a frail being, burdened by illness and nearing the end of his days. Chapter 22. The Minister Yin, the Ghost Doctor, the Northern Envoy in the grand residence of the Northern capital. Within the confines of the minister's estate stood a middle-aged scholar clad in dark robes, his hair streaked with silver, gazing contemplatively at the starry night. He silently calculated the passage of time. It had been 3 hours since the holy grandson was imprisoned in the town prison. If the young man from the Zhao family were wise, he would have already confessed to all the slanderous charges against him. Only with timely assistance could the Zhao Duke's household forge a stronger alliance with the Crown Prince's faction. Thus, half an hour prior, he had dispatched orders to his subordinates in the Ministry of Justice to rescue the young man. The offenses attributed to Zhao Heng were neither trivial nor monumental. However, as long as he refrained from reckless speech and acknowledged the necessary charges, extracting him from his predicament would pose no difficulty. The matter concerning the holy grandson, however, was more intricate. According to the laws of the Great Yin, if a member of the royal family was detained in the town prison for 3 hours without clear evidence, they ought to be transferred to the Ministry of Justice for custody. At that juncture, the decision to release him would no longer lie with the Golden Guard. He was confident that the massacre of the Luo family could not possibly be linked to the holy grandson, who lacked the capability for such an atrocity. Yet, after half an hour had passed since his subordinates entered the town prison without success in negotiations, it became evident that the adversary was emboldened, and the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Under the cover of night, the middle-aged scholar in dark robes departed the estate, his expression solemn, and made his way to the Eastern Palace. "Your Highness," in the Eastern Palace's pavilion, a silver-haired man, partially concealed by a silver mask and sipping wine alone beneath the moonlight, glanced at the scholar. Minister Yin has arrived. His Highness is currently in seclusion and cannot meet with you. The scholar fixed his gaze upon the man's face and inquired, Ghost Doctor, was the extermination of the Luo family truly sanctioned by His Highness? The man dubbed the Ghost Doctor chuckled lightly and replied, what if it were true? What if it were not? For that particular object, His Highness is capable of anything. Have you come merely to demand answers or to sever ties with His Highness? Minister Yin retorted coldly, what purpose does this idle chatter serve? The Golden Guard may already possess evidence, and the Empress and Prince Qi have reached a tacit understanding. With the holy grandson still imprisoned in the town prison, tell me, what course of action should I pursue? The Ghost Doctor replied indifferently, do nothing. Fury ignited within Minister Yin. The holy grandson, a figure of immense value, cannot remain in that foul place for long. Moreover, the malevolent energies there can ruin one's foundation, rendering one unable to live or die. The holy grandson is the future crown prince. He cannot. The Ghost Doctor interrupted him. Sipping his wine, rest assured, he will not perish. As the year draws to a close, with myriad nations arriving to pay their respects, and amid the winter hunts and the prestigious examination held every 7 years, perhaps you should concern yourself with the stability of Yujing City. Should turmoil arise at this juncture, neither of us would fare well. The mention of myriad nations reminded Minister Yin of the previous day when the Deputy Minister of Rights had brought several individuals from the north to beseech him for an introduction to the Crown Prince. Prince Qi, or the Empress. He had managed to suppress their request for the time being. In recent years, the situation in the north had undergone drastic changes, with the once supreme royal court fracturing into 8 factions. The new rulers of the royal court were engaged in fierce and brutal conflicts, with reports claiming that the sands of the north were stained red with blood. Presently, a ruler from the north was in Yujing, gathering formidable forces around him. The Ghost Doctor declared, this matter is mine to handle. The Holy Prince must not remain imprisoned. Did Yanxi still wish to attempt a prison break? Our people are all engaged in significant tasks and cannot be spared. Yanxi coldly replied, the envoy from the northern wilderness has requests of His Highness the Crown Prince. Utilizing them will not interfere with your affairs. The Ghost Doctor chuckled as he sipped his drink. Employing the northern barbarians as instruments is indeed a clever notion. As long as we can rescue the individual and return him to the Eastern Palace, no one, aside from His Majesty, can touch the Holy Prince. However, the Jinyu division is not easily breached. We have but one chance. The elite of the Golden Guards are numerous, and their defenses will surely be doubled next time. We must await a suitable opportunity. Yanxi's gaze glimmered slightly. There exists a prime opportunity at present. With the winter hunt approaching, the Clan Yus will be hunting at Ice Spirit Mountain, and the Golden Guards will divert at least half their forces there. We merely need to position the northern barbarians in ambush at Ice Spirit Mountain. When the time is ripe, we can create chaos, thereby restraining the majority of the Golden Guards, allowing our main forces to execute the prison break with minimal effort. The Ghost Doctor shook his head. The Golden Guards are not so easily distracted. Yet Yanxi remained unfazed, calmly asserting, every human has a weakness. This year, the commander of the Golden Guards assigned to patrol Ice Spirit Mountain is Xiao Wudo. Her concern for her brother outweighs her duty. If we can place the heir in peril, she will be unable to maintain her composure. The Ghost Doctor smirked slightly, neither opposing nor endorsing. Let's hope that holds true. In the city of Yujing, within the barbarian embassy, the northern pavilion served as the gathering place for the northern envoy. A middle-aged man from the northern wilderness, with braids adorned with wolf-tooth arrowheads, abruptly slammed a secret letter onto the table. My king, what troubles you? Did not the Crown Prince of the Great Yin Dynasty promise us armor and provisions? Are their demands too steep? Several elders from the Fierce Wind tribe gathered around the table, questioning. The Fierce Wind King scoffed. The people of Great Yin are excessively greedy. Look at this letter. They demand our tribe promise that if we conquer the other 7 royal courts, we must cede 800 li of land and repay interest on the provisions borrowed today. Furthermore, they wish to use our warriors to assist them in breaching the Jinyu division in Yujing City. Such audacity is intolerable. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in discussion, some expressing anger while others felt elated. My king, Why not agree to their terms? Once our tribe unifies the northern wilderness, not only will we forego interest, but whether we repay today's debts will ultimately be at your discretion. Moreover, concerning the prison break mentioned in the letter, with the cooperation of the Great Yin Crown Prince, we would only need to sacrifice a few dozen men to achieve it. Indeed, my king, we cannot let this rare opportunity slip by. We have spent half a month here, languishing in the northern pavilion, and only met the chancellor of the Great Yin yesterday. The young men of our tribe cannot wait much longer. If we do not return with provisions soon, rebellion is certain. Yet some elders voiced their dissent. I implore you, my king, to reconsider. There must be a trap in what even their chancellor dares not undertake. His words garnered considerable agreement among the assembly. However, it was soon countered by an elder. We cannot afford to wait any longer. The situation in the northern desert is ever-changing. Do you truly wish to witness that young girl trample upon the throne of the fierce wind? To see our valiant warriors bow before the feet of a mere child? Ever since the previous king of the northern desert, who once dominated the realm, met his untimely demise, the 8 fractured courts have been engulfed in chaos, vying for control of the sacred mountain and the title of the one true king. The situation seemed destined to stagnate for an extended period. Yet last year, an unknown girl emerged, claiming to be the daughter of the former king. In just a year, she consolidated 2 major courts with an unstoppable force, becoming one of the most formidable powers on the northern grasslands. Moreover, her next ambition is to assimilate the fierce wind court, with the survival of our tribe at stake. The debate among the elders grew increasingly intense. The fierce wind king, weighing the pros and cons, fell into deep contemplation before resolutely declaring, enough. Agree to their terms. It is merely a prison break. As long as we do not harm any important figures of the Great Flame, and, with the Crown Prince's protection, the conflict shall not escalate. Prepare swiftly. Chapter 23. The Secret of Bailuo Shen on Juke Street, within the princess's residence, beneath the moonlight. Xiao Yi delicately toyed with a blood-colored wolf-shaped jade pendant, translucent as amber. At first glance, this Tianling blood jade appeared unremarkable, its clarity deceiving the eye. Yet, when one invoked a specific secret technique, infusing it with blood energy, an entirely different realm would unfold. When the Duke of Zhao entrusted this artifact to Xiao Yi, he withheld the incomplete secret method he possessed. Perhaps it was unintentional, or perhaps he wished to keep Xiao Yi ignorant of the jade's refinement process. However, Xiao Yi had already mastered the complete technique during his time in the northern desert. Had he truly reached such a level of mastery? If he continued, the Duke would undoubtedly face a fate worse than death within 3 months. Regardless of the method employed to refine the Tianling blood jade, it was an ill omen. For upon success, one's life would become irrevocably linked to the jade. Should the jade shatter, so too would its wielder perish. Furthermore, if the bearer lacked the bloodline of the northern desert, the outcome would be even more dire. Buzz. As Xiao Yi clutched the Tianling blood jade, his eyes flickered, revealing glimpses of the ethereal azure pupils. Hiss! Suddenly, the entire blood jade ignited, tendrils of black mist spiraling upward. Howl! Accompanied by a furious wolf's howl. A torrent of crimson mist surged forth from the jade, engulfing the entire residence. Beneath the hazy full moon, the swirling blood mist coalesced into a ferocious blood-colored wolf spirit, its gaping maw ready to devour. Thud! As the oppressive maw drew near to Xiao Yi, it collided with an invisible barrier, unable to breach this ethereal shield. No matter how it roared in fury, please do not damage my courtyard. As Xiao Yi raised his gaze and extended his hand, the wolf spirit's cries abruptly transformed. A woo! A hand, solidified from true energy and as smooth as jade, radiated a gentle glow. With a mere touch, the wolf spirit trembled, its eyes wide in terror, its fur bristling and its limbs quaking, emitting low whimpers. It was, after all, the guardian of the celestial of eternal life, elucidating the sudden demise of the previous king of the northern desert. Standing at the precipice of fate was never a position of comfort. The last king had been exalted to an unsustainable height. Some tribes in the northern desert depicted the celestial at his feet, venerating him as their supreme deity. From the perspective of those exalted beings, when even their guardian began to usurp sustenance from its master, what purpose would there be in continuing to exist? From this moment forth, the jade shall reign, and you shall serve. Xiao Yi spoke softly, as if enunciating heavenly decrees. Upon his words, the invisible threads of fate entwining the wolf spirit were severed. Its gaze transformed from ferocity to a vacant stare, akin to a hound that had been struck senseless by a shovel, subdued into obedience. Within the crystalline depths of the blood jade, a pristine white wolf fang began to coalesce. Now, by merely employing Xiao Yi's revised method of the Heavenly Demon Scripture, he could effortlessly refine the Tianling blood jade without the risk of the extreme consequence of shattering and demise. Xiao Yi glanced towards a shadowed area where the moonlight did not reach. A figure clad in fractured black armor gradually materialized, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, deliver this to Wu Yiweling of the Canglong Royal Court in the Northern Desert. Xiao Yi casually tossed the blood jade to the figure in black armor. Your Highness, this... Yuan Kuei held the blood jade with both hands, somewhat astonished. He had heard tales of the sacred relics from the Northern Desolation, treasures capable of summoning wolf riders from the Black Forest. To entrust such a precious artifact to a person from the Northern Desolation seemed to reflect an audacious confidence on your Highness's part. Should the recipient harbor ulterior motives and consolidate power in the North, it could potentially give rise to a second witch clan posing a threat to the Great Yin. Go! The command came. The situation in the Northern Desolation grows increasingly chaotic. After delivering this item, you shall remain there temporarily, assisting the deputy lords of Qianmu Tower to help the Canglong Royal Court establish its foothold. Understood. Upon hearing of your Highness's foresight, Yuan Kuei dispelled his concerns. He accepted the blood jade and bowed before taking his leave. Meanwhile, a tremor coursed through Xiao Yi's mind as the celestial tower stirred, delivering a message. Replication successful. Acquired the innate destiny. Born Martial Sovereign, Radiant Gold. Born Martial Sovereign, Radiant Gold Refinement, Level 99, Supreme Radiant Gold Destiny. The more severely the physical body is damaged, the more formidable the life source becomes upon restoration. After the 19th Ascension, one may advance to the Ascended Celestial Body, Imperial Orange. This was Yuan Kuei's most potent destiny, one Xiao Yi had replicated numerous times over the past few days, finally succeeding when hope had nearly faded. Although the enhancement to Xiao Yi's strength from the Ascended Realm Destiny was negligible, even the smallest accumulation could eventually transform into unparalleled might, forming the foundation for his breakthrough. In 2 days, the winter hunt would commence, this year's location selected as Ice Soul Mountain. Xiao Yi perused the reports from the Great Yin Court. The winter hunt, held annually, required participation from the royal offspring residing in the capital. Those who managed to hunt rare and exotic beasts would receive rewards. However, the allure extended beyond mere accolades. Each chosen location was one of the 4 sacred mountain secret realms, concealing countless opportunities coveted by outsiders. The elite sects of the world coveted these, yet they could only wait for the grand examination held every 7 years to qualify for entry. Ice Soul Mountain. Xiao Yi recalled the secrets associated with it. There existed a 6-turn secret, chronicling a certain area of Ice Soul Mountain that safeguarded an unparalleled treasure of divine weaponry. The details were vague, suggesting that the artifact's value far surpassed that of the 6-turn secrets or even the relics of immortals. Such a rare entity piqued Xiao Yi's interest. Even if he had no use for it, he could bestow it upon those around him to enhance their strength. After a brief moment of reverie, Xiao Yi awakened slowly. Within his mind, the celestial tower began to stir once more. A hazy radiance illuminated from the bottom up, layer by layer, ultimately resting upon the 7th level. Secrets of the 7th turn. Did you know? The White Goddess of the North Xiang Royal Court, due to her extraordinary talents, instilled fear in the 12 shamanic gods of the Witch Clan. They joined forces at any cost to cast a 12-fold exile spell. The fact that the White Goddess is still alive today is nothing short of a miracle. A single layer of the exile spell can annihilate a peerless prodigy. A 9-fold spell can instantly slay a remnant of an ascended immortal, and a 12-fold spell is unprecedented, no matter how powerful the consciousness or the body. All shall ultimately turn to ash. A few days ago, Bailuo Shen sought to persuade her grandfather to abandon the decree of marriage, as she sensed that her lifespan might not extend beyond 30 years, and she did not wish to burden him. Listening to the voice echoing in his mind, Xiao Yi felt a ripple pass through the tranquil lake of his heart. It must be said that his admiration for this female assassin grew increasingly profound. The mere act of surviving was a remarkable feat, yet she still considered the well-being of others. Within the Heavenly Family's treasury, there existed a few extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. When combined, they might diminish the potency of the immortal binding curse. Since the Yanwu Emperor ceased to attend to state affairs, the Heavenly Family treasury had remained dormant for 7 years, only opening to the victors of the biennial talented examination. Aside from special rewards, to concoct the washing immortal liquid using the treasures I possess, at least 3 quotas for entry into the treasury would be required. However, before contemplating this matter, there was something of greater significance. Xiao Yi closed his eyes, traversing vast distances in his mind, and softly uttered, "Huang Long." Take a journey to the northern domain and procure the head of a great witch. Simultaneously, in the numerous academies of Zhongzhou, the library pavilions of the Dao sect, the various guardians of the archives, each with distinct appearances, raised their heads in unison, responding in respectful chorus. We shall dutifully adhere to the command of the left sovereign. Chapter 24, The Second Secret Letter. 3 days later, Yujing City, Barbarian Residence, Northern Pavilion. Tomorrow marks the onset of the winter hunt. Why has the Eastern Palace suddenly changed its mind? No longer a prison break, but instead instructing us to assassinate the Crown Prince of the Yuan. The officials accompanying the delegation from the Lifeng royal court, upon perusing the second secret letter sent by the Eastern Palace, wore expressions of profound discontent. Such audacity! It seems the people of Dian are deliberately toying with us. Not necessarily. It appears the Eastern Palace desires us to pledge our allegiance. Once the heir is slain, we shall have no choice but to stand alongside the Crown Prince. This time, however, dissenting voices were particularly numerous. While killing the Yuan Wang's heir may be straightforward, how shall we extricate ourselves afterward? Clearly, they intend to use us as scapegoats. Have you all lost your minds? What madness is this? We have no avenue for retreat. If we refuse, we shall return as disgraced dogs. With this secret letter as our guarantee, the dying Crown Prince would not dare to abandon us. Yet he is the sole offspring of Yuan Wang. Once the truth comes to light, we shall undoubtedly face the frenzied retribution of the Dian people. Observing the bickering among the officials without making a decision, a somewhat vacant-eyed emissary from the northern plains suddenly spoke. Fear not. The Nanzhao kingdom is situated in the southern frontier, vastly distant from the northern plains. Even with 1 million soldiers, Yuan Wang cannot traverse the Mongchuan River to invade us. Can he? Presently, the eternal night tribes beyond the borders of Nanzhao are stirring restlessly, and Yuan Wang, stationed at the Demon Suppression Pass, cannot possibly divert his attention. Upon hearing this, coupled with the even more generous rewards mentioned in the second secret letter, the Lifeng king promptly reached a resolution. He declared firmly, "When have the ministers of the Lifeng royal court ever feared such matters? We shall exert every effort to kill the heir." Once consensus was achieved, the Northern Plains officials' gazes turned resolute, pounding their chests in solidarity for the glory of the Lifeng royal court. Central Plains border. In an unnamed canyon, remnants of swords and shattered halberds littered the ground, corpses strewn about, and the stench of blood was overwhelming. The expressionless black-armored general of the blood-floating pagoda withdrew a blood-red spear from the lifeless body of a recently deceased enemy soldier. 60 years have passed since the fall of the Dayu nation, yet these madmen continue to haunt us. The black-armored general scoffed. The blood-red spear swept forward. Before him, 2 dismembered remnants of Dayu soldiers, still gritting their teeth, charged forth and were instantly obliterated. Scanning the canyon, thousands of bodies lay sprawled. Under the charge of the blood-floating pagoda, they had been nearly ground into pulp, a sight too horrific to behold. Yet despite this, not a single one of these madmen retreated. Some even dragged down a few of the blood-floating pagoda's warriors with them. "My lady," How shall we dispose of these bodies? The black-armored general rode back to the mouth of the canyon, which was also in disarray, bearing the scars of recent battle. Bury them where they lie. These remnants are but lost souls. Among the three former great dynasties, after the fall of the Dying and Daong, apart from those who perished in battle, nearly all chose to surrender. Only Du, from the emperor down to the common soldier, resolutely chose death over capitulation amid the collapse of their homeland. This land of the Central Plains has soaked in the blood of countless Yu people. Millions of armored warriors and a millennium of glory have been interred with the Yu emperor in the annals of a bygone era. Yet, even after several decades, some individuals still cannot forget the national grievances and familial resentments. No matter how splendid the Dayan dynasty may be, it is not theirs. Their homes were long destroyed 60 years ago. This is a response from a venerable old soldier of the Great Yu, on the brink of death, to the words spoken amidst the blood-soaked pagoda. The emperor has already pardoned you. Why do you refuse to live well? It is sufficient to have come this far. General Yu, bury these bodies and return. Bailuo Shen gazed towards the heart of Zhongzhou, bidding farewell to the blood-soaked pagoda, embarking on her solitary journey home. Her gaze transformed from serene to sharp, her brow reflecting an imposing demeanor. Just moments ago, she received a secret letter from an unknown sender, which stated that an envoy from the northern desert intended to assassinate the heir during the winter hunt. She chose to believe it rather than dismiss it. At this moment, with less than half a day remaining until the winter hunt, the secret realm of Ice Soul Mountain had already been opened. Bailuo Shen had been closely monitoring the various circumstances in Yujing. She understood that the multitude of troubles faced by the heir stemmed from the betrothal. If the heir were to perish because of her this time, she feared she would regret it for a lifetime. Following the blood-soaked pagoda was becoming rather slow. She must return to Yujing at the utmost speed, even though the journey might still hold ambushes. Outside Yujing City, at the four sacred mountains, soldiers stood like a forest, banners fluttering in the wind. Today marked the winter hunt, with royal relatives and esteemed officials gathered at the foot of the four sacred mountains. Dear nephew, your fifth uncle must venture to the Bone Mountain secret realm to pave the way in preparation for the grand examination. So I shall not accompany you to frolic in Ice Soul Mountain. In the prince's camp, a middle-aged man, taller than Yuan Kuei and clad in a python robe, approached Xiao Yi with a smile. He ranked fifth among the princes and held the title of Dongning Wang. Years ago, he had been saved by the Crown Prince during the dynastic war. Dongning Wang never carried himself with arrogance. He was quite affable when addressing Xiao Yi. Outsiders described him as someone who balanced mercy and vengeance, possessing both courage and wisdom, thus earning the title of a virtuous king. You've lost weight after several years. Uncle, Xiao Yi greeted him with a smile. Those who survived since the era of Emperor Wu were never simple characters. Despite Dongning Wang appearing as plump as a Methriya Buddha, with a kind smile and devoid of any semblance of authority. Only those whose strength reached a certain level could vaguely sense the terrifying aura he exuded. Nephew, you have an eye for observation. I too feel I have slimmed down. When the grand examination occurs, we must catch up. Dongning Wang chuckled heartily, patting his belly. The others in the Crown Prince's camp exchanged glances, feeling quite vexed. The princess' heart seemed rather too large. The second royal grandson was still imprisoned by the heir's people. Others were eager to distance themselves from the heir, fearing future retribution from the Crown Prince. As their temporary leader, Dongning Wang appeared to have a good rapport with the heir. Your Highness, the time is nearly upon us. The accompanying ghost doctor calmly glanced towards Xiao Yi and respectfully informed Dongning Wang. Very well, Dongning Wang nodded, leading the Eastern Palace's entourage into a sacred mountain secret realm. The so-called four sacred mountains were not true mountain ranges, but rather a secret realm established years ago by the Flame Martial Emperor through grand mystical powers. Ancient historical records reveal that the true locations of these sacred mountains lie at the four extremes of the heavens. In the far east, there exists Thunderpool Mountain, a place endowed with an inexhaustible source of thunder. It is said that several Taoist sages, in their pursuit of enlightenment, willingly led their entire sects to submit to the Great Yin Dynasty in order to cultivate within Thunderpool Mountain. In the far west lies Bone Mountain, infused with the eternal essence of blood and malevolence. The most formidable of the Great Yuan's military forces, the Northern Border Army, has endured the trials of life and death amidst the perils of Bone Mountain. To the south, Blood Nirvana Mountain harbors divine flames deep within its range, capable of incinerating immortals and granting mortals the chance to attain a state of rebirth, elevating them to the level of terrestrial deities overnight. Finally, in the far north resides Ice Soul Mountain, perpetually shrouded in snow and ice, home to countless resilient beasts. Throughout the annals of ancient history, it was only the invincible Emperor Yenwu who dared to open the passageways to the secret realms of the four sacred mountains, gathering them in one location for the benefit of all cultivators in the world. During the grand examination of talents, theoretically, all practitioners who passed the preliminary tests would gain access to the four sacred mountains to seek their own opportunities. Furthermore, the imperial family would dispatch personnel in advance to sweep through these sacred realms, purging the formidable forces that ordinary mortals could not withstand. In previous times, these tasks were orchestrated by Emperor Yenwu himself. However, after relinquishing control, the responsibility fell to whoever held power. Xiao Yi cast his gaze afar and discerned the approaching carriage of the Prince of Wei, accompanied by a procession from the palace, which included eunuchs and the resplendent golden phoenix throne. Chapter 25. King Wei, the Heavenly Demon Sect, and the Yellow Dragon during this winter's hunting expedition. The three actual power holders of the Tian family were conspicuously absent. The King of Dongning represented the Crown Prince and had ventured into the Haigui Mountains to eliminate hidden threats. In the camp of the Qi King, King Wei made his entrance, accompanied by four majestic steeds, adorned with dragon whiskers and scaled armor, pulling his royal carriage. He did not reveal himself, yet. The mere hint of pressure emanating from the carriage caused souls to tremble, instilling a fear that compelled many to instinctively avert their gaze or bow in submission. Upon the arrival of King Wei, several eminent figures from the three sects and high-ranking court officials stationed outside the four sacred mountains instinctively turned their eyes away. This was no mere coincidence. King Wei was known for his intense malevolence and ruthless methods. He not only engaged with those of the demonic path, but also held little regard for the three sects and the so-called righteous paths of the world. In the grand empire of Dian, there existed an ancient sect known as the Heavenly Demon Sect, which was frequently viewed as an outcast by the foremost powers of righteousness, often leading to violent confrontations. Yet, King Wei audaciously disregarded the prohibitions set by the leaders of these righteous sects, sheltering the Heavenly Demon Sect and even nurturing its followers. This reality was well understood by the leaders of the major powers and the upper echelons of the three sects. However, none dared to confront King Wei directly. Years prior, a fledgling disciple from a celestial sect, confident in his beliefs that good was good and evil was evil, boldly pointed out King Wei's numerous transgressions in front of an audience, emboldened by the support of his sect. Alas, that youth's sect was subsequently annihilated, leaving no trace behind. In the aftermath, not a single leader of the righteous sects dared to utter a word against him. What punishment did King Wei face? Merely a rebuke from the Qi King, suggesting that the actions of the three kings were somewhat excessive. King Wei's contributions to the establishment of Dian were indeed monumental. From a young age, he had displayed a profound thirst for bloodshed, serving as a vanguard for the martial emperor in numerous campaigns, conquering cities and vanquishing foes with unparalleled prowess, leaving only corpses in his wake. Among the 24 generals, he bore the heaviest burden of bloodshed. Even the king of Baixiang paled in comparison. King Wei stood as the sole individual who had personally achieved the massacre of 10,000. As King Wei's carriage entered the secret realm of Shui Nia Mountain, many outside the four sacred mountains exhaled heavily, relieved. Being in proximity to King Wei was akin to being ensnared in an ice cavern, the palpable aura of terror chilling the very essence of those nearby. Is that the protector by Ming from the Heavenly Demon Sect beside King Wei? Xiao Yi inquired with a hint of amusement, glancing at the princess Zhao Hua beside him. Brother Nianin, your keen observation prevails. With the support of my father, protector by Ming's status within the Heavenly Demon Sect now ranks just below the leader and the two esteemed envoys, Zhao Hua replied with a gentle smile. How about it, Brother Yenin? Have you considered forming an alliance with me? She was unperturbed by the notion of appearing ostentatious, believing that occasionally showcasing strength could entice the wavering neutral parties to willingly join forces. However, Xiao Yi did not respond to her question. Instead, he smiled and queried, "Why is it that you say he ranks just below the two esteemed envoys? Is it not recorded in the royal archives that the yellow dragon is the foremost among the 5 protectors?" The yellow dragon? Princess Zhao Hua mused. Perhaps that was the case 60 years ago. The Heavenly Demon Sect is not a monolith. Only Protector by Ming and a handful of followers remain loyal to King Wei. If the King of Wei truly allied with a nefarious leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the situation in the court would not be as it is now. Naturally, these clandestine matters would remain undisclosed to Xiao Yi. With a delicate furrow of her brows, Zhao Hua remarked, "During the last gathering of the Heavenly Demon Sect at the South Sea Divine City, all 4 guardians, along with the enigmatic Right Envoy, were present. Yet the Huanglong was conspicuously absent. Perhaps he has perished. If he were still alive, why has no one seen him act in 60 years? And why does he dare defy the leader's commands?" Xiao Yi nodded in agreement, perhaps. Zhao Hua smiled knowingly and transmitted, "I have answered your queries. So, does that mean Brother Nian and has agreed to assist me?" Xiao Yi replied with a chuckle, "I shall consider it more seriously when you can gain control of the Heavenly Demon Sect." "Brother Nian, are you jesting with me?" Zhao Hua bit her silver teeth in frustration. With a huff, she turned to leave, opting not to venture into the already scoured Ice Soul Mountain, but instead stepping into the perilous unknown of Blood Nirvana Mountain. Regardless of the alliance, should the North Xiang Wangfu obstruct my path in the future, I shall show no mercy. Zhao Hua's voice grew icy, her demeanor shedding the guise of a docile sister, her aura increasingly resembling that of the King of Wei. "Young master, we must not offend the offspring of the Wei royal family. Do not be deceived by this little girl's demeanor before you. Her methods are even more ruthless than the young Wei King-s. It is said that her brothers have all been incapacitated by her. The most notorious dandy of Yujing, who feared nothing, trembled under the frigid gaze of Princess Zhao Hua, and only dared to murmur in Xiao Yi's presence after she departed. Qin Mo felt a sense of despair. If in the future the young master and this esteemed lady found themselves at odds, he feared he would be the first to suffer. Xiao Yi said, "Enough idle chatter. Are the preparations you were instructed to make complete?" Qin Mo swiftly adjusted his mood, transforming from a woeful expression to a bright smile as he presented a mask. "As per your command. This mask of the Northern Desert King crafted from celestial materials is simply exquisite, perfectly complementing your distinguished aura." Xiao Yi disregarded Qin Mo's elaborate flattery, examining the golden mask, which was indeed well crafted. Unfortunately, it was merely a replica. The genuine article was likely still on the battlefield of the Northern Desert, contended by the 8 great royal courts. However, the true mask was of inferior material compared to this one, possessing only special symbolic significance. Following the loss of the Northern Desert relic, the people revered the mask once worn by the former Northern Desert King as a sacred object, believing it to stabilize the royal court's fortune. Any Northern Desert individual encountering the mask would show it due respect. Of course, if it were exposed as a counterfeit, it would be seen as an affront to the dignity of the Northern Desert people, potentially inciting frenzied retribution. Let us proceed. Most of the royal offspring had already entered Ice Soul Mountain. After donning the mask, Xiao Yi, accompanied by Yi Kei, stepped into the secret realm of the sacred mountain. Within Ice Soul Mountain, the eternal ice remained unthawed, with icy winds permeating the air and freezing the true qi within one's body. It was essential to wear a mask made of special materials to mitigate the effects of the cold winds. However, Qin Mo's constitution was too frail. Even with the mask, he could not endure for long and could only wait outside anxiously. He leapt up, waving his hand. "Your Highness, everything is proceeding smoothly. I have warmed the wine, awaiting your arrival." Within the icy realm of Ice Spirit Mountain, the expanse of heaven and earth stretched before him, blanketed in pristine white snow. The undulating mountain ridges resembled majestic white dragons weaving through the landscape, a sight both breathtaking and soul-stirring. Hiss! Many royal scions and their attendants, experiencing this frigid environment for the first time, trembled uncontrollably. Even with specialized masks shielding them from the biting winds, they felt an icy chill seeping into their bones, instinctively retracting their outstretched hands. Let us remain by the warmth of the fire, waiting for prey to approach before we hunt. I have heard that the deeper one ventures into Ice Spirit Mountain, the colder it becomes. The inner layers harbor frigid currents capable of freezing one's very soul. Someone suggested. Numerous reluctant participants, merely sent here by their elders for training, gathered together for warmth. How unfair. Those disciples of the celestial sect, who had painstakingly endeavored, even willing to serve as attendants to gain entry, cast disdainful glances, their hearts seething with unspoken grievances. The court's members could enter at will, yet they failed to cherish such opportunities. Were they to be seen by those outside, the aspirants of the celestial sect who yearned for entry, they might very well be driven to rage. Ultimately, it was the tyrannical nature of the Emperor of Yin and the oppressive rule of the Great Yin court that had altered the balance. Years ago, cultivation resources were predominantly controlled by the sects, with the remaining fraction available to the dynasty's practitioners and the common folk. Now, however, the court suppressed all other paths. One day, their sect elders would surely alter this paradigm, and that day would not be far off. Watching the agitated celestial disciples depart towards the depths of Ice Spirit Mountain, Xiao Yi couldn't help but shake his head. By the end of the martial emperor's decade-long agreement, the world would likely be more chaotic than imagined. Meanwhile, within a den of ice bears nestled in the heart of Ice Spirit Mountain, several northerners clad in the standard armor of the Great Yin were feasting upon the flesh and blood of the ice bears. Suddenly, a shaman from the north, eyes tightly shut, opened them abruptly, coughing blood, and hoarsely declared, "General, the heir of the Abyssal King has entered." Chapter 26. The Court of the Gale, King Yuan, the heir of the Abyssal King, entered the chamber. As he opened his eyes, the northern sorcerer was suddenly overtaken by an expression of sheer terror. Dark flames of dread ignited within his eyes, and blood gushed from his 7 orifices as he rasped, "Flee! Flee!" before he could complete his sentence. His head slumped, and his life force extinguished. Who? The surrounding northern warriors were alarmed, sensing a formidable threat. They drew their blades, yet the cavern remained eerily silent. "General," the warriors, still shaken, turned to their steadfast leader, a one-eyed general exuding calm. The sorcerer who had perished was a black shaman of their Gale tribe, a figure revered even by the Gale King himself. What calamity could have befallen him to meet such a grotesque end? In the north, even the weakest black shaman was untouchable, for they were the apostles of the eternal heavens, the eyes of the divine. To slay them would be an affront to the eternal heavens. Remain composed. The one-eyed general unsheathed his long blade, planting it firmly into the ground, and remarked with a sardonic smile, "I have long heard the treacherous and perilous nature of the sacred mountain's secret realm of Dian, and now that I witness it firsthand, its reputation is indeed well-deserved. A mere death, what is there to fear? Once severed from the protection of the eternal heavens, he is but a mortal flesh. If he beheld that which ought not to be seen, it is only natural he suffered a backlash. Now, we must discern the meaning of his flee. Did the heir discover our escape, or did he bid us to flee?" Yuan was an anomaly among the northern folk. He held no faith in the eternal heavens, nor did he believe in the existence of gods. Raised by the Wolf King, he began his battles upon emerging from the Black Forest, clawing his way through the lowest echelons, stepping upon countless corpses to attain his current standing. Throughout his journey, he relied solely on his own sharp fangs and the blade in his hand. However, before the northern warriors could voice their thoughts, the ground trembled violently, and the entire ice bear cave began to collapse rapidly. With a roar, as the frozen earth buckled, a colossal white figure erupted from the ice, materializing before the astonished onlookers. It resembled a gigantic ice-armored pangolin, its carapace adorned with hundreds of sharp, icy spines, and its elongated tail whipped through the air, creating a sonic boom. One northern warrior, wide-eyed and unprepared, failed to lift his blade in time, Under the force of a single lash of the tail, his armor, flesh, and bones were cleaved asunder with ease. Could the shaman's warning to flee be connected to this creature from below? I have long asserted that we should not have ventured into this inner realm. It remains unswept by the dying court, fraught with peril. As they witnessed the ice-armored behemoth's claws, sharper than any legendary weapon, effortlessly slaying the awakened northern warriors as if slicing through tofu, discontent began to stir within the ranks. Enough. Silence. Aside from momentary surprise, Hellion Jianyue quickly regained his composure. Unlike the others who scattered in fear, he stood his ground, his presence growing almost ethereal, akin to a patient hunter awaiting the opportune moment, as he slowly drew his curved blade from his waist. With a sharp ring, his body was enveloped in a faint blood mist, with over 300 acupoints emanating ominously. Muscles in his arms bulged as he unsheathed a glistening curved blade, his figure surging forth with fierce momentum. With a single stroke, the blade cleaved through the air, the force resembling a full moon, spanning several yards. Accompanied by a faint echo of wolf howls, the confluence of spirit and energy culminated in a decisive strike, sending a massive head soaring into the sky. Icy crystals mingling with blood in a torrential cascade. Hellion Jianyu landed, sheathing his sword, while the colossal corpse of the ice-armored beast crashed to the ground, leaving the mercenaries from the north, who had been attempting to encircle him, frozen in astonishment. The general's strength has grown once more. In that fleeting moment, I seemed to behold the winged totem of a celestial wolf, a sign of imminent ascension to the 11th realm. The despair of the northerners transformed into elation. They straightened their postures. With the general present, the young heir was surely doomed. Beneath the mask, no one could discern Hellion Jianyu's expression, yet his gaze remained icy. Do not rejoice too soon, for I have no intention of surviving this. Go forth, ascertain the heir's location, and utilize those items provided by the Crown Prince to lure out the beasts within Ice Soul Mountain, dispersing the royal entourage. Indeed, it is our honor to face death alongside a warrior of the general's caliber. Meanwhile, Night Sparrow furrowed her delicate brows. Worry etched across her face as she observed the figure seated atop the mountain peak. Your Highness, this place is ill-suited for cultivation. With a cough, Xiao Yi expelled a mixture of blood and ice crystals, his entire being growing weak, an aura of cold lingering around him. Upon witnessing the heir cough up blood, Night Sparrow turned pale and hurried forward, wishing to channel true energy and soul blood to heal him. Xiao Yi grasped herist, her. Shaking his head with a smile, it is of no consequence. The bloodshed is not due to a misstep in cultivation, but rather a deliberate act of absorbing the lethal essence of the ice marrow beneath the towering glaciers of Ice Soul Mountain, attempting to break down his own corporeal form. Such is the fate of one destined to become a martial sovereign. In this world, few things can truly injure his flesh. The royal archives record that the ice marrow beneath the layers of Ice Soul Mountain is immensely toxic. A single drop could incapacitate a martial deity, leading to the gradual decay of even a terrestrial immortal. Yet, after refining and absorbing a substantial quantity, he merely felt a slight chill. The blood he coughed up consisting of inconsequential remnants of ice marrow. However, not long ago he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Someone was employing sorcery, using the eyes of the local beasts to spy on him. Subsequently, he released Yan Jiuquan, who had been trapped in the Soul Lantern, now transformed beyond recognition. The new Yan Jiuquan, led by a malignant dragon consciousness, bore a more terrifying appearance, 3 heads and 6 arms, with the central head donning a bronze mask of a nether beast, while the heads on either shoulder resembled fearsome black dragons. Scales adorned his 6 arms, and he carried the map of Fengdu on his back, treading upon the waters of the River of Oblivion, eroded by blood-red malevolence. Merely revealing himself was enough to shatter the mental space of that black shaman. Thereafter, Xiao Yi observed everything unfolding within the cave through Yan Jiuquan's eyes. I once believed that the individuals from the Eastern Palace had clandestinely allowed the northern nomads to infiltrate for the purpose of wreaking havoc, only to discover that their true intention was to eliminate me. How strange, indeed. Although they captured the second prince, they did not take his life, and there exists no profound enmity between him and the Crown Prince. From the perspective of the Crown Prince, if he were truly seeking power, he would have no reason to target him, unless he had completely lost his sanity. Should they kill Bailuo Shen, the king of Baixiang might still consider the welfare of the realm and choose to endure. However, should they succeed in slaying Xiao Yi, there would be no need for the king of Yuan to intervene. The empress and the king of Qi could use this as a pretext to unite the king of Yuan and the other princes, obliterating the crown prince's foundation entirely. During the 7 years of his house arrest, the crown prince had countless opportunities to emerge, yet he chose not to. What could he possibly be contemplating in his seclusion? Is he concocting poison, or perhaps daring to take a reckless gamble? Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, then smiled in understanding, deciding not to dwell on it further. These questions would eventually reveal their answers. At present, his objective was to seize a grand opportunity hidden within the Ice Soul Mountain. Curiously, this opportunity lay in close proximity to the group of northern nomads. Suddenly, the entire secret realm of Ice Soul Mountain trembled as countless surrounding mountains quaked, and a beam of white light pierced the heavens. Through the lens of distant sight, it became evident that hundreds, if not thousands, of the exotic beasts inhabiting Ice Soul Mountain were frantically fleeing towards the periphery, creating a magnificent tide of beasts. The source of their frantic escape was none other than that beam of white light. Within this beam resided a chilling power capable of shattering souls, counterbalanced by an oppressive force as searing as a dragon's breath, as if two celestial beings were locked in a standoff. The individuals from the north, overwhelmed by this terrifying sense of oppression, found themselves at a loss. Was it not stated that the item provided by the Eastern Palace could only obliterate glaciers of 100 zhong? What have we inadvertently unleashed? Chapter 27. The Terror of the Northern Wilderness. The female assassin emerges. Roar, roar, roar. Within the confines of Ice Soul Mountain, the glaciers abruptly fractured, sending countless mythical beasts into a frenzied panic, their roars echoing through the heavens, triggering avalanches that swept across the mountains. Xiao Yi raised his gaze, stood, and transformed into a streak of light, heading directly into the tide of beasts. "Your Highness!" Night Sparrow exclaimed in surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his sword and plunged into the throng of beasts, pursuing the radiant streak, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. As Xiao Yi, in his radiant form, soared above the beasts, an even more frantic cacophony erupted from below. It was as if a terrifying creature had descended upon them, rather than a mere human. The tide of beasts abruptly bifurcated, half retreated in terror, while the other half charged forward with reckless abandon. Even when faced with the imminent avalanche, they did not retreat, preferring to be buried beneath the snow. The death warriors of the northern wilderness, witnessing Xiao Yi's silhouette and the mask adorning his face, momentarily froze. Then, their eyes reddened as they roared in fury. The audacity of the great Yin people. How dare they desecrate our king? Kill. Eliminate him. Yet before they could act, they were met by the returning horde of beasts. In an instant, the chilling screams and the roars of the beasts intertwined, filling the air. Damn it! Why have these beasts gone mad and turned back? The warriors of the northern wilderness, their eyes filled with rage, found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught of the beasts. As the two forces collided, several of the unsteady warriors were trampled into a bloody pulp, with beasts ahead and an avalanche behind. Half of them never even touched the hem of Xiao Yi's garment before meeting their demise. The remaining warriors were jolted back to reality by the blood splattering across their faces. In their astonishment and fury, they had no choice but to ignite their blood and engage in battle with the returning beasts. At this moment, Xiao Yi effortlessly reached the site of opportunity. This was a glacier blasted open by the people of the northern wilderness with thunderfire pills, revealing an intact ice cavern bathed in white light. Hellion Zhan Yu stood beside the beam of light, momentarily stunned upon seeing Xiao Yi's arrival. In his right eye, there was a unique pupil, exceptionally keen, capable of discerning the weaknesses of all living beings and perceiving their true essence. Yet, as he faced the young man adorned with the king's mask, He felt as though he was gazing upon an unfathomable horror lurking in the depths of a dark forest. No, this being was even more terrifying than the monstrous black mountain that could devour men. If the once mighty northern king, revered in the holy court, appeared to him as the immortal nine-headed bird of the eternal heaven totem, then the figure before him was akin to the resplendent sun, eternally suspended above the eternal heaven. He had no doubt that if that searing aura were to be fully unleashed, it would instantly annihilate him, body and soul. Once, Heavenly Demon Sect had denied the existence of gods in this world, but in this moment he believed, if there were to be a god among men, this unparalleled being before him was indeed divine. General, take action. Eliminate him. The warriors of the northern wilderness screamed at the top of their lungs. Yet Heavenly Demon Sect remained unresponsive. The ignorant are fearless. How could a young wolf that had merely glimpsed the mountain lord possess the courage to bare its fangs? Even though he repeatedly told himself that even a god could be slain, he still did not make any move to raise his hand. Xiao Yi casually summoned the curved blade of a deceased warrior from the north, and with a swift swing, he felled a snow wolf that had lost its way in panic. Just as he was about to brush past Heavenly Demon Sect, Hellion closed his eyes and finally lifted his blade, seeking a semblance of dignity in death. With a clang, their weapons clashed, and suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted. Xiao Yi looked on in confusion as an exceptionally striking woman clad in blood-stained dark garments appeared before him, her spear still dripping with fresh blood. A warrior from the north? The woman emanated a fierce aura, and as she blocked the blow, a trickle of blood escaped from her lips, not a fresh wound, but an old one. It was her. The surrounding North warriors were struck with terror upon recognizing her face, forever haunted by the immense disgrace from years past. A single woman, accompanied by merely 3,000 riders, had once penetrated through the 60,000-strong army of the North, reaching the very foot of the Holy Court, and shot down their royal banner adorned with the immortal nine-headed bird. Some among them had participated in that fateful hunt. The great Khans of the Golden Tents had united under the decree of the Holy Court, assembling 80,000 riders to hunt the 3,000 from the Yin on the plains. The result, however, was that all the leaders sent into battle were captured by this female goddess of slaughter, and the 80,000 iron cavalry of the Golden Tents crumbled like scattered sand, instilling fear in them and bringing shame upon the Holy Court. Bailuo Shen, upon seeing the woman's true face, Xiao Yi could hardly be mistaken about her identity. "You are the heir?" Bailuo Shen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, her taut nerves easing somewhat. The North warriors entering Ice Soul Mountain were clad in the armor of the Yin, while the mask of the North King that Xiao Yi wore led her to mistakenly believe he was an assassin from the North sent for the heir. A misunderstanding would be preferable. She had rushed back to the capital from the border of Zhongzhou, traversing through starry nights, and encountered 2 ambushes along the way. Exhausted to the brink of unconsciousness, she feared not for herself, but for the heir's safety. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the glacier, shaking the very earth. The frenzied beasts around them quivered, their pupils dilating as if witnessing something terrifying, trembling on the ground. Even as the North warriors continued to slay them, they dared not raise their heads or move. In that moment of fate, a soaring beam of white light suddenly expanded, engulfing Xiao Yi while outside. A massive blue figure brushed past him. Roar! It was a 1,000-year-old cold dragon, resembling a hornless serpent, its elongated body capable of coiling around mountains, its scales reflecting a chilling brilliance. In its azure dragon eyes resided boundless majesty and a hint of ferocity. Its claws, as hard as divine weapons, rested upon the iceberg, cleaving through the millennial-old ice, and as it roared, a terrifying blizzard swept through the sky. Several airborne beasts that had not yet landed, and the North warriors attempting to flee into the air, were instantaneously consumed by the icy tempest, leaving no trace behind. Within the icy cave, Xiao Yi glanced back, the swirling snow obscuring his vision, yet he could faintly discern the cold dragon's intent to devour him. Blood-red plum blossoms flourished amidst the tempest. The white goddess, enveloped in the spell of the immortal's curse, valiantly confronted the cold dragon despite her grievous injuries. Xiao Yi attempted to shatter the icy cavern, but the intertwining forces within the radiant beam formed an unexpectedly formidable defense, impervious to swift breach. Was the power of this cave interconnected with the entire Ice Soul Mountain's secret realm? Regaining his composure, Xiao Yi's consciousness probed this place of opportunity. Before him lay two artifacts exuding a potent aura of the celestial. One was a fierce divine bow, entirely crimson like flowing lava, constructed from the sacred Nirvana Phoenix wood, embedded with 9 fiery mysterious crystals. The other artifact radiated an even more divine presence, resembling a bronze cauldron, its surface engraved with images of mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon, depicting a serpent bird devouring a dragon. Xiao Yi's gaze swept across the nearby icy wall, where a dense script revealed a preface and a cultivation method. The essence conveyed that upon mastering the ice elemental true qi of the cave's master, one could become immune to the frigid poison of the ice essence and traverse the barrier before the celestial artifacts. He aspired to reclaim the 9 heavens burning sky bow, which had once struck him down alongside the dragon's sparrow divine cauldron, an enigma he had never fully comprehended in his lifetime. The cave's master notably cautioned that the requirements for a successor to attain the ice elemental true qi were exceedingly stringent. One should never attempt to approach the ice essence barrier without reaching an unparalleled mastery, for without a decade of cultivation, touching it would be tantamount to death. Was it truly that simple? Merely requiring a physical form to pass through the ice essence barrier? Xiao Yi resolved to charge forward. He could not afford to squander time cultivating the ice elemental true qi. Chapter 28. The Sage's Treasure. The sky-devouring bow amidst the howling wind and swirling snow. A figure clad in blood-red attire, intertwined with 9-color divine energies, tore through the endless icy veil, engaging in a fierce battle with the frigid serpent, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the precarious balance between life and death, Bailuo Shen remained distracted by the situation within the icy cave. Observing Xiao Yi risking the corrosive chill to assist her, her heart tightened in alarm. Stop! The cold poison of Ice Soul Mountain was exceptionally insidious and frigid. Even divine beings could suffer severe bodily harm from the chilling marrow. Although the air bore the fate of the Great Flame Nation and was protected by formidable dragon energy, such actions were akin to wagering one's life in a perilous gamble. Roar! Amid the blizzard, the frigid serpent howled in pain, its cold gaze revealing deep-seated trepidation. The blood-clad female assassin opposite it, provoked by some unseen force, radiated a terrifying killing intent. Her ruthless tactics grew increasingly fearsome, leaving its scales battered and bloodied. Had Ice Soul Mountain not been its territory, continuously replenishing its divine strength, the serpent might have already succumbed to the wrath of this unparalleled warrior. As the storm intensified, the frigid serpent, now gravely wounded, succumbed to complete fury. Flee! The mercenaries of the northern desert were left with but a singular thought. They were warriors of death, but not foolish enough to march towards certain doom. In this moment, the female assassin paid them no mind, and the air was ensnared. It was their chance to escape. Only Hellion Zhanyue remained frozen in place, akin to a statue of ice. Truly, the general was a pillar of the royal court, still contemplating assassination. We shall pave the way for the general. The remaining northern desert mercenaries dared not delay, igniting their lifeblood to activate their totemic divine patterns, transforming into light to flee. At that moment, Ye arrived. Who dares to obstruct our path? The 4 surviving mercenaries, having successfully escaped the storm, revealed their fierce intent. Those who had made it this far were no weaklings. After nourishing their totems with blood, 3 exuded the aura of the 9th realm of martial arts, while 1 rivaled a grandmaster of the 10th realm. Ye understood that those capable of being assassins were predominantly warriors of death. Without further inquiry, she drew her sword and charged. The sword light danced, and the sharp blade's aura swept forth like a tempest. The 4 from the northern desert did not flinch, grinning as the flowing energy around them merged with their shoulder totems, transforming into the fierce silhouettes of 4 savage beasts, lunging forward. The chaotic sword light obliterated one beast silhouette before dimming significantly. As the remaining three were about to engulf Yi, she suddenly sheathed her sword, closed her eyes, and then reopened them, a flash of crimson emerging. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze. Her long hair cascaded like a silver river, and a dark moon appeared behind her. With a mere gesture, countless blood swords hung in the sky, descending like a hail of arrows. Eternal knights, otherworldly beings. The leading mercenary, a 10th realm warrior, widened his eyes, barely managing a horrified scream before the blood swords pierced through his body, reducing him to ice shards engulfed by the snowstorm. The remaining three were paralyzed with fear, their hearts racing as they sought to escape in different directions. Yet, the silver-haired woman drew her sword once more, a streak of blood appearing in the realm, and as their vision spun, they beheld their own headless corpses, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Meanwhile, within the icy cave, Xiao Yi had forcibly breached the barrier of ice marrow, the cold poison within him coalescing into an extremely frigid golden elixir, eroding his meridians. After expelling a mouthful of residue laced with the chilling toxin, he approached two relics of the celestial realm. Upon contact, a surge of information flooded his mind. Was this an artifact of the saints? The sacred objects here were not merely revered treasures like the blood jade of the celestial wolf, but true embodiments of the 13th realm's saints, exuding boundless sanctity. In this world, divine weapons and celestial relics can be classified into 5 tiers: precious treasures, divine weapons, forbidden artifacts, sacred objects, and ancestral divine weapons. Precious treasures are the most rudimentary of mundane weapons that have begun to cultivate sentience, typically nurtured over a lifetime by grandmasters of the martial arts, taking 20 years to produce a single precious treasure. Divine weapons are even rarer, mostly crafted by the world's premier swordsmiths and artifact masters, possessing innate intelligence and unparalleled sharpness, capable of slaying celestial beings when wielded adeptly. Strictly speaking, forbidden artifacts also fall under the category of divine weapons, but possess a heavier demonic nature. While they can grant powers far beyond those of divine weapons, the backlash is something that ordinary individuals cannot endure. Some formidable forbidden artifacts require the life essence of celestial beings to unleash their full potential. Such items are meticulously recorded by the imperial courts across the land, their deterrent power akin to that of a nuclear weapon, and daring to conceal them would invite severe retribution from the sections. As for sacred objects, they are often the culmination of a saint's lifetime, typically perfected into a single innate artifact, with their power contingent upon the wielder. However, their upper limits are terrifyingly high, unmatched by any forbidden artifact. Ancestral divine weapons, on the other hand, are exceedingly rare and often linked to ancient histories. Presently, Xiao Yi possessed only one ancestral divine weapon, which was not with him, but rather sealed within the headquarters of the Celestial Demon Sect, suppressing the slaughtering immortals formation. As his consciousness probed the imposing bow before him, further intricate details unfolded. 9 heavens burning sky bow. The bow's body is forged from Nirvana phoenix wood, with its string tempered from dragon sinews aged for millennia. When the moon is new, the string's patterns reveal dragon scales, and at the full moon, ancient fire god inscriptions emerge. It requires no physical arrows. Drawing the string gathers the fire spirits of heaven and earth, transforming into the ethereal forms of a fire phoenix, flame dragon, or golden crow. Fire god legacy. 3 absolute arrows of world incineration. Phoenix fall. The arrow launches like a blazing phoenix diving, igniting indestructible glass fire within a kilometer, capable of incinerating true chi shields. Dragon erosion requires comprehension of the ancient fire god inscriptions. The full moon arrow, empowered by the ancient fire god's might, can burn mountains and rivers to ashes. Sunset condenses the essence of the 9 blazing suns into a golden crow arrow. Those struck by it suffer the 9 suns' scorching soul torment for 7 days before death. As Xiao Yi grasped the 9 heavens burning sky bow, his consciousness was instantly drawn into a collapsing world of flames, where an ancient dragon soul, entirely crimson, roared in fury, seeking to devour him. Calmly, Xiao Yi's expression remained serene. With a mere utterance, his formidable cultivation, transcending heaven and earth, surged into this fiery realm, instantly manifesting countless chains of divine light to subdue the ancient dragon soul. At this moment, within the furious gaze of the dragon's soul, there manifested a flicker of human emotion. How audacious! I am the foremost divine general beneath the fire god. You. It is no wonder that this secret is known to but 6 transformations. The peril outweighs the opportunity. A remnant soul of an ancient sage seeks to resurrect itself through devouring its own weapon, alas, in the realm of flames. The magnificent silhouette shaped by Xiao Yi's cultivation effortlessly subdued the dragon soul. Die now. The essence of your fire god inscriptions may be preserved. The ancient dragon soul roared in rage. Yet no matter how fiercely it struggled, it was ultimately reduced to nothingness along with the fiery world. My transition from mortal to saint was on the verge of completion. I ought not to have intervened. What a pity. After this encounter, I shall require several days of slumber to recuperate. Xiao Yi seized the 9 heavens burning sky bow, and a terrifying divine flame swept through the icy cavern, obliterating layer upon layer of defenses in an instant. He turned, meeting the gaze of the goddess Bailuo, and with a flourish of the divine bow, he exclaimed with a smile, "It is said that my great yin female war god possesses unparalleled archery skills. I trust you shall not let me down, my lady." Chapter 29. The White Luo God. With both open and hidden arrows, I shall shield you. My lady, draw the bow. The 9 heavens burning sky bow spun gracefully, tearing through the blizzard to create a rift in the air. Bailuo Shen firmly caught the divine bow, her heart inexplicably tugged by the sight of Xiao Yi, whose complexion had turned pale and whose lips were stained with blood. The young prince was willing to endure the frigid poison just to procure the bow for her. He had not changed at all. The dazzling figure from years past, who exchanged his life for another's, killing the condemned prisoners of the witch clan, began to merge with the man before her. In their youth, had it not been for the prince's efforts to save others, how could his martial foundation have suffered? How could the king of Abyss have relinquished his claim to the throne to ensure the prince's peace? Had it not been for that accident, the prince would likely have become the most radiant presence among the younger generation of the royal family. Even the long-deceased Crown Prince, who was once hailed as the 3rd-generation martial emperor for his extraordinary talent, would pale in comparison. Alas, heaven jealously guards its gifted, and the cold poison of Ice Soul Mountain is no less formidable than a common curse. Bailuo Shen dared not dwell on the implications. Yet at this moment, her resolve was unwavering. As long as she could withstand the curse, she would protect him for a lifetime, even if he were destined to live as an ordinary man. Drawing the 9 heavens burning sky bow, the phoenix-carved eyes of the bow ignited with flames, the bowstring pulled taut to a crescent moon, ancient fire inscriptions flickering into view. 9-colored divine energy surged forth, and the elemental fire spirits of heaven and earth converged, as if a great sun were rising from the glacier, incinerating mountains and boiling seas. 3 arrowheads of crimson gold took form. As Bailuo Shen released the bowstring drawn to its zenith, a beam of divine light shot forth. The arrow's tail trailed fiery tassels, descending like a blood-red comet that tore through the heavens. Upon the glacier, the enraged cold dragon roared, its scales erupting, summoning an icy shield and turning to plunge into the frozen lake. Whoosh! In an instant, the wind and snow ceased. The world fell silent. The blazing light erupted like an ancient sun within Ice Soul Mountain. Following this, the sounds of phoenix cries, dragon roars, and arrow screams reverberated through the heavens and earth. The dragon scales of the cold dragon, once impervious, were reduced to ashes in the fiery glow. Its body, shrouded in a mist of blood, contorted for but a breath before it was entirely transformed into blackened charcoal, life extinguished. Its spirit was utterly obliterated, leaving only a few reverse scales that flickered with a faint light. At that moment, Hellion Zhanyue's eyes were bloodshot. The residual energy scorched his body, embedding him into the glacier, now charred black. Night Sparrow, having kept her distance, sustained only minor wounds and was racing to assist, seeing the princess's aura rapidly waning. She did not hesitate and rushed forward to support her. Princess Consort. Upon hearing this call, the fatigued Bailuo Shen managed a faint smile, succumbing to unconsciousness in tranquil relief. Within the icy cave, Xiao Yi was gathering a second celestial relic. He was slightly taken aback. This artifact was of even greater significance than the 9 heavens burning sky bow. It was an unparalleled divine weapon, albeit lacking in spiritual essence. Yet the material of this dragon cauldron was incomparable to any sage's life-bound object. The dragon-swallowing cauldron, forged from the divine bronze of mountains and rivers, the primordial gold of the heavens and earth, and the essence of the mysterious yellow, has housed countless spirit vessels. Yet all perished, unable to bear the immense fortune contained within the cauldron, rendering it merely a revered ancestral weapon. To refine this cauldron, one must infuse it with overwhelming fortune. Upon successful refinement, it can devour the fortune of myriad beings, transforming its own foundation into an everlasting one. When the dragon aura emanating from Xiao Yi made contact with the cauldron, this ancestral weapon recognized its master. Lacking sentience, it exhibited a faint desire to consume, akin to a famished child. Concurrently, Xiao Yi discerned its other formidable capabilities, the most terrifying being its ability to assist in the cultivation of one's fate. It could also intercept the fortune of dynasties, consume the scattered remnants of fate across the world, and absorb the fortunes of dragon descendants, endlessly augmenting its own power. As Xiao Yi examined his crimson fate, he noted the emergence of an additional aspect: dragon-swallowing python, red refinement degree 10. When a powerful figure of the same lineage falls within the dynasty, it can devour their fortune, condensing a red fate of divine quality, with no limits on quantity. Although he could replicate the fates of others daily, he was incapable of replicating the unique divine quality crimson fate. However, with the dragon cauldron, should a powerful royal fall, he could seize the fortune that should have returned to the dragon lineage, allowing him to refine a new divine quality crimson fate. As far as he knew, within the royal family, among the 7 sons of the Flame Martial Emperor, aside from the fallen eldest prince, each of the remaining 6 princes possessed a unique divine quality crimson fate. In other words, should they become embroiled in a fierce struggle for succession, with each fall, Xiao Yi would reap substantial benefits. If the fate of dragon-swallowing python were to reach completion, he might even extract the entire royal dragon lineage, transforming it into his own formidable strength, embarking on a singular path to the realm of the Great Divine. The realm of the Great Divine, the legendary 15th realm, is the pinnacle of the Tao. Any path, once traversed by a being of the Great Divine realm, would see subsequent prodigies, no matter how extraordinary. Halted at the 14th realm, the principles of the Tao remain unyielding throughout the ages, throughout the vast river of time, shining like a resplendent sun, illuminating eternity. The supreme beings who have attained the Great Divine realm are few and far between. Sword Tao, Martial Tao, Buddhist Tao, Divine Tao, Immortal Tao each has once witnessed a supreme being who attained the Great Divine realm. In truth, countless unparalleled talents have emerged throughout history, innovating upon these paths. Yet, they could only attain a fragmented state of the Great Divine realm at best. No matter how many innovations they made or how formidable their power grew, in the end, they merely became sustenance for that supreme being within their respective Tao. Xiao Yi's original ambition was not to tread the path of fate and attain the Great Divine realm. However, having an additional path is of no detriment. Historically, there have been dual-path Great Divine beings who have overshadowed multiple eras. Your Highness, a call from Night Sparrow pulled Xiao Yi back from his reverie. He glanced at the gravely wounded Bailuo Shen, sighed softly, and once more summoned the true qi within him, gently guiding her meridians. Within Bailuo Shen's channels, intricate dark red patterns intertwined. This was the 12-fold exquisite spell. For an ordinary person, the searing pain, akin to bone erosion, soul incineration, and heart piercing, would likely be unbearable, prompting them to choose a swift demise. Your Highness. Bailuo Shen gradually awakened, a trickle of startling crimson blood escaping from the corner of her lips. Within her exquisitely beautiful eyes, a captivating brilliance began to return. At this moment, Xiao Yi was carrying Bailuo Shen back, both appearing gravely injured. Yi Ke followed closely behind, guiding the despondent Hellion Zhanyue, whose heart lay in ashes. "Your Highness, please set me down. Your wounds are more severe than mine." Bailuo Shen's warm breath lingered by Xiao Yi's ear. Her heart filled with reluctance. Xiao Yi chuckled lightly and jested. "Since you have made your decision, the Emperor's decree of marriage will not be altered. Thus, it is only natural for me to carry the future consort." He observed her, though Bailuo Shen appeared fierce and formidable when she hardened her demeanor, resembling an unparalleled female assassin that instilled fear in the hearts of her enemies. In truth, her character displayed a significant contrast. From the secrets within the Celestial Tower to her conduct on Ice Soul Mountain, this fearsome warrior, dreaded by the foreign tribes, was in reality an exceedingly rare romantic soul. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Bailuo Shen's snow-white face flushed slightly. She delicately pressed her blood-stained lips together and murmured, "I understand, Your Highness does not particularly favor me, nor wishes to be embroiled in the struggle for succession. It would be a disadvantage for you to accept the Emperor's marriage decree. The court strife may be unavoidable, with open and hidden daggers. I shall shield you from them. Should calamity arise in the future, Luo Shen shall perish before Your Highness." Bailuo Shen revealed her secret without reservation, confessing that she was afflicted by the broken immortal curse, which might prevent her from living beyond 30. Her bloodied lips parted. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have already arranged everything with my grandfather. If I were to..." Xiao Yi gently interrupted her, saying softly, "Do not utter that word again. As long as the broken immortal curse remains unbroken, the witch and barbarian tribe shall be annihilated." His voice was light and subtle, yet it sent a tremor through Bailuo Shen's heart. Chapter 30. The 9 Thrones of the Great Yan's Authority, the Abyssal King's Manor. As she gazed upon the slumbering Xiao Yi, Bailuo Shen sat at the bedside, her autumn-like eyes filled with profound sorrow. Before emerging from the secret realm of Ice Soul Mountain, during the initial stretch of their journey, the air had been able to carry her. However, as they traversed the latter part of the path, the air succumbed to the outbreak of cold poison and fell into a deep slumber, leaving her to shoulder the burden of leading him out of the mountain. She herself could not fathom the source of her strength, which allowed her to temporarily suppress the curse of the immortal binding. Yet, as she witnessed the air on the verge of collapsing, a single thought consumed her mind. She could not perish yet. She had only just encountered him. There remained many unfinished matters, and, at the very least, she needed to ensure the heir's safety. Bolstered by this formidable will, her spiritual strength seemed to surge forth anew. Bailuo Shen repeatedly reminded herself. The next step was to devise a strategy to secure a death exemption token for the heir, ensuring that no future monarch could pose a threat to him. The death exemption token she sought was not a mere trinket of no value, but rather a source of genuine power that could stand in equal measure against the future emperor. With the current state of the Northern Border Army, they were still woefully inadequate. The Great Yin Dynasty was the most prosperous dynasty in 5 millennia, commanding the allegiance of myriad nations. Its national strength was unprecedented, and its territorial expanse was terrifyingly vast. Following the martial emperor's delegation of power, the true wielders of authority within the court, aside from the 6 royal princes, numbered 3: the empress, the martial minister, and Lord Yao. Among these, the empress wielded the greatest power, commanding 6 academies and 12 offices, overseeing countless female officials and eunuchs. Not only did she possess the power of life and death within the palace, but she could also issue imperial decrees directly, her authority being tantamount to that of half the Yanwu emperor. Following her was the martial minister, who controlled the armies of the realm, ranking 2nd among military strategists and 2nd in martial prowess within the Great Yin. His influence extended throughout the eastern Ning, western Yu, southern Zhao, and the border armies of the north, with his reach even extending to distant foreign lands such as the Eastern Sea, Western Ridge, Southern Frontier, and Northern Desert. He could undoubtedly be regarded as the unwavering bulwark of the Great Yin military. As long as he stood, chaos among the military was inconceivable. Lastly, there was Lord Yao, who concurrently held the position of Right Chancellor, effectively serving as the head of the cabinet and leader of the civil official faction. Most of the individuals within the literary academy and the 6 ministries, as well as the 9 ministers, adhered to his authority. Unlike those born into noble families, Lord Yao hailed from humble origins, yet possessed the ability to command respect from the great clans of the realm. Even the 4 prominent houses treated him with deference, wary of incurring his displeasure. Together, these 3 individuals, alongside the 6 royal princes, constituted the actual power holders of the Great Yuan, corresponding to the 9 positions within the grand palace deep in the heart of the dynasty. Of course, the abyssal king had long remained in his fief and was thus excluded from this circle. Now, upon her return to the capital, Bailuo Shen was indeed qualified to represent the Northern Xiang king and his supporting faction, potentially becoming the 9th member. Yet, her aspirations extended far beyond this. In order to ensure the heir could face any challenge without fear, she recognized the necessity of advancing further still, even to the point of directly assisting the heir in ascending to that supreme position. For among these 9, the tangible power was not equal. In truth, only 5 possessed the ultimate veto power capable of determining the fate of the Great Yuan: the Empress, the Crown Prince, Prince Qi, the Martial Minister, and Lord Yao. The remaining figures include the 3rd Prince, the Prince of Wei, the foremost benefactor of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a ruthless individual with a penchant for bloodshed and unscrupulous methods. For reasons unknown, he has allied himself with the youngest of his brothers, the Prince of Qi, even willing to subordinate himself to the latter in their alliance. The 5th Prince, the Prince of Dongning, owes his allegiance to the Crown Prince after being rescued from the chaos of the brutal strife among the 3 princes. Thus, he willingly supports the Crown Prince, remaining loyal even during his confinement. Finally, there is the 6th Prince, the Prince of Xia, who is devoid of heroic deeds, significant accomplishments, or major faults, as if he were an inconsequential presence. During the reign of Emperor Yenwu, the 6th Prince, known for his lackluster governance of the ancient state of Xia, faced continual disparagement. Currently, the Prince of Xia has been reduced to the role of a caretaker in the Beast Garden, his official rank diminished to the 7th tier, leading a monotonous existence among exotic creatures. Bailuo Shen's primary objective is to assist Xiao Yi in securing one of the 5 royal thrones. This way, even if she were to perish one day, the power she leaves behind for Xiao Yi would ensure a balance against the other 4, preventing excessive vulnerability. At present, there is an urgent matter requiring her immediate attention. The captured general from the northern desert, Helian Zhanyue, has prematurely divulged that the assassination of the Crown Prince was orchestrated by individuals from the Eastern Palace and the Fierce Wind King. This issue must be addressed. Bailuo Shen also sees this as an opportunity to inform the people of Yujing City that the backbone of the northern region's martial forces has returned. The Crown Prince will no longer allow outsiders to bully or scheme against him as before, given that the northern desert envoy might flee at any moment. Bailuo Shen refrains from taking too long to recuperate and promptly sends a command through her shadow guards to some seasoned generals in the Ministry of War to swiftly establish a perimeter near the barbarian residence. After exiting the Crown Prince's chambers and entering the courtyard of the Yuan Wang's estate, Bailuo Shen gently nods to the ever-watchful Yi Ke stationed outside. "Thank you. This is merely my duty," Yi Ke replies with a demeanor that is neither subservient nor arrogant. "Please do not impede the arrival of the physicians from the Baichao courtyard." Bailuo Shen explains, "The Crown Prince is afflicted with cold poison and requires urgent measures to alleviate it." Qing Ci from the Baichao courtyard is a revered physician of the Beixiang prefecture. She should possess the capability to ease the Crown Prince's agonizing cold-induced pain. However, Yi Ke shakes her head, saying, "I appreciate your concern, Crown Princess, but the Yuan Wang's estate has a dedicated physician for His Highness. He prefers not to have outsiders attend to him. This is not due to distrust in Bailuo Shen, but rather because Xiao Yi, before falling into slumber, had communicated through Yi Ke, clarifying that he was not gravely harmed and merely desired a few days of undisturbed rest. Yi Ke is simply adhering to his wishes." A dedicated physician? Bailuo Shen questions, her skepticism evident. Since entering the Yuan Wang's estate, She has encountered so few individuals that the existence of a dedicated physician seems dubious. Yi offers no further explanation. At this moment, Bailuo Shen's gaze catches sight of a figure approaching through the arched doorway of the courtyard, leaning on a blind cane and moving at a measured pace. Her instincts tell her that this seemingly unassuming old gentleman possesses an extraordinary presence. Yet, the specifics of his uniqueness elude her comprehension, shrouded in an enigmatic mist. Intriguingly, she feels an uncanny familiarity with this blind elder, as if she has encountered him before. Yet, she had never set foot in the Duke of Abyss's residence before this moment, and she certainly did not recognize the old blind man. Where then did this familiar sensation arise? Is this venerable elder perhaps a servant summoned by His Highness the Crown Prince? Bailuo Shen inquired, her brow knitted in confusion. Coughing lightly, the old blind man shook his head with a wry smile. "Oh no, I am merely an old blind man, unworthy of serving His Highness. I am but a humble servant in this manner, tasked with tending to the prince's steed. By chance, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge, and His Highness graciously allowed me to also serve as a physician." As he spun this tale, the old blind man remained unperturbed, his heart steady. He knew nothing of healing. He was merely aware of the eternal chill poison and was unable to assist Xiao Yi. He had only stepped in to diffuse the situation. Bailuo Shen glanced at Yi, who nodded in affirmation, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She then offered a slight bow and said, "I trust you will take good care of His Highness." The old blind man, fully immersed in his role, feigned terror and replied, "Please do not speak so, Your Highness. If I fail in my duty, you may dispose of my head as you see fit." After Bailuo Shen took her leave, the old blind man sat on the stone steps, reflecting. Isn't it said that the Crown Princess is a ruthless, cold-blooded demoness? Yet upon meeting her, she is so cultured and polite. Quite the opposite indeed. Could she be off to reason with a northern envoy from the barbarian estate? In the garden of the manor, Heavenly Demon Sect, bound tightly, shivered as he caught sight of Bailuo Shen passing by. The last time he had seen that deep crimson hue in her eyes was when the 8,000 iron cavalry of the Golden Tent Kingdom met their demise. He could only hope that the Wind King had fled swiftly and was now outside the city. Chapter 31. 2 boxes. One severed head in the expansive courtyard resembling a horse racing ground. King Yuan roared like an enraged lion at his subordinates. "A pack of useless fools. With so many of you sent out, why have you failed to gather any information? Who can tell me why the heir of the Abyssal King has emerged alive? And what of Heavenly Demon Sect, that wretched pup? I refuse to believe he perished on Icebound Mountain." In a fit of rage, he seized another scout by the collar, demanding, "Why has there been no word from the Eastern Palace? What do the people of Dian mean by distancing themselves from us?" Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing King Yuan to furrow his brow as he watched the wine in his cup rise and fall. "Who?" He snapped his head up, only to see a dozen bloodied figures vaulting over the courtyard wall and landing within. "You!" His eyes widened in fury, veins throbbing, his whole demeanor transforming into a tempest of wrath. Those bloodied figures were none other than the heads of the elders and envoys sent forth for reconnaissance, dripping with crimson. The sanguine fluid still oozed, indicating they had been recently severed. With a thunderous crash and a billowing cloud of dust, the northern courtyard's wall collapsed. Amidst the haze, imposing armored warhorses, bearing warriors clad in fearsome beast-like armor, surged into the courtyard. The sight of over 100 elite heavy infantry encircling the northern courtyard left no avenue for escape, while others set up formidable crossbows capable of piercing through the toughest defenses. King Yuan swallowed the words he had prepared, his expression darkening considerably. The royal guards of King Baixiang? The chilling aura, born from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, enveloped him like a freezing mist. As the bone-deep cold seeped into him, his breath became labored, and through gritted teeth, he feigned bravado, declaring, "You dare? I am the leader of the Yuan tribe of the North, here to discuss state affairs on behalf of the 18 tribes of the Northern Wilderness. By slaughtering my envoys, do you seek to incite a bloody war between our nations? You cannot bear such a grave responsibility. Withdraw before my wrath ignites. Summon the Crown Prince to meet me." Fury coursed through King Yuan as he barked his commands. Huh, a bloody war between our nations? The cold voice that responded sent a chill down his spine, compelling him to avert his gaze. Upon seeing Bailuo Shen, his pupils dilated in shock, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. How has she returned? This female assassin was not meant to have just finished battling the foreign tribes of the Eastern Sea. Had he known this deadly woman would arrive back in Yujing before the year's end, not even the starving subjects of the royal court would dare to step foot in Dian. You cannot kill me, King Yuan suddenly cried out, gripped by a profound terror of death, forsaking all notions of dignity and decorum. If you slay me, the news will reach the 8 great courts, and the other sovereigns will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to tear apart the peace treaty signed between the Holy Court and Dian. Although the 8 great royal courts are embroiled in internal strife, they will undoubtedly unite against external threats. When the time comes, a 1,000,000-strong army will descend upon the northern domain. Can you bear the consequences? His words abruptly ceased, followed by a thunderous sound akin to an explosive roar, accompanied by screams and the sound of shattering bones. A terrifying blood spear cleaved through the air, piercing the chest of the Gale King and pinning him firmly to the fractured bluestone. Cough, cough, cough. The Gale King still clung to life, expelling blood and shattered organs, his expression one of sheer terror and disbelief. Are you not afraid of the northern wilderness deploying troops, colluding with the shamanic tribes to invade the borders of the Great Yin? Are you not afraid of becoming a sinner for all eternity? Yet at that moment, Bailuo Shen did not spare him a glance, merely leaving behind her silhouette along with a cold command, sever his head and send it to the Eastern Palace. The Gale King, stricken with utmost fear, resembled a drowning man frantically grasping at floating objects as he scanned the soldiers of the Northern Xiang Palace, bellowing, "She is a devil. Will you all err alongside her? Do not kill me. If you do, the rulers of the Great Yin will not spare you. How dare a mere stray dog threaten the princess?" The captain of the Northern Xiang Palace's guards sneered as he raised his fearsome blade, decisively beheading the Gale King. "Let me inform you, the heads in this courtyard are far from sufficient for atonement. The 30,000 blood bodhisattvas have received their orders. Within 10 days, they will raise the Gale King's court. Any other tribes from the northern wilderness that dare to interfere will be declaring war against the Great Yin." Upon hearing the number of 30,000 blood bodhisattvas, the Gale King's eyes widened in fury, his severed head gasping for breath, regret and fear overshadowing his anger. And he died with eyes wide open. In the Eastern Palace, my lord, the Northern Xiang Palace has sent 2 significant gifts. The attendants of the Crown Prince approached Yin Xiang, who was deep in thought. Normally, whenever the Crown Prince is in seclusion, all matters are entrusted to Yin Xiang, including the receipt of gifts. The Northern Xiang Palace understands the art of gift-giving. Do they seek something from His Highness? Yin Xiang's frown relaxed slightly as he curiously instructed, "Open the boxes." He stepped forward to discern the intentions behind the Northern Xiang Palace's offerings. The attendants complied and opened the 2 boxes, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulting their senses. "Close them." Yin Xiang, upon glimpsing the bloody heads within the boxes, instinctively took a half-step back, his face turning ashen as he exclaimed, "Madness! Absolute madness! This female executioner is truly deranged. She has just returned to Yujing today and has already slain the Gale King to assert her dominance. Is it because the air was attacked? Fortunately, the Northern Wilderness currently lacks wolf riders, merely a disjointed faction. Otherwise, she and this female fiend would become the pariahs of the Great Yin. My lord, there is another empty box." The attendants of the Crown Prince, unfamiliar with the Gale King, remained relatively calm. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiang's expression darkened further. "Another empty one? What does that mean? To hold his head?" He wished to curse, but found himself at a loss for words. This blatant threat and warning is far more distressing than a direct slap to the face. He is not a fool. How could he possibly allow the people of the Northern Desolation to directly assassinate the Crown Prince? If there were to be a murder, it would be orchestrated by trusted subordinates, leaving no trace behind. This time, it is not merely the rabble from the Northern Desolation acting on their own accord. Rather, there are those who manipulate events from the shadows, sowing discord, a fact evident to any discerning observer. Yet now, with the situation as it is, there is no denying the implication. He is the one who placed the prince in the Ice Soul Mountain, and thus he cannot absolve himself of suspicion. However, if Bailuo Shen truly intends to investigate, she ought to pursue the second letter that was destroyed. If there is to be suspicion, it should be directed toward those capable of forging such correspondence. For instance, Prince Qi, whose advisors are numerous, includes individuals capable of replicating any handwriting in the realm, even the royal seal of the Crown Prince. But has anyone dared to assault the Prince Qi's residence? No. This is clearly a case of using a small creature to intimidate a larger one, targeting the vulnerable. Yin Xiang, do you wish to drive me to madness? What have you done? The Crown Prince, with hair as gray as an aging beast king, emerged from seclusion, filled with fury. Yin Xiang protested his innocence, claiming, "Your Highness, I have been wronged. I sought those northern desolation individuals only to rescue the holy grandson imprisoned in the town prison. However, I must admit my undeniable oversight in this matter and am prepared to accept punishment. Yet, before that, I hope your Highness can intervene to save the holy grandson. The conditions in the town prison are deplorable, and the holy grandson's life is invaluable." The Crown Prince retorted with a cold laugh. "He deserves it. No one is allowed to rescue him. Before my seclusion, I warned him time and again not to covet what is not his, nor to provoke Xiao Yi. Why did he not heed my words? If you have indulged him so, then it is only fitting that he perishes in captivity. Begone! Depart from my sight." As the grand examination approached, Yin Xiang ought to contemplate how to secure the position of chief inspector. After reprimanding Yin Xiang, the Crown Prince entered the side hall and proceeded into a hidden chamber. The vast corridor of the chamber resembled a dungeon, with each cell housing a terrifying hybrid of man and ghost, slumbering in an eerie stillness. The further one ventured, the more desolate it became, culminating in a colossal altar at the end. Upon closer inspection, the altar was constructed entirely of densely packed goo worms. Seated cross-legged atop, it was a white-haired man, his visage partially marred, adorned with a mask. "Ghost Doctor, how is the preparation of the materials for the 9 Lives Rebirth Goo progressing?" Chapter 32. The 9 Lives Rebirth Goo and the tragic second imperial grandson in the East Palace, within the subterranean palace. The Crown Prince's murky gaze fell upon the white-haired man at the goo insect altar. "Ghost Doctor," he inquired, "how fares the preparation of the materials for the 9 Lives Rebirth Goo?" The goo insects scuttled down from the white-haired man's visage. He prostrated himself at the altar, moving his lips as he respectfully replied, "Your Highness of the 9 divine goo being refined, the fallen immortal goo, immaculate goo, sentient goo, causality goo, reincarnation goo, thunderstrike goo, earth mother goo, and longevity goo have all reached their utmost quality. Yet, we are still lacking the precious blood of the bell for the refinement of the charming goo." The Crown Prince's expression turned grim as he coldly questioned, "Over these years, from common women to noble ladies of high birth, I have provided you with numerous exquisite maidens. Why has there been no progress? Is it only the bloodline of the Empress that can yield the finest quality of charming goo?" The Ghost Doctor lowered his head even further, stating, "Your Highness, please do not be angry. After repeated failures, I have discerned that the factor determining the quality of the bell's blood during refinement is not merely beauty, as tradition suggests, but rather the lineage." The Crown Prince frowned, demanding, "Speak plainly." The Ghost Doctor elucidated. The refined blood from those few ladies of the Luo family was exceedingly close to perfection. Regrettably, the quantity was insufficient. Otherwise, we could have achieved the finest charming goo. Then why do you not seize more? The Crown Prince urged. The Ghost Doctor bowed and replied, "Your Highness, have you forgotten? The Luo family has been exterminated. Currently, only one daughter of the Luo family, Luo Hanxiang, remains sheltered by the young master at the princess's residence on Juke Street." The Crown Prince furrowed his brow in recollection. "Initially, I tasked you with capturing a few individuals from the Luo family, not with annihilating them. It was the unexpected exposure of the apothecary that led to their downfall. Regardless, this is of little importance now. What does it matter if she is in the princess's residence? At any cost, capture her." The Ghost Doctor, observing the Crown Prince's somewhat dazed state, remarked, "Your Highness, the holy grandson is still in the young master's hands. Acting rashly may not be prudent. The guards of the Golden Command have hinted that the Luo family orphan could be exchanged for the holy grandson's freedom. How to proceed must be decided by your Highness." The Crown Prince furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is the Luo family orphan still alive?" The ghost doctor nodded, barely clinging to life, though half of her blood essence has been extracted, rendering her constitution nearly ruined. Though evidence of the massacre has been destroyed, her memories can be erased. However, to exchange individuals would be akin to revealing our intentions, and we would incur the wrath of many. The Crown Prince rasped, "Let them be offended. My time is limited. Do not wait for me to instruct you on what to do." The ghost doctor bowed, understood. In the prison of the town of Hell, within the fiery dungeon where the second imperial grandson was held captive, a jailer opened the prison door. At the entrance, Xiao Wutong calmly stated, "You may leave." The disheveled second imperial grandson rose, sneering coldly, "How absurd! You think you can summon me at will and dismiss me at will? I am innocent, yet have endured countless days of suffering in this dark prison. I will not acquiesce easily. Surely, Xiao Yi cannot withstand my father's pressure and is now eager to beg me for my release. It will not be so simple. Either he comes to me and bows in repentance, or he shall be apprehended and confined for a fortnight. Otherwise, I shall not depart," the second prince declared with audacity. Xiao Wutong suddenly lifted her gaze toward a recording stone positioned obliquely above, smiling as she remarked, "You must have heard and seen it. He himself is unwilling to leave. However, since I have promised my second uncle to exchange individuals, this princess shall not falter in her word. Come forth." A sense of foreboding surged through the second prince. In the next moment, Xiao Wudong's command left him incredulous. "Break his legs and throw him out." "You dare!" The three golden guards accompanying Xiao Wudong exchanged glances. Yet they hesitated not. All three were covert operatives and loyal assassins placed within the golden guards by the King of Wei. They had long feigned foolish loyalty. To disobey would be to expose themselves. Moreover, they sought vengeance for their young masters. Not long ago, the second prince had orchestrated the beating of several royal sons, including the King of Wei's own. Now, it was merely poetic justice. The three golden guards worked in unison, unsheathing their blades, with two restraining the second prince, while one mercilessly struck his lower body with the hilt of his sword. You are courting death. Patience, your highness, it shall be swift." The golden guard responsible for the assault spoke with an impassive demeanor. "Once we shatter all the bones in your lower body, your highness shall behold the moonlight outside." The second prince's face contorted in agony. "If you dare move again, I shall annihilate your entire clan upon my release." "No matter," the golden guard replied, still devoid of expression. "My clan is non-existent." Though his words were light, his strikes grew considerably harsher. The anguished cries within the prison escalated once more. This assassin possessed profound knowledge of human anatomy, fully aware of how to amplify suffering. By the conclusion, the second prince's throat had grown hoarse from his screams. His legs rendered useless. Like a lifeless dog, he was cast out of the town prison, and those awaiting outside from the Eastern Palace were struck with terror at his appearance. When the second prince was brought to the Eastern Palace, he was exceedingly weak, his eyes filled with malice. Upon seeing the Crown Prince, tears could no longer be restrained, and he lamented, "Father, avenge me." To his astonishment, the father, who usually showered him with affection, now angrily brushed aside his hand. The Crown Prince coldly rebuked, "Is this not all of your own making? Go to the Zhuoqing Hall and face the wall. Under my command, you shall not take a single step outside." "Father," the second prince exclaimed in horror. He had just been released and did not wish to be confined again. Yet, no matter how he shouted, the Crown Prince showed no intention of relenting. After a moment of silence, the Crown Prince fixed his gaze upon the direction of the Yuan Wang mansion, stating coldly, "It is evened out." The second prince's broken legs were largely due to the incapacitated Lady Luo sent forth. It was only natural for the Yuan Wang mansion to harbor resentment. Once they had vented their frustrations, it should suffice. The matter concerning Lady Luo had reached a temporary conclusion, as those in the court were well aware. The second prince's broken legs were a price paid. If the king of Qi and the empress continued to press on, it would become untenable. Only through maintaining peace can one avoid disrupting future plans. General Hua, show no mercy to those who block the road tonight. Bring the individuals back to me. The crown prince cast a calm gaze upon the shadow at his feet and spoke with an even demeanor. I shall obey your command, your highness. From the shadows emerged a formidable general clad in black armor, adorned with the emblem of the Lord of Hell, kneeling before the reflected image of the crown prince to receive his orders. At the Wei Wangfu, with flowing white hair and an exceptionally handsome visage untouched by the passage of time, the Wei king walked barefoot across the icy lake, his gaze chilling as he instructed those on the shore. Tonight, the Jade capital is in turmoil. My brother's subordinates have made their move. By Ming, you shall also go and eliminate Bailuo Shen on my behalf. The protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect, By Ming, clasped his hands and grinned, saying, Since the prince has made his preparations, I shall not fail your trust. Meanwhile, at another location within the Wei Wangfu, Princess Xiao Yi listened to the report from a beautiful maid, her expression growing increasingly cold. Your Highness, it has been confirmed that those who harmed Miss Ji and Miss Jiu back then originated from the Eastern Palace, including the Luo family. The maid whispered tonight, they may very well target the Princess Manor, as both of them are present. Xiao Hua's phoenix eyes glinted with intensity as she declared, Go summon the lady of the pavilion. Neither Luo Huanxiang nor Bailuo Shen can be allowed to come harm. Anyone who intrudes upon the Princess Manor tonight shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Chapter 33. The Sacred Text of the Heavenly Demon, Benevolent Hall at Dusk. As night fell, Xiao Yi awakened leisurely, stretching his limbs before stepping into the courtyard. The solitary cold moon hung overhead, its chill penetrating to the bone. Your Highness has awakened? The night sparrow, who had been dozing against the door while cradling a long sword, suddenly opened his eyes, and upon recognizing Xiao, he hurried inside to fetch a fox fur coat for him. Where's old Lu? Xiao, he casually inquired. In the garden. The old blind man slowly opened his bleary eyes. Is your Highness planning to go out tonight? Xiao Yi gently nodded. Yes, I need to venture out. I may require old Lu's assistance once more this evening. The old blind man chuckled. If your Highness wishes to eliminate someone, merely command me. There is no need for you to exert yourself. Xiao, he shook his head. It is not a matter of taking lives. I intend to visit the benevolent hall outside the city. The princess's residence has become too crowded, leaving me unable to act freely. Thus, I need old Lu to help keep an eye on certain matters. Upon hearing this, the old blind man expressed mild surprise. After 5 years apart, to what extent has your Highness's cultivation progressed? I have remained within the royal estate. How is it that you have become aware of so much? Xiao, he estimated. Perhaps I fall just short of the first sage. The old blind man looked up in astonishment. This was not the first time he had been awestruck by the prince's talents, yet continued to evoke fear. The first sage, after all, was the foremost figure in the sacred and martial paths 3,000 years ago. Not only that, he was the unrivaled champion of his time, defeating the supreme beings of the 14 realms without suffering defeat, even with his nascent mastery of the sacred realm. Although the era was not the golden age of cultivation we see today, his prowess in the sacred realm remains unparalleled throughout history. Otherwise, the title of First Sage would not have endured for a millennium after his demise, still revered in the present day. Is your Highness also traversing the path of transformation? The old blind man discerned certain clues. After a night's rest, the aura surrounding the prince bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary mortal. Unlike the typical celestial beings who required arduous efforts to achieve the 13th realm. Indeed, Xiao Yi did not deny this, for he practiced the legacy of the first sage, the sacred text of the Heavenly Demon's progenitor. 3,000 years had passed, and few were aware that the Heavenly Demon's founder was, in fact, the first sage, whose teachings had become lost to time. The sacred text, repeatedly innovated under the founder's hand, had become so challenging to master that only a simplified version was passed down to the disciples. Xiao Yi, however, had unearthed a treasure from the Heavenly Demon's progenitor due to an 8-turn secret, which contained the most arduous version of the sacred text. In the present day, within the entirety of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the number of individuals who had been imparted the complete sacred text by Xiao Yi did not exceed 10. Among these 10, only the sect leader, Chu Qinxiu, had successfully perfected the text. Even Huang Long, who had lived for 5 or 6 centuries and had countless incarnations, had been unable to reach this stage of transformation after recultivating. "Wait, Your Highness, please take this sword and deliver it to that young girl at the benevolent hall." Just as Xiao Yi was about to board the carriage and depart, the old blind man suddenly called out to him, presenting a finely crafted wooden sword with great reverence. Xiao Yi accepted the long sword and remarked meaningfully, "Old Lu, my disciple has already matured. She is no longer a mere girl. One day, she will recall the events of our past life. Does Elder Lu still harbor unresolved feelings? At this level of cultivation, what fear is there of worldly judgment? One should only seek a clear conscience." The old blind man shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "But I do have a guilty conscience. As for the future, let it be. I only hope that His Highness does not let her discover the truth too soon. Just say that this sword is a gift from the master to his disciple." "So it shall be." Before leaving the city, Xiao Yi casually discarded the soul lantern that imprisoned Yan Jiuchuan. In the outskirts of Yujing City, the charitable hall stood open under the deepening night, enveloped in profound silence. A middle-aged man in coarse linen garments had begun to tidy the courtyard early, as if anticipating the arrival of the carriage from the Yuan Wang's estate, setting up a chessboard in the courtyard to await its approach. As the carriage departed the city, numerous spies trailing behind lost their way upon entering a bamboo grove 10 miles out, inexplicably ensnared within its confines. The night sparrow halted the carriage. As Xiao Yi emerged, he heard a clear voice calling out, "Nian has arrived." This middle-aged man, dressed in plain attire, was once the foremost strategist under the Yuan Wang, the most revered diviner of the Great Yin, adept in stargazing and the arrangement of spiritual wards, was named Huangfu Wushuang. He had left the Yuan Wang service when Xiao Yi was born, dwelling in Yujing for 25 years. He could be considered a half-master to Xiao Yi, having taught him chess for 10 years since his arrival in the capital. Seeing the chessboard set up so early, it seemed he had already foreseen this evening's events. Xiao Yi and Huangfu engaged in a game in the courtyard. Huangfu pondered aloud, "It is fraught with peril. The young lady of the house should not be entangled in this. Did you not inform her that your injuries are not severe and that there is no need to seek medicine from the princess's residence?" Xiao Yi replied helplessly, "I did, yet she does not believe me. This cold poison has indeed taken root within, and I cannot dispel it for the time being." Huangfu scrutinized Xiao Yi more closely. Seeing no signs of serious injury on his face, he breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "I suspect that the young lady's visit to the princess's residence serves purposes beyond merely seeking medicine. She intends to personally probe the Qinghu princess. After all, although Lady Yun traveled with you from Nanzhao, in recent years, she has grown too close to the empress, inevitably arousing suspicion." Xiao Yi shook his head and chuckled. "No, Aunt Yun is merely a drunkard, only recognizing wine, not people. Had riches and honor been able to sway her, she would have long since departed from Zhongzhou. The Qinghu princess, Yin Qingling, is the only female master of the Great Yin Literary Academy and Xiao Yi's calligraphy and foreign language instructor, as well as a sworn sister to the Yuan Wang's consort. She was originally of royal blood from the Shilin Demon clan, but that lineage had long been overthrown, and the current state of the Shilin Demon clan is more chaotic than the northern deserts, with the king of Xia indifferent to the turmoil. Xiao Yi does not claim to know all the secrets of the world. For instance, he is unaware of what allure Aunt Yun possesses that keeps the empress ever eager to win her over. Perhaps Huangfu did not object. Instead, he placed a piece on the board and remarked, "Your Highness has been strategizing for over a decade, weaving a subtle web of intrigue that spans miles. It appears that his ambitions are nearing fruition. Should Your Highness obstruct or sever these plans, how shall you respond?" On the chessboard, the black piece held by Huangfu had begun to take shape, yet Xiao Yi seemed indifferent, casually placing a piece and stating, "I shall not intervene. As long as my people remain unharmed, My uncle's endeavors, whether successful or not, are of no concern to me. Huangfu was somewhat taken aback and chuckled, saying, Your Highness has matured significantly during your 5 years away. The flow of water does not rush. It is the relentless current that matters. This tactic of retreating to advance may well cause many to struggle in their deliberations. However, Your Highness must be cautious. The Crown Prince may not be maintaining his rationality. His actions defy the natural order, and perhaps he will unwittingly draw the entire imperial family into this intricate game. Xiao Yi felt a flicker of interest and inquired, As I have been absent from Yujing for 5 years, my understanding of my uncle is rather limited. Might my teacher be aware of what he is currently undertaking? Chapter 34. Yun Qingling, the prince's intentions? In the resplendent hall of the princess's residence, where the flickering candles cast a warm glow and intoxicating aromas wafted through the air, a grand feast was laid out upon a long table, laden with casks of exquisite vintage wines stacked higher than a person. Amongst this lavish setting, a woman donned in a regal purple gown, her skin as pale as snow and her figure gracefully enchanting, raised a large bowl to her lips, indulging in strong spirits with unrestrained abandon. Her demeanor was carefree, devoid of any trace of modesty, yet exuded an alluring charm that captivated those who beheld her. Even Bailuo Shen, known for her composure and discernment, could not help but raise an eyebrow at the sight of the enchanting and inebriated beauty before her. Her purpose for visiting the princess's residence was to ascertain whether Yun Qingling, the esteemed tutor of the young prince, harbored intentions of switching allegiances. After all, Yun Qingling was deeply trusted by the prince, and should she be swayed by the empress, it could pose a significant threat to his future. Moreover, Bailuo Shen had heard whispers of Lady Yun's exceptional medical skills, which might hold the key to treating the prince's cold poison. With a dual intent of seeking remedies and probing for information, she found herself unable to utter a word upon encountering Yun Qingling, who immediately seized the opportunity to draw her into a drinking contest. The fine wines, crafted from superior spiritual fruits, were potent enough to intoxicate even those with formidable cultivation. Yet, for Yun Qingling, drinking seemed as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Why aren't you drinking? Finish these 10 casks with me, and I shall divulge what you seek. Yun Qingling teased, a hint of rosy allure gracing her cheeks as she savored the wine. With a playful smile, she added, If you can outdrink me, I shall assist you in whatever you desire. Very well. Upon hearing Yun Qingling's bold promise, Bailuo Shen hesitated no longer. With decisive grace, she lifted her bowl and joined in the revelry. Having endured the torment of the fractured immortal curse for an extended period, her body had long since dulled to any subtle sensations of numbness or pain. To her, consuming alcohol was no different from drinking water. After 10 casks, Yun Qingling's gaze had grown hazy, her words somewhat slurred. Truly, you are the Valkyrie of the Yin, possessing both courage and magnanimity. I entrust you with Yin. I have great faith in you. From now on, you may call me Aunt Yun, for I sense your curiosity regarding the Empress's favoritism toward me, even to the extent of depleting the nation's fortune to bestow upon me the title of princess. It is all for the sake of the demon. With a soft thud, Yun Qingling collapsed onto the table, the faint sound of her breathing filling the silence. Her response remained uncompleted. Yet Bailuo Shen had gleaned the answer she sought. As she introspected, the exquisite wines from the princess's residence flowed down her throat, not consumed by the fractured immortal curse that plagued her meridians, but rather transforming into a warm current that spread throughout her limbs. Only those who have genuinely tasted such fine wine could comprehend its unparalleled value. Even the imperial wines paled in comparison. From these exquisite libations, she discerned at least 30 distinct millennium spiritual herbs, perhaps even components of immortality elixirs, their combinations perfectly harmonious. Once distilled into wine, they became the purest and most sacred medicine of the realm, capable of dissipating a trace of the curse's enigmatic power and alleviating her suffering by at least a third. A subtle tremor coursed through Bailuo Shen's heart. The secret to brewing this exquisite wine is undoubtedly priceless, a rarity in this world. In other words, anything that the Empress could promise to Aunt Yun, she could procure through this secret method, rendering any possibility of her betraying the crown prince nearly non-existent. Furthermore, Aunt Yun has always been concerned about the crown prince. Before succumbing to intoxication, she specifically instructed that there were 2 jars of unopened fine wine in the room, which must be taken back to the crown prince. Just as she felt at ease and attempted to prepare to slightly erase the immortal binding curse, a clever fox's cry suddenly echoed from the courtyard of the princess's residence. Outside the courtyard, the patrolling golden guards appeared vigilant, sharply calling out to the shadows beyond the walls of the princess's residence. "Who goes there?" A pale face emerged, draped in the ceremonial robe of a eunuch. With elongated eyes, an ominous aura enveloped him, as if he were a deep abyss, consuming all external scrutiny. Upon recognizing his visage, several golden guards' expressions changed dramatically. They knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted, "Your Excellency, the Marquis." The robed eunuch revealed a chilling smile. "I am here by the Empress's decree to secretly guard the princess. You have all shown commendable alertness. Rise and depart quietly, lest you disturb the esteemed guests within." Yes, the golden guards, feeling as if they had been granted mercy, complied respectfully, not daring to express the slightest doubt. In the grand palace of the Great Yen, only 10 eunuchs are permitted to wear ceremonial robes, known in secret as the Marquis. They oversee the 12 supervisory offices and are deeply trusted by the Empress, each possessing terrifying strength akin to that of terrestrial deities, and they are merciless in their actions. Everyone fears them. Suddenly, as a few golden guards took several steps away, their heads fell simultaneously to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The robed eunuch, who had just vanished into the darkness, abruptly raised his gaze toward a shadow perched upon the eaves, a mix of astonishment and rage overtaking him. "How dare you kill in front of me? I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and turn you into a wretched creature." His aura erupted in horror, and in an instant, he materialized before the shadow. His fingers curved like eagle claws, aiming accurately at the shadow's throat, while his other hand drew a dagger, slashing across the shadow's chest. Boom! Unprepared for an assault, the robed eunuch found himself caught off guard. The shadow let out a low roar, and its entire body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood scattering. The noxious black blood, filled with a corrosive essence, eroded the eunuch's crown, his robe, and the surrounding debris, releasing a pungent odor. A corpse? The robed eunuch's eyes widened in fury as he scanned the surroundings, his expression abruptly freezing. On the undulating rooftops, there stood hundreds of similar shadows, now frantically charging toward him. The terrifying explosion should have awakened the nobility of Zhuke Street, yet the surrounding atmosphere seemed sealed. Countless forbidden runes flickered subtly, completely isolating this battlefield. It has begun. At the chessboard, Huangfu placed another piece. The teacher had yet to respond to my inquiry. Xiao Yi took a sip of tea, his gaze not shifting to the chessboard. Huangfu's expression grew slightly grave. If my conjecture is correct, the crown prince must be in the process of refining the 9 deaths rebirth goo, having already encountered several failures, yet now nearing completion. The name 9 deaths rebirth goo was not unfamiliar to Xiao Yi. In fact, it resonated with a profound familiarity. His birthplace lay in the southern domains Nanzhao Kingdom, adjacent to the southern wilderness, where tales of goo insects and the elixir of life had been woven into the fabric of his upbringing. Among these tales was one that straddled the line between history and myth, intimately connected to this very goo. It is said that within the southern wilderness exists a celestial goo capable of reversing the yin and yang, altering the very fabric of existence, allowing a dying individual to ascend to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities. 6 millennia ago, the sovereign of the ancient kingdom of longevity, at the height of its glory, wielded this mystical 9 deaths rebirth goo to dominate the southern domain for 90,000 miles, basking in splendor for 3,000 years. In later epochs, countless aspirants sought to rekindle this legend, yet all endeavors undoubtedly culminated in failure. The conditions for refining the 9 deaths rebirth goo are exceedingly stringent, allowing no room for error. In addition to gathering 9 types of divine blood, It necessitates the extraordinary bone and blood of both the utmost yin and yang celestial bodies, with souls serving as the fuel for the gu's refinement. Moreover, the term divine blood does not refer to the conventional blood of deities, but rather to the 9 premier divine gus from the ancient kingdom of longevity's 9 great lineages. One such example is the celestial spirit known as the fallen immortal gu, which requires the extraction of a vengeful immortal's soul, subjected to daily incineration. The remaining 8 divine gus, whether in terms of sourcing materials or the brutality of the refining process, surpass even the fallen immortal gu. Given that the Crown Prince is engaged in the refinement of this entity, it is evident that he has allied himself with the alien immortal sect. However, considering the present circumstances, regardless of whether he succeeds in crafting this celestial gu, his fate remains sealed. What then does he truly seek? Chapter 35. The White Shadow Guardian. The female master of Fei Xian Pavilion, scum of the outside the princess's residence, the expression of the eunuch in the python robe, who had just crushed the head of a dark specter in his grasp, was exceedingly sinister. His raspy voice echoed like a chilling whisper from the depths of a hellish abyss. How audacious for a horde of malevolent creatures to dare appear beneath the emperor's feet. Upon uncovering the identity of the puppet master behind these enigmatic shadows, the eunuch's countenance darkened further, his murderous intent intensifying. In Yujing, and indeed throughout the entire Dian court, the power struggles among the aristocracy and the imperial family were merely internal affairs. Regardless of the extent of their conflicts, they ultimately retained their legitimacy. Conversely, they represented a distinct threat. This faction, composed of otherworldly beings from foreign lands, was dedicated to hunting the talented humans of the 9 Xian realm. They embodied the very essence of otherness, a malignant tumor upon the entire world. Throughout history, every rise of these foreign races has coincided with the decline of humanity, often nearing annihilation, with their sinister influence lurking in the shadows. Thus, across all dynasties, it has been synonymous with treason. Furthermore, its members were a band of reckless lunatics unafraid of death. Ever since the emperor of Yanwu subdued the 3 great dynasties and unified the realm, to seize the opportunity to recruit many despondent followers from shattered nations, amassing unprecedented power. They even chose to lay low for decades, assimilating their newfound strength. Their resurgence now serves as a blazing inferno, igniting the already tumultuous atmosphere of Yujing. Old eunuch, do you relish serving the court of Dian so eagerly? Why not align yourself with my Wu Man tribe? When our forces march south, I shall grant you a path to survival. A gaunt, skeletal man from the Wu Man tribe, exuding an eerie aura, offered a sinister grin from behind the toxic blood-drugged figures. Before him, the python-robed eunuch, disheveled and with an icy glare, bled profusely from his shattered right arm, crimson liquid cascading down like a brook. Observing the increasingly numerous figures of the emerging behind the drugged beings, a cold smirk suddenly crept upon his lips. He straightened his posture, exhaling a breath of foul air, and as he grinned menacingly, countless fine crimson threads materialized within a radius of several dozen feet. Taut like the strings of a lute, with a series of swift gestures, he unleashed a torrent of dismembered flesh and gushing blood. The bloodlines, sealing the area, acted as a multitude of razor-sharp blades, mercilessly torturing the drugged figures and the followers of the once vibrant battlefield was reduced to a grim symphony of falling blood droplets. Crack! The eunuch approached and crushed the skull of the Wu Man beneath his foot. As true energy surged within his grasp, he began to gather the toxic blood of the drugged beings, intent on tracing the source of the disturbance. Suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred. Swish! A blade of blinding white lightning cleaved through the eunuch's protective armor, slicing down from his shoulder and nearly severing him in two. Seeking death, the eunuch roared in fury, the concealed blood-red threads rising to sever the arm of the assailant lurking behind him. It was the Thunderblade sect, Xiang Baiyan. The eunuch in the python robe turned his head, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, and spat, "Are not the remnants of Diyu all hard-boned, refusing to yield even unto death? What now? Reduced to serving the foreign deity as mere hounds, having lost the will to fight? The old swordsman with a severed arm, his body crackling with thunderous energy, retorted coldly, "Do not conflate me with those rabble. I require no justification to slay the dogs of the great Yin court." The two faced each other, their auras erupting, their cultivation having reached the very limits imposed by the ancestral mountains of the long Mayan Zhongzhou. Yet, just as they were about to clash, a chilling, bone-piercing wind swept through the end of Zhuke Street, accompanied by the rapid formation of ice that encased the entire thoroughfare. Goodness, the younger generation possesses remarkable strength, but their tempers are equally fiery. If allowed to cultivate for another 30 years, they might even surpass the old masters. The expressions of the eunuch and the old swordsman shifted in unison. They instinctively turned their gaze toward a figure clad in black robes, gliding atop the crystalline ice. At this moment, it was not that they were unwilling to act. Rather, their lower meridians had been frozen solid, rendering them numb and immobile. Bai Ming, the protector of the white. The eunuch recognized the black-robed figure, who had previously made an appearance beside the King of Wei. As he watched the ice crystals creeping up his legs, he croaked, "Is the King of Wei plotting a rebellion?" Bai Ming's gaze was icy as he chuckled disdainfully. "Rebellion? What rebellion? I had no idea this place would be so lively. Had I known, I would have arrived sooner to enjoy the spectacle. What does the King of Wei have to do with it? I am merely here to eliminate someone. Unfortunately for you, you stand in my way." With a stride upon the dark ice, Bai Ming swiftly traversed dozens of yards, arriving before the eunuch, placing a hand lightly upon his shoulder. The eunuch's face drained of color, terror gripping him. Beneath that hand, he could only watch helplessly as his body disintegrated into ice crystals, utterly powerless to resist. It was already well known that even the weakest of the 5 protectors of the Heavenly Demon Sect possessed the strength of a transcended being, and Bai Ming, the most frequently active among them, was likely nearing the realm of a 13th-stage sage, the foremost among the protectors. Today, he truly comprehended the terror of Bai Ming. Even uninjured, he could conceive of no means to withstand the chilling, corrosive aura that rivaled the lethal frost of Ice Soul Mountain. Crack! Upon hearing this peculiar sound, Bai Ming turned his head slightly in confusion. By his side, the old swordsman had somehow freed himself from the encasing ice, his legs transformed into bolts of thunder, darting 100 yards in the blink of an eye. Yet the very next moment, the old swordsman came to an abrupt halt, an ice wall rising from the ground to block his path. Bai Ming let out a cold snort, flicking his sleeve, as the chilling air within transformed into icy crescent blades, slicing through several yards of space, directly severing the old swordsman's legs. The hounds of the great Yin deserve death. The old swordsman glared furiously, his energy surging to its zenith, unleashing a tempest of thunderous might as he poured all his cultivation into a single strike. Boom! As the blade of light descended amidst the divine thunder. The spark of vitality in his eyes faded, and like the eunuch, he too shattered into ice crystals. Bai Ming raised an eyebrow, a droplet of blood oozing from his fingertip. Surprisingly, this strike had wounded him. The self-mutilating techniques practiced by the remnants of the previous dynasty were indeed masterfully refined. Fortunately, tranquility had returned. As he lifted his hand to shatter the barriers set around the princess's residence, he sensed a shift in the external atmosphere, causing a subtle change in his expression. The realm of the Yin spirit. 2 entities of the 8th tribulation or higher were engaged in a fierce battle nearby. More likely foes than friends, their mutual restraint would serve him well. Bai Ming composed himself, gazing at the princess's abode, as the surging cold, true energy within him compressed and brewed, resembling a titanic tsunami poised to engulf the heavens and the earth. Faced with Bailuo Shen, he dared not exhibit any arrogance. Once he resolved to act, it would be with utmost certainty a single, lethal strike. Should the heavens collapse, the King of Wei would bear the brunt. His sole responsibility was to eliminate his target, and collateral damage to the others within the princess's residence was of no concern to him. This Xianming swallowing heaven technique, which he had only employed against the martial emperor in the divine city of the South Sea after attaining the 12th realm, would not tarnish her honor when used to slay the true heir of the Northern King. As Bai Ming prepared his deadly move, strange phenomena began to manifest throughout the entire Jade capital. The ice lake melted, and the chilling energy of the earth's veins coiled like serpents, converging toward a single point. The layers of ice beneath his feet expanded, and the brewing momentum became increasingly terrifying. The heart-stopping aura even roused the sacred beasts within the palace. "Stop!" A cool, tranquil voice suddenly emanated from behind Bai Ming. Were it anyone else, he would have ignored them without a second thought. But this voice belonged to someone familiar. Why was the Qi Yuan guardian not at the flying immortal pavilion, but here to witness his intended act of murder? A tall, elegant woman with molten lava-colored eyes approached Bai Ming, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying energy he was cultivating. "Step aside, or I shall eliminate you as well." Bai Ming's voice was frigid. "Is that so? This residence harbors someone that the left sovereign wishes to protect. If you possess the courage, then act," Qi Yuan replied, her demeanor calm and unperturbed. "Hiss." At the mention of the left sovereign, Bai Ming's expression turned pale. He resisted the urge to reverse his meridians, swallowing the blood that surged from his shattered internal organs, and forcibly halted his deadly technique. Chapter 36. The False Transmission of the Sacred Edict and the Three Divine Spirits. With a sudden spurt of reverse blood, Bai Ming, the guardian, paled slightly, yet his eyes shimmered with fervor. He eagerly pressed on, questioning Qi Yuan. "Is what you say true? Have you truly encountered Lord Zhua? Where is he now? Can you convey my message to him? For years, I have diligently practiced day and night, yearning for the moment I could kneel before him to witness his grandeur firsthand and beseech him for an audience." At this moment, he fixated intensely on Qi Yuan, completely casting aside the instructions from King Wei, his mind consumed with the thought of an audience. An audience? "If you wish to meet the Lord, you must first cleanse yourself of any entanglements," Qi Yuan retorted coldly. "You have grown too close to King Wei over the years. Your actions have nearly tarnished the reputation of the sacred sect. Would the Lord even desire to meet you?" Bai Ming's voice was hoarse. "Yet aligning with King Wei is the most advantageous path for the development of the sacred sect. Currently, the leader has entrusted me with the management of the sect's finances. The resources allocated for nurturing new disciples, as well as the offerings to the hall masters and elders, amount to astronomical figures. Without the support and protection of King Wei, it would be impossible to sustain the ever-expanding sacred sect. Consider the spirit mountain of the Second Grand Hall, which was acquired through 800 miles of sealed land. Countless esteemed sect leaders covet it. Without his backing and that of the Dian court, our disciples would find it impossible to safeguard the Second Grand Hall. I, Bai Ming, swear to the ancestor that my allegiance to King Wei is not driven by a selfish ambition to expedite my cultivation or to secure an audience with Lord Zhua. My sole intent is to strengthen the sacred sect." Qi Yuan remained unmoved, stating, "Our disciples number over 1 million, each possessing the capability to be self-reliant. Your arguments do not suffice. If you wish to meet Lord Zhua, when the time is right, opportunities will naturally arise." Bai Ming felt an overwhelming urge to chastise her. Yes, the sacred sect has over 1 million disciples, each equipped with their own skills. However, the greater the number, the more challenging it becomes to manage. The sacred sect has evolved into an entity akin to a nation, plagued by insatiable parasites that cannot be eradicated no matter the effort. Daily, the resources required for the leaders, the sect leader, the left and right divine envoys, the 5 guardians, and the 720 halls, must be coordinated by him. The pressure of such responsibilities is immense. Any imbalance in distribution could lead to chaos, and offending those above is unthinkable. Bai Ming believed his years of dedication to the sacred sect warranted him an audience with Lord Zhua. His contributions had never been less than those of guardian Qi Yuan. With this thought, doubts began to creep in. Was Qi Yuan truly bearing Lord Zhua's edict? She merely happened to wield certain powers within the flying immortal pavilion, granting her the opportunity to interact with Lord Zhua. Yet, she had not received a new heavenly demon sacred scripture from him, indicating that she, like him, had not caught the Lord's eye. What right did she have to convey orders from Lord Zhua? Bai Ming pondered, considering his own stability in matters of importance within Yujing, surpassing hers. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a chilling glare emerged in Bai Ming's eyes. His expression darkened ominously. "Qi Yuan, do you dare to falsely transmit the Lord's edict?" A terrifying aura erupted from him, visible to the naked eye as a chilling energy solidified into dark ice, rapidly spreading in all directions. Qi Yuan furrowed her brows slightly. A fleeting flicker of unusual emotion passed through her eyes before she regained her composure and said, "Do you truly believe I would wager my life to deceive you? Feel free to act." Bai Ming, having regained his calm, sensed a slight fluctuation in Qi Yuan's emotions in that fleeting moment. It was likely that she was not entirely truthful. However, he could not take that risk. Within the higher echelons of the Heavenly Demon Sect, there existed a consensus. The edicts of the left sovereign outweighed all else. Bai Ming had the audacity to defy the commands of the sect leader and to offend the right sovereign, even to the extent of severing ties with other guardians. But he dared not contradict a single word from the left sovereign. Even the slightest chance of reprisal was a gamble he could not afford. Winning would merely mean fulfilling the orders of the King of Wei, while losing would cost him everything. He had witnessed the left sovereign's formidable powers firsthand. Moreover, the sovereign possessed the true heavenly demonic canon, an unparalleled legacy. Within the sect, only a few esteemed disciples were fortunate enough to receive guidance and teachings from the sovereign. Bai Ming dreamt incessantly of dissipating his cultivation to reforge the heavenly demonic canon. Yet, during his solitary audience with the left sovereign's divine manifestation, he had not dared to lift his head, receiving only a remark that his cultivation was too weak, his talent insufficient, and that he must first perfect his own legacy before considering anything else. Since then, he had willingly sold himself to the King of Wei in exchange for resources to toil diligently in his training, ultimately achieving a consummate mastery of the profound dark energy. Now, he merely awaited an opportunity to present himself before the left sovereign and demonstrate his unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonated from the gathering dark clouds above. Bai Ming and Qi Yuan looked up, their gazes drawn to a subtle yet ominous fissure in the sky near the princess's residence, exuding a sinister aura. Who had dispatched those three shadow deities? Bai Ming's expression turned grave as he reined in his energy and stepped onto the ever-rising dark ice, penetrating the spatial rift with his gaze to behold a battlefield within. Qi Yuan, following closely behind, shook her head slightly. "Unclear. Let's observe first." Within the realm of the shadow deities, a frenzied atmosphere reigned as the three formidable shadow deities clashed with overwhelming ferocity, shrouding the battlefield in chaos. Among them stood a towering figure clad in the fearsome black armor adorned with the insignia of the King of Hell, wielding a massive grim blade, accompanied by a ghostly war steed as large as a mammoth, draped in heavy armor. His imposing presence radiated an oppressive aura that was suffocating, as if he were a celestial general descended from the netherworld. Furthermore, beside him loomed a colossal tiger-headed shadow demon, its ferocious flames ablaze. Opposing them was another shadow deity, battling valiantly against two foes, its visage even more fearsome and grotesque, with a green face and sharp fangs, entwined by dark serpents. The shadow deity clad in the King of Hell's armor was the legendary god of the Assault Legion from the Great Yu Dynasty, the foremost divine general, Hui Jinglan. And that great demon, was it not the pinnacle demon king of royal blood, personally slain by Emperor Yenwu years ago? The expression of the White Ming Guardian was one of profound astonishment. Had these two individuals survived to the present day, they would undoubtedly have ascended to the esteemed realm of the 13th stage, true saint, and even then, it is uncertain whether they could have been thwarted. However, upon closer inspection, Qi Yuan discerned an anomaly in their condition. Their presence was not as formidable as initially presumed, suggesting they were but the corporeal bodies of ghost generals, reconstituted through an extraordinary method of soul aggregation. "They serve the prince," White Ming exclaimed, for throughout the entire Nine Xian realm, it was solely the prince who possessed the opportunity to engage with the remains of the divine generals of the Yu and the supreme demon kings, as well as the ability to enslave myriad spirits with the Nether Saint's eye. Though this shadowy entity was formidable enough to contend with such beings for numerous rounds, it was destined to be defeated. King Yuan's gaze was filled with complexity. The ghostly generals summoned by the prince possessed undying forms, fortified by the protection of the national fortune golden armor. Apart from the supreme realm of the shadowy deity, any other shadowy being would invariably be constrained. Chapter 37. The gun sage appears in Yujing City? What should we do? This ominous spirit is becoming increasingly unmanageable. Should we intervene or not? The law protector, Bai Ming, fixed his gaze intently on the two ghostly generals, sensing the imminent collapse of the shadow realm, his eagerness palpable. Under the suppression of 3 extraordinary dragon veins, even a sage would be forced down to the 10th realm. He dared to take a chance. The two ghostly generals were evidently targeting the individuals within the princess's residence. If he could seize this opportunity to showcase the fruits of his arduous cultivation over the years and catch the eye of the left lord, even if he were severely injured, it would not be in vain. However, King Yuan remained silent, her apricot eyes betraying a hint of concern. The unfolding events had exceeded her control. Her arrival had indeed been in accordance with the left lord's decree, but it was not the directive of the day. Rather, it was an edict issued long ago. The content of the decree instructed her to locate Luo Huanxiang's younger sister, and upon finding her, both could be taken to the flying immortal pavilion for cultivation. Not long ago, the remnants of the Luo family had already been delivered to the flying immortal pavilion. Thus, she now only needed to escort Luo Huanxiang away to fulfill the task assigned by the left lord. Yet, her little junior sister, Princess Xiao Yi, daughter of the King of Wei, had entrusted her with the imperative to protect Bailuo Shen at all costs. King Yuan directed her gaze towards the princess's residence, where Bailuo Shen was currently seated in meditation, her breath unstable. If the two ghostly generals aimed for the entire princess's residence, and she and Bai Ming were to retreat after taking Luo Huanxiang, Bailuo Shen would undoubtedly face certain death. To save or not to save, she indeed wished to have that exalted little junior sister owe her a favor. However, the current situation was far from optimistic. Furthermore, there was an even more pressing concern. Within the Heavenly Demon Sect, she was among the few who knew that the left lord was, in fact, the heir to the Yuan Wang. Moreover, it appeared that the heir held little regard for the daughter of the Northern Xiang's martial minister. Otherwise, why would he have sullied his reputation at Shuyue Tower earlier? If the present circumstances were all part of the left lord's scheme to eliminate Bailuo Shen and render the marriage null, would her intervention not be counterproductive? Upon realizing this, King Yuan coldly warned Bai Ming, do not complicate matters. As long as they do not target Luo Huanxiang and Yin Qingling, we must refrain from interfering. Bai Ming's expression turned grim. But if we allow these two ghostly generals to pass and something goes awry, we may not have the chance to intervene in time. Suddenly, his expression changed with alarm. So swift. At that moment, the shadow realm shattered with a tremendous roar as the Tiger King raised his hand, suppressing Yin Jiuchuan, who was in a peculiar state, his residual soul still battling the corrupted dragon for control of his body. In the next instant, clad in the armor of the King of Hell, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain collapsing or a tsunami surging, the foremost divine general of the Yu, Jinglan, emerged from the shadow realm, his demeanor cold as he brushed past Bai Ming, stronger than anticipated, just in time to be my opponent, to retreat in the face of strength. When will one break the shackles of the heart? When will one catch the eye of the Lord? Today, let me thoroughly experience the might of you, the foremost divine general of Dayu. Bai Ming cast aside King Yuan's words, his fighting spirit soaring, his expression resolute, as the profound and mysterious true energy surged to its zenith. He was about to make his move when an unexpected change occurred. A fleeting glimmer of cold light pierced the air, as if a dragon's roar resounded across the heavens and the earth. The warhorse beneath what Jinglan suddenly reared in fright, its front hooves lifting high. The realm of the celestial being expanded, and Bai Ming's visage, along with the surrounding space of several dozen zhang, seemed to fall into a state of suspended animation. A figure clad in azure garments approached with measured steps, elegantly lifting a bamboo pole in hand, harnessing the power of the stars. As it descended, an unparalleled force of true energy and spear momentum transformed into a torrent of silver, cascading down like the Milky Way inverted, pressing the blood-eyed Tiger King into a state of alarm. With a ferocious roar, the Tiger King raised his arms in defense, only to be forced to kneel before the overwhelming pressure. The dark energy enveloping him felt as if scorched by a blazing sun, wailing as it swiftly dissipated. Meanwhile, the bamboo pole danced gracefully like a long spear, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth as swirling snow and wind coalesced around its tip. When the spear was unleashed, a vividly scaled azure dragon roared forth, abruptly obstructing Hua Jinglan's path. The azure dragon shattered the moon, and myriad phenomena returned to the void. Hua Jinglan raised his blade in defense, yet half of his body was caught in the dragon's jaws, a flicker of astonishment surfacing in his cold eyes. Perhaps it was the sight of an old acquaintance or the rekindling of suppressed memories that revealed a pained expression beneath his armor. In that fleeting moment, the bamboo pole swept forward, and as the realm of the celestial being shattered, azure light cleaved through the starry river. The two formidable specters of the underworld were violently torn asunder. This time, their attempts to reconstitute their forms were met with repeated failure. How swift! This! Bai Ming and Qi Yuan exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. The laws wielded by a saint? No, that is impossible. Even saints cannot employ such methods in the central continent, unless their skills approached the Tao. They had not even glimpsed the visage of the assailant. Yet these two immensely powerful specters of the underworld had been vanquished, and even the Crown Prince lacked the strength to resurrect them. As this towering azure rainbow pierced through the clouds, within Yujing City, countless sleepless cultivators seemed to sense something and looked up. The azure underworld spear technique? The azure dragon shatters the moon. Could it be the disciple of that spear immortal? In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince's golden eyes, filled with utmost majesty, bled slowly. He closed his eyes, steadying his breath, a heavy weight upon his heart. He had not anticipated that the king of Baixiang would summon the spear immortal to protect Bailuo Shen. Although she was not the target this time, after this incident, the vigilance of the one within the palace would leave no room for opportunity. At the Wei King's estate, a panther, its fur as dark and smooth as satin, raised its head and let out a low growl. Upon the icy lake, the Wei King, standing with his hands clasped behind him, lifted his gaze, a faint ripple of surprise stirring in his cold eyes. Has a variable emerged? This murderous intent truly resembles that of an old acquaintance. In the princess's residence, Bailuo Shen opened her eyes, her heart trembling slightly. The spear immortal is indeed within Yujing City? This was not the first time she had encountered the lingering aura of the spear. Just recently, the battle by the hidden dragon river remained vividly in her mind. The presence of combat outside her residence could not be mistaken. If a formidable enemy truly breached the princess's estate, interrupting her refinement of medicinal wine and disrupting her meditation during the first layer of the immortal binding spell, she would not only find it impossible to break through the first layer, but she might also suffer a backlash. There was a question that Bailuo Shen had yet to comprehend even at this moment. She and the gun immortal do not belong to the same era. Why would the gun immortal assist her? The king of Baixiang has never mentioned the gun immortal, indicating it was not an arrangement by her grandfather. She came to Yujing fully aware of the imminent dangers. Within the royal family, aside from the crown prince, nearly everyone could be regarded as an adversary. They would not offer her assistance, nor possess the capability to summon the gun immortal on multiple occasions. Who then could it be? This individual must be formidable, deeply concerned for her, or perhaps for the influence she represents. It is likely someone of the same generation as the gun immortal, or even from an older generation. Excluding a few princes, such individuals are exceedingly rare in Yujing. Could it be the emperor's arrangement? Bailuo Shen suddenly understood. In today's world, only the emperor could command the gun immortal. The emperor does not wish to see chaos in the northern region, hence he cannot allow her demise. Within the purple bamboo courtyard, Luo Hanxiang gazed at the token presented by the strikingly beautiful woman before her. Tears welled in her eyes. Overwhelmed with joy. My sister is still alive? Qi Yuan straightforwardly conveyed her purpose. Come with me to the flying immortal pavilion, and you shall learn everything. This place is not safe. Let us depart. The flying immortal pavilion boasts a long and illustrious history, yet much of it remains undiscovered. Many years ago, the ancestors of the Tianhe Luo clan were revered figures, such as holy princesses and elders, within the flying immortal pavilion, leaving behind a wealth of heritage and treasures. These can only be unlocked by exceptionally gifted women of the Luo clan. Once you arrive at the flying immortal pavilion, you will become the young mistress of the Guanghan Palace, your status only second to the 9 Xian Holy Princess and myself, the pavilion master. Before departing, Luo Hanxiang hesitated, but the Crown Prince has aided me. I cannot leave without a word. Qi Yuan seemed to anticipate this. The flying immortal pavilion exists in a different realm, not a closed one. If you wish to repay kindness or seek vengeance, you must first possess sufficient strength. Simply pen a letter to leave behind. Very well. Thank you, Protector. Luo Hanxiang nodded gently, her heart filled with both joy and astonishment. The power of the Holy Sect is indeed vast, having absorbed the even more ancient flying immortal pavilion, becoming a unique third headquarters. As they exited the princess's residence, Bai Ming had just recovered from the awe of the Sanglong shattered moon technique. Qi Yuan, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Why do you linger? Are you afraid of punishment for failing to complete the tasks assigned by the Prince of Wei?" Bai Ming scoffed. "The gun immortal has emerged. I may have been defeated, but I do so with honor. The intelligence from Wei Wang was inaccurate, and I am entitled to compensation." Qi Yuan said nothing, promptly leading Luo Hanxiang away from this treacherous place. Bai Ming, furrowing his brows in contemplation, suddenly pursued them. "Qi Yuan, today you have misrepresented the decree. If you wish for me to remain silent, find a way to grant me an audience with Zuizun. Qi Yuan, do not flee. Outside the city of Yujing, in the Goodness Hall, the perilous situation has allowed the prince to take control of the entire scene. It seems I'm growing old. My calculations have failed me." Huangfu gazed at the concluded chessboard, shaking his head with a wry smile. The teacher's predictions were not incorrect. While human efforts are essential, success ultimately lies with the heavens. "I merely sought to secure my position by making a move beyond the rules," Xiao Yi stated calmly. "To achieve this step is a testament to your prowess. Only by doing so do you earn the right to become a player in the grand chessboard of Yujing." Huangfu felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 38. The Shanshu Academy and the Sacred Court of Martial Arts as dawn broke and the sun began to rise. A cacophony of children's laughter and play emanated from the rear courtyard of the Jishan Hall. "Nianen, your visit cannot solely be for the purpose of playing chess with this old man, is it? You must be here to seek out the little ones?" Huangfu sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Regrettably, we still cannot be reunited. Your eldest and second disciples have gone to serve in the Western Territories, and the third ventured out to explore the world 2 years ago. Only the fourth and fifth remain. They must carve out their own destinies." Xiao Yi replied with calmness. Years ago, in an effort to assess the influence of the celestial demon master Fate, he had taken on 5 disciples at the Jishan Hall. It is with a sense of shame that he acknowledges he has not fulfilled his duties as a master to the extent he should have. Much of the teaching has been shouldered by Huangfu, his revered ancestor. However, he had chosen his 5 disciples wisely, each possessing commendable character, ensuring that even without his guidance, they would achieve greatness in the future. His intent in coming this time was to select a few disciples to participate in the grand examination for prodigies. It appears that no further selection is necessary. He could simply send the remaining 4th and 5th disciples forth. "Are you intending to confront those in power directly?" Huangfu inquired, somewhat taken aback. In the past, to prevent his disciples from becoming too restless, he had refrained from revealing his true identity as their master. The 5 disciples of the heir still believed he was merely a benevolent and affluent individual from Yujing City. "Previously, I wished to avoid complications, but now that I have decided to advance alongside the Northern Xiang royal household, and given that the members of the Tian family are unwilling to yield, I find it necessary to clear the obstacles from my path," Xiao Yi stated with tranquility. Huangfu fell into silence. Before arriving in Yujing City, the Abyssal King had entrusted him with a warning. If the heir harbored such intentions, he must be dissuaded. The true wielders of power within the Tian family had not revealed their true capabilities for a considerable time. No one knew the depths of their accumulation or the strength of their prowess. Most of them had accompanied the martial emperor in the annihilation of 14 nations, leveling 3 great dynasties and sweeping across the 9 Xian realm. Over 60 years ago, they had once divided the entire fortune of the 9 Xian realm. Even a mere pig could attain the status of a formidable demon through such means, let alone those exceptional individuals. The Abyssal King, possessing a profound understanding of them, had advised Huangfu accordingly. After pondering for a moment, Huangfu refrained from offering counsel. He preferred to witness the heir follow his inner convictions, unburdened by guilt. The Abyssal King sought not to contend, as he could not extricate himself from the Jinma Pass to tend to the heir in Yujing. Naturally, he hoped the heir would remain low-key and live a peaceful life. Yet, Huangfu was different. Even if the heir were to face utter ruin, he would stake his own life to at least carve a path for his half-disciple. Master, a youth clad in martial attire, clutching a delicate ancient scripture and reciting its verses, emerged from the courtyard. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, he momentarily froze, his expression a mixture of astonishment and joy as he exclaimed, "Sister C, the master has returned." Humph. Only a cold snort echoed from within the hall. "Sister C, it is true. Each month I trick you once, and you always come out. Why not now? I see you wish for me to guide you in swordsmanship once more. Come here." As Xiao Yi rose, a commanding voice from behind the valiant youth abruptly ceased. A delicate little girl, as exquisite as a porcelain doll, gazed at the familiar figure in the courtyard, her lips moving slightly, yet she remained silent for a long time. Xiao Yi called softly. Among his disciples, aside from the one from the Northern Desolation, he was most pleased with Xiao Yi. She possessed a natural talent akin to that of a reincarnated grand sword sage, with unparalleled aptitude for swordsmanship and martial arts among her peers. "Master, is it truly you?" The little girl bit her lip, tasting a hint of metallic sweetness, her clear eyes glimmering with excitement. "Ouch, that hurts," the valiant youth complained, having been lightly struck on the head by the girl's sword sheath. "Master, look, Sister C always bullies me like this. Do not raise your voice in front of the master." Xiao Yi huffed. "And you, master, why did you vanish for 5 years without a word? You must return home at least once a year from now on. Otherwise, I'll have the ancestor expel you from a sect." Xiao Yi acted like the head of the household, and when Xiao Yi was present, even her senior brothers and sisters had to heed her commands. Besides Xiao Yi and Huangfu, who favored her, none of her siblings could match her strength. "Master, 5 years have passed, and you appear unchanged. Not to mention, have you found a wife yet?" The spirited youth remarked. "Little yet cunning. Your master may already have a wife. Perhaps soon you will have the opportunity to hear the wedding bells, right, Yinan?" Huangfu chuckled. "Your master's brought you gifts." Xiao Yi smiled, refraining from retorting, for he indeed carried 2 black boxes from the royal manor. "Is it books?" The valiant youth inquired with eager anticipation. "What good is merely studying ancient texts? If you do not practice martial arts and swordsmanship diligently, you shall be unable to defeat anyone outside." Xiao Yi raised her sword sheath. "Who said that? The great Yuan also has sages of the literary path, though one must surpass the Dragon Gate to manifest literary energy. With perseverance, I too can achieve it," the valiant youth declared, brimming with confidence. Bang! He was struck on the head once more. "Literary energy is of no use. You still cannot defeat a sword cultivator." The valiant youth was nearly in tears. "Master, see how my sister bullies me in your absence. She is so fierce. She will never find a husband." Xiao Yi gritted her teeth. "Who wishes to marry? Do you want another beating?" Observing their playful banter, Xiao Yi did not intervene, but quietly opened the boxes, quickly capturing their attention. One box contained a jade pendant intricately carved with a red dragon entwined around a pavilion. "Xiao Wu, you love to read, so this is for you." The valiant youth's eyes widened at the sight of the red dragon jade pendant. "This is the jade token for entry into the Red Dragon Chamber of Commerce's library." In this day and age, the Red Dragon Chamber of Commerce held sway across various states, reigning supreme among trade alliances. Their library housed countless ancient texts and scriptures. The prospect of perusing them was beyond imagination. Upon opening the second box, it revealed a rather exquisite wooden sword. Upon realizing his own arrogance, the youth felt a twinge of anxiety. If his senior sister were displeased, it would ultimately be he who suffered the consequences. Gritting his teeth, he hesitantly proposed, "Senior sister, if you do not fancy this wooden sword, would you care to exchange it? The library should possess an abundance of swordsmanship texts. Do remember to transcribe several ancient tomes for me while you are inside." However, Xiao Yi fixated on the unremarkable wooden sword, unable to tear his gaze away. "No exchange. Thank you, master. I truly cherish this gift." At that moment, Huangfu interjected with a smile, "If you wish to express your gratitude to your master, do so by achieving commendable results in the upcoming elite examination in a month's time." The elite examination? The valiant youth was momentarily taken aback, filled with elation. "Master, can you secure a place in the elite examination?" His purpose for studying was clear: to attain academic honors and enter the court as an official. This elite examination represented an opportunity far superior to the imperial examination, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. In the earlier days of the Yinwu Emperor's reign, two revered sanctuaries were established that captured the aspirations of the entire realm: the Mountain River Academy and the Martial Arts Sanctuary. It is only through the elite examination that one may gain entry to these two hallowed places. Graduates from the Mountain River Academy are guaranteed their names inscribed in the 1 Yuan Pavilion and receive the imperial decree of legitimacy. Thereafter, they are impervious to malevolent forces. Their ascension in the bureaucratic realm akin to a dragon soaring through the clouds. It is not inconceivable that one could eventually become a prominent regional official. Conversely, the martial arts sanctuary is the ultimate realm of cultivation that all aspire to attain. When the Yinwu Emperor subdued the 6 directions and pacified the 8 wastelands, he commanded the reverence of all sections. The sanctuary amassed the true teachings of various schools, complemented by the royal libraries of the 3 great dynasties and ancient secret texts, creating a vast ocean of knowledge for cultivation. Among these, many esteemed masters sought after the pinnacle of secret transmissions and supreme techniques, coveted even by terrestrial immortals. These 2 sanctuaries represent the most formidable foundation of the Yin court. However, in recent years, the elite examination has become increasingly challenging. Due to the emperor's open-mindedness, even those who have joined sects, being citizens of the Yin, are eligible to participate in the preliminary assessments. Furthermore, the preliminary examination had concluded a year prior. Xiao Wu, then too young, realized he may have celebrated prematurely. "Master, are you referring to this current examination? If there are no available slots, we must wait another 6 years." Chapter 39. The Python Sparrow Devours the Dragon. The shadow of the Emperor's authority, certainly. Xiao Yi possessed a quota. The grand examination for the prodigies was divided into 5 rounds. The initial 2 rounds would eliminate over 90% of the participants. It was only after the 3rd round that the elites from the various states of the Great Yin and other 4 realms would be eligible to converge upon Yujing City. Traditionally, each generation of the Yuan Wang lineage was allocated approximately 10 direct entries into the 4th round and around 100 into the 3rd, while there were no restrictions for the 2nd round. However, this was not a fixed rule. The number of quotas depended primarily on the divine officials orchestrating the grand examination and the regulations they established. Presently, almost all positions of power within the court had been occupied, with several secondary selections as well. Consequently, each successive grand examination had become increasingly arduous. "And you must prepare yourselves," warned Huangfu Wushuang. Both Xiao Yi and Xiao Wu felt a weight upon their hearts. It was undoubtedly a considerable challenge for their master to secure a quota. If they failed to achieve suitable standings, they would have no face to meet their master again. "Just do your best," Xiao Yi reassured, not placing his hopes upon his 2 disciples. His desire to enter the imperial treasury could be most simply fulfilled by directly engaging in transactions with the top 30 prodigies following the examination. 7 years prior, When several princes first arrived in Yujing City, half of the 30 renowned figures on the civil and military rankings chose to ally with them. Even the most discreet, the king of Xia, had individuals and factions placing bets on his favor. Xiao Yi recalled that 2 first-rate sects had sought to align themselves with the Yuan Wang, leveraging the prestige of their listed prodigies. However, upon realizing that the Yuan Wang had no intentions of competing for the throne, interest waned significantly. After all, no achievement could rival the merit of aligning with the dragon. Throughout the annals of the Jiushuan realm, during the dynastic transitions, numerous minor sects had surged to prominence by placing their bets wisely. In earlier times, those top-tier forces with terrestrial immortals at their helm could afford to remain aloof, observing the unfolding events. Yet, with the advent of the Yinwu Emperor's era, those who did not affiliate with the court or adhere to the established order faced inevitable obliteration. At this moment, Xiao Yi's earnest words to his disciples to shed their burdens only seemed to amplify their anxiety. "Thank you for your gift, Master. I must take my leave now. The examination approaches, and I cannot afford to be idle. I shall retreat to the library," the valiant youth declared, his eyes resolute as he hastily packed his belongings and bid farewell to Xiao Yi. "Master, I too shall head to Guanyin Peak to train," Xiao Yi announced, drawing his sword in farewell. Within the Yuan Wang manor, upon Xiao Yi's return, he encountered the old blind man leaning against the wall. "Injured?" "Indeed. The adversary is no trifling matter. I forcibly broke free from a momentary suppression of the dragon vein and sought to overpower them with my cultivation. Yet I suffered a backlash," the old blind man replied with a wry smile. "Had it been a normal battle, I would have been confident in defeating those 2 netherworld generals. However, that would inevitably involve the entire princess's residence. And the netherworld generals under the Crown Prince are immortal. Unless their essence is harmed in one fell swoop, it is arduous to render them truly dormant. You have worked hard, Lord Liu. As for the golden scales pool of the Heavenly Demon Sect, I appreciate your kind intentions. But this body of mine is already riddled with wounds from my path. No amount of heavenly treasures can mend it, and it would be a waste." The old blind man declined gracefully. Xiao Yi ceased his persuasion, understanding that Lu Qingming's true injury lay in his heart of Tao. A shattered heart of Tao cannot be restored, and the wounds upon his body will eventually resurface. Thus, he retreated to the study, where the silhouette of a graceful woman emerged from the shadows behind the door. She was the enchanting woman who had once collaborated with Yuan Kuei to ambush Yin Jiuchuan on the Hidden River, serving as a vice-master of the Thousand Eyes Tower. "Master," the enchanting woman lowered her gaze and knelt respectfully on one knee. "Where's the young lady?" Xiao Yi inwitted kindly. Upon hearing this title, the enchanting woman trembled slightly, bowing her head even lower. The young lady sent 2 jars of medicinal wine and then departed from Yujing City, heading to Baiyin Mountain, seemingly in search of Master Gongya to forge divine weaponry. Forging weapons? Xiao Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that she intends to reforge the 9 heavens burning sky bow? Master Gongya of Baiyin Mountain is the foremost blacksmith in the 9 Xian realm. Indeed, capable of such a feat, however, the price of his assistance is steep. He recalled that the records of Thousand Eyes Tower mentioned that Ouyezi owed a favor to the king of Baixiang, or rather, a promise of weapon forging. When the king of Baixiang's killing sword was damaged, he had not utilized this favor, underscoring the preciousness of this promise. "Send more personnel to Baiyin Mountain. If anyone seeks death, let the blood-clothed guards handle it this time," Xiao Yi stated calmly. "Understood." The enchanting woman's pupils constricted, not daring to question. At the very moment she departed, a terrifying aura of dark energy coalesced within the study, and the figure of Yin Jiuchuan slowly took shape. His skull, adorned with a grim beast mask, lay shattered, while the black dragon mouths on his shoulders seemed to be gnawing at something. Xiao Yi raised his gaze, sensing a disturbance emanating from the Meng dragon cauldron, suppressed within his dantian. Did these 2 masses of dark energy conceal the fortune of the dragon vein? Without hesitation, Xiao Yi activated the dragon cauldron. A dragon-like phantom with piercing eyes soared from the cauldron, opening its mouth to extract, as if unraveling silk, the power of fate ensnared within the dark energy. After devouring it, The mank dragon cauldron trembled slightly. Destiny snake sparrow devours dragon. Red. Refinement level increased by 5. Acquired divine rank destiny authority of the Shadow Emperor. Your aura will instill a tremor of fear in all spectral entities. Simultaneously, you will gain dominion over 2 netherworld generals, whose true spirits you have seized from the authentic Shadow Emperor. So, the prince's destiny is that of the Shadow Emperor? A thought flickered through Xiao Yi's mind, and the 2 masses of dark energy erupted like roaring flames. Boom! Clad in formidable Yin Jun armor, the first divine general of the Great Yu, Jinglan, suddenly knelt before him with unparalleled authority. Roar! From the second mass of dark energy emerged a blood-eyed tiger king, emanating a pressure that felt like a mountain. Although both netherworld generals radiated a weaker aura than before, they still reached the pinnacle of the dragon vein suppression at the 10th realm. Xiao Yi sensed that it was not his cultivation that was insufficient to enhance their strength, but rather the lack of fortune he had consumed. Had he possessed the complete destiny of the Heavenly Child, perhaps he could have restored Jinglan and the blood-eyed Tiger King to their full former power. Moreover, the strength of the underworld generals could still be augmented. By devouring new specters and spirits, they could become infinitely stronger. Meanwhile, in the East Palace, within a secret chamber piled high with various attribute celestial materials, the Crown Prince was endeavoring to summon the lingering souls of 2 underworld generals. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and spat out a mouthful of murky black blood. Were Jinglan and the blood-eyed Tiger King's souls irretrievable? The Crown Prince was taken aback. Within his enigmatic purple eyes, which exuded an air of sanctity, fine veins of crimson appeared. After multiple attempts, even the veins on his forehead bulged, yet he still faced failure. Was it that the gun sage's power was too formidable, leading to their true demise? No. It must be that the solitary realm had dropped too significantly, otherwise at the peak of solitude. With his 10 underworld lords at full combat prowess, how could a mere pseudo-supreme have extinguished them? Never mind. Such matters were of little consequence. He could simply slay 2 more remnants to compensate. The pressing concern was to prepare for that particular affair. Chapter 40. Qin Mo. The prince's valor is beyond your comprehension simultaneously. The winter hunt on Isol Mountain has come to a definitive close. The Empress herself presides over the grand feast, where numerous members of the royal family and noble scions present their game for evaluation. Some boast servants dragging immense antlered ice deer, while others showcase rare and extraordinary beasts never before seen by the public eye. Against the backdrop of these trophies, the noble youths emanate an aura of exceptional prowess. However, in truth, most of them merely reap the rewards of their retainers or disciples from their sections. These privileged heirs share an unspoken understanding, and none dare to present their spoils before the Empress and her officials for assessment. Yet, a few among them have indeed hunted these creatures through their own merit. One such individual is Wu Chengyue, the direct descendant of the martial minister. Born with a natural martial vein, he enlisted in the Western Front at the tender age of 13, battling against the demon race. Upon his return 2 years later, he was accepted as a disciple by a true immortal of martial arts. Were it not for the upcoming talented examination in the new year, he would likely still be accompanying his master in challenging the true heirs of ancient martial sections. Wu Chengyue, with a physique resembling that of a powerful bull, stands outside the Four Saints Mountain, presenting a stark contrast to the surrounding noble youths. His body is marred with scars, his expression indifferent, as he drags a colossal ice-armored beast resembling a small mountain and hurls it into the center of the venue. It is he, the martial minister's grandson, the Great Flame Tomb Tiger. It is said that over 50,000 people wagered on his entry into the top 10 of the talented examination, with many betting on his victory. Look, behind him lies a formidable ice-scaled giant beast, a creature from Isol Mountain that even masters of martial arts have failed to subdue. This year's champion of the winter hunt is undoubtedly him. The noble youths present whisper among themselves, holding a deep respect for this grandson of the martial minister, who shows little interest in officialdom and even less in indulgent revelries. How could there be any competition? The title of Winter Hunt Champion is surely his, and most likely the top contender in the martial arena of the talented examination as well. Suddenly, their attention shifts as a figure emerges from the blood-soaked mountain, dragging a prize behind her. In the vicinity of the already scoured channel of the blood-soaked mountain, a woman commands a group of golden-armored warriors who pull forth a massive golden birdcage bound by thick iron chains. Caw! A piercing cry, seemingly capable of shattering eardrums, reverberates through the air. Alive? The onlookers gaze in astonishment. Within the cage, a resplendent red phoenix, its plumage ablaze like fire, is confined, crying and thrashing about. Princess Xiao Yi presents a divine phoenix, wishing for the Empress's health and eternal prosperity. A beautiful maid from the Wei royal household clears her throat and bows towards the exquisite figure on the high platform of the winter feast, offering her congratulations. I beseech your pardon, your majesty. The princess is slightly unwell from taming this divine phoenix and cannot attend to congratulate you in person. Upon hearing this, the surrounding noble youths exhibit a range of reactions. Some are astonished, others dismissive, while some express doubt, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Is capturing a beast from blood-soaked mountain truly worthy of recognition? The divine phoenix, fierce as it is, seems only the king of Wei could tame it. The impersonation of Princess Xiao Yi is truly excessive. Most individuals, including Wu Chengyue, scoff at such behavior. While requesting assistance for hunting during the winter expedition may raise few eyebrows. Utilizing it for competition poses a dilemma. The rewards for the foremost achievements in past winter hunts have been quite substantial, and this year, it is rumored that several princes and the Empress Dowager have made considerable investments in their prizes. This was intended to be a contest for their generation, and none would concede to the intervention of the older generation. Faced with this situation, the stunning woman adorned with a phoenix hairpin, golden crown, and cloud-like coiffure atop the platform remained unfazed, lightly chuckling. I accept Princess Xiao Yi's filial piety. The King of Wei has raised a commendable daughter. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's decree, many were left astonished. Surely, she could discern who had subdued the divine phoenix. Had they known it would come to this, they would have sought the assistance of their own elders. If there are no objections, I shall announce the first-place winner of the winter feast, a white-haired, beardless old eunuch beside the Empress Dowager announced in a sharp voice. Wait! Suddenly, Qin Mo interrupted near the secret realm of Ice Spirit Mountain. The young lord's quarry has yet to be escorted out. Earlier, witnessing the young lord carry the white princess, he had no opportunity to speak. And only upon inquiring with Yi K did he learn of the fierce battle that had transpired within Ice Spirit Mountain. Thus, he volunteered to handle the aftermath and promptly dispatched personnel to the mountain, following the route provided by Yi K to seek the remains of the cold dragon. Perhaps due to the severe winds and snow of Ice Spirit Mountain, it was easy to lose one's way, and the individuals he sent forth had yet to return with any news. Under normal circumstances, this would not have mattered, but seeing the young lord emerge injured from the mountain made it clear that the cold dragon was of great significance. With this in mind, Qin Mo was willing to risk offending these noble scions, even the Empress Dowager, to buy a little more time. On the platform, the old eunuch with white eyebrows narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing the Empress Dowager remain silent, he waved his feather duster and, in a subtly sharp tone, declared, I must trouble the gentleman to wait a moment longer. The banquet shall proceed, and the selection shall be postponed. Qin Mo let out a slight sigh of relief. However, as time passed, and many at the banquet became half intoxicated, the secret passage into Ice Spirit Mountain remained utterly still. Would it be that the personnel I dispatched are too feeble to even reach the cold dragon's remains? Qin Mo could not help but feel anxious. The banquet was nearing its conclusion. If the young lord were to suffer a loss of the cold dragon and the first prize of the winter hunt, he would bear an unforgivable burden. How delightful! It's been 5 years since we've seen young Master Qin with such a mournful expression. It's quite satisfying. Some of the young ruffians, who had previously been on the receiving end of Qin Mo's wrath, watched him with glee, reveling in his misfortune. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind surged forth from the secret passage of Ice Spirit Mountain, causing the guards nearby to shudder, their eyes widening in horror. They beheld a towering shadow, as fearsome as a true dragon's head, hurled from Ice Spirit Mountain, crashing heavily to the ground. Though the cold dragon lay dead, its lingering might remained palpable. The charred dragon head emanated a terrifying aura that made even the caged red phoenix tremble and curl into a ball. As the noble youths at the banquet discerned the shape of the dark silhouette, many turned pale, their hearts quaking with fear. The appearance of the cold dragon was strikingly reminiscent of a true dragon. After all, a dragon without horns is still a dragon. This cold dragon, reduced to mere scales and flesh by an unknown flame, presented a fearsome sight with its skeletal head and overwhelming presence. After regaining composure from a shock, Qin Mo inquired of the palace's venerable sage. Did not Miss Yi mention it was a complete cold dragon? How is it that only the head remains? The sage explained, Young master, do you not recall? Not long ago, Princess Bai ventured into Ice Soul Mountain and took the cold dragon's reverse scale and true blood. Without these protections, the cold dragon's body holds little value. When I arrived, it was already being devoured by the bold beasts of the mountain. It is no wonder you emerged so late. Nevertheless, having this head is sufficient. Qin Mo approached the base of the high platform, bowed respectfully, and asked aloud, Might I inquire, Your Majesty, if this cold dragon's head could be deemed the first prize of the winter hunt? Astonishment swept through the attendees of the winter hunt banquet, leaving them speechless. Could this truly be considered the heir's hunt? Such blatant cheating was unheard of. As some began to voice their doubts, Qin Mo preemptively scanned the crowd, his expression unwavering as he declared, Silence. The prowess of the heir is beyond your comprehension. If this cold dragon's demise bears no relation to me, I, Qin Mo, willingly accept death as my punishment. His words fell like a stone into a still pond, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. Though skepticism lingered, admiration for Qin Mo's courage was palpable. Making such a promise in the presence of the empress was tantamount to courting death, as to utter falsehoods would be equivalent to deceiving the sovereign. After a prolonged silence, the empress, with a sudden smile, spoke, in terms of prey, naturally, Yen ranks first. Upon witnessing this, the aged eunuch immediately proclaimed, by the grace of the sovereign, in recognition of the unparalleled bravery of the Prince of Yuan, I bestow upon him the seal of the former great Yu Emperor. As the empress acknowledged the heir's achievement, the noble youths were further astonished. Their disbelief remained, but they were equally taken aback by the empress's willingness to grant such a significant reward to the heir, a treasure of extraordinary importance. Chapter 41. The Imperial Seal of Diyu. Bai Ming seeks an audience in the blink of an eye. Half a month has elapsed. As the Lantern Festival and the prestigious Tianjiao Grand Examination approach, the entire city of Yujing has become a hive of activity. Prior to the Grand Examination, the capital is graced by the arrival of myriad nations, convening for a grand court assembly to deliberate on various matters. This year particularly, the Great Yin has unveiled its military prowess, which had been restrained for decades. Even the foreign tribes from distant lands have dispatched envoys to Yujing to pay homage. Throughout the vast expanse of the Haodu Shenzhou and its neighboring vassal states, nearly every second-rate sect, regardless of invitation, has sent representatives to witness the event. Consequently, places such as Yu Island, Yang Island, and Jinyu Square are teeming with visitors. Over the past fortnight, the influx of individuals preparing to partake in the Tianjiao Grand Examination has surged. In the outskirts, one can frequently observe skilled practitioners engaging in friendly contests, with some even recording these encounters for commercial purposes. In Jinyu Square, a young dragon ranking has been established, listing 100 individuals deemed likely to triumph in martial arts, ranked according to the total amount of wagers placed. The top contender is the reincarnation of the legendary Wu Zhixian, the Great Yan's Tiger of the Tomb, Wu Chengwei. Noteworthy deeds. He once vanquished a young Kongbi ape with a single punch in the Western Territories, sparred with the current sword disciple of the Wuxiang Sword Pavilion, shattering 3 swords with 3 strikes, and hunted the Ice Scale Giant in the Ice Spirit Sacred Mountain. The second place is occupied by the daughter of the King of Wei, rumored to be the heir of the Celestial Demon Sect. The third is the son of the Minister Yin, the young deputy leader of the Xianzhen Dao Alliance. The fourth belongs to the disciple of the martial sage from the South Sea divine city, Songwu. The fifth is the senior brother from the Liantian Yunhai, the master of the immortal Slayer sword tomb. In the princess's residence, within the Zizhu courtyard, Xiao Yi peruses the latest edition of the Great Yin Gazette, his gaze lingering on the rankings published by Jinyu Square. The current dynamics of the world can be faintly discerned from this seemingly simple ranking. It is evident that the top 3 positions are occupied by court officials, while other entities, regardless of their status as sacred grounds or divine cities, languish further down the list. This ranking is no mere coincidence. It is a reflection of the substantial investments made by the bettors, revealing their vested interests. Such outcomes indicate that the strength of the Great Yin Court, following the unification of the Haotu Shenzhou by the Yinwu Emperor, is deeply ingrained in the public consciousness. However, the reality is more nuanced. Xiao Yi possesses an exclusive ranking compiled by Qianmu Tower, which starkly contrasts with that of Jinyu Square, where court officials barely reach the 5th position. In truth, since the martial emperor withdrew from the court 7 years ago, the 3 teachings and sects across the realm have become increasingly aware and have begun their tentative expansions. The upcoming Tianzhou Grand Examination is likely to stir significant upheaval. But enough of these concerns. Let his uncles bear the burden of such worries. Xiao Yi closes the Great Yin Gazette, shutting his eyes as he gradually channels a recently acquired cultivation technique. Beside him, a delicate gold seal engraved with the image of the phoenix of rebirth emanates a gentle golden aura, which streams into his being. This gold seal is none other than the reward for securing first place in the Winter Hunt Grand Feast, the Imperial Seal of Daiyu. It encapsulates a wealth of fortune from the previous dynasty, which, in theory, should be inaccessible to anyone outside the royal bloodline of Daiyu. Yet, with the aid of the Miao Dragon Cauldron, he finds no hindrance in absorbing its essence. In the past half-month, Xiao Yi, through the destiny of seeing the hermit, has acquired 15 significant secrets, among which the most invaluable is a 7th turn secret. This 7th turn secret led him to discover a bone fragment concealed within an ancient scroll in the royal library, which he refined to obtain a primordial imperial technique from the Celestial Mandate Dynasty, the 9 Dragons Sovereign Scripture. Although the intricacy of this technique does not surpass that of the later Heavenly Demon Sacred Scripture, it possesses remarkable attributes, particularly in its exquisite manipulation and refinement of luck. Xiao Yi's pursuit of the 9 Dragons Sovereign Scripture is not solely for the enhancement of his strength, but primarily to gain an additional method to counter the Zhixin curse. He recalls Bailuo Shen mentioning that the Dian Dragon Qi might suppress the Zhixin curse. Yet this power remains elusive, detectable only by a select few extraordinary techniques. Thus, it seems prudent to experiment. Master, a graceful figure approached the pavilion where Xiao Yi was meditating, kneeling respectfully. The young lady of the air has returned from Baiyin Mountain. According to spiritual observations, she seeks uneasy not to reforge the 9 heavens burning bow. Additionally, the female head of Feishan Pavilion, the Crimson Kite Guardian of the Heavenly Demon Sect, wishes to apologize to you and seeks permission to convey a decree. Bai Ming also wishes to meet with you. Bai Ming, he is aware of my presence? Upon seeing Xiao Yi lift his gaze, the enchanting woman kneeling on one knee turns slightly pale. Burying her head into her lap, her voice trembling slightly, he is not yet aware of your identity, merely entangled with the Crimson Kite Guardian. Please forgive me, Master. I have taken a fiery pupil crystal from the Crimson Kite Guardian. Such news should not have disturbed you. Xiao Yi replied calmly, given your honesty, I shall spare you from punishment. Half a month ago, the Crimson Kite performed admirably. There is no need for an apology. As for Bai Ming, the Holy Sect has always been clear in its rewards and punishments. Permission granted. Meanwhile, at Feishan Pavilion, within a magnificent hall, Bai Ming wore a countenance as grim as water, his brows furrowed tightly as he paced restlessly, his mind in turmoil. Do not meander before me. If the esteemed Lord does not wish to see you, even if you seek the leader, you will not gain an audience. The Crimson Kite scoffed. For had it not been for Bai Ming's persistent entreaties over the past half-month, and his previous diligence, she would have had no desire to approach the esteemed lord. Not long after, a maid presented a purple jade pendant. Upon seeing it, the Crimson Kite's expression softened somewhat, and she cautioned Bai Ming, "The esteemed Lord has granted you an audience. You may even see the Lord's true form, but you must first wait 100 paces beside the Lord. When the Lord wishes to see you, he will naturally come to find you." Upon hearing this, Bai Ming was momentarily stunned, but soon his face radiated with unmistakable joy, even bordering on madness. Finally, after a decade of longing, he had awaited this opportunity. Moreover, to behold the esteemed Lord's true visage, a privilege that, apart from the leader, Huang Long, and the Crimson Kite, few others in the Heavenly Demon Sect could claim. Soon, Bai Ming too would be among them. How far could he be from the new Heavenly Demon Sacred Canon? Chapter 42. The Unparalleled Scarlet Garment. Breaking the second layer of the Celestial Curse on the 15th day of the first lunar month, during the Lantern Festival. The city of Yujing floated in the night like a piece of warm jade amidst the 1,000 mountains and evening snow. Countless lanterns bloomed sequentially, creating a sea of lights that spread over the 9 palatial gates, resembling the Milky Way cascading down to the earthly realm. On the moonlit lake, Xiao Yi stood at the bow of a painted boat, draped in dark robes. As the reflections of myriad lanterns danced upon the water's surface like scattered stars, an exquisite sight to behold. Yet at this moment, his gaze was not captivated by the enchanting scene of lanterns, but rather fixated on a woman in red before him, who was making wishes with the lanterns. Her crimson attire resembled flames, her long hair tied up with a red ribbon, and her slender silhouette exuded a sense of reassurance. "Your Highness." As Bailuo Shen turned abruptly, Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened slightly. Unlike the warrior goddess he had encountered in the northern desert, today she was unarmored, adorned instead in a fitted red dress that accentuated her delicate waist, creating a perfect curve. The heroic spirit in her brow only served to enhance her stunning beauty. She was tall, her skirt parting to reveal long, fair legs that gleamed like exquisite jade, flawless and delicate. Yet, the breathtaking grace and extraordinary beauty were merely trifles in comparison to her other qualities. Her innate talent, intellect, status, and cultivation far surpassed her stunning appearance, rendering her truly admirable. Under Xiao Yi's gaze, it became apparent that she possessed 2 divine red destinies, supreme status and eternal rebirth, both remarkably unique. The former could sever causal ties, rendering her impervious to myriad laws. Perhaps this was why she could withstand the 12-layered celestial curse without succumbing to death. Logically, being impervious to all laws should render the celestial curse ineffective, yet the issue lay within the second destiny. The eternal rebirth was a double-edged sword, a red destiny that brought both fortune and misfortune. Every calamity accumulated upon her transformed into a life-and-death tribulation, and with each passage through it, she gained unparalleled growth and transformation. Clearly, this 12-layered celestial curse was her life-and-death tribulation. "Your Highness? What captivates your thoughts so deeply?" Bailuo Shen smiled radiantly, outshining the myriad lanterns around her. She had ventured to Baiyan Mountain, entrusting Master Ganjizi to forge a heart protection mirror from the scales of a cold dragon, which she hoped would dispel the cold poison of Ice Soul Mountain when worn by him. From her bosom, she produced a small, ice-blue mirror, a cherished item she carried with her, and presented it to Xiao Yi. Upon seeing it, Xiao Yi was slightly taken aback. The favor owed to the Northern Xiang royal family by Master Ganjizi was invaluable. Bailuo Shen had sought him to forge weapons. Yet instead of repairing the 9 heavens burning bow, she had sacrificed that precious opportunity to create a unique protective artifact for him. "Your Highness, do you still favor it?" Xiao Yi caressed the warm heart protection mirror made from dragon scales, nodding with a smile. In the past, even treasures of divine-level significance unearthed by the Thousand Eyes Tower would not have warranted a second glance from him. Yet now, this small dragon-scaled heart protection mirror stirred ripples in his heart. The noble consort bestowed upon me a significant gift, and I, too, have a modest token to present to her. Upon hearing Xiao Yi utter the title of noble consort, Bailuo Shen made a deliberate effort to maintain her composure, though her expression subtly transformed. A faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. However, in the next moment, her serene, autumn-like eyes widened in astonishment as Xiao Yi pressed his lips directly against her luscious, fiery red ones. The palpable heat of their breaths became distinctly tangible. Ah, how delightful! How soft! Bailuo Shen's ears flushed slightly, her phoenix-like eyes widening as she instinctively leaned back, only to be gently supported by Xiao Yi's outstretched hand. Calm yourself. The great fortune of the Yu bestowed upon you can mitigate part of the power of the Xian curse. Indeed, Bailuo Shen swiftly regained her composure, her delicate, alabaster arm encircling Xiao Yi's shoulder, her gaze growing increasingly gentle. On the shore, aboard a modestly sized boat that had just drifted 100 paces away from Xiao Yi, the enigmatic Bai Ming and the fiery King Yuan stood side by side. "Where's the left honorable lord?" Bai Ming inquired, scanning the surroundings with a furrowed brow. The lake was adorned with countless lanterns, and young couples were lost in love. How could such a dignitary possibly be present here? "King Yuan, did you deceive me?" Doubt crept into Bai Ming's mind regarding King Yuan's intentions. Could this individual be leading him into a trap in the heart of the lake? No. If he were to be killed, it would not be at Xianyu Lake, a place where he held dominion. Even a true immortal would meet their demise here. The Lord is right before your eyes, but should you continue to gaze, you may find yourself blinded, King Yuan remarked coolly. Following his gaze, Bai Ming beheld a vessel of moderate size, upon which stood a strikingly handsome figure clad in dark robes, locking lips with the enchanting female assassin from the north. The Prince of the Abyss. No, this cannot be. How could someone so young be the left honorable lord of the holy sect? King Yuan, if you do not provide an explanation today, Bai Ming's words were interrupted by King Yuan. If you continue to stare, I shall be unable to assist you. What do you mean? Bai Ming's brows knitted in confusion, and in the next instant, a look of horror spread across his face. Raising his eyes, he noticed a colossal beast slowly emerging from beneath the surface of the water, its scales glistening coldly, its whiskers billowing. Under the moonlight, its blood-red eyes resembled two blood moons, fixated upon him. The overwhelming sense of pressure crashed upon Bai Ming's mind like a tidal wave, and he suddenly realized that in this peculiar aquatic realm, he was but an insignificant insect in the eyes of the enormous creature. Is this the black dragon raised by the Grandmaster of the Holy Sect 3,000 years ago? Bai Ming stammered, his body trembling with shock. If the true dragon nurtured by the Grandmaster still existed, what unimaginable power would it possess now? King Yuan had already knelt on one knee, bowing his head and averting his gaze from the scene at the heart of the lake. Bai Ming collapsed to his knees, his expression shifting from astonishment to sheer terror as he became acutely aware of the cold sweat that had soaked his back. The individual no longer exuded the slightest semblance of a celestial being from the land, resembling a wretched servant caught in wrongdoing, utterly at a loss. The mere thought of having previously accepted the edict from the King of Wei and nearly employing lethal force against the esteemed lords was sent shivers through his very core. Had it not been for the intervention of King Yuan, he would have already met his demise alongside the royal house of Wei, or perhaps found himself nailed to the dragon-slaying platform of the holy sect, a fate where survival would be impossible and death an elusive escape. King Yuan, in light of our shared years as guardians of the holy sect, I beseech you for one favor. After my passing, please distribute the legacy I leave at the headquarters among my subordinates, and you may keep half for yourself. Bai Ming's heart lay ashen as he began to arrange for his final affairs, his energy gradually dissipating. King Yuan found it rather amusing, but refrained from disclosing the truth. As Bai Ming had not truly erred, being unaware and thus blameless, in fact, his contributions to the governance of the holy sect had earned him merit. An hour later, within the lantern-lit night market of Yujing City, throngs of people moved like a tapestry, illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. Children perched upon their fathers' shoulders plucked decorative koi lanterns, while golden spoons danced at the stalls of sugar paintings, forming images of white rabbits holding osmanthus. Lanterns for sale. Lanterns for sale. Sugar paintings, sugar paintings. Xiao Yi and Bailuo Shen meandered through the bustling festivities of the Lantern Festival. Having spent considerable time on the battlefields of the northern and eastern realms, Returning to witness the myriad lights of Yu Jing brought forth a profound realization. Amidst the clamor, Bailuo Shen's heart found an unusual tranquility. It seemed as though she had gained enlightenment. The air within her, like rivers flowing into the sea, resonated with a surge that shattered the enchantment binding her veins. In that moment, she felt as if she had shed all superficiality, her hair glistening with an ethereal brilliance, her energy ascending, growing ever stronger. Xiao Yi smiled with delight, less by a sugar figure. He removed the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to the elderly vendor, who was skillfully crafting sugar figures with a golden spoon. At that moment, Bai Ming, disguised as a sugar artist at the stall, trembled with excitement. Upon receiving the jade pendant, his eyes widened, and he quaked with anticipation. The holy scripture of the demonic path, from despair to elation, he nearly let out a triumphant cry. In his nervousness, a slight leakage of energy caused delicate snowflakes to drift down from the sky above Yujing City. Bailuo Shen stood beside Xiao Yi, extending her hand to catch a few flakes. At that moment, her heart was profoundly serene, no longer troubled by thoughts of how much longer she might live. Silently contemplating, as the snow falls with you, this lifetime can be deemed as one spent together in white-haired harmony. It's snowing, let us go. Xiao Yi took her hand, smiling as they made their way toward the imperial palace. Tonight's farewell banquet marked the time to meet them. Chapter 43. The attitude of Bailuo Shen within the resplendent halls of the Great Yin Imperial Palace. The air was fragrant with sandalwood, and the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the atmosphere. Dozens of exquisite young palace maids filed in, each carrying jade platters laden with rare and delectable dishes from all corners of the Great Yin. This evening's farewell banquet was both a familial gathering and a national feast, held in two distinct but similarly adorned venues. The Golden Yuan Hall and the Nine Dragon Hall were both arranged with 9 seats. The invitation from the Empress to join the banquet signified their acknowledgement of our involvement in the core decision-making of the Great Yin. As they made their way there, Bailuo Shen patiently explained the nuances to Xiao Yi. She elaborated on the metaphor of the 9 thrones, the highest authority of the Great Yin, and the significance of these 2 gilded halls. Those permitted into the Golden Yuan Hall for the familial banquet were truly among the 9 thrones. Conversely, those entering the 9 Dragon Hall for the national banquet were representatives sent by the 9 factions to deliberate on significant matters for the upcoming court assembly. In other words, whoever entered the 9 Dragon Hall would be a visible pawn, a puppet. While a pawn may perish, those seated on the throne could not easily meet their demise. For the throne represented not only the individual, but also the formidable forces behind them. It was widely accepted that once one attained such a position, any attempt to easily eliminate a throne holder would render one a target of collective vengeance. Xiao Yi, however, was intrigued by the prospect of being that pawn, to engage with the representatives of his royal uncles. Yet Bailuo Shen was resolute in her stance. With a carefree demeanor, she remarked, "Do you still remember the vow I made on Ice Spirit Mountain? You cannot allow me to break my promise." With a gentle smile, Xiao Yi shook his head, understanding her intentions. There was no need to reject her sentiment. From the moment he arrived, his aim had transformed into crafting the rules rather than being constrained by them. Allowing the young lady to act as a spokesperson was acceptable. He treasured her support. Should anyone fail to recognize this, he had no qualms about prioritizing the greater good over familial ties. At this moment within the 9 Dragon Hall, the arrival of Bailuo Shen elicited surprised expressions from the other 8 attendees. Is it really her? How can it be her? The 9th seat had been implicitly reserved for the North Xiang Prince's residence. A flurry of thoughts raced through their minds, yet they remained composed, rising to bow and say, "We pay our respects to the princess. Might we inquire as to the whereabouts of His Highness, the young master?" Bailuo Shen replied calmly. "He has naturally gone to the Golden Yuan Hall for the banquet." The representatives from the Dongning and Shiyu princely houses exchanged glances of astonishment. What does this mean? Is the union between the North Xiang Prince and the Yuan Prince centered around Xiao Yi? Or does Bailuo Shen possess greater ambition than her grandfather, seeking to wield authority through her status as the young lady? Regardless of the interpretation, caution was warranted. Unexpectedly, the representative from the Wei Prince, Zhao Hua, remarked with a smile after a brief moment of surprise. I have always been on good terms with my brother. I will be delighted to invite you to my residence for tea sometime. I have heard that the northern border is in turmoil, with the blood-floating tower having slain 30,000 soldiers from the Lianfeng royal court, prompting the northern tribes to send new envoys for pilgrimage. You truly are formidable. Sister. Ahem, esteemed guests. Let us dispense with trivialities. Our gathering here serves the purpose of discussing national policies and establishing the tone for the Grand Assembly. The representative from the Crown Princess residence is Minister Yan, who appears somewhat reluctant to meet the gaze of Bailuo Shen. I appreciate the goodwill of Sister Xiao Hua. But for now, let's focus on matters of state, Bailuo Shen stated calmly. Very well. As is commonly known, the Assembly can only decide minor matters. The truly significant issues are typically resolved in private meetings among the representatives of those in power. Within the Nine Dragon Hall, just a handful of individuals are presently determining the future trajectory of the Yuan dynasty, as well as the allocation of various interests. Tomorrow marks the Grand Assembly. Other matters may be left to the ministers for discussion, but the appointment of the supervising deity for the Tianzhou Great Examination must be resolved today. The representative of the Empress Dowager, the esteemed Lady Gong's son, remarked nonchalantly, the position of the supervising deity for the Tianzhou Great Examination has, in previous sessions, always been designated by the emperor himself. However, with the emperor now disengaged from affairs, many seek to express their aspirations. After all, this position is immensely coveted. Wielding control over the entire Tianzhou Great Examination and the clandestine benefits it can yield are beyond imagination. Certain predetermined special quotas are sought after by the influential figures of the three teachings, who must pay courtesy calls to obtain them. Minister Yan, being the most seasoned among those present, was the first to speak. Observing the previous supervising deities, none have been anything less than individuals of noble rank, with the minimum being a first-rank official or a member of the royal family. Although the emperor is absent this time, we must adhere to tradition. Who among us, do you believe, is capable of fulfilling this role? Noting the silence that enveloped the hall, he continued, should you have no promising candidates, I shall nominate myself. Having served as an official for 28 years, I possess some insight and am qualified to navigate the complexities of dealing with the ferocious wolves and tigers of the three teachings. Do any of you disagree? He cast his gaze around the room. The representative of King Dongning smiled, saying, there is no doubt about Minister Yan's capabilities. With him at the helm, the examination will proceed without incident. The representative of King Sefin nodded in agreement, while the representatives of Minister Wu and Duke Yao remained silent. Wait a moment, interjected a white-clad strategist from the Qi royal household, who countered with a smile. I have received a decree from Prince Qi, who believes that the position of supervising deity should be held by the heir of Prince Yuan. The heir has been traveling for 5 years, and upon returning to the capital, he has entered into an engagement with the princess. This is indeed a fortuitous development. However, given that the princess excels among the military, and the heir lacks an official title, their immediate marriage may invite unwarranted gossip. By assuming the role of supervising deity, he would attain a prestigious legacy as a sacred teacher for those exceptional youths. This marriage could proceed more smoothly, aligning with the emperor's desires. What error lies in this? His words caused Minister Yan to furrow his brow, his expression darkening slightly. He wished to voice his opposition, but recalled the Crown Prince's instructions. He could not intervene if the factions of Prince Qi and Prince Yuan were to clash. Thus, he smiled and said, you make a valid point. I trust the heir possesses the requisite ability. With the emperor's name invoked and the decree from Prince Qi laid forth, the others nodded in agreement, save for Bailuo Shen, who coldly declared, this will not do. To outsiders, presiding over the Tianzhou Great Examination is a significant opportunity and profound honor. In truth, this matter is akin to a burning potato, a colossal vortex from which one might never escape if mishandled. The words of the princess carry little weight. May we consult with the heir apparent on this issue? Furthermore, this is not solely the desire of the Prince of Qi, the Empress, the Prince of Wei, the Prime Minister, and Lord Yao all deem the heir suitable. The strategist in white remarked with a smile. Bailuo Shen's expression grew increasingly frosty. These individuals are merely unable to reach a consensus on a truly commendable candidate, seeking instead a pliable figure to easily manipulate. At present, the influence of the King of Yuan in Yujing is the weakest, making it indeed the most arduous to resist the will of those few. Had she not returned, this matter would likely have been settled without discussion, transforming instead into a decree issued during the Grand Council, appointing the heir as the supervising deity. I can accept this on behalf of the heir. However, Bailuo Shen coldly asserted, the position of the second supervising deity for the esteemed examination must be held by me. This is indisputable. Her piercing gaze swept over the suddenly pale-faced Minister Yan, who seemed poised to speak. Would the esteemed examination not become a mere echo of your voices? Minister Yan recalled the empty box and promptly fell silent. The strategist in white furrowed his brow. With Bailuo Shen's involvement, the soft fruit would transform into a hard one, introducing further uncertainties. Yet it matters not. The princess stated that achieving the objective is paramount. It would undoubtedly be splendid if the princess consort could unite with His Highness the heir, and I believe the prince would wholeheartedly concur. If there are no objections, let's deliberate on other matters. Meanwhile, in the Golden Lawn Hall, following his return to the capital, Xiao Yi formally met with his nominal grandmother, the Empress of the Great Yin, and several uncles for the first time. Chapter 44. In the resplendent Golden Hall, the throne remained unoccupied. A stunning woman, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, golden crown, and a cloud-like hairstyle, languidly reclined upon the phoenix couch. Among the seats below, the first on the left was occupied by a strikingly handsome man, his chest partially exposed, dressed in a black robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns. With flowing white hair, cascading like a waterfall and penetrating gaze, he was none other than the King of Wei. The Crown Prince, confined to his residence, was unable to attend the banquet, allowing the King of Wei to assume his rightful position. Seated in the second position was the East Ning King, a tall figure with a warm smile, who resembled a small mountain even while seated in a cross-legged posture. In the third seat sat an unremarkable middle-aged man, his demeanor apathetic. Rarely seen in Yujing City, he had never formed alliances and had faced multiple demotions. Now, serving as the manager of the 10,000 Beast Garden, the sixth prince, the King of Xie. The fourth seat remained vacant, designated for the Qi King, who, according to a nearby palace maid, was still in the mountains engaged in Buddhist rituals and thus did not attend the banquet. On the right side, the second seat was occupied by Yao Gong, the head of the 6 ministries and the prime minister. Clad in a green robe, his beard frosted with age, he exhibited a serene and unhurried demeanor. The third seat was taken by the second most formidable martial figure, the military minister who commanded the armies of the realm. This elder, with graying hair, donned a black brocade robe. When his gaze met that of Xiao Yi, one could almost perceive the endless mountains of skeletal remains and surging seas of blood. The first seat on the right was intended for the king of Baixiang or Bailuo Shen, but with Xiao Yi's arrival, curiosity piqued among the otherwise disinterested assembly. Ah, Nian, and has arrived. Please, take your seat, the Empress Dowager said, gently raising her phoenix-like eyes and gesturing for a palace made to escort Xiao Yi to his place. Gulme, my dear nephew, allow your fifth uncle to toast you. The East Ning King, the most jovial among those present, unabashedly raised an enormous bronze cup, larger than a bowl, in salute. The Northern King is still somewhat cognizant. He understands that this Dian belongs to the Tian family, and now he is part of your kin, even looking to you for guidance. Does my fourth brother have no intention of returning? Upon the utterance of these candid words by the East Ning King, all eyes in the hall swiftly converged upon Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi drained the ceremonial wine from his cup and chuckled lightly. Fifth uncle, are you jesting? You are well aware of the situation in the southern territories. Should the Eternal Night tribes desire to march northward in force, they might very well need to borrow troops from you. Seeing Xiao Yi's forthrightness, the East Ning King laughed heartily. Not at all. I simply miss my fourth brother. If he wishes, I can readily go and exchange places with him. Upon hearing this, the King of Wei's fingers lightly tapped the jade table, his movements momentarily slowing. It was evident that there were deeper implications in his words. He was courting the support of the Yuan King on behalf of the Crown Prince. At this juncture, Xiao Yi was no longer the same individual he was 5 years prior. He now possessed greater leverage. Although the border armies of the southern and northern regions could not be easily mobilized, they constituted a formidable force that could not be disregarded. Should he gain their support, he could act freely. Regardless of the turmoil in the Central Plains, he could at least stabilize the borders and prevent foreign tribes from infiltrating. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. The current core of Dian appeared to be unharmed, yet the divisions among factions had reached a critically severe level. No prince can truly overshadow the others, and their wings are naturally resistant to submission. Although the news of the disappearance of the Emperor of Fiery Marshal has been well concealed, the ministers have not seen the Emperor's true visage for 7 years. Coupled with the fact that he summoned all the princes to the capital 7 years ago, it is inevitable that suspicions arise. Throughout history, the achievements of the dragon have always been the greatest, and such opportunities are rare and precious. In the present, the social strata of the Great Yin court have become severely rigid, with countless individuals yearning for advancement, including the princes themselves. In response to the veiled invitation from the King of Dongning, Xiao Yi shook his head with a smile, saying, "My uncle does not quite understand the situation in the Nanzhao Kingdom. The soldiers there are fiercely competitive, and the leaders of the noble families are as stubborn as mules. They recognize only individuals, not orders. Anyone who goes there will find it quite troublesome." The King of Dongning grasped Xiao Yi's meaning and replied with a smile. "Then perhaps it is best to abandon the idea. I am not fond of killing. Being too lenient with them can easily lead to chaos. It is better to remain in Yujing City and enjoy peace." Suddenly, Yao Gong, dressed in a blue robe, spoke up, "Young master, are you aware that just a few days ago, the 6 ministries and the 9 ministers quarreled fiercely over the position of the supervising official for the Tianjiao examination? Now, that position has fallen to you. The Tianjiao examination occurs only once every 7 years and is crucial to the foundation of the court, thus cannot be taken lightly. I wonder if you can bear such a heavy responsibility?" As he spoke, the others observed Xiao Yi's subtle expressions. If Xiao Yi appeared overly bewildered and declined, it would indicate that he was merely a puppet put forth by Bailuo Shen, while the true ambition lay with the lineage of the Northern Xiang King. Wang Wei remarked calmly, "This matter is the result of a recent discussion between Miss Bai and Minister Yan. Miss Bai has ardently recommended you. What are your thoughts, Nianin?" Xiao Yi responded with composure. "It is no burden to alleviate the worries of the Emperor. If I am offered a pillow while I am drowsy, I shall accept it. The combination of the royal bloodline with the position of supervising official will undoubtedly attract the top 30 talents with greater ease. Although there may be some sand infiltrating this endeavor, my true aim is not to gather talents, but merely to secure a place in the imperial treasury." The Empress smiled gently. "If that is the case, then this matter is settled. The decree will be announced during the Grand Court Assembly." After speaking, she cast a significant glance at Xiao Yi. "Qingling has taught a fine disciple. Nianin, do not forget that your royal grandmother is still in the palace. Do visit her more often in your leisure time." Xiao Yi nodded with a smile, yet his heart grew cold. He harbored a secret of profound significance, one that was intricately linked to the current empress. The true empress had long since passed away. The one before him was the empress of the Great Zhao from 3,000 years ago, her lingering spirit undying. Through a method that evaded causality and possessed nearly no flaws, she donned the guise of the empress and siphoned the fortunes of the Great Yin, plotting the restoration of her kingdom. To expose her was now impossible. Her power was too great, and such an action would only compel her to declare herself an emperor. Once, it was inexplicable why the Emperor of Fiery Marshal had such unwavering trust in this Great Zhao Empress. Logically, he should have discerned that the Empress had been replaced 7 years ago, yet he refrained from taking action against her. Xiao Yi remained unhurried. His cards were increasing in number, waiting for the opportune moment to invite his royal grandmother to her demise. The Qi King may have sensed the underlying tension, yet he chose to conspire with danger, intent on paving the way for the Crown Prince. The others in the hall were not as benevolent as they appeared. The banquet concluded, and with the Grand Court assembly set for the morrow, someone must preside. I intend to lift the Crown Prince's house arrest. What do you all think? If the second brother is willing to emerge, it would undoubtedly be splendid, the king of Wei remarked calmly. After all, the crown prince remains the crown prince. Lord Yao nodded in agreement. Xiao Yi remained indifferent, while the prime minister closed his eyes in contemplation. The king of CS smiled in concurrence, yet the East Ning king, a known ally of the crown prince, furrowed his brow slightly, though he chose to remain silent. Chapter 45, a dramatic turn of events, chaos in Yujing. In the prince's manor, beneath the palace. My lord, are we truly to proceed with this? A scholar clad in dark robes, bearing a striking resemblance to the minister Yin, gazed at the prince with a grave expression. With the grand assembly approaching tomorrow and the prestigious examination for the elite soon thereafter, the city of Yujing was teeming with a multitude of influential figures. A moment's negligence could lead to unforeseen calamity. The prince remained silent. Beside him, the masked physician's eyes flickered with a peculiar light as he spoke in a low voice. Minister Yin, your concerns are excessive. Do you doubt her strength? Yujing must descend into chaos for your grand scheme to unfold seamlessly. Presently, all eyes are fixed on the grand assembly and the elite examination. With the royal court gathering for a night banquet, the atmosphere charged with unprecedented fortune. Should we let this rare opportunity slip away? It may be many years before it arises again. Minister Yin turned to the prince, who, with a hoarse voice, declared, My time is limited. Yin, go forth. Take my imperial sword and summon General Qin and the others into the city. Physician, you need not conceal your creations any longer. Tonight, eliminate those miscreants from the alien immortal sect to pave the way. At your command. Minister Yin responded solemnly before taking his leave. The path to your longevity is nearing. My lord. The physician chuckled, his expression beneath the mask tinged with excitement and distortion. Once we deploy the nearly perfected 9 deaths rebirth goo with the imperial sword, the human sovereign cauldron, and the mountain river seal, harnessing the fortune of the vast land, we shall refine the celestial goo. You shall achieve true harmony with the sun and moon, the mountains and rivers, and even the very essence of existence. When the flame martial emperor established the nation, he summoned the collective power of the 9 mystical realms to forge 3 unparalleled treasures, surpassing the ancestral divine weapons, thus suppressing the dynasty's fortune. Among these, the imperial sword was bestowed upon the prince at his consecration. The human sovereign cauldron, enshrined within the imperial palace, received the utmost reverence, channeling the fortune of the entire realm. The mountain river seal, connected to the 3 legendary dragon veins of Zhongzhou, rested before the emperor's throne in the Golden Lawn Hall. Whoever possesses these 3 national treasures would be nearly invincible in this world. Yet, as the physician extolled their prospects, no trace of joy marred the prince's countenance. A heavy pallor enveloped him. His gaze fell upon a mural from the martial emperor's era, depicting a battlefield strewn with corpses, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Golden Lawn Hall, the seemingly drowsy martial minister abruptly opened his eyes, akin to a startled tiger king, exuding an intimidating aura that startled those present. Did the martial minister have a nightmare? Prince Doning jested. No, my dear child is returning soon, the martial minister replied contemplatively, gazing beyond the palace. Oh, General Qin is returning for this grand assembly? It has been quite some time since we shared a drink with our esteemed divine warrior of Dian, Prince Doning laughed. The martial minister had an adopted son stationed at Xiling, renowned for his military exploits. Unlike the defensive-minded king of Baixiang, his son, Qin Palu, bore a striking resemblance to the young King Wei, exuding a sharpness akin to the world's most formidable blade. He had penetrated the ancestral grounds of the demon clan in Xiling, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. The heads of those unwilling to submit from the demon clan were stacked into a towering monument, an utterly harrowing sight. In this peaceful era of the divine continent, devoid of warfare, the adopted son of the military minister rightfully earned the title of the divine general of the great Yin army. The banquet continued, and suddenly, Night Sparrow approached Xiao Yi, leaning in to whisper a message. The blood-clad guard has mobilized. This faction, which had once shone brilliantly during the era of the 3 sovereigns before fading into obscurity, had, by a twist of fate, been incorporated into the clandestine division of the Thousand Eyes Pavilion under Xiao Yi's command. Typically, he kept them sheltered under the prince's protection. Now, with this hidden power being summoned by the prince, it was evident that the night in Yujing was far from tranquil. Meanwhile, at the four main city gates of Yujing, the imperial guards arrived for a handover. By the decree of the prince and the military minister, a malevolent leader of the alien immortal sect intends to incite chaos tonight. Thus, a curfew is to be enacted, sealing off the 12 city gates. Any intruders shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Within a secluded mansion in the city, over 100 disciples of the alien immortal sect gathered. Among them were Great Yin citizens, remnants of the three dynasties, and, predominantly, the witch barbarians from the northern domain. Externally, the witch barbarians bore little resemblance to the Great Yin people. Yet this was not their true form. Pure-blood witch barbarians could swell in size several-fold during battle, and their totems would transform into living creatures, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. My lord, why have we been summoned to Yujing City these past few days? A human disciple of the alien immortal sect inquired of the elder from the witch barbarian clan, filled with confusion. To slay Bailuo Shen. The elder, with bloodshot eyes, instinctively blurted out. The other disciples exchanged puzzled glances, with one coldly questioning. Do not forget, our actions are primarily aimed at overthrowing the Great Yin dynasty, not to avenge your personal vendetta against that female-killing deity. Damn it, I was affected by the curse mark, the elder replied, the crimson hue in his eyes fading. Fear not, our plans are nearing fruition. The internal decay of the Great Yin has long been established. The prince harbors treachery. We will feign submission to him, and this time we shall surely bring Yujing City to its knees. That is splendid, as long as we can topple the Great Yin dynasty. Should your clan wish to slay Bailuo Shen afterward, we shall lend our support, the earlier skeptic remarked with a smile. However, to accomplish our grand scheme, there is one task that requires your attention. The leader of this alien immortal sect stronghold, the elder of the witch barbarians, suddenly shifted his tone. What task? Silently eliminate as many as possible. The stronger, the better. With a heightened martial presence in Yujing City tonight, do you not fear death? Quite simply, it is to take your lives. Within this stronghold, apart from the disciples of the witch barbarians, the others suddenly widened their eyes in shock. Dark, serpentine patterns began to crawl up their faces. A wave of dizziness engulfed them. Some collapsed while others knelt, unable to suppress the blood pouring from their mouths. The remaining dozen or so witch barbarian disciples grinned menacingly, seizing curved blades to commence the slaughter. In a short while, countless lives were lost, malevolence soaring into the sky. Yet all was concealed beneath a grand formation. The people of the Great Yin are indeed foolish, lacking even the understanding of the folly of seeking the skin of tiger. The shamanic tribesmen, who were once laughing, suddenly found themselves in a state of shock. As one by one, their members fell to the ground. The elder of the shamanic tribe, gazing at the figures clad in blood-red garments that had stealthily infiltrated their midst, bellowed, "What are you doing? We are also allies of the Crown Prince. Have you rebelled?" The cold and silent figures in blood-red attire responded only with violence. A similar scene unfolded in dozens of strongholds of the throughout Yujing City. Beneath the dazzling brilliance of the city, an ever-growing accumulation of ominous death energy converged upon the prince's residence. Terrifying specters of the underworld began to rise behind the prince, devouring the deathly aura within Yujing City, their presence growing ever more formidable. Chapter 46, Storming the Imperial City, the Divine General of Dian. After the declaration of martial law in Yujing City, flames surged toward the heavens in the direction of the Imperial City. In the East Palace, within the Zhuangqing Hall, the second prince was startled by the sounds of military mobilization outside. He opened the hall door, only to find that no one hindered his passage. What is happening? He sees a soldier clad in dragon-scale armor and wearing an iron mask, asking in a grave tone. His Highness the Crown Prince has ordered that traitors from have been discovered within the palace, and troops are currently being mobilized to encircle and eliminate them. Upon hearing this soldier's response, the second prince realized the gravity of the situation. His father has rebelled? Darkness clouded his vision as he stood there, petrified. Terror etched upon his face. Madness, sheer madness. The palace is filled with powerful figures, and outside there are elite troops from all directions. And this is the time of year when martial law in Yujing City is most stringent. To rebel now is tantamount to seeking death. After failure, would he still have a path to survive? No, absolutely not. It must be stopped. With a grim expression, the second prince bellowed, "Take me there." Before a grave mistake occurs, my father still has a chance to turn back. Meanwhile, at the imperial city atop the 18 palace gates, radiant golden light illuminated the heavens as great formations thunderously activated. At each palace gate stood a golden-armored divine general, fierce and imposing, a formidable presence. Yet, even with the national guardians standing firm, the faces of the imperial guards and the elite troops bore no signs of joy. Beneath the palace gates, corpses lay strewn about, and rivers of blood flowed. It appeared that a significant portion of the elite troops had already been bribed, turning against their comrades. The enemies attempting to storm the imperial city were even more terrifying. There were mindless, fearless drug men, seasoned warriors from the borders, and the familiar faces of those once esteemed in Yujing City. The Longxiang Guards, General Xing, the commander of the Zhenwu Division, the esteemed Bai Shan from the Shanhe Academy, and the Grand Master of the Haotiandao Court. How could it be? Have these individuals all lost their minds? The defending elite troops fought desperately, their eyes filled with rage. Yet, the enemies were overwhelmingly powerful, led by the most formidable figures in the realm. The Bai Shan of the Shanhe Academy, with a cold demeanor, wielded the authority of the heavens, uttering a single word of subdue, causing all who obstructed the path to prostrate themselves. Behind him surged an aura that pierced the azure sky, invoking celestial phenomena that drew the gaze of many scholars within the city. Before him, the blades of battle could not approach, and even the golden light of the imperial city's great formations slowly began to dissipate. At another palace gate, the Grand Master of the Haotiandao Court, accompanied by several elders, was enveloped in purple divine lightning. With a single strike, the heavens darkened, and the gold and purple lightning roared down, engulfing all who dared to stand in their way. Impudence! The national guardians at every palace gate roared in unison, their voices piercing the clouds and shattering the very fabric of the universe. Many of the traitors vomited blood, their spirits dampened. Yet, with the arrival of a strange fragrance and a swarm of insects, everyone seemed to have taken a calming pill, their expressions alight with excitement as they charged forth with reckless abandon. Before the golden-armored generals, they were confronted by a legion of ghostly warriors. As the death toll mounted at the gates of the imperial city, the immense malevolence was consumed by these spectral beings, whose terrifying aura showed no signs of retreating before the golden-armored generals. The gates of the Qingjun had been breached. With a thunderous crash, one golden-armored general was decapitated by a massive halberd. In the direction of the Qingjun gates, Qin Palu, accompanied by hundreds of loyal guards, stormed through the palace gates. The imposing figure atop the grand-scaled steed, clad in fearsome blood-red demonic armor, radiated an aura of dread that seemed almost tangible, with hot blood still dripping from the halberd in his grasp. At first glance, he resembled a formidable demon emerging from the depths of the underworld. Even celestial beings would find it difficult to impede his advance. Within the palace, there were not lacking in formidable Buddhist practitioners, one of whom had achieved the revered body of a great Buddha. Yet, as he chanted incantations to summon a golden light of universal power, a smooth and splendid head was sent soaring into the sky, propelled by a column of blood. The universal golden light was instantly torn asunder by a seven-colored divine energy. In Yujing City, where malevolent forces lurked, this general followed the emperor's decree to seize the imperial seal and eliminate treacherous foes. Any who obstructed him would face merciless slaughter. As the great military god of Dian spoke indifferently, his warhorse advanced slowly, while none among the palace's priests or imperial guards dared to move, all forced to retreat gradually. Such was the overwhelming renown of the military god. The golden-armored general was impaled by his halberd, and a true Buddha was beheaded by it. Across the realm, it seemed no one could defeat him in the Central Plains. Even beyond the constraints of the dragon veins, few dared to confront General Qin head-on. Rumor has it that he has reached the pinnacle of the martial sage realm. Not only the foremost within the military, but also the preeminent figure in the martial arts of Dian. Some even claim that had he been of the same generation as the Emperor of Flame, Dian would have gained another king of a different surname, one capable of commanding the armies of a realm. Qin Polu, do you truly intend to rebel? An elderly eunuch draped in a python robe, with white eyebrows and hair, stood at the edge of the palace, demanding sternly. In terms of official rank, you have become the Grand General of the West, holding a position of great authority. In terms of nobility, you have been conferred the title of a first-class Marquis, a military god of Dian. I fail to comprehend what more you desire. In accordance with the Crown Prince's command, I shall seize the seal, obtain the cauldron, and eradicate the demons. Qin Polu replied calmly, his expression unwavering as he regarded the increasing number of powerful figures from the inner court, devoid of any sign of disturbance in his indifferent gaze. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the Chengjun gates. A terrifying beast, towering as high as a mountain, with a coat of pure white devoid of any blemish, leapt onto the solid golden roof of the Grand Hall. As it descended, the malevolent aura that pervaded the battlefield was suppressed, as if encountering an ancestral being. The white tiger's saint had arrived today. The military god could very well fall beneath its might. Among the imperial guards, a leader was filled with unparalleled excitement. This white tiger, once the mount of the sovereign in his youth, had consumed the fortunes of 3 great dynasties and traversed countless ancient battlefields of those realms, accumulating an aura of destiny to a terrifying extent. If it were beyond the central plains, a single roar from it could subdue even the masters of martial arts. In this world, perhaps only those who have traversed the 14 realms can engage in such a battle. I beg your pardon, Holy Monarch. After Qin Polu uttered these words, he did not linger further. The visor of his blood demon helmet descended, transforming him into a formidable deity of war, standing resolutely before the white tiger, Holy Monarch. Those loyal subordinates behind him did not retreat. Even as the malevolent aura around them was suppressed, they charged forward with ferocious smiles towards the palace eunuchs. Soon, a group of fearless drug-enhanced warriors arrived to assist, plunging the entire battlefield into utter chaos. Meanwhile, another palace gate was breached. A certain Duke of Millennia was mercilessly reduced to pulp. The assailant wielded twin blades, his face marred by scars, clad in a blood-red robe adorned with dragon patterns, inciting profound terror in the hearts of many. His twin blades resembled the judge's pens of Yama, obliterating all who dared to obstruct his path. The blood-red guards of the Great Yuan Dynasty, had they not long been consigned to the annals of history? Upon the mention of the blood-red guards, the imperial guards stationed at the palace gate felt a chill coursing through their bodies, their fighting spirit plummeting to its nadir. Chapter 47. The Emergence of Immortal Insects. A turmoil on the battlefield. Madness, utter madness. How could my father act with such irrationality? The 10-year pact with the martial emperor still has 3 years remaining. Why must he choose this critical moment to instigate a coup? The second prince's countenance was as grim as if he had swallowed a dead rat, as he spurred his horse towards the palace gates. Upon arriving at the scene, where blood flowed like rivers outside the palace, he was momentarily taken aback. It seemed as if they had won. The golden statues of the national guardians at the 18 palace gates lay shattered, while the specters bore severed heads. Advancing towards the imperial palace, the vermilion walls and azure tiles, the majestic halls and towers, were all stained crimson. All hail His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince entered through the main gate, surrounded by a throng of armored soldiers kneeling in reverence, their congratulatory shouts echoing like a great wave. Father, the second prince, was overwhelmed with exhilaration. After so many years, he finally witnessed his father reclaiming his former grandeur. Recently humiliated by the heir and suffering from broken legs, all his pent-up resentment was finally released at this moment. If only his father could indeed prevail tonight. As his only son, he would undoubtedly ascend as the Crown Prince. When his father eventually passed, the entirety of the 9 mystical realms would bow before him. Continue the slaughter. The Crown Prince cast a fleeting glance at the second prince, uttering no further words as he pressed onward towards the Golden Yuan Hall. Meanwhile, within the Golden Yuan Hall, the atmosphere had grown tense. What could the Crown Prince mean? The King of Wei's gaze was icy, fixed upon the King of Dongning, his terrifying aura causing the entire hall to tremble. Whatever ambitions the second brother harbored were his own affairs. When did he need to seek our consent? The King of Dongning retorted coldly, his true qi coalescing behind him, resembling an ancient dragon elephant that towered above the universe, roaring with righteous fury. He seeks his own demise. The King of Wei's voice was frigid, his white hair billowing as a blood-red panther emerged from behind him. Old Sixth, do you have nothing to say? The King of Xia, named, furrowed his brow, sighing lightly, with father absent. Let him make a ruckus. I lack the strength to intervene. With that, he rose and left his seat. The King of Dongning snorted disdainfully, transforming into a beam of light as he dashed out of the hall. The King of Wei grinned maliciously, following closely behind. The two carved out a space as their clash echoed through the 36 layers of celestial barriers, as if two ancient deities had descended. At one moment, even the pressure from the 3 legendary dragon veins could not suppress their prowess. Somewhere in Yujing City, a terrestrial immortal, adept in schemes, manipulated the threads of fate, attempting to glimpse the outcome, only to reveal a countenance filled with horror, spitting forth a mouthful of reverse blood. At this moment, the threads of causality within the Great Yin Imperial Palace were in disarray. Even a sage attempting to intervene would be ensnared in the chaos. Those wishing to disrupt must first measure their own strength. Wu Xiang, your adopted son has also arrived. Do you intend to rebel as well? The Empress, with her piercing phoenix eyes, gazed at Wu Xiang, who appeared to age decades in an instant. Since it is my rebellious son who has erred, it is only right that I rectify this matter. Wu Xiang stepped slowly out of the Golden Yuan Hall, gazing towards the Changchun Gate, sighing softly, my child, your heart remains too compassionate. Protect the Dragon Court, summon the 4 Symbols Generals and the Vanguard Camp, the Brave Cavalry Camp and the Snow Dragon Cavalry. Do not allow that rebellious child to take another step forward. As the military orders from the Minister of War were disseminated, a multitude of breath-concealed figures clad in black dispersed in all directions. Within the Yujing City, numerous military garrisons ignited with flames as elite troops swiftly mobilized towards the Changchun Gate. The venerable Baishan from the Shanhua Academy has arrived. I must confront him. Lord Yao proactively volunteered to face the eminent literary leader from the Shanhua Academy. 2 towering and radiant manifestations of righteousness collided above the imperial palace, unleashing boundless literary energy, engulfing the entire Yujing City in an enchanting sea of books. Nian, the palace is unsafe tonight. Would you accompany Shangwan to the Ningsheng Palace for refuge? The Empress, after gently rubbing her brow and calming her emotions, inquired kindly of Xiao Yi. Beside her stood a demure woman in azure, exuding a scholarly aura, who nodded subtly at Xiao Yi. No, if my second uncle truly intends to rebel, there is no safe place to hide. Xiao Yi declined her offer and was about to exit the Golden Yuan Hall when a figure suddenly lunged forward. Your Highness, Bailuo Shen felt relieved that she had not arrived too late. Her robe was stained with blood, and her phoenix eyes brimmed with ferocity. Having arrived at the Jilong Hall ahead of the rebels, Your Highness, come with me. I will rally the troops. No, Xiao, he shook his head, interrupting her words. The Crown Prince did not come with the intent of rebellion this time, and we need not involve ourselves in it. He had already discerned the Crown Prince's true intentions. But Bailuo Shen gazed into those striking yet profound eyes, feeling inexplicably at peace. Then the resolute female assassin from the northern domain, known for her decisive killings, now sought the opinion of another. If the soldiers from a northern domain were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. Let's go to the Imperial City Bell Tower to observe the conclusion of this farce. Very well. Bailuo Shen nodded gently, leading Xiao Yi towards the direction of the bell tower. Standing atop the towering bell tower of the Imperial City, one could survey the entirety of the palace's condition. At this moment, aside from the Changchun Gate, where corpses piled high, all 18 palace gates lay breached. The drugged soldiers under the command of the Ghost Doctor and the blood-soaked Imperial Guards had rendered significant contributions. Astonishingly, over half of the Imperial army was under the Crown Prince's command. Upon witnessing the Crown Prince's arrival, alongside General Qin's support and the renowned ghostly generals of Yuan, their battle fervor surged, growing ever more exhilarating. The fruits of victory seemed tantalizingly within reach. Is the Minister Yin in the Jiulong Hall a mere impostor? Is this one beside the Crown Prince the genuine article? Bailuo Shen quickly perceived the anomaly. The black-clad minister, Yin beside the Crown Prince, remained chillingly composed, promising vast riches and positions to those warriors charging for the Crown Prince, driving them into a frenzy. Before long, they breached the great hall that housed the Emperor's sacrificial cauldron. Meanwhile, several individuals emerging from the Jiulong Hall, like Xiao Yi, did not immediately engage in battle, but instead sought a vantage point to observe the palace's situation. Realizing that the Crown Prince's conspiracy was irreversible, they were filled with trepidation and bewilderment. Has the Crown Prince gone mad? The mask has been irrevocably torn away. He can never absolve himself from the charges of treason. Moreover, his days are numbered. What will it matter if he seizes the throne? Can he truly subdue the hearts of the people in this realm? The ambitions of the sect to usurp the Spirit Mountain and divide the world are glaringly evident. At such a critical juncture, the Crown Prince continues to squander the fortunes of the great Yin, truly madness incarnate. Suddenly, a tremendous quake reverberated throughout the great Yin Imperial Palace. The grand hall housing the Emperor's cauldron was overturned. A magnificent column of fortune surged through the 36 heavens, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. Concurrently, the blood-clothed guard and several formidable specters united, forcefully breaching the golden throne hall. The national seal, resting upon the throne, erupted with a celestial radiance. It was accomplished. A faint smile graced Yin Xiang's face. Ghost Doctor, it is your moment. The Ghost Doctor laughed maniacally, his entire being trembling with anticipation. He produced an object, causing the very space within 100 feet to seem to slow. It was a black and white worm, seemingly in slumber, drawing the gaze of onlookers, compelling an irresistible desire to consume it. The alternating black and white glow upon it resembled the cycle of life and death perpetually intertwining. The 9 lives rebirth worm. Within the palace, the eyes of Wang Wei, king of the East Ning, and even the reclusive king of West Yu converged. Was the Crown Prince attempting to replicate the ancient legend of the Eternal Life Kingdom? Excitement surged among the Imperial Guards and the dragon's followers who had joined the rebellion. They had heard tales of the Eternal Life Kingdom. It appeared that everything had been predetermined. Once the Crown Prince, or rather, their sovereign, refined the 9 lives rebirth worm, no one within the palace would be able to resist. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The Ghost Doctor, who was supposed to harness the great Yan's fortune to refine the celestial worm, now wore a peculiar smile upon his lips. Before the eyes of all, he crushed the feeble 9 lives rebirth worm with a decisive grip. Chapter 48. The Crown Prince? The Crown Prince. With a resounding crash, the fragile 9 lives rebirth goo disintegrated into ashes in the hands of the Ghost Doctor. The soldiers behind the Crown Prince were momentarily stunned. Their eyes filled with fury as they glared at the traitor. Damnable traitor, you deserve 1,000 cuts. May your entire clan perish. Among the crowd, the second prince reacted most vehemently, his eyes ablaze with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. What he had crushed was not merely a celestial goo. It was his future and his very life. Without the celestial goo, how could the Crown Prince contend with the likes of King Wei? Their coup appeared successful. Having breached the Golden Lawn Hall, yet allowing any prince to escape would pose a grave threat in the future. Moreover, they had no need to flee. The army summoned by the military minister was increasing. If the Crown Prince could not decisively seize power, they would all be trapped like fish in a barrel, destined for death. Just moments ago, the morale of the generals had soared to its zenith. Now, with the Ghost Doctor's actions, it plummeted to the depths. Your Highness, is this your strategy, to lead us to our doom? Not all those participating in the rebellion were united in purpose. At this moment, the Grand Master of the Hao Daoist court was seething with rage. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, they would have already sought to retreat. On the rebel side, everyone felt their hearts leap into their throats, their eyes burning with intense hatred as they fixed their stares upon the ghost doctor. Only the Crown Prince maintained a relatively unchanged expression, as if numbed by the unfolding events. Beside him, the stern Minister Yin turned to the ghost doctor, coldly demanding, "Whose side are you truly on? At this point, do you believe you can escape unscathed? Regardless of who your benefactor is, you shall meet a grim fate today." Faced with the fierce gazes of his former comrades, the ghost doctor merely smiled, a wild, carefree, almost frenzied laugh. At this juncture, the Crown Prince's downfall was inevitable. Not even a deity could alter his fate. The vengeance that had weighed upon his heart for 70 years was finally avenged. A noble end? He needed no noble end. He was the son of Emperor Yuan of Dayu, with no one behind him, only the weeping souls of 80 million of Dayu. As the ghost doctor laughed heartily, he removed his mask, revealing a visage utterly disfigured, pockmarked, and resembling a face ravaged by countless insects, reflecting in the eyes of those present. He gazed at the Crown Prince, his eyes seemingly ablaze with unquenchable hatred. In years past, when the Dayu fell, Emperor Yu chose death over surrender, preferring to fight to the last drop of blood. However, those from the imperial clan conspired with foreign foes, turning against their own at the front lines, flinging open the city gates, and changing the commands. This treachery led to the tragic demise of the last 130,000 elite troops of the Yu, who perished in flames, becoming stepping stones for those who sought to survive at any cost. The second Prince of Dian at that time, now the Crown Prince, brutally severed the head of his father, Emperor Yu, after storming the imperial capital of the Yu, treading upon the unwillingly surrendered 76 cities, leaving a trail of bloodshed in his wake. The ghost doctor had once been the most cherished youngest son of Emperor Yuan of Dayu. At that time, he was cultivating in a cave in the southern frontier. Upon hearing the news, he was devastated, consumed by grief and a thirst for vengeance. He ventured into the desolate lands bordering the eternal night, acquiring the legacy of the ancient kingdom of longevity. Since that time, he was willing to destroy his own voice and appearance, diligently practicing sorcery, until one day he seized the opportunity to enter the service of the Crown Prince of the Great Yin. It was true that he concocted the 9 deaths rebirth goo for the prince, but the lack of perfect quality Dani blood was a lie. The annihilation of the Luo clan was merely a pretext for him to leverage the prince's authority, initiating his first act of retribution against the external clans. By now, the puppeteers under his command should have eradicated the remaining external families that survived since the reign of Emperor Yu. In truth, the few members of the Luo clan were already sufficient to refine perfect quality Dani blood. However, he could not allow the prince to achieve his desires so easily. He intended to systematically drive the prince to a dead end, and then, at the moment of his greatest hope, he would shatter that hope in a single blow. Only by striking at the heart could he avenge his grievances. At that moment, Minister Yin suddenly sneered. "So it turns out you are a remnant of the great Yu royal family. No wonder your identity was not uncovered among the aides of King Qi and the Empress." The ghost doctor, indifferent to life and death, retorted playfully, "It seems that Minister Yin is not a fool after all. But when did you realize something was amiss?" Minister Yin replied calmly, "You have concealed yourself well over the years, but you were still too hasty. You should never have considered yourself to be the most trusted person of His Highness. That person has never been you. It has always been me. Did you truly think I mentioned the Northern diplomatic mission in your presence, merely to stage a prison break? Had you not taken the bait, I might have found no evidence. But it is precisely your impatience that has led to your downfall. Eager to induce a mistake from His Highness, creating chaos in Yujing City, to the point of sending a second secret letter, instructing the Wind King's court to ambush the young master. To scheme against His Highness is a privilege your father does not possess." The ghost doctor laughed coldly. "What does it matter if you know? Everything has already been set in motion, and you have lost. At worst, we shall die together. Is that so?" Minister Yin, clad in black, chuckled. On the eaves of a golden hall, a man resembling Minister Yin also laughed. His skin began to shed, revealing a tall figure adorned with various insect and beast tattoos. The discarded skin transformed into buzzing goo insects swirling around him. "Your servant, Gu Yu," pays respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. The bare-chested man, named Guyu, grinned, extending his palm to reveal yet another 9 deaths rebirth Gu. Moreover, this Gu was exponentially stronger than the previously incomplete one. Simultaneously, 2 formidable and terrifying specters materialized beside Guyu, ready to protect him. One bore the form of a monkey, with a white head and green body, fiery eyes, and a neck spanning 100 feet. Its long arms entwined with 2 ferocious dragon-like beasts. The other resembled a human, standing with a flying sword, exuding an aura like a long rainbow, piercing the sun. The demon king of the martial emperor era, Wu Zhiqi. And another was the greatest sword immortal of the Great Yu era, Li Taxian. The emergence of these 2 specters even drew the attention of figures such as King Wei, King Dongning, and the Empress. This was a trump card the prince had never revealed before. The fact that he could summon these 2 souls must indicate the assistance of the Flame Martial Emperor. It can only be said that the former Flame Martial Emperor held a significant regard for the Crown Prince. How could the depth of His Highness ever be fathomed by a mere junior disciple, such as yourself? Do you truly believe that your solitary words could compel His Highness to forsake all reason and attempt the crafting of the 9 deaths rebirth Gu? Long before your arrival, I had already pledged my allegiance to His Highness. Were it not for my slight inexperience in the intricate process of concocting the 9 divine blood, which necessitated the assistance of a junior like you to complete my legacy, you would have perished upon our first encounter. Guyu smiled, gazing fervently at the 9 deaths rebirth Gu in his hand and the 3 beams of fortune piercing through the 36 heavens. In days of yore, the sovereign of the ancient longevity kingdom harnessed the fortunes of the southern wilderness to forge an immortal Gu that extended life by 3,000 years. Today, with the collective fortune of the 9 mysterious realm at my disposal, I shall undoubtedly craft for His Highness the legendary, true immortal Gu of longevity. Chapter 49, Numerous Changes. The immortal Gu of longevity. Once the true immortal Gu is successfully refined, His Highness the Crown Prince shall shine like the ancient sun in the celestial realm, impervious to death, an unstoppable force against gods and demons. Guyu stood upon the shoulders of Wu Zhiqi, arriving at the epicenter of the auspicious light beams emanating from the Emperor's sword, the Emperor's cauldron, and the seal of mountains and rivers. Commencing the refinement of the immortal Gu, the 9 deaths rebirth Gu in his hand exuded an overwhelming and terrifying vitality, compelling those present to gaze in awe. Their hearts inexplicably ignited with a desire to consume it. At that moment, the face of the ghost doctor was dark and foreboding. He dashed recklessly towards Guyu, arriving before the 3 beams of light, and resolutely self-destructed. A tempest of flesh and goo worms erupted, transforming into a roiling toxic mist that surged forth like a raging dragon. Li Taxian instinctively drew his sword to obliterate the universe, but was a moment too late. Junior brother, rest in peace. The one you seek to eliminate is the heir personally nurtured by the martial emperor, an heir that none can defeat. Guyu did not even cast a glance at the toxic mist. The furious roar of the demon king Wu Zhiqi manifested as a sonic wave, scattering those toxic substances entirely. In that moment, everyone was compelled to take Guyu's words seriously. Indeed, he spoke the truth. The Crown Prince had been the Crown Prince long before, having closely followed the Yinwu Emperor. Even as a mere mortal, he could ascend to greatness. Moreover, his innate talent was astonishingly formidable. Additionally, the majority of the elder ministers in the court were already disciples of the Crown Prince. How many years had the 4 kings been in the capital, compared to how long had the Crown Prince held regency? Why did the Crown Prince's uprising garner such immediate response? Because they had long regarded him, under the martial emperor's will, as the future sovereign, who would willingly accept a change of allegiance, who could assure that the new master would not suspect them of being spies. From the very beginning, they had no choice. From the outset, no one could surpass the Crown Prince in the struggle for succession. Ha ha ha. The second imperial grandson laughed heartily, oblivious to this reality. Yet his eyes were not blind. He understood the current situation. It was stable. Once his father refined the immortal goo of longevity, who in the world could obstruct his path? Could it truly be accomplished? Was this the path for his elder brother? The Western Yu king, who had remained passive, observed the Crown Prince's expression, furrowed his brow, and chose no longer to be a spectator, decisively departing the palace. As he left, the White Tiger's Saint Lord, locked in a life-and-death struggle with Qin Polu, let out a roar and withdrew from the battlefield as well. With the absence of a holy beast's dominance, the pressure on the soldiers summoned by the military minister intensified greatly. Before Qin Polu, the elite warriors of the Great Yuan appeared as mere blades of grass. Yet suddenly, he too sheathed his blood-red halberd, gazing towards the Crown Prince, and softly declared, "Your Highness, I have repaid your kindness. From this day forth, to the west of Xie, I shall establish my own nation." As his words fell, the three great national treasures trembled violently, the auspicious light beams waning momentarily, only to swiftly regain their strength. Enfiliadison, gazing at Qin Polu, who resolutely departed with the auspicious fortune of the Great Yuan, the military minister was filled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Should he choose to remain, he might face death, yet if he desired to leave, no one could detain him. Today, the splendid scene of my father ascending to the celestial realm took place, yet it is truly regrettable that Uncle Qi did not attend. The second imperial grandson cast a glance at the assembly emerging from the Golden Long Hall and the Nine-Dragon Hall, noting that Prince Qi was still absent from palace. Observing the dignitaries of the Empress, who were now visibly moved, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him. The pain in his leg, interrupted by the Golden Guards, seemed to have subsided. His gaze roamed the crowd until it suddenly lifted, catching sight of Xiao Yi, a smile gracing his lips. He suppressed his emotions, recognizing that the paramount focus should be on his father's grand enterprise. As a man of cultivation, it was imperative to remain by his father's side, guarding against any malevolent intruders. Once the everlasting immortal Gu was refined, he would seek retribution from the air. Witness the myriad celestial energies and the power of the dragon veins transforming into resplendent divine light, refining the 9 deaths rebirth Gu. This black and white insect, entwined with both deathly aura and vitality, began to undergo a remarkable transformation, its essence growing stronger with each wave. It even attracted the leaders of various sects lying in wait in Yujing City, eager to participate in the grand examination of prodigies. Subtle yet potent energies stealthily infiltrated the palace. As they gazed at the ever-evolving, everlasting immortal Gu, some could no longer restrain themselves from taking action. At this moment, the fierce guardians surrounding the Crown Prince were restrained by powerful figures within the palace. Rumors suggested that the Crown Prince had long fallen to the 9th realm. If they could capture him, leveraging his life as a bargaining chip might compel the one refining the immortal Gu to surrender it. Even a half-finished immortal Gu could elevate one's status to unimaginable heights. Should the refinement succeed, they would find themselves without an opportunity to seize it. In an instant, countless individuals harbored similar thoughts, pouncing towards the Crown Prince like wolves. Among them were the aged Marquis of the 12 Monitors, esteemed female officials under the Empress, the hounds raised by Prince Wei, and numerous martial grandmasters concealing their identities. As dozens of energies converged, the second imperial grandson's complexion turned pale. He was utterly incapable of stopping them. With a clang, the Crown Prince, whose expression remained as tranquil as water, lightly raised the imperial sword. The surrounding space seemed to slow as he strode through this blood-soaked battlefield with the ease of a leisurely stroll. With each step forward, his aura surged in intensity. After 3 strides, an overwhelming force erupted forth. The assailants were struck with terror. In this very moment, the Crown Prince, wielding the imperial sword, forcibly ascended to the 11th realm, the pinnacle of transformation. What struck fear into their hearts was the realization that the Crown Prince's realm had not been suppressed. The immense power of the Central Continent's dragon veins was entirely borne by the imperial sword. Even if this state could not be sustained for long, it was beyond their capacity to withstand. With a clear, resonant sound, the sword rang out across the heavens. One stroke to cleanse the universe. The rain of blood fell in a gentle drizzle, as the Crown Prince, undeterred, advanced towards the everlasting immortal Gu, which was ever closer to completion. Witnessing the high-ranking figures from the sects, those who could be deemed as masters and true lords in the outside world, all felled by the Crown Prince's single-sword strike. The second imperial grandson was astounded. His father was invincible in the world. With this knowledge, he felt reassured. That esteemed master, you, come here and eliminate someone for me. The second prince surveyed his surroundings and spotted the injured grandmaster of the Haotian court, promptly issuing commands. His formidable and tyrannical, thunderous, true energy was unparalleled within the palace. Who did the Holy Prince wish to eliminate? Although the Grandmaster was displeased at being commanded by a mere junior, he quickly reconsidered. After all, this was the future Crown Prince, and he could not afford to offend him. The second prince smirked, indicating the figure of Xiao Yi atop the clock tower. Yet at that moment, Xiao Yi paid him no heed, which only fueled his fury. Very well. Without a second thought, the Grandmaster of the Haotian court acquiesced. As he rapidly approached the clock tower, channeling his thunderous true energy, he was suddenly taken aback. A powerful specter loomed before him, a testament to the profound depths of the Crown Prince's heritage. At that moment, Hua Jinglan, transformed into a spectral warrior, stood directly beneath the clock tower. As the Grandmaster brushed past him unawares, a swift sound sliced through the air. A head, still defiant in death, landed at the feet of the second prince. In his astonishment, a thunderous roar echoed nearby. Success. At the center of the light beam, Gu Yu reveled in ecstasy. The refined, immortal Gu had transcended the nature of mere Gu worms, resembling a resplendent sun, radiant and magnificent. The mere essence it emanated instilled a sense among those present that their realms were shifting, poised to break through effortlessly. This Gu is destined to be mine. Wang Wei unveiled a towering, celestial dharma body that loomed over the entire imperial city, suddenly reaching out to seize the eternal life, immortal Gu. Chapter 50. The Realm of Death, Crown Prince Xiao Yi. With a thunderous roar, the King of Wei unleashed his formidable power, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Behind him, the towering crimson avatar, adorned with countless ferocious heads, unleashed a chilling malevolence that seemed capable of piercing through the 36 layers of celestial clouds, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and an unsettling tremor within the soul. Unlike others within the palace, the direct descendants of the great Yin royal family could resist the suppression of the dragon vein through their own fate. If one disregarded the subsequent permanent decline of their fortune, they could unleash their full potential, reaching the pinnacle of the 12th realm. Akin to the Taoist immortal of the land, the true immortal of the martial Tao, or the sword immortal of the boundless sword path. The two ethereal guardians protecting Gu Yu, though terrifyingly powerful, were currently devoid of physical forms and suppressed by the dragon vein, limiting their recovery to the peak of the 10th realm, a mere fraction of their true capabilities. Confronted with the near-ultimate eruption of the demonic might of the King of Wei, they could only expend their essence to momentarily delay the descent of his colossal hand. Second brother, quickly, the King of Dongning bellowed, igniting his flesh and blood, transforming his previously bulky form into a perfectly honed body of steel. His flesh sanctified, muscles rippling like coiling dragons, he unleashed a punch that summoned a thunderous, spectral dragon elephant, forcefully overturning the gigantic hand of the King of Wei. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed like a collapsing mountain, sending violent shockwaves that shattered the golden barrier above the imperial city thrice. Had it not been for the timely protective radiance from the ancestral Dragon Mountain, the citizens of Yujing City would have been left reeling, bleeding from the shock. Legend has it that the direct descendants of the great Yin royal family could escape the suppression of the dragon vein on their home turf, perfectly wielding the power of the 12th realm. Yet the prowess displayed far exceeded that level. An elder from a hidden lineage, observing the battle from the shadows, was struck and expelled a mouthful of blood, his expression one of sheer horror. In his youth, he had doubted that any mortal dynasty could compel the myriad doctrines of the 3 teachings and 9 mysteries to bow in subservience. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he felt a profound shock akin to an ant gazing at the vast sky. In ancient times, when the eternal celestial court had not yet crumbled. Figures like the King of Wei and the King of Dongning would have ascended to at least the rank of celestial monarch, if other princes possessed similar strength. The national power of the Great Yin dynasty would be nothing short of astonishing. Your Highness, seize the Gu. Taking advantage of the fierce battle between the King of Wei and the King of Dongning, Gu poured all her energy into hurling the transformative celestial Gu, which resembled a great sun, towards the prince. Swish, swish, swish. Even as the vicinity of the prince transformed into a battlefield, there were still those with audacious hearts, willing to risk everything to seize the celestial Gu. Even the Empress raised a hand, a majestic ice phoenix poised to take flight behind her. Upon the bell tower, Bailuo Shen was eager to act. She could feel the immense divine power within the celestial Gu, capable of altering one as fate, perhaps even breaking the curse of the fallen immortal within her. Yet, just as a nine-color divine aura surged behind her, her wrist was gently grasped by a hand. Do not. In the face of such immense temptation, those two simple words inexplicably brought her a sense of tranquility. Below, the ruins of the palace lay in silence. None who dared to approach the long-living immortal worm to seize it could withstand its terrifying divine power. In the blink of an eye, flesh and blood were reduced to ashes, consumed by the great sun. It seemed that only the prince, wielding the sword of the Son of Heaven, remained unaffected. Father's divine might. The second prince, recovering from the shock of the Grand Master of the Haotian Dao court being slain, was invigorated by the prince's splendor. This long-living immortal worm only acknowledged Father. That group of treasonous ministers could not wrest it away. Destiny was meant to belong to Father. All eyes were wide as they witnessed the prince step into the brilliance of the great sun, grasping the long-living immortal worm and refining it in an instant. At that moment, the ancestral mountain of the dragon vein in central continent trembled. Waves of dragon roars reverberated through the skies. Within that resplendent sun, which illuminated the firmament and was hard to behold, the prince's indistinct figure gradually merged with their memories of the flame martial emperor. The overwhelming pressure, capable of gazing down upon the world and swallowing mountains and rivers, instilled a primal urge within all observing beings to prostrate and pay homage. At long last, it had come to fruition. Father has awaited this day for far too long. The prince murmured softly. His voice, though faint, resonated in the ears of the crowd like thunder, even shaking their very souls. The second prince's brow furrowed in confusion. Why did Father call out to his long-lost, unacquainted brother? That wild seed had perished long ago during the era of the three emperors contending for supremacy. Just as everyone thought the dust had settled, the prince unexpectedly performed an act that left all in attendance astounded. Except for Xiao Yi, who remained relatively calm, the others were in shock. The prince had gouged out his own eyes. Those eyes, akin to the supreme emperor of the underworld, capable of commanding myriad specters. The intense aura emanating from him converged towards the bloody, sacred eyes in his hands. A soul-shattering roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, prompting both King Wei and King Dongning to instinctively cease their actions. Before the prince, a towering black portal, carved with countless shadow spirits, erupted from the ground. The terrifying aura of death exhibited a tendency to rival the ancestral mountain of the dragon vein. Behind the prince appeared 4 spectral generals, carrying a crystal coffin of icy blue, empty save for a bloodied burial garment. As the prince's formidable energy surged and the sacred eyes ignited, the immovable black portal trembled violently, forcing open a narrow crevice. Elder brother Yu, King Dongning, was equally astonished by the prince's actions, questioning the extent of his resolve. Wasting my fate. King Wei retracted his divine powers, his gaze turning frosty. To forcibly open the gates of the realm of death and disrupt the cycle of reincarnation was undoubtedly a path to demise. Xianxing, is it worth it for a descendant long deceased? The empress sighed mournfully. Among the gathered, the second prince was the most astonished and infuriated. Watching the prince's aura gradually weaken, even as he self-destructed, he screamed in despair. Father, why? Is it truly for that long-dead wild seed, forsaking the world already within reach? Even risking his life? Why? Impudence. The blinded prince waved his sleeve, the last remnants of his authority, forcing the second prince to kneel upon the ground. That is your elder brother, the legitimate son of the... When the crown prince uttered this name, his tone was imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. His eldest son, Xiao Yi, was not born of the current crown princess, but was the sole offspring of his beloved, who had long since departed. During the outbreak of the dynasty wars, the crown prince had once contemplated trading his remarkable achievements in vanquishing the Great Yuan dynasty for the Emperor Wu's acceptance of his illegitimate son, seeking to have the world acknowledge him as the heir apparent. Ultimately, Emperor Yenwu acquiesced. However, fate did not align with their desires. When the Great Yuan fell, the border troops, driven by vengeance, launched a relentless assault, sacrificing everything to eliminate Xiao Yi, who was guarding the pass for the crown prince. From the crack of the portal to the realm of the dead, a flicker of light slowly emerged. His memories lingered on the final battle of his life. In that battle, he had the opportunity to retreat, yet the stronghold he defended lay behind him, his father. Should the most frenzied and elite troops of the Great Yuan witness the devastation within the fortress, their madness would only intensify. Ultimately, Xiao Yi chose to fight to the death. Even in death, he resolved to hold the line for an additional hour. By the time the crown prince presented the head of the Yuan emperor to the throne, the most brutal battlefield of the era, marked by the struggle of the three sovereigns, had already yielded its outcome. With fewer than 50,000 defenders, Xiao Yi successfully repelled the mightiest elite of the Great Yuan. In the aftermath, his body bore no unscathed remnants. Collapsing half-kneeling amidst the corpses, he gazed back at the imperial capital of the Great Yuan, whispering, "Father, I have held the line." The haunting memory witnessed by the crown prince, from the ethereal light of the soul, caused tears of blood to flow from his hollow eye sockets. Yet he continued to smile. "Yi, I cannot accompany you to the end. This splendid era of the Yin is the last gift I bestow upon you." Chapter 51. The fate of the overcast son of heaven and the seven specters of the underworld above the great Yin imperial palace. The prince, his dissipating form gradually vanishing, gazed up at King Dongning and softly uttered, "Fifth brother, this is the last command from your second brother in this lifetime. Protect Bu Li." With those words, his essence completely merged into the resplendent sun, transforming into countless shimmering particles of light that dispersed into the ether. The great Yin prince, both spirit and form, had perished. In that moment, the ancestral mountain of the dragon vein trembled as a formidable golden dragon, born of the essence of the great Yin, soared from the ancestral heights, spiraling above the palace. The fortune radiating from this dragon enveloped every individual in Yujing City, healing the wounded, enlightening the diligent practitioners, and miraculously extending the lives of those on the brink of death. Boom! Above the imperial city, several figures ascended with unparalleled speed, racing towards the golden dragon of fortune. The empress, her phoenix eyes icy and resolute, no longer concealed her identity. A breathtakingly beautiful celestial fox avatar, adorned with the wings of an icy phoenix, claimed the eastern sky, standing in opposition to the Wei King. In the south, a woman whose features were obscured cradled a 9-tiered white jade flying tower, gathering the immense fortune emanating from the golden dragon. This time, Xiao Yi did not intervene to stop Bailuo Shen. The air was thick with the presence of the 9-colored divine spirits as she brandished a blood-red spear, her might rivaling that of the other 3 factions, bolstered by the prepared forces of the Northern King's residents. Those from the palace and foreign powers who sought to stake their claim were all subdued by the aura of these 4 figures. Only King Dongning stood undaunted amidst the terrifying pressure surrounding the golden dragon. Yet he did not vie for this grand opportunity. Instead, he adhered to the prince's last wishes and withdrew from the palace with the soul of Xiao Li. Along the way, none dared to impede their passage. At this moment, the palace's situation was entirely under the control of the military minister and Lord Yao. The expressions of those like Minister Yin were deeply pained. They had never anticipated that the prince's ultimate aim would turn out to be so absurd. In this battle, there were no victors. Only those who sought to benefit from the dragon's legacy had lost completely. As the forces under the military minister surged into the imperial city, those who had rebelled alongside the prince felt their spirits crushed. They realized the grim fate that awaited them, for there was no room for redemption in treason. From the outset, they had gambled, and with their losses, they had to embrace the consequences. Clang! After a moment of hesitation, the remnants of the prince's forces drew their swords in a frenzy of self-destruction. No, I cannot die. I am the prince, the future prince. Ha ha! The second imperial grandson, unable to accept the harsh reality, screamed wildly, his sanity unraveling. Suddenly, several lurking remnants of the Great Yu, eyes filled with malice, seized the moment to raise their blades and savagely strike down the now unprotected second grandson. Soon he too breathed his last, trampled into the dust like the fallen soldiers of the rebellion. From his elevated vantage point, the military minister surveyed the scene. Among those who had supported the prince, it seemed that only the blood-clad guards had suffered minimal casualties and managed to escape the encirclement. If he had chosen to expend the lives of the Imperial Guard and the elite of the Great Yin, he could have retained them all. Yet, the military minister refrained from such action, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Where did this group of blood-clad guard originate? They were, after all, once the most formidable henchmen of the former Yuan dynasty's royal family. Had it not been for the instigation of the last tyrant of the Daon dynasty, the Blood Robe Guard would not have been buried within a cave. At that time, the Great Yin sought to engulf the three major dynasties, requiring at least another decade of preparation. The military minister had a daughter who married into the prince's residence as a consort, thus possessing intimate knowledge of the early circumstances surrounding the prince. The prince should have been unable to devote his energies to training the elite of the Blood Robe Guard. Furthermore, it was inconceivable that among the earliest members of the Blood Robe Guard, only so few remained alive to this day. The military minister had taken precautions, instructing the shadow guards of the Dragon Protectorate to track the few Blood Robe Guards that had retreated. Suddenly, the heavens trembled. From the gradually fading portal of the realm of death, a terrifying hand composed of souls emerged, reaching for the golden dragon of fortune. In Lao Gue of the Yellow Springs, what audacity you possess! The King Wei's cold gaze revealed his weapon for the first time. It was a blood-red spear, exuding a malevolent aura of pure black and crimson, so intense that even the spectral beings of the realm of death felt a chill of trepidation. With a thunderous crash, the spear descended, severing the hand, and a muffled groan echoed from the realm of death as the pitch-black portal, adorned with countless spectral carvings, slammed shut. On the fringes of the vast land of the divine continent, within the forbidden grounds of the underworld mountain, a furious roar reverberated, shaking the very clouds, causing all spirits and spectral entities in the underworld to prostrate themselves, their souls aching to shatter. Having regained merely 30% of the status of the Yin Emperor, the royal family of the Great Yin must face annihilation. His voice resonated as though it were the supreme law of the entire underworld, instilling not an ounce of rebellious thought among the spectral beings who could only think of obedience. Let the people of the Yin Mountain sect investigate to whom the remaining status of the Yin Emperor now belongs. A 12th tribulation spectral being knelt in the depths of the underworld, conveying the message of the Supreme, their voice rasping and icy, echoing through the underworld and stirring the roaring currents of the river of oblivion. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Great Yin, the entire golden dragon of fortune suddenly dissipated. The King Wei's gaze, as sharp as a blade, swept across the other three individuals in silence before he departed with a flick of his sleeve. Had the dragon Vane's fortune, claimed by the Lord of the Underworld, been taken by the King Wei through means of concealment? The breathtakingly beautiful celestial fox avatar let out a soft sigh, returning to the side of the Empress. Upon the bell tower, Xiao Yi gazed towards the direction of the underworld, his expression solemn. Within his body, the dragon cauldron of the python and sparrow swirled with fortune, the majority of the golden dragon's fortune residing within. This was owed to the supreme spectral being of the underworld. Had it not been for their painful sacrifice in reaching out from the realm of death, provoking the King Wei to take action, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Xiao Yi to surreptitiously consume the the prince's fortune into the dragon cauldron. At this moment, the python and sparrow dragon cauldron boiled vigorously, the golden dragon's fortune being thoroughly refined. The fate python swallowing the dragon, red, has reached a refinement level of 30. Acquired fate, Yin Tianzi, red refinement level 70. The supreme emperor of the underworld, presiding over a corner of reincarnation, all souls of the dead shall prostrate at the feet of the emperor. And those spirits conferred by the emperor shall possess eternal life and unwavering loyalty. 7 ghostly generals have been conferred. Peak of the 12 realms. Hu Jinglan, Li Taxian. Blood-eyed Tiger King, Wiziki, Peak of the 11 realms. Hualien female, Yin God, Golden Armored Warrior. Peacock King. There is no limit to the number of low-level Yin spirits that can be enslaved. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the number of enslavements, a maximum of 7 high-ranking ghostly generals. The conferral of other Yin spirits can allow for the new conferment of ghostly generals. After this battle, Xiao Yi became the one who quietly amassed wealth. Not only did he acquire the remaining ghostly generals from the Crown Prince, but he also obtained nearly the entire fate of the Yin Tianzi. This is precisely why he refrained from intervening in the palace coup. Regardless of who emerged victorious, he could reap the corresponding fortune. To act rashly would only increase the unpredictability of the situation. However, in terms of caution, he was not inferior to Prince Qi. His 7th uncle had not shown his face throughout the entire affair. After today, the power dynamics in Yujing City are destined to undergo a significant reshuffle. Chapter 52. The Transformation of the Sacred Mountain, the Northern Empress. While a palace coup unfolds in the grand city of Yujing, the leaders of the 8 great courts of the north are embroiled in a brutal bloodbath. 2 weeks prior, 30,000 blood soldiers from the northern sky pass surged forth, obliterating the already crumbling Wind King court. The assault by the blood soldiers was swift and relentless, striking under the cover of night, traversing 1,000 miles to execute their deadly mission, leaving no ground to defend. By the time the other factions of the north sought to unite, the attackers had vanished without a trace. The people of Dian have gone too far. How dare they trample upon our land and slaughter the children of Changsheng without permission? We can no longer afford to engage in internal strife. We must unite upon the sacred mountain of the north. The 2 great khans of the Divine Elephant Court and the Evil Tiger Court issued a rallying cry, gathering scattered tribes and the Northern Princess for an alliance. Now, the 8 great courts have turned to mere whispers of history, with only the Evil Tiger King, the Divine Elephant King, and the Princess of the Howling Wolf Court remaining as the true rulers of the North. Today, I have received the divine mandate of Changsheng to reorganize the sacred court, to wield the power of the Great Khan, and to forge a blood oath with all present. Henceforth, any who dare to raise arms will face the collective wrath of our tribes. The Evil Tiger King and the Divine Elephant King had already conspired in secrecy to feign an alliance, first compelling the princess to join the sacred court, and subsequently sending her elite forces from the Howling Wolf Court to the border to engage in a deadly struggle with Dian, thereby eliminating this weakest competitor before determining the victor among themselves. With the support of the Divine Elephant King and his tribe, the Evil Tiger King raised his arm in a call, and the sacred mountain resounded with voices of support. The hesitant neutral tribes, confronted with a formidable external enemy and internal pressure, found themselves with no choice. "It is your turn, princess." The Divine Elephant King extended an ancient parchment inscribed with blood-red characters towards the resolute and exquisite Yuling. His gaze was laced with unmasked greed, for he understood that the princess had no viable options left, as the leaders of the other tribes had already pledged blood oaths. Should she and her followers choose to defy the alliance, they would inevitably become prey to the remaining tribes. This was an overt conspiracy. The once illustrious princess of the north found herself ensnared in an inescapable ploy. The Divine Elephant King laughed maliciously. Were it not for the Evil Tiger King's promise to annihilate the main forces of the Howling Wolf Court, allowing him to do as he pleased with the princess, he would have been reluctant to relinquish the position of the Great Khan within the sacred court. However, upon beholding the princess's striking figure and beauty, coupled with an air of cold nobility reminiscent of the divine goddess of Changsha. He felt a sense of equilibrium. While the evil Tiger King schemed to control the entirety of the north, he underestimated the cunning of the divine Elephant King. The latter intended to utilize the evil Tiger King's hand to destroy the Howling Wolf Court, and then to marry the princess. When the princess and her tribe found themselves in dire straits, he would extend a helping hand, rallying her former subordinates, and inciting them to rebel against the evil Tiger King out of their shared animosity. In the end, he envisioned himself as the sole true monarch of the North, destined to father the most powerful offspring with this once revered princess, ultimately redeeming his own identity. The prospect of sweeping through the northern domain and trampling the Dian dynasty was not beyond possibility. As the divine Elephant King reveled in his ambitious fantasies, a chilling breeze suddenly swept across his neck. He was suddenly awakened, the ancient parchment in his hand torn apart by a chilling flash of light. You! The queen's gaze was as indifferent as if she were surveying mere insects, staring down at the assembled crowd. Beside her stood a scarred wolf warrior, his eyes filled with a feral savagery, who abruptly drew a bone-white dagger, severing the parchment before ruthlessly striking at the neck of the Elephant King. Seeking death, roared the evil Tiger King, yet he made no move to assist, merely watching with a cold smirk. With a blood oath shattered, the leaders of the various tribes stood bewildered, unsure of whom to support. Only the queen's loyal faction and the direct lineage of the Elephant King engaged in battle. The scarred wolf warrior, brimming with murderous intent, was fearsome beyond measure. The Elephant King's 7 or 8 personal guards fell, unable to withstand the onslaught. "Toba Jun, what are you waiting for?" the Elephant King exclaimed, clutching the ear that had been severed, his rage boiling over as he denounced the evil Tiger King's shamelessness for watching the chaos unfold. "What am I waiting for? I am, of course, awaiting the arrival of my son's army." The evil Tiger King laughed, his expression momentarily serious as he glanced at the queen. "How predictable. I knew this fool would not bring his forces. After I eliminate him, you and I shall settle the score on the Holy Mountain. Whoever prevails shall become the sovereign of the sacred court, witnessed by the great shaman. The defeated shall either die or kneel, with no retreat permitted. An oath to the eternal heaven must be sworn. Any violators shall be deemed blasphemers and cast into the depths of hell. Kill." The queen lifted her amber-red eyes, responding with a single word, cold as ice. As her words fell, several terrifying auras behind her ceased to conceal themselves. In addition to the dozens of valiant wolf warriors, a figure clad in black water armor stood out prominently, alongside a monk reciting scriptures while seated atop a dragon mastiff tamed from the northern deserts, exuding an overwhelming ferocity as it charged forth. The Elephant King, closest to the queen and unable to flee in time, bore the brunt of the assault. The evil Tiger King had deliberately obstructed the Elephant King's trusted aides before his subordinates could provide aid. They were horrified to witness the decapitation of their king by the dragon mastiff. "Old guards of the Elephant King, your lord has fallen victim to the witch's treachery. Join me in avenging this breach of the pact." At the foot of the Holy Mountain, the evil Tiger King's army arrived just in time. With a raised arm, he called out, and an echoing response like a tsunami surged from below. The leaders of the trembling tribes atop the mountain had no choice. Most silently aligned themselves with the evil Tiger King. Only the loyal remnants of the former northern kings steadfastly protected the queen. "Queen, you have lost." The evil Tiger King declared from atop a black tiger, looking down imperiously. "If you are willing to become my queen, I could spare your loyal subjects, even reinstating them. Otherwise, they shall all meet a grave end. I will not deceive you. I received the divine oracle from the eternal heaven a fortnight ago. In this battle, defeat is inevitable for you, regardless of your efforts. The deity of the eternal heaven seeks a loyal servant, and you and your father are clearly not fit. I ought to slay you, but should you bow your head, I shall spare your life." Yet, in the face of the evil Tiger King's threats and the encirclement of his army, the queen remained remarkably composed. "You should have simply refused." "Very well. Only a steed of fierce temperament can truly provide pleasure to this king upon its submission. Let me known, Whoever captures the female sovereign shall be bestowed with the title of commander of 10,000 riders, rewarded with thousands of cattle and sheep, and granted the honor of entering the sacred court as a distinguished warrior in the king's gilded tent. The rewards promised by the king of the Wicked Tiger are no less than those of a noble lord in the Great Yen, and his army behind him surged with fervor, undeterred even by the divine guardians of the land standing in their way, ready to charge into the fray. "Protect the female sovereign, retreat from the holy mountain," roared the leader of the wolf guards as he forged a path. At that moment, from the other side of the holy mountain, a series of mournful howls erupted, growing ever louder, even drowning out the shouts of the tens of thousands of iron cavalry behind the king of the Wicked Tiger. Chapter 53. The True Martial Totem. 100,000 thunderous wolf riders. Howls of wolves echoed from every direction, a sound that shook the heavens. The personal guards of the evil Tiger King exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from stillness to sheer terror as they turned to follow the source of the tumult. Wolves, an overwhelming multitude of them, more numerous than their own 50,000 iron cavalry, they blanketed the mountains and valleys, invoking a spine-chilling dread. These were no ordinary wild wolves. They were the most fearsome of the black moon wolves from the dark forest. Each one was as large as a lion or tiger, their sleek, obsidian coats glistening, fangs gleaming white, eyes blazing with wild ferocity, akin to beasts that preyed on humans. How could this be possible? The evil Tiger King's expression shifted dramatically, shock, horror, anger, and a tumult of emotions swirled within him. How could these creatures, forbidden to emerge, defy the divine oracle? Did they not fear the wrath of the true God of eternal life? The visage of the evil Tiger King turned pale in the presence of those piercing emerald eyes. At that moment, he felt no desire to fight, only an overwhelming urge to flee. It was not a matter of cowardice, but a realization that his 50,000 iron cavalry stood no chance against this horde of black moon wolves. For every 100 of these wolves, there was a leader, a particularly massive beast, fiercer than the demon generals of the wild. Among every 100 leaders, a black moon wolf king could arise, possessing intelligence akin to that of a demon and terrifying combat prowess. A black moon wolf king could easily duel and kill an ordinary grandmaster of the human realm. When paired with the pack, their bloodlust coalescing into a singular force. Even a remnant immortal would find it a formidable challenge. And among every 100,000 black moon wolves, a howling moon wolf was born, comparable to a demon king, commanding 10,000 black moon wolves. No ordinary demon king could stand against it. The howling moon wolf king, a colossal creature as large as a mammoth and pure white with not a single hair out of place, lay beside the queen. The hearts of those following the evil Tiger King trembled in fear. The former king of the northern desert had never been able to bring a howling moon wolf king from the dark forest. Could it be that she was the chosen one of eternal life? As the incredulous whispers circulated, the evil Tiger King erupted in fury. Impossible. The oracle is with me. We must fight our way out. This is a test from eternal life. In an instant, the battle erupted, the black moon wolf pack mercilessly slaughtering the royal cavalry. Great shaman, save me. After a fierce struggle, the evil Tiger King found himself cornered by the howling moon wolf king, desperately calling for aid from the great shaman on the altar. The great shaman, who was supposed to uphold justice, did not hesitate. He acted swiftly, taking the bloodied, one-armed, and battered evil Tiger King onto a frenzied demon steed, retreating under the protection of numerous loyal warriors. In their bid for escape, many of the evil Tiger King's elite perished. Even the formidable black tiger demon he had nurtured for decades fell victim to the jaws of the Wolf King. Once I have regrouped my forces and returned with the emissaries of eternal life, I shall subdue these beasts and annihilate the Canine King escort. The evil Tiger King, before fleeing, could not resist uttering his threats. The old monk riding the dragon mastiff chuckled softly, relentlessly pursuing with his dark, mystic armor. Half an hour later, the bloodshed on the holy mountain came to an end, the ground strewn with the remains of the fallen, the thick, viscous blood staining the mountainside. As the howling moon wolf king descended the mountain, his gaze turned vigilant, bristling with unease as he emitted low growls toward the collapsed section of the mountainside. Proceed. "Excavate it," commanded the Lady Monarch to her wolf guards, who began to unearth the unstable terrain. To their astonishment, numerous fragmented artifacts and blood-stained battle flags emerged from the earth, exuding an unsettling divine presence. Could this be the relics of the ancient eternal life heaven? Was what my master spoke of truly real? The ancient eternal life once clashed with the celestial court, leading to the near destruction of the entire realm. My master mentioned that within these relics, one might discover authentic cultivation methods of eternal life heaven, transforming ordinary totems into genuine martial totems. The Lady Monarch whispered softly, her voice barely audible to anyone but herself. As the excavation of the relics grew increasingly expansive, a fragmented royal banner materialized before the onlookers, adorned with the awe-inspiring image of a nine-headed divine bird and a white wolf even more formidable than the howling moon wolf king himself. Upon touching the broken banner, the Lady Monarch felt an intense heat radiate from the 9 nether dragon python pattern on her back, as if it were being reforged, her aura amplifying. Excavate the sacred mountain. Simultaneously, the near-death evil Tiger King, aided by the Grand Shaman, had finally evaded his pursuers at the northernmost edge of the Black Forest. "Grand Shaman, I demand an explanation, or my warriors shall not spare you," the evil Tiger King barked fiercely. However, upon venturing deeper into the Black Forest, the Grand Shaman stood frozen in place. After a prolonged silence, as the evil Tiger King approached to investigate, he was suddenly startled by the Grand Shaman's eyes rolling back in his head. "What are you doing?" Boom! The Grand Shaman's presence abruptly transformed into something terrifying, causing the evil Tiger King to tremble and instinctively kneel. Divine, I am the protector deity of the 9th Supreme of eternal life heaven. The relics across the northern desert have emerged. You must gather your former allies and seek the scattered legacies and divine artifacts of eternal life heaven. Indeed, the evil Tiger King rejoiced, having received repeated hints from eternal life heaven, now further confirmed by the presence of the protective deity, signifying that his destiny was intact, and all that was lost would return. Protector deity, the Black Moon Wolves outside the Black Forest are rampant. Summoning my former allies may pose significant obstacles. The protective deity shot him a sidelong glance and retorted coldly, "Presumptuous, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. Given your loyalty, I shall offer you a path. Within the Black Forest lurk not only the Black Moon Wolves, but also the Blood Demon Wolves. Bring your men, prepare 1,000 pounds of blood food for each Blood Demon Wolf, and you may have a chance to lead them out." The evil Tiger King bowed repeatedly, nodding in compliance, not daring to defy. Wait! Just as he was about to depart, the protective deity called him back, stating icily, "Prepare a team for the envoy of Dian. Before undertaking these tasks, I must personally visit Dian to confront that blasphemous madman." The evil Tiger King was alarmed, uncertain of the matter at hand, yet complied without question. Half a month later, the situation in the northern desert gradually clarified, as the once mighty 8 great kingdoms had completely vanished without a trace. The kingdom of the Howling Wolf and the kingdom of the evil Tiger stand in stark opposition, divided by the heart of the Black Forest. One side occupies the southern territories adjacent to the northern domain, while the other claims the northern lands bordering the glaciers. The remaining 8 great kingdoms, true to their titles, have become vassals to these two powers, under the command of the Lady Sovereign, a formidable cavalry known as the Thunderous Wolf Riders, comprised of 100,000 elite soldiers and the Black Moon Wolves, has swept across the northern desert, compelling countless tribes to submit in fear. However, shortly thereafter, the evil Tiger Kingdom unveiled its own formidable Blood Wolf Cavalry. A fierce contest for the relics of the celestial longevity has reignited between the two factions. Meanwhile, in the grand capital of Dianyujing, the prince's faction has faced a complete reckoning. Former allies have perished or been captured, leaving the imperial court with a significant number of its crucial positions vacant. Even the Minister of War has been dismissed and returned to his fields due to the emergence of Qin Palu and the combined pressure from several royal princes. Simultaneously, as envoys from various tribes have entered the capital and the palace has been meticulously restored, the long-delayed Grand Assembly is finally set to commence. Chapter 54. Should the Crown Prince marry in the north? In the 8th year of Tianyin, during winter in the city of Yujing, within the Golden Lawn Hall, a grand court assembly was taking place. Above the 9 dragons' throne hung the 12 tassels of the imperial crown, and the crimson jade bead curtain that fell before it remained utterly still, as if even the winds dared not disturb this realm of hollow imperial power. Below the throne, on the 3rd step, an additional seat had been added, adorned in a long, dark robe embroidered with golden phoenixes and wearing a crown of black jade lotus. A woman of unparalleled grace was resting with her eyes closed. Further below, the civil and military officials were arrayed. To the left, the chief minister, Lord Yao, donned a blue robe and held a jade tablet, inscribed with the characters of sages, the golden light shimmering in rhythm with his breath, embodying the lofty spirit of Confucianism. To the right, however, the position that should have belonged to the military minister was conspicuously vacant. "Everyone has arrived quite early," remarked the languid Xiao Yi as he entered the solemn hall, displaying no signs of restraint. Upon spotting a figure in red on the right, he confidently strode over to occupy the military minister's position. This marked Xiao Yi's inaugural attendance at the morning court. Although there had been grand assemblies before, they had never involved him. His presence today was primarily to accompany the enchanting Bailuo Shen and, to a lesser extent, to see his long-absent uncle, Prince Qi. Among the princes present, the black-clad Wei Wang exuded a cold demeanor, while Dongning Wang maintained a stoic expression. In contrast, Shi Wang appeared more relaxed, even dozing off within the Golden Hall. Lastly, the 7th prince, Prince Qi, beamed with a cheerful smile. He was youthful, with an unremarkable appearance, yet exuding a scholarly air. His refined and amiable temperament was akin to a gentle spring breeze. As Xiao Yi positioned himself beside Bailuo Shen, nearing the foremost military general, many turned their gazes towards him. Particularly, several censors from the left side widened their eyes and cleared their throats as if to accuse him of overstepping. But their agitation subsided under the watchful gaze of Lord Yao. "Ah, youth is such a wonderful thing. Look at this splendid couple," he mused, with everyone present. It was time to commence. As Prince Qi spoke and the empress nodded, the civil and military officials adopted solemn expressions, slightly bowing towards the 9 dragons' throne while simultaneously proclaiming, "Long live the emperor," as a wave of golden light emanated from the 12 tassels of the crown. All heads were raised. This was the emperor's residual authority responding to them, signifying an exemption for formalities. In accordance with tradition, the 6 ministries presented their reports in succession. Upon concluding the discussions, the emperor's edict was issued, and foreign envoys were summoned for an audience. The empress calmly stated, "The Minister of Personnel, responsible for appointments and promotions, shall be the first to speak. I have a decree to present. Following the Crown Prince's failed rebellion, many key positions in the court remain vacant and urgently require filling. I propose that the top 30 candidates from this year's prestigious imperial examination be specially appointed. After receiving both civil and military training, the most outstanding among them may be selected to serve in the court for further experience. I have compiled a list of vacant positions, with the most pressing being that of the military minister, the commander of the Dragon Cavalry, the head of the Jinwu Division, and the left minister." Upon hearing this, a stir rippled through the officials. The emperor favored the employment of new talent. Yet the notion of selecting individuals for such significant roles through the imperial examination seemed utterly absurd. Among the myriad officials, it is uncertain how many have their eyes set on these coveted positions. Following the fall of the Crown Prince, not only have numerous military offices become vacant, but a greater number of civil positions have also been left unfilled. Take for instance the former Chancellor Yan, who, as the left chancellor, saw his departments, namely the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Rights, severely diminished in personnel. Serving in the Great Yin Dynasty is no ordinary affair. Even a lowly official of the 9th rank, under the auspices of the benevolent reign, can reap substantial benefits. Primarily, one has capabilities subtly enhanced over time. Cultivation becomes increasingly accessible, and even longevity may be extended. With a vacancy for every official, the desire for advancement among subordinates has reached unprecedented heights. My lord, this situation is rather inappropriate. The ministers quickly engaged in fervent discussions, although only a few prominent figures remained silent. In truth, regardless of the debates, the outcome had already been predetermined. Just yesterday, a small meeting convened in the palace to deliberate on the allocation of these official positions, leading to a near confrontation between the factions of Prince Wei and Prince Qi, neither willing to concede. Ultimately, a relatively equitable solution emerged through the prestigious examination. Individuals would be selected based on merit, allowing those with higher rankings to choose their positions first. This also added an element of unpredictability to the upcoming examination, significantly increasing the pressure and opportunities available to Xiao Yi. After a vigorous debate, Lord Yao interjected with a suggestion: let us find a compromise. Given the numerous vacancies, it is fair to allocate half of the positions to those who emerge from the examination, as not all selected may be adequately qualified. Before the other officials could voice their opinions, Prince Qi nodded in agreement, stating, Lord Yao speaks wisely. He then turned to Prince Wei, who responded nonchalantly, I have no objections. The Empress Dowager lazily remarked, if that is the case, let it be so. With the prominent figures having voiced their consensus, the remaining dissenters had no choice but to swallow their words and acquiesce. In the subsequent hours, civil and military officials presented numerous proposals favorable to the development of the Great Yuan. Once the discussions concluded, the first imperial decree of the day was extracted by the venerable Grand Eunuch Bai Mei. The primary content pertained to Xiao Yi's appointment as the chief examiner for the prestigious examination. Upon hearing the announcement, those unaware of the underlying circumstances were left in stunned silence. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with trepidation. Could the inexperienced heir truly manage such a significant responsibility? However, before they could ponder further, their attention was swiftly diverted by another matter. The audience with foreign envoys had commenced. The first envoy, adorned in a peacock feather cloak and with a serpent wrapped around his arm, recited in stilted officialese. The martial family of the southern frontier presents themselves, congratulating the martial emperor for eternally stabilizing the 9 mysteries, offering a revered mother of all curses which consumes the rice of 100 families and drinks from myriad wells, capable of discerning loyalty and treachery, ensuring the nation's fortune for a millennium without worry. Subsequent envoys from the demon kingdom of Xiling, the Buddhist nation of the snowy region, and various realms beyond the vast seas, each presented their treasures in turn. The delegates from the 7-Nation Alliance of Jinwu continent, recently extinguished, appeared particularly apprehensive, as their sovereign personally arrived, bearing countless boxes of rare oceanic wonders, pledging to venerate the white goddess as a divine being, to honor the title of the Dragon Emperor, and to forever submit to the Great Yuan, offering tributes annually. Finally, 2 delegations from the Northern Desolation arrived at the Golden Hall, causing the ministers to furrow their brows. The newcomers harbored ill intentions. One group claimed to be envoys from the evil Tiger Kingdom, led by a grand shaman who surveyed the assembly with no hint of reverence. Upon spotting Xiao Yi, he offered a sinister smile. We come in the name of the eternal life heaven, seeking partnership with the Great Yuan. All that is required is for the martial emperor to cede 300 miles of northern territory to our northern desolation. When the witch barbarians invade the northern pass, our blood wolf riders shall assist you in repelling the enemy. His words incited great fury among the ministers, who expelled him without awaiting further explanation. If it were not for the growing power of the northern desolation, bolstered by the presence of the wolf riders and the backing of the eternal life heaven, the more radical military officials would have eagerly sought to dispatch troops to conquer the northern desolation. The second delegation, hailing from the Tsang Wolf Kingdom, made even more outrageous demands. Our noble lady wishes to foster goodwill with the Great Yuan. To demonstrate our sincerity, the royal court is willing to propose a marriage alliance. It is well known that the Crown Prince of the Yuan Kingdom is exceptionally handsome and possesses an imposing presence. Should he agree to journey to the northern desolation, the calamities of the north could be resolved. The envoy from the Tsang Wolf Kingdom cast a smile towards the Empress, but as his words lingered in the air, he felt the icy gaze of Bailuo Shen upon him. Another piercing look, almost capable of penetrating his very being, came from Xiao Yi, who remained speechless. Did the lady aspire to take a rebellious disciple? A marriage alliance was utterly out of the question, and he understood that his most headstrong apprentice would not have sent envoys to the Great Yuan without ulterior motives. Chapter 55. The Scheming of the Female Assassin. Lady Wu Yueling. In the Golden Yuan Hall, the expressions of the ministers were far from pleasant. How could the Northern Wilderness be so audacious? Was it not because they had the Wolf Riders backing them? Nonetheless, this was indeed a predicament that could not be overlooked. In the past, the 8 great kings of the Northern Wilderness engaged in mutual conflict, rendering them inconsequential. However, now there were only 2 sovereigns left, one of whom was a mere lackey of the celestial longevity. The 2 delegations from the Northern Wilderness presented terms that the Great Yin could not possibly acquiesce to. Yet, if the Northern Wilderness were to be allowed to continue its expansion unchecked, the situation in the Northern Domain would undoubtedly deteriorate further. The Great Yin possessed the strength to conquer the Northern Wilderness, but the threats were not limited to this front. The Northern Domain also faced the Witches of the South, the Eternal Night in the Southern Territories, and the demonic clans alongside the Qin Pulu in the West. Only the 7 Kingdoms Alliance of the Eastern Sea appeared cowed, refraining from any reckless actions. Should the nation expend vast resources to wage war against the Northern Wilderness, other factions would surely seize the opportunity to act. The current course of action must focus on maintaining balance, curbing their advance, and fortifying the borders adjacent to the Northern Wilderness. Yao Gong gazed at the martial generals on his right, pondering for a long time without finding a suitable candidate for dispatch. On the Phoenix throne, the Empress, who had been resting her chin on her hand, slowly opened her eyes and smiled, saying, "A marriage alliance could be considered. The imperial family of the Great Yin has numerous offspring. Apart from Yin, and there are the sons of King Wei, Xiao Lingtian and Xiao Tianxing, both of whom are exceptional talents of the younger generation." The Empress was interrupted by the bold envoy before she could finish her statement. Upon hearing this, a multitude of questioning glances fell upon Xiao Yi, perplexed as to the reason behind it. Could it be that the Prince of the Abyss had struck some bargain with the Northern Wilderness's Lady Sovereign? However, the fief of the Abyss Prince and the Canglong Royal Court were situated at opposite ends of the realm. Establishing a connection would be a challenge, rendering collaboration improbable. At this moment, upon hearing his offspring being belittled, King Wei did not express anger, but merely lifted his gaze to regard the Northern envoy. The Northern Wilderness was merely a fade of strength. Mentioning Yin and was simply due to the fact that the Abyss Prince's influence could not extend into the Northern Domain. Should they truly dare to choose one of my progeny, within 3 years, your royal court would find itself overshadowed by my authority. King Wei's words illuminated understanding among the contemplating ministers present. The Northern envoy offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying, and left with a request for the Empress to consider carefully. The Northern Domain requires reinforcements. Once the grand examination of the talented concludes, I shall personally venture forth. Bailuo Shen suddenly interjected, causing the generals behind her to stiffen. The Lady Sovereign of the Northern Wilderness was indeed a formidable figure. Yet she should not have dared to provoke the Lady Assassin of the Northern King's manor. When it came to the situation in the Northern Wilderness, no one among the Great Yan's generals could rival her familiarity. With the mention of reinforcements, Xiao Yi chuckled softly. The Lady of the Air truly lived up to her lineage as a general's descendant. She had likely already strategized regarding the Northern Wilderness, now adeptly maneuvering circumstances to her advantage, leaving the court with no grounds for dissent. The Qi King appeared contemplative, and after a brief silence enveloped the Grand Hall. The Empress sighed lightly, declaring, "Today's court session will conclude here. Ministers, you may disperse." At the Qi King's residence, within the Scholar's pavilion, the Qi King and the white-clad strategist sipped tea. "That girl from the Northern King's manor is no ordinary character. I find myself somewhat troubled," remarked the Qi King. "It is all due to my subordinate's incompetence," the white-clad strategist replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. "It was my subservience that failed to discern the deeper motive behind Princess Bai's deployment of 30,000 blood-floating steeds to trample the royal court of Lycaon. Beyond merely shaking the tiger's den, she sought to hasten the integration of the northern tribes, applying pressure at the borders to secure greater military authority for herself. She must have anticipated this day long ago, for those arrogant denizens of the north had unwittingly become her pawns. The king of Qi remarked coolly, "What difference does it make if we knew in advance? How could we thwart the imperial decree conspired with the Empress Dowager to obstruct those 30,000 blood steeds? This is not a scheme, but an overt calculation. Even if the Minister of War had not stepped back, none of his disciples would dare venture to the north, merely to curry favor with the northern king." The strategist in white sighed. 100,000 thunderous wolf riders. To contain them, we would require at least 300,000 elite troops from our great Yan. Once they reached the northern domain, they could easily change hands. The king of Qi fell silent. The martial faction led by the northern Xiong king already controlled the majority of the northern domain. Should Bailuo Shen be allowed to take away 300,000 elite troops to confront the northern tribes, the entire northern domain would be firmly under the Bai family's grip, paving an unobstructed path southward. The strategist, realizing this peril, declared resolutely, "We cannot dispatch a single commander alone. We must also send a large army to counterbalance Bailuo Shen. By using the pretext of guarding against the north, we can position them at strategic passes throughout the northern domain, thus not only countering that 30,000-strong army, but also keeping a watchful eye on the ferocious northern Xiong king." The king of Qi nodded slightly. He rapped lightly on the zeton wood table, speaking calmly and deliberately. "Yanin, which elite force do you believe should be summoned to guard the northern domain?" Without hesitation, the strategist replied, 20,000 dragon cavalry. Their overall combat prowess matches that of the Four Corners Imperial Guards, and their commander has perished in the rebellion. Your Highness could promote a trusted confidant during the upcoming Tianjiao examination. In doing so, you would gain control over the 20,000 dragon cavalry while retaining the initiative in the northern domain firmly in your grasp. However, the king of Qi seemed somewhat distracted, a flicker of thought passing through his eyes. At the embassy of the evil Tiger King, the Grand Shaman suddenly burst into manic laughter, trembling as if his spirit had been drawn from him, collapsing to the ground in a state of immobility. Above the clouds, a phantom of the immortal nine-headed bird cried out, its ethereal light splitting into 5, dispersing towards the 4 corners of the heavens. "Esteemed ones, today I have broached the subject of territorial concession within the Golden Hall of Great Yan. Though the court officials seethe with anger, none dare speak of war. In days past, the army of the Yinwu Emperor would have already mobilized. Your conjectures are undoubtedly correct. The martial emperor is not in seclusion, but rather facing grave physical afflictions. Opportunity must not be squandered. Time is fleeting. The supreme command of Changsheng Tian has urged me to convey to your ancestors that the fortune of the celestial court, suppressed beneath the ancestral mountains of the Dragon Vein, is nearing its limit. If you wish to reconstruct the celestial court, you must not remain holed up within your celestial abodes. The Exalted Ones are currently forging the dragon-slaying platform, and to thoroughly break the suppression of the central continent's Dragon Vein. Your intervention is essential to diminish the fortune of Great Yan." With a hum, the transmission concluded. The soul of the immortal nine-headed bird returned to the Grand Shaman, his eyes gradually regaining their brilliance, his aura profoundly restrained as he silently made his way towards the Abyssal King's estate. It is time for the reckoning. At the Wangfu of the Abyssal King, when Xiao Yi returned, he found a guest awaiting him. It was none other than the envoy from the Canglong King's court, who had audaciously proposed that he marry into the northern desert during the court session at the Golden Throne Hall. Beside the envoy was a pure white wolf cub. "Your Highness, this is the betrothal gift from our clan's princess," the envoy exclaimed with a grin, presenting the wriggling cub. "Wu Yueling, next time, when you disguise yourself as a man, temper your arrogance. Which envoy behaves so boldly? Your Highness must not speak the princess's name so casually." The envoy, adorned with brows like delicate willows and an exceptionally handsome visage, remained unfazed. Chapter 56. The Lord of the Wolf God, the first sword immortal of Daiyu, Li Taxian. In the courtyard of the Yuan Wang mansion, Xiao Yi gazed upon the tall and exceptionally handsome royal envoy before him, his eyes drawn to the resplendent words hovering above. Disciple, Wu Yueling, cultivation, ascendant, martial path, 11th realm. Fate, supreme rebirth, red, Empress of the North, orange, Lord of the Wolf God, orange, blade sovereign, gold. Commander of armies, purple. Fate affinity, 90. The quality of her fate attributes was dazzling, rivaling even that of the Crown Prince. However, fate does not equate to strength. It is rather a manifestation of fortune and potential, subject to change with life experiences. The last time Xiao Yi parted ways with Wu Yueling in the north, her fate as the Empress of the North was still that of a golden princess. The title of Lord of the Wolf God was unfamiliar to him, likely acquired through the refinement of the celestial wolf blood jade, bestowing upon her a unique aura of destiny. Howl! The little wolf cub in Wu Yueling's grasp bared its teeth, appearing somewhat reluctant to approach Xiao Yi. Wu Yueling did not indulge its behavior, gently tapping its head with a serious expression, warning, no baring teeth. You must treat my master as you would treat me. If you misbehave, you shall never return to the north again. The cub, now imbued with a semblance of sentience, gazed up with misty eyes that reflected either pain or grievance. You abandoned the royal court and ventured to die in Yujing, surely not merely to deliver it here? Pray tell. Xiao Yi held the wolf cub by the scruff of its neck with one hand while grasping Wu Yueling's wrist with the other, his mind spinning with thoughts of the celestial tower. Reproduction successful. Acquired fate. Lord of the Wolf God, Imperial Orange. Lord of the Wolf God, Imperial Orange, naturally attuned to ferocious beasts, even amidst a tide of beasts. You remain unscathed. Your presence will render all wolf-like, ferocious creatures particularly affectionate, allowing them to sense your superior bloodline. Upon entering the territory of the eternal life heaven, you shall receive the protection of the heavenly Tao, significantly enhancing your fortune, making opportunities and cultivation advancement easier. As Xiao Yi refined this fate, the struggling wolf cub suddenly calmed, tilting its head, its watery eyes becoming clear, adorably foolish. Of course, my purpose in coming to Dian was to see my master, to witness the place where he resides. The north is rife with sandstorms. Nothing compares to the splendor of Dian Yujing. Wu Yueling smiled at the wolf cub, which was the king that even the adult howling moon wolf king of the Black Forest would protect, bearing a certain majesty reminiscent of the wolf deity statue atop Dahe Mountain. Leaving it in the north worries me. Those from the eternal life heaven are perpetually coveting it. It is far more reassuring to keep it with my master. Should my master encounter formidable foes in the future, it may lend assistance. Xiao Yi lifted the round, dirt-like cub, which whimpered adorably. I must have overlooked its potential. Once raised adequately, it should rival the white tiger Saint Lord within the palace. How fares the situation in the north? Xiao Yi inquired suddenly. The remnants of the eternal life heaven have emerged, and it is likely that the situation in northern desert will change again in the near future. The evil tiger royal court has become a mere lackey of the eternal life heaven. Wu Yueling bore a hint of melancholy. Though these ruins could endow the warriors of the northern desert tribes with formidable power, they would also nurture an increasing number of ambitious individuals. My greatest concern is that the strength of the northern desert might grow too potent to the point of becoming unmanageable. If they desire to dominate the northern domain or even invade the Great Yin, how could I face my master again? The rise of the northern desert's national power is indeed a positive development, and there is no need for excessive worry. Xiao Yi remarked with a smile that if the Great Yin were truly so vulnerable, it would have long been torn apart by the wolves and tigers lurking from all sides. The vast expanse of Haodu, Shenzhou, encompasses boundless territories, encompassing the 4 seas and 8 desolates. Throughout the ages, the legendary sects established by the land's immortals and mythic figures have proliferated like stars in the sky. Above them, there exist many ancient teachings and celestial sects that have endured for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. At least half of these have aligned themselves with the imperial court, should the martial emperor issue an edict. Even the ancestors of the celestial sects would rise from their coffins to kneel and welcome. Though the few princes in the court may not rival the martial emperor, they are still capable of suppressing the sects of the world, leaving the northern desert's foundation somewhat lacking. But who can say for certain? In the face of absolute power, the depth of one's foundation may seem insignificant. The former Great Yin could not compare to the foundational strength of the three major dynasties and the celestial sects of the world. Yet the martial emperor rose from obscurity to achieve unprecedented greatness. The martial emperor's magnificence is not due to the fortune of the dynasty. Rather, the dynasty's fortune is magnified through the martial emperor. Who can guarantee that the northern desert will not produce a peerless hero in the future? I observe that the princes and the empress in the court are not virtuous individuals. Master, if you ever grow weary of the Great Yin, you may consider the northern desert. If they refuse to release you, I shall lead my wolf cavalry to confront them. Wu Yuling's gaze turned icy as she earnestly pledged, I will develop the northern desert to be as prosperous as the Great Yin, exterminating all remnants of the eternal life heaven. Those who dare to challenge the royal authority will be annihilated. There shall remain but one voice in the eternal life heaven. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and replied, the situation in the northern desert is already tenser than in the Great Yin. By bringing this whelp to my side, you have diminished our strategic options. I will dispatch a few individuals to assist you. With that, an aura of extreme cold surged forth, and four peak figures of the 12th realm appeared before the residence. The first divine general of the Great Yu, Hua Jinglan, once the commander of the personal army under the demon emperor of the West Ling Demon Kingdom, the blood-eyed Tiger King. The great demon king, Wu Zhiqi, who ruled the West Ling Demon Kingdom and dominated the region. Lastly, the foremost sword immortal of the Great Yu, Li Tuxian, who once wielded his sword to slay dragons. Among them, Li Tuxian possesses the strongest power. The demon dragon he had slain was a great sage of the demon clan. Had he not been defeated by the martial emperor, he would likely have achieved the 14th realm by now, becoming a supreme master of the sword path. Xiao Yi's cultivation vastly surpasses that of the Crown Prince. Moreover, after several days of nurturing these nether generals with rare treasures of heaven and earth, their strength has nearly reached its zenith. Li Tuxian's inability to return to the 13th realm stems from the loss of his physical form, rendering him incapable of resonating with the cosmos and achieving enlightenment. However, his mastery of the sword is not inferior to that of a 13th realm saint. Furthermore, Xiao Yi has discovered his long-lost celestial sword, the embodiment of the saint's true essence. Should he confront a 13th realm saint, he would stand a favorable chance of victory. In the future, Li Tuxian is not without avenues for further progress. Should he vanquish a 12 tribulations nether god and absorb its essence, he would ascend to sainthood. At this moment, Wu Yueling gazed upon the four formidable nether generals, her pupils quivering slightly. Alongside her astonishment and delight, a flush crept onto her cheeks. With such powerful nether gods guarding her master, her previous worries seemed somewhat misplaced. Chapter 57. On realm setting and diverse systems, let us discuss the classification of realms. Due to the multitude of systems, I have not elaborated in detail. Prior to the 9th realm, it is scarcely relevant, as the status of the heir is so elevated that there is no necessity to concern oneself with the lower realms. However, I shall provide some supplementary insights. Initially, the levels of cultivation were not introduced, and the progression of the narrative would remain unaffected even if these realms were omitted entirely. Thus, this chapter can be regarded as optional. The martial arts system. The first 9 realms consist of body refinement, muscle transformation, bone forging, vital energy, thunderous sound, snowy mountains. Spirit abode, true blood, mysterious aperture. The 8th realm, true blood, signifies the refinement of martial essence, barely qualifying one as a minor grandmaster. The 9th realm, mysterious aperture, involves the condensation of the martial golden elixir, allowing true energy to take form, thus being referred to as a master of the mortal realm. The 10th realm, Dragon Gate, entails the forging of a diamond-like physique, the awakening of the Dragon SI, and the leap through the Dragon Gate of heaven and earth. The first stage culminates in the formation of a jade-boned golden body. The second stage opens the martial celestial eye, and the third stage traverses the perilous Dragon Gate. The transition between the 10th and ninth realms represents a significant shift in the level of existence. Failure in crossing the Dragon Gate may result in demotion or, in severe cases, death. In the primordial realm of the Nine Mysteries, within the Great Yan's central continent, the suppression of the dragon vein manifests the highest combat prowess, epitomized by the 10th realm. The 11th realm, feather transformation, corresponds to the remnant immortal. The more one's physical form undergoes transformation into an ethereal state, the stronger one becomes, ultimately achieving complete celestialization of the body. The 12th realm, ascending to immortality, can be deemed true immortal of martial arts, corresponding to the terrestrial immortals of Taoist cultivation. The 13th realm, sagehood, is somewhat intricate, as I shall explain later. It delineates two distinctly different paths, true saints and pseudo-saints. The 14th realm, white jade capital, represents the pinnacle of martial arts, where few paths remain. The 15th realm signifies the supreme martial deity, invincible in martial prowess across the nine mysteries and the myriad realms of the nine heavens. Ascending from the 14th realm to the supreme deity is more arduous than all preceding realms combined, nearly tantamount to an everlasting testament. Swordsmanship comprises 15 realms. The first 9 realms are concealing the blade, startling swallow, splitting light, flowing clouds, breaking army, listening to rain, condensing frost, burning heart, returning to dust. The 10th realm, no self, can be termed swordsmanship master. The 11th realm, myriad forms, can be termed grandmaster of swordsmanship. The 12th realm, no distance sword immortal. The 13th realm, great sword immortal. The 14th realm, white jade capital. And the 15th realm, supreme sword deity. Swordsmanship stands unparalleled, a level without precedent or successor. As long as a trace remains in the heavens and the earth, one shall not face complete obliteration. Future sword cultivators, regardless of their prodigious talents or innovations, shall never surpass the supreme sword deity. In other words, the supreme deity continues to evolve, unless the path taken lacks new practitioners. The immortal path comprises 15 realms, with the first 9 being Qi collection, foundation establishment, essence condensation, yin spirit, yang spirit, 5 elements, wind and thunder, divination, and symbolism. The 10th realm of immortality, dermic form. The 11th realm, tribulation crossing. The 12th realm, earthly immortal. The 13th realm, true monarch. And the 14th realm, jadeite capital. In the literary path, the 9th realm is literary sect. The 10th realm, great scholar. The 11th realm, knowledge of destiny. The 12th realm, grand scholar of heaven and earth. The 13th realm, sage. And the 14th realm, jadeite capital. Other systems, such as the yin spirit and the undead, do not enter the realm of death and continue their cultivation. The 7 tribulations, yin spirit possesses combat power equivalent to the early stages of the 12th realm, earthly immortal, while the 9 tribulations, yin spirit, is on par with the peak of the earthly immortal. The demon race, particularly the great demon, corresponds to the remnants of the 11th realm, and demon kings are akin to the 12th realm. The great demon king closely rivals the strength of the 13th realm, great sword immortal, slightly surpassing other systems. Currently, the cultivation of the jadeite capital realm has yet to be unveiled. It represents the most ancient cultivation systems of the celestial court and the immortal court. In this era, several offspring of the martial emperor each possess unique trump cards and profound backgrounds. Xiao Yi also wields means that could rival or even transcend the jadeite capital, placing him among the foremost tier. As for those who claim supremacy, their powers vary, and they do not belong to the great divine realm. They can be classified as ancestors of various factions that have lost the path to the great divine realm. Chapter 58, The Wine Sword Immortal. One sword shattering the 9 heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air as ominous black clouds descended upon the royal palace of the Abyssal King, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Was it an illusion? The surrounding space seemed to collapse as everything began to disintegrate. Xiao Yi glanced at the side, where Wu Yuling and the wolf god cub stood, both appearing tense and focused, gazing up at the oppressive dark clouds above. Master, Be cautious. This is the demon chariot above the totem of eternal life, drawing us into its spirit realm. Wu Yuling furrowed her delicate brows. At this moment, she could no longer sense the presence of the four ghostly generals. The underlings of the evil Tiger King's court were audacious, daring to act in Yujing City, seemingly prepared to abandon their shamanic bodies. With a resounding cry of a phoenix, amidst the thick black clouds, golden light erupted forth. A colossal, nine-headed divine bird, overshadowing the sky and exuding unparalleled majesty, emerged from the radiance, surveying the entire royal palace below. Who are you? What means have you devised to counter the wolf god? Merely a junior, scarcely a century in age. How could you possess such formidable power? Have you borrowed the might of the martial emperor? Enough! I shall personally delve into your memories. The nine-headed bird's eyes blazed with bloodlight, its nine fearsome heads swirling amidst the clouds, their voices booming like thunder, shaking the very essence of the soul. Roar! The wolf god cub in Xiao Yi's grasp suddenly transformed from innocent to ferocious. Its bones crackled ominously, and its body swelled. Muscles contorted into bulging sinews resembling coiled dragons, while its white fur bristled like that of an enraged lion. In the blink of an eye, the wolf god cub grew to the size of the white tiger holy monarch, resembling a small mountain, exuding an imposing pressure. As it howled to the heavens, a blood moon appeared within the demon soul realm of the nine-headed bird, its crimson light akin to a divine sword of punishment, piercing the clouds and striking towards the body of the nine-headed bird. Caw! The nine-headed bird shrieked in agony, its 18 blood-red eyes ignited with fury. It flapped its wings, unleashing an overwhelming tempest that obliterated everything in its path. Master, I shall come. Wu Yuling shielded Xiao Yi behind her, her gaze remarkably calm. Leaning on her sword, she slowed her breath, and the nine-nether dragon python pattern on her back seemed to come alive, as if a terrifying demon god was awakening. The raging ghostly flames consumed the void, and her dark red long sword was swiftly unsheathed. The chilling blade light resembled a crescent moon, illuminating the dark heavens. As this crescent moon burst forth from the clouds, it transformed into a shade of crimson. In the skies above, the nine-headed bird roared in rage, as one of its massive heads plummeted to the ground, shattering the illusion of the abyssal king's palace and bathing the surroundings in a bloody void. Hiss! The nine-headed bird, in pain and fury, fixed its gaze upon Wu Yuling. You traitor, seeking death, I shall grant you your wish. It opened its mouth to unleash an object, a bloodied golden ancient war chariot, radiating a fierce brilliance, akin to an eternal sun. Fight! A blurred figure atop the golden ancient war chariot bellowed, as thousands of phantoms of northern warriors surged forth. A mighty tide akin to a stampede of galloping steeds charging into battle. With a graceful leap, Wu Yuling positioned herself atop the head of the howling moon wolf god. Her blade struck with the swiftness of a tempest, unleashing a myriad of blood-red blades in an instant. The luminous arcs of her sword obliterated countless phantoms of the northern warlords, yet the war chariot remained steadfast, conjuring ever more apparitions. This was the chariot of the former northern sovereign of the Chongqing Tian. How could one so insignificant hope to disturb its profound legacy? The nine-headed bird of the ghost chariot descended, its remaining 16 blood-red eyes resembling colossal stars bearing down, parting the sea of clouds. A flicker of hesitation crossed Wu Yuling's gaze. Just as she resolved to ignite her totem with true blood, she was halted by Xiao Yi's voice. Enough! What is this? Have you given up your struggle? I shall grant you a dignified demise. First, allow me to see what secrets lie within your mind. The immense head of the nine-headed bird bore down like a meteor, its demonic power piercing into Xiao Yi's consciousness. In that moment, the expressions on its 8 heads froze, then morphed into terror. It beheld an endless expanse of swords. In an instant, its entire spirit realm was filled with the terrifying sword aura that tore through the void. Xiao Yi raised his hand, summoning a jar of celestial wine from the royal estate, tilting his head back to drink it in one gulp. The flying sword of Li Tuxian manifested in his grasp, and with a single stroke, the heavens resounded. Within him lay a reservoir of sword energy cultivated over countless days. now crystallized into a brilliant beam of light, wielding the power to devastate, completely engulfing the eternal sun. In an instant, a fearsome scar cleaved through the heavens, branding the ninefold phantoms, as the entire spirit realm could not withstand the onslaught of this cataclysmic sword aura, fracturing into chaos. With one stroke, the world was cleansed. The remaining 8 heads of the nine-headed bird, along with its colossal spiritual body, were obliterated into a mist of blood beneath that singular strike. Its last remaining fragment of true spirit suppressed the surging terror within, daring not to utter a sound, exerting all its strength to escape the confines of the royal estate. Xiao Yi exhaled a breath of wine-laden air, extending his hand to seize the true spirit of the nine-headed bird. No matter how it screeched and resisted, it could not budge an inch. Under the weight of that one sword, the gaze of the howling moon wolf god became astonishingly clear, while Wu Yueling's lips parted slightly, her heart racing, a faint blush gracing her countenance. In that moment, she seemed to be transported back to a time when she was at her most vulnerable, hiding behind her master. All she needed was to gaze upon that reassuring figure, and everything would be resolved. She cherished her master during those times, but despised her own helplessness. Master, after that singular strike, as Wu Yueling gazed upon Xiao Yi, her admiration was no longer concealed, and the imposing aura she once exuded diminished. At just 19, wielding authority over the royal court and commanding legions of wolf riders and soldiers, how could she not be brimming with vigor? At this age, having reached such heights, the men worthy of her regard were but a select few, reduced to merely 2. One being the martial emperor who pacified the vast lands, and the other, her master. Regrettably, the master hails from royal lineage, while she herself is not a native of Dian. At present, she lacks the confidence to journey southward and confront that female assassin in Yujing for him, even though she was the one who recognized the master first. Alas, no. In their northern desolation, they are bound by the formalities that are typical of Dian. Her father had taught her that if one wishes to achieve something, one must boldly pursue it. Wu Yueling's delicate lips moved as if she had resolved to make a certain decision, exclaiming, "Master, I wait." Xiao Yi, clutching the remnants of the ghostly chariot in his hand, delved into his memories, a glimmer of intrigue lighting up his face. How fascinating. The exalted beings of Chongqing Tian are actually conspiring with the individuals from the 5 great sanctuaries to undermine the ancestral mountains of our Dian dragon vein. Did he suspect that the martial emperor's body had faltered, rendering him unable to take action? Chapter 59. The Secret of the 7 Transformations, the Essence of the Yin. In the depths of the Yuan Wang mansion, Xiao Yi meticulously extracted the memories of the 9-headed bird, unraveling them like threads. Whether it was the method of controlling the ancient golden war chariot from the northern desert or his purpose in the Yin, everything was as clear as the patterns on his palm. Regrettably, this was merely a fragment of the soul, not the true essence. Otherwise, he could have commanded a formidable specter of the underworld. Nevertheless, the gains were substantial. The golden war chariot, once the chariot of the northern desert's sovereign during ancient times, had been worshipped for countless years in the realm of eternal life. Its power now akin to that of a sacred relic. With a mere thought, the dragon cauldron within him roared, summoning forth a phantom of a dragon sparrow that gently pecked at the golden war chariot, retrieving a clawed, golden dragon-shaped aura. Python sparrow devouring dragon, red refinement level increased to 35, acquired divine fate, true king of the northern desert, partial authority, while within the northern desert territory, gain a portion of the eternal life authority. The fate of the northern desert cannot suppress you in the slightest. Wolf ancestor totem. Its pressure can subdue all other totems. From now on, with every increment in the national strength of the northern desert, the wolf ancestor totem will grow stronger, and it can confer the title of Queen of the Northern Desert to the Holy Court along with her warriors, granting them enhanced true martial totems. After refining the fate of the Northern Desert's sovereign, Xiao Yi distinctly felt the blood flowing within him. A wolf ancestor pattern sketched in crimson emerging upon his shoulder. In an instant, as his aura erupted, The young wolf god let out a series of low growls. Wu Yuling, with astonished eyes, gazed at her master, as if she beheld the great black mountain revered by myriad spirits deep within the black forest. Its sanctity and majesty unfathomable. Confer? Xiao Yi attempted to harness the power of the blood wolf pattern upon his shoulder, and in that moment his physical strength surged dramatically, accompanied by a wild, formidable force. Without channeling any true energy, every gesture of his could invoke the suppression of the dragon veins. He raised his hand and grasped Wu Yuling's delicate, snowy wrist, testing the waters. The calmness of his voice resonated in her ears like a celestial decree, instilling a profound sense of awe. At that moment, the dormant 9 nether dragon python totem behind her shifted, moving to her right shoulder. Sensing the transformation of her totemic power, Wu Yuling, puzzled, shed her outer garment, revealing a back as graceful as that of a female leopard. With her back turned to Xiao Yi, her slender spine bore no excess flesh. With the 9 nether dragon python on her right shoulder and the wolf god totem on her left, together radiating an extraordinary beauty. Is this a second true martial totem? Wu Yuling's eyes widened in disbelief. The cultivation system of the northern desert was a unique martial art that integrated totems. Generally, practitioners could only cultivate one true martial totem before breaking through the 12th realm of martial immortality. Any greed for more would incite fierce backlash from conflicting totemic powers. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of the 13th realm, when crowned as a martial saint, could one cultivate multiple true martial totems. Yet now, the blessing bestowed upon her by her master utterly shattered these conventions. The dragon python pattern and the wolf god pattern on her shoulders exhibited no conflict whatsoever. The convergence of these two true martial totems propelled her physical prowess to a level surpassing the 10th metamorphosis of the corporeal form. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. As the corners of Wu Yuling's lips curled slightly, she donned her robe and turned back, her bright black eyes gazing deeply at Xiao Yi. In her gaze resided both reverence and admiration, intertwined with a subtly concealed possessiveness. The moment was not yet ripe. Her rivals were formidable. With a gentle sigh from within, she suddenly inquired, Master, what brings the minions of the Eternal Life Sect to the Great Flame? The 5 great caverns could no longer remain idle. The exalted beings of the Eternal Life Sect sought to conspire with them, aiming to fully integrate those 5 super caverns into the 9 Xian realm, thereby shattering the constraints imposed by the ancestral mountains of the central continent's dragon veins. When this matter was brought to mind, Xiao Yi recalled a secret he had obtained through the Immortal Tower a few days prior, one that pertained to the caverns. Did you know? The 5 special caverns established by the Flame Martial Emperor with supreme power have now surpassed the foundational essence of the 5 Holy Lands. This secret, though encapsulated in that singular, simple statement, bore tremendous significance. Throughout the entirety of the 9 Xian realm, from the era of the ancient celestial court to the present day, countless cavern worlds have been nurtured and obliterated. Yet among them, 5 primordial super caverns remained eternal, continuously held by the so-called 5 Holy Lands. These caverns even dared to bear the name of the Divine Continent. Prior to the Great Flame Dynasty, the world's doctrines nearly revered only these 5 Holy Lands: the Western Divine Continent, Shumi Lotus Platform; the Eastern Divine Continent, Taishu Thunder Palace; the Central Divine Continent, Great Brahma Dragon Elephant Temple; the Southern Divine Continent, Lian Burning Heaven City; and the Northern Divine Continent, Tianjian Wugo Mountain. Presently, the pinnacle sects of the 9 Xian realm, such as the Xianzhen Dao Alliance, Haotian Dao Court, Levexian Sword Tomb, and Wuxiang Sword Pavilion, were merely vassals of the 5 Holy Lands. Their depth of power was fearsome. Within the super caverns, the space was vast, rivaling even half of the vast expanse of the Divine Continent, teeming with life, and the laws were flawless, allowing for a perfect internal circulation. Had the Holy Lands not deliberately imposed disasters to control the population, the inhabitants of the super caverns might have already surpassed the entire populace of the 9 Xian realm. The 5 Holy Lands had dominated the super caverns for over several hundred millennia, their roots deeply entrenched. with the status of many sovereigns and the numerous sects beneath them even less esteemed than the true disciples within the Holy Lands. Before the Great Flame Dynasty, their people, upon emerging from the caverns, were more ostentatious than the envoys of the celestial court, yet a single incident rendered the lords of these caverns thoroughly subdued. The Flame Martial Emperor annihilated one of the Holy Lands. At that time, the Great Brahma Dragon Elephant Temple was not yet qualified to be ranked among the 5 Holy Lands. The super cavern in the heart of the Divine Continent was known as the Reincarnation Cavern, ruled by the Hall of 9 Nether Yellow Springs. Its overall strength ranked among the top 3 of the 5 Holy Lands. Yet, with a single decree from the Martial Emperor, its forces were swept away in 10 days. The exalted beings of the Reincarnation Cavern did not even catch a glimpse of the Martial Emperor's true form before being vanquished. Since that moment, the denizens of the other 5 Holy Lands immediately sealed their caverns, retreating into hiding until now. Whether it was that the Flame Martial Emperor had no desire to search for the entrances to the caverns, or whether he simply deemed them unworthy of his attention, the 5 Holy Lands, which had shrunk into the super caverns, ultimately managed to survive. After the demise of the Reincarnation Cave Heaven, the Martial Emperor once again forged an unprecedented path. With unparalleled might, he established 5 extraordinary cave heavens, rewarding 5 princes beyond the Crown Prince. In other words, the kings of Wei, Yuan, Dongning, Xie, and Qi conceal their true essence within these cave heavens. The contents of these realms remain shrouded in mystery, as they are predominantly one-way entrances, allowing entry but not exit. From the secrets of the 7 transformations, it is evident that within these 5 cave heavens of the Great Yin, numerous formidable founding heroes stand guard. They tirelessly rotate shifts, extracting other floating realms from beyond to enrich the foundation of their world. As of now, the world's foundation of the Great Yan's 5 cave heavens has transcended that of the 5 sacred places, which remain sealed and have reached their utmost limits. Chapter 60. Every individual conceals deep secrets. Did the esteemed figures of Chang Shengshan and the 5 great sacred lands truly believe that the dragon veins were meant to suppress them? One can only conclude that they are overthinking the situation. The 3 extraordinary dragon veins of the ancestral mountain in the central continent have never aimed to stifle the common folk, but rather, they have been a means of restraint upon the imperial family of Dian. Without the pressure of the dragon veins, who could possibly restrain the 4 kings of Yujing City? Why is it that the Eternal Night clan, more formidable than the Witchman tribe, has never breached the Demon Suppression Pass? The reason lies in the fact that the Abyssal King possesses a magnificent cave abode, housing a vast abyssal world that continually supplies him with troops. Xiao Yi is privy to a secret. The 6th prince, the king of Xie, who raises ferocious beasts in the Beast Garden, is merely a substitute. The true king of Xie has been within the cave world, extracting resources from other realms to augment his own strength. As for the others, who can guarantee that the likes of King Wei are not incarnations of sacred intentions? The fact that the 4 kings have never revealed their trump cards indicates their emphasis on enhancing their own might and the foundations of their cave abodes. The entire Ninexian world resembles the trunk of a tree, while these superlative cave abodes serve as its robust branches. The cave worlds, endowed with complete laws, possess pathways of the great Tao. Provided the cave is sufficiently powerful, they can refine it to wield the might of the 14th realm within their own domains. Moreover, a crucial point to note is the vast population within these cave worlds. While the imperial court of Dian appears to be short-staffed after a round of bloodshed, in reality, if the likes of King Qi were willing to deploy talents from their cave abodes, they could easily replace tenfold those lost. Xiao Yi calmed his thoughts, while King Qi and the others concentrated their efforts within their caves. Most of his influence is laid upon the trunk of the Ninexian world. Who is stronger or weaker remains uncertain. However, should an opportunity arise, he too would seek to acquire a superlative cave abode. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Demon Sect have been exploring and striving for this endeavor for many years. The imperial seal of the Diu, obtained during the winter hunt, was a pivotal moment. Recent news from Qianmu Tower indicates that the former reincarnation cave has undergone self-transformation, achieving the status of a new cave abode. Yet, this cave has not yet attained the highest level. For the number of superlative cave worlds birthed by heaven and earth is fixed at 5. Without the destruction of the old, the new cannot ascend. One wonders whether King Qi and the others will deploy talents from their cave abodes during the upcoming examination of prodigies. It would indeed be intriguing to witness their hidden cards. Meanwhile, as the voice of the nine-headed bird reverberated across the 4 corners of the world, in the northern divine continent, atop the immaculate sword mountain, the clouds met the heavens. Thousands of peaks, piercing the skies like chess pieces, are scattered across the vast chessboard of the cloud sea. At Wanjian Cliff, within the Hall of Celestial Slaying, a messenger from Chang Xingshan has arrived. On the foremost meditation cushion within the hall, a white-haired, white-browed sword immortal spoke in a solemn tone. Flanking him are 12 other sword immortals, 10 of whom are elderly, with only a pair of young sword immortals, a man and a woman. What did he say? An elder sword immortal inquired with lowered eyes. The nine-headed bird, having not seen the martial emperor at the grand court, proposed a land concession of 300 miles, yet walked out of the golden throne hall unharmed. Upon hearing this, aside from the young sword immortals, the other 9 suddenly raised their heads, their eyes gleaming with intensity. Could it be true? Indeed, the nine-headed bird cannot utter falsehoods before the heavenly sword. If the martial emperor were in good health, then the conditions proposed by the northern wilderness would undoubtedly lead to even the most powerful being reduced to ashes. Could it truly be as we have speculated? When the flame martial emperor annihilated the cycle cave heaven, was he already grievously wounded, with little time left? Or perhaps, had he already fallen? No. If he had indeed perished, how could the ancestral mountain of the central continent's dragon vein possess such formidable power to suppress all? I suspect he is merely clinging to life, waiting for the inevitable end. What do the other factions say? What else could they say but to urge us to probe first? Back then, to deter Lu Qingming from trampling the dignity of the sword ancestor, we took significant risks to owe them a favor, and now they're forcing us to repay it. Master Uncle, is that martial emperor truly so formidable? He merely ventured into the 9 profound realm. Why do others from the sacred lands hesitate to go? The young female sword immortal queried, having scoured the ancient texts of the immortal palace. Although the 9 profound realm has produced several extraordinary talents capable of overshadowing the ages, that is all in the past. In the grand tapestry of time, are we not the 5 sacred lands with the most enduring legacies? If you elders prefer to remain untainted by external affairs, I am willing to lead the disciples to the 9 profound Great Flame Dynasty to scout the way. The elder sword immortal with white hair and brows fell silent. The history of the northern celestial continent would certainly only chronicle its own splendor. Should it also document the disgrace of a once invincible sword ancestor trembling and bowing before the martial emperor, with his spine shattered? Over the years, they have dared not relax their vigilance, fearing that the martial emperor might invade as he did with the cycle cave heaven. Indeed, Master Uncle, this matter cannot be evaded. Did you not teach us that sword cultivators must advance boldly and remain guiltless? Allow me and my junior sister to handle this matter. The young male sword immortal proposed, having heard that the 9 profound realm is currently holding a grand examination for prodigies. If our unblemished mountain's true disciples were to secure the first place and then personally challenge the foremost of the Great Flame martial path, what martial emperor could remain undisturbed? The elder sword immortal cast a glance at the young sword immortal, sighing inwardly. Truly, the fearless vigor of youth knows no bounds. Both of them, as the latest descendants of the northern celestial continent, have never set foot in the 9 profound realm, only aware of vague tales from their elders. Yet their brilliance is undeniable. Let them go. Sometimes, tempering is not a detrimental endeavor. Without an indomitable spirit and an invincible heart of the sword, achieving greatness in the future will be a challenge. On the foremost mat, the elder sword immortal took a deep breath and declared, I shall accompany both of you. Let the disciples take 10 true inheritors along. Furthermore, please retrieve the ancestral sword enshrined in the Xintian Sword Pavilion. Master Uncle, Senior Brother, is this truly necessary? We are not declaring war against the Great Flame. A mere probing is sufficient. Merely causing a stir in Yujing City is all that is needed. The suppression of the Dragon Vein ancestral mountain remains intact. In my view, sending just 10 true inheritors would suffice. This matter need not be further debated. The path of the 9 mysteries continues to strengthen. Having resolved to merge the cave heaven with the 9 mysteries, it is prudent to lay the groundwork early, for it bears nothing but benefits. The venerable old sword immortal, with his white hair and brows, decisively proclaimed, "As per the master's decree," responded the 2 youthful sword immortals with smiles, their eyes shimmering with curiosity. They had long been intrigued by the grand tale of the Great Flame, which their elders seldom mentioned, particularly the martial emperor. To possess the ability to suppress the entirety of the 9 mysteries must surely indicate extraordinary qualities. In the northern divine continent, despite a population exceeding 100 billion and countless sword cultivators, they were all individuals who had nearly reached the pinnacle of their potential. The sword paths of their elders were stagnant, and what the new generation of sword immortals lacked most was worthy adversaries. Utilizing the formidable beings of the Great Flame as sharpening stones would be most beneficial. The ambitious young male sword immortal mused that perhaps he could even defeat the martial emperor, whom his elders feared, thereby forging an invincible sword heart. He envisioned claiming the entire sword path fortune of the 9 mysteries and ascending to the realm of the great sword immortal. The path of the sword is arduous, akin to scaling the heavens. The greatest threshold is not the transition from the 9th to the 10th realm, but rather from the 12th to the 13th. The metamorphosis from a sword immortal to a great sword immortal is a profound transformation. For in the realm of the great sword immortal, there are no lesser divisions. Once one enters this domain, they possess the combat prowess of a king or martial sage. At that time, even within the vast northern divine continent, one would stand above all, surveying the mountains beneath them. Chapter 61. The emergence of the pure sword mountain, stirring the spheres in the northern domain. At the Wuxiang Sword Pavilion, one of the eminent sects of swordsmanship in the world, there are over 10,000 inner disciples and hundreds of thousands of registered disciples, scattered across the 5 realms, excluding the southern territory. At this moment, within the forbidden grounds of the 10,000 Swords Peak, an immense tremor reverberated. A towering beam of light surged into the heavens, and a dozen sword rainbows tore through the void, arriving at the sword observing platform, where disciples of the Wuxiang Sword Pavilion had gathered. Could it be that the sacred site of the northern heavenly divine continent has emerged? The Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion raised his gaze. As the sword rainbows dissipated, figures riding swords appeared, standing majestically in the air. At the forefront stood a serene elder swordsman with white brows, flanked by a dozen vibrant and imposing sword cultivators, their gazes imbued with an air of superiority. Looking down upon the crowd, younger generations of the Wuxiang Sword Pavilion Grand Elder, I have the honor to meet, the esteemed predecessors of the sacred site. The Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion bowed respectfully to the elder swordsman, stirring waves of astonishment among the true disciples of the pavilion. The sacred site? Could it be the people from the pure sword mountain? That is the revered sanctuary of swordsmanship in the entire Jiushuan realm. It is said that our sect's ancestor and the elders from the Levexian Sword Tomb and the Jiuyo Sword Tomb once journeyed to the pure sword mountain for cultivation. Are they here to accept disciples? Excitement surged among the disciples of the Sword Pavilion. No other reason exists. The prestige of the sacred site is unparalleled. 60 years ago, when the caves of the northern heavenly divine continent were still open, sword cultivators from all over the world took pride in being accepted by the pure sword mountain. If one could become a true disciple of the sacred site, the least achievement would be that of a sword master. The number of living great sword immortals there surpasses that of the entire Jiushuan realm. Had it not been for that incident 60 years ago, 70% of the swordsmanship fortune of the world would still be locked within the pure sword mountain. No need for formalities. The elder swordsman with white brows glanced at the true disciples on the sword observing platform and spoke calmly. Your generation of disciples possesses far superior talents than those of 60 years ago. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? If it concerns the sword pavilion, we shall spare no effort in assisting you. The Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion expressed utmost respect. With a deep breath, the Elder Swordsman absorbed the wind, snow, and sword energy from the entire sword observing platform. His murky gaze looked far beyond to the great Yin central continent. He was in Yujing City. A flicker of pain, anger, and a hint of relief crossed his murky eyes. The Sword Pavilion need only guide the way. I am here to reclaim the swordsmanship fortune of the past 60 years. Indeed, the Grand Elder's heart trembled, grasping the implication of his words. In nearly a century, who could evoke such deep-seated hatred from the hallowed, pure Sword Mountain? Only that legendary spear, Immortal, who nearly pierced through the pure Sword Mountain. The sword rainbows soared once more, and this time, the Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion followed suit. Esteemed Elder, the Great Yin is currently holding the Tianjiao Grand Examination. It would be prudent to maintain respect under the sovereign's presence. The Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion kindly advised. Perhaps we should wait until Lu Qingming exits Yujing City before making further plans. Ha ha! The young male swordsman from the pure Sword Mountain Wufeng suddenly chuckled. This elder's constant reference to the sovereign. Has he forgotten his roots and become a loyal dog of the Great Yin? Such disrespect is intolerable. The elder swordsman with white brows admonished sternly. The expression of the Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion shifted slightly, yet he refrained from displaying anger, instead offering a wry smile. It is not that our Sword Pavilion seeks to curry favor with power, but rather that over the past 60 years, sects that have defied the imperial court have been obliterated. The sword immortal Wufeng chuckled lightly, stating, "This time, I accompany my master to emerge from seclusion. With the intent of inquiring about the sword at Yujing City, Lu Qingming shall perish, and those prodigies in the Great Examination shall also face defeat." The Grand Elder's countenance changed subtly as he cautioned. In every previous Great Examination, numerous talents have emerged. Although the martial emperor does not attend in person this time, several princes are formidable figures. It would be wise for everyone to exercise caution. Rest assured, you need only observe from the sidelines, and the Sword Pavilion shall remain unscathed. Wufeng snorted coldly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Elder, what were the rankings of the top 10 in the last Great Examination of Dian? A female sword immortal, standing behind the white-browed old sword immortal, inquired suddenly. 7 years ago, was it? The Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion displayed a contemplative expression, recalling that in that edition, 7 of the top 10 in martial prowess were nurtured by the Dian court. Aside from the top 3, 2 were at the 11th realm, while the rest were at the 10th realm. As his words settled, the atmosphere grew tense, prompting a true disciple to remark, "Surely this cannot be the norm?" Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded. Previous editions did not boast such strength. However, the prowess of participants in each Great Examination has been on the rise, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The top 10 in this year's examination will be even more formidable. Wufeng raised an eyebrow and could not refrain from adding, "After all, it is a dynasty that commands the entire Nine-Xian realm, replete with countless resources for cultivation. Even with the rarest treasures and the blood of immortals, they may only produce a few hollow immortals, whose combat prowess is merely superficial and not to be feared. The restrictions for participation in the Great Examination stipulate that one must be under 30 years of age. To achieve the 11th realm at such a tender age is indeed terrifying. Even among the 10 true disciples we brought from Wugeshan, only one has reached the 11th realm, and they're just barely under 30. Such extraordinary prodigies are scarcely found. Most likely, the martial emperor orchestrates such spectacles to intimidate the populace with illusions of grandeur. Those with inflated realms are insignificant before adept sword practitioners skilled in warfare, easily dispatched by those of the first realm of reversal. Now that the martial emperor of Yan is hiding and does not dare to reveal himself, this year's Great Examination shall unveil its true nature. Upon hearing Wufeng's words, the Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion chose to remain reticent. In Yujing of Dian, at the Qi King's residence, within the Scholar's Pavilion, the white-clad strategist smiled as he surveyed the other 7 strategists. "Gentlemen, please share the progress regarding the investigations into those variables." This great examination is of utmost significance to the princes. Do you recall the reincarnation, Cave Heaven? It has been confirmed that the legacies of the three great dynasties lie within the newly emerged Cave Heaven. None among the Empress, King Wei, King Ning, King Yu, nor the Northern King and Abyss King will let this monumental opportunity slip by. However, it is unlikely that they would completely sever ties over Cave Heaven. Currently, various factions have deliberated and reached a consensus. The martial rankings from this great examination shall determine the quotas for entering the Cave Heaven. The top 100 will each receive a Cave Heaven token, allowing them to bring a maximum of 3 individuals with them. According to the prince's intentions, at least 30 Dantian orders must be secured. The variables are numerous, and the greatest concern lies in the potential mobilization of those from the Wei Kingdom. As for the others, among the 5 great sacred lands, only Wugo Mountain has made its presence known ostentatiously, while the remaining 4 have discreetly dispatched individuals to infiltrate Yujing, ostensibly to probe the situation. The Heavenly Empress's subordinates have approached the 4 prominent families. The Wei King has visited the second headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect in the Netherworld. The personal guards of the Northern King have made their way to the camps of the Candle Shadow Guards and the fiery Feather Tiger Warriors. It appears that the Western Yu King has some connection with the Shumi Lotus platform of the Western Heavens. Given this, it seems quite challenging to obtain 30 Dantian orders. The 8 strategists exchanged their thoughts. The white-clad strategist pondered for a moment and suddenly remarked, "If it were only these matters, it would not be difficult. The crucial point lies in maintaining the rules of the Heavenly Talent Examination. Therefore, I implore all of you to ensure that those lacking discernment do not disturb the young master's mood, for the initiative rests within his grasp. This matter is straightforward. At present, there are vacancies in the court, and granting a favor to the young master to allow him to select a position of his choice would suffice. Let us hope that we may avoid further complications and prevent the other families from seizing any opportunities." Chapter 62. Upon arriving in the Northern Desolate, we captured your lady's sovereign to serve as a maid for His Highness. In the study of the Yuan Wang Mansion, look here, the lists within these volumes. Some were sent by the noble Yu Guifei from the palace, others by Wei Qian Sui, and there are also those from the 4 prominent families, along with offerings from ancient clans behind them, and even from my father's former subordinates and the martial factions of the Northern Wang Mansion. Xiao Yi cast a glance at the few name lists atop the jade table, while Yishua picked them up one by one, examining them. His previously calm demeanor shifted slightly. "Your Highness, this is utterly absurd." Although this old servant anticipated some underhanded dealings in the literary examinations for the prodigies, the sheer number of names on this list is simply overwhelming to fulfill their demands. The slots for entry into the Shanghai Academy for the literary examinations would not suffice for all of them. From time immemorial, there has never been a foremost in literature, nor a second in martial prowess, and the grand examination for prodigies is no exception. Historically, the literary examinations were jointly reviewed by the heads of the Shanghai Academy and the court ministers, and the final approval was granted by the divine official overseeing the grand examination. This process inherently possesses much maneuverability. The top rankings for entry into the Shanghai Academy have often been pre-reserved by the disciples of certain influential figures. When the martial emperor was still in power, there was a degree of restraint. At least the vassal kings from afar would not overtly extend their hands into the Jade capital. Yet this time, the list presented to Xiao Yi contains more names than all previous years combined. The matters concerning scholars are the most troublesome, whether to outright refuse or to show favoritism by allowing only one's own people to take the back door. Either choice will tarnish the reputation of the Yuan Wang lineage. He is unperturbed by offending everyone. However, his ears may not find peace in the future, as the critics of the world are relentless. Yet if he were to assist them, he might gain but a mere favor, while potentially laying a hidden trap for himself. For each individual on this list has their own master and would not express gratitude toward Xiao Yi. Your Highness, the best course of action in this matter is to disregard it entirely. You could delegate the authority to finalize the literary examination rankings to another. But this individual must not be affiliated with any faction, must remain neutral, and must possess no vulnerabilities. Do you have a candidate in mind? The current Minister of Rights, Li Rue, Li Zhuo replied. The only drawback is that he is somewhat of my protege, which could easily lead others to assume that your highness is his patron. They may presume that you wish to elevate him to the vacant position of left chancellor, thus seeking a favor from your highness. However, he is rather obstinate, lacking in social acumen, and would rather die than engage in favoritism. Given the current situation, should your highness wish to place a loyal individual in the left chancellor position, both Prince Qi and the Empress Dowager would not dare to disregard your authority. For instance, appointing Mr. Huangfu as the left chancellor would undoubtedly be more advantageous than Li Rue. After all, he is your highness's teacher and an esteemed elder under the Yuan Wang banner. Li Zhuo's analysis held considerable merit. He remained reluctant to see Li Rue assume the left chancellor role, as his rigidity could not provide the assistance needed by his highness. Xiao Yi shook his head. It is precisely because my teacher wishes to avoid excessive involvement that he has gone to Nanzhao. If he desired to enter the court, he could easily attain the position of national teacher. Let Li Rue take the lead. He is capable of shouldering the weight of this matter. We shall heed the prince's wishes. At the royal manor, the air was infused with the rich aroma of fine wine, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. Bailuo Shen had arrived not long ago, and Yin Qingling followed, bringing with her a naive young girl clad in a skirt with her hair styled in playful buns. Aunt Yin truly reaps rewards with every visit, remarked Xiao Yi with a smile. He had instructed the Huanglong protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect to gather exquisite wines from across the realm, and just as a cartload arrived, Yin Qingling caught the scent of the delightful brew. What brings you here but a treasure for you? I heard that this upcoming grand examination is of great significance, so I brought someone along to assist you in savoring the fine wines. I nearly forgot. You emptied half of the wine from my embroidery pavilion last time. We shall not leave until we have indulged today. Yin Qingling, still dressed in her scholarly attire, wore a simple robe that accentuated her graceful figure. Her face, radiant and captivating, contrasted with her carefree demeanor. In the academy, however, she presented a different persona, embodying the utmost seriousness as a scholar, exuding an air of aloofness that inspired more reverence than desire among her peers. Yeun, pide para some pastrias, Xiao Yi Jesua l'instrustet. Noticing the skirt-clad girl beside, Yin Qingling clutching her stomach, appearing quite famished. The royal manor was replete with various court tributes and exquisite pastries, and soon a stream of maidens began delivering them. The porcelain-skinned girl, with delicate and refined features, cast aside her shyness upon seeing the pastries, eagerly stuffing her mouth like a little hamster, seemingly insatiable. Meanwhile, Bailuo Shen stared intently at Wu Yuling, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Clearing her throat, Wu Yuling slightly averted her gaze and inquired, "What is the princess contemplating? Have you decided to facilitate a marriage alliance with the northern desert for the heir? Are you someone close to the empress?" Bailuo Shen calmly countered, "Return to your empress and convey this message. If she genuinely harbors affection for the heir, let her come to Yujing City to propose herself. Should the heir wish to accompany her, I shall not intervene. Is that so? Then I shall certainly relay that." Wu Yuling silently gritted her teeth. This female assassin was cunning beyond measure, clearly suspecting her motives, yet still laying traps. Who would believe her words? Before she established sufficient power in the northern desert, if she were to approach Yujing City as the empress, she would undoubtedly meet her demise at her hands. Before the empress arrives, she also asked me to convey a message to the princess. The northern region cannot remain under the Bai family's control forever. Should the day come when you are defeated, do not blame the monarch for claiming what is his. Is that so? I hope that when I reach the northern desert, she will still have the audacity to say the same to me. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Xiao Yi could not help but chuckle. It would be of little consequence if they clashed within the royal manor, for at least he would be present to witness it. However, once they arrived in the northern desert, devoid of restraint, he feared a bloody confrontation between the blood ascendants and the wolf riders. Turning to Bailuo Shen, Xiao Yi said, "Let us not rush into matters concerning the northern desert. After the grand examination, we shall first visit the reincarnation cave, resolve the issues of the 3 great dynasties. And then I shall accompany you to the northern desert. Bailuo Shen gently nodded and then turned to Wu Yueling, coldly stating that if their esteemed lady were to act recklessly again, she would seize her and present her as a servant to the prince. Unfazed, Wu Yueling retorted, cautioning that the princess ought to keep a close watch on the air, should he become enamored with the enchanting landscapes of the northern wastes. She would find herself lamenting too late. I have finished my meal. Is there more? The melodious voice of the girl in the skirt broke the tense atmosphere, providing respite for Xiao Yi. Certainly, you may indulge as you wish. As everyone marveled at her hearty appetite, a series of resonant and sonorous chimes suddenly echoed through the skies of Yujing City. The grand examination of the talented had commenced. Chapter 63. The Feathered Holy Palace. Pilgrims outside Yujing City, at the ancient Mt Taiwe, the 9,000 steps of white jade ascend through the clouds, reaching towards the celestial gates. At the end of the staircase, 72 coiled dragon pillars support a magnificent and imposing palace, resembling the heavenly realms, evoking a profound sense of awe. The plaque above the towering white jade gates is inscribed with the 3 characters of Feathered Holy Palace, written in an ancient style that exudes grandeur and power, compelling one to bow in reverence at first sight. As the bells toll within Yujing City, countless practitioners, having passed the first round of trials from the realms of Jishuan, advance towards the summit, preparing to ascend the steps. After 7 long years, returning to the Feathered Holy Palace still instills a sense of the ancient deity's boundless might. Enduring countless years of wind, frost, and snow, and the baptism of thunder, this celestial palace remains steadfast, its presence unyielding. Li Zhu, who accompanied Xiao Yi and others to Mt Taiwe, couldn't help but express his awe. The Feathered Holy Palace is not a creation of this era, but rather the sole remaining complete celestial palace from ancient times. Its vast interior is as boundless as the Buddha's lotus paradise. Even 100,000 practitioners ascending together would feel no congestion. Moreover, this palace, having been transformed by the Emperor Yenwu, has become a national treasure akin to the Emperor's sword. Within it, not only are one's cultivation and prowess unhindered, but newcomers can also heal injuries and elevate their conditions to their peak, preparing for the challenges ahead. With every 10 steps climbed on the 9,000 white jade staircase, the burden on both soul and body increases. Ascending to 900 steps is deemed a pass for this round, allowing entry to the 4 sacred mountains in search of treasures. In the past, under the reign of the martial emperor, those who came to partake in the grand examination needed only to show sincere devotion to receive a permanent boon of fortune, with the exceptional among them even finding enlightenment on the spot. Now, with the martial emperor absent, the structure of the celestial hall has transformed into 9 divine thrones. These positions hold no hierarchy. They were originally intended for the empress and Prince Qi, yet with the prince's fall and the retreat of the martial minister, 2 seats remain vacant. Since Nian En and Luo Shen have arrived, they may take their places. The distant Prince Qi, gazing from the heavens, smiled gently, clearly indicating his intention not to make things difficult for Xiao Yi, but rather to accord him ample respect. Buzz! Xiao Yi had long secured the celestial decree that governs the Feathered Holy Palace. With a thought, the spatial patterns around him shifted, and he and his companions traversed the 9,000 white jade steps, arriving directly at the highest point of the palace. Let us begin. After taking his seat, Xiao Yi wasted no time and activated the Feathered Holy Palace. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, myriad divine lights cascaded from the sky. The barrier before the 9,000 steps melted away, and the practitioners on the mountainside surged into the palace like a flood. What brilliance! What grandeur! Countless climbers gazed up at the Feathered Holy Palace, profoundly shaken. They seemed to glimpse the ancient celestial court, where 9 majestic ancient immortals surveyed the entire world from deep within the palace. Beneath the towering ancient immortal, the celestial officials stood resolutely, while divine generals loomed like a forest. Their downward gazes exerted immense pressure on those present. Some knelt immediately, prostrating themselves repeatedly. Others bore cold and resolute expressions, their spirits vacant as they ascended the steps with haste. There were also those who remained frozen in place. Among them was the valiant warrior, Wu Changyue. He had been sequestered in seclusion for intense training in recent days, oblivious to the shifts within the court, only aware that following the prince's rebellion, his grandfather had retreated from power, leading to a precipitous decline in the Wu family's influence. Yet, he harbored little interest in such matters, placing his faith solely in his own strength. However, upon catching sight of the youthful visage occupying the highest position above the Yusheng palace, he was utterly taken aback. Xiao Yi, the heir of the Yuan king? How could he be positioned even closer to the throne of the martial emperor than the queen of the Qi king? Just recently, Wu Changyue had regarded Xiao Yi as a rival, eager to test his prowess against the legendary Han Qi during the grand examination. Yet now, an indescribable bitterness welled within him, for the chasm between them was insurmountable. The position that the Qi king so willingly occupied as a mere backdrop was one his grandfather had strived for throughout his life, yet had never attained. Reflecting on his earlier ambition to challenge the heir seemed utterly absurd now. He could not fathom how someone deemed worthy of such a position could lack strength. Conversely, without extraordinary means, would formidable figures like the Qi king and Wei king, who commanded reverence from the three sects, benevolently concede to an heir? Their own sons had never been afforded the opportunity to engage with the core of power in Dayan, though endowed with the innate ability to perceive the martial path. The celestial eye between his brows, which granted him clarity beyond that of others, now felt as though it had glimpsed a resplendent sun, causing him to bleed from the pain. Neither his master, a true martial immortal, nor his grandfather, who had attained the title of martial sage, had ever evoked such a sensation. While he could not discern the heir's cultivation, why did he exude a pressure more formidable than that of a saint? This disparity, akin to a chasm, gradually restored Wu Qingyue's resolve. Had the heir been merely a shade stronger, he might have felt defiant, striving to surpass. Yet, upon realizing the vastness of the divide, understanding that he could never hope to bridge it in his lifetime, his heart found tranquility instead. The one before him was a figure akin to the martial emperor, and his lifelong aspiration should be to exert every effort to glimpse the silhouette left behind. His grandfather had once been on the brink of witnessing the martial emperor's back along the path of martial arts. Aside from Wu Changyue, several others, gazing upon the Yusheng palace, were equally astounded. Master? Could it be that the master was the martial emperor? Even a valiant youth who ascended the steps while holding a book rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. Thud! Little C from the Shan Tang tapped the back of his head with the sword sheath, admonishing him, "What are you thinking? How could it possibly be the master? Do not mistakenly claim kinship. It would bring trouble to him. Indeed, do not dawdle. Hurry, for I believe I have spotted third senior sister ahead." Xiao Yi's gaze swept across the 9,000 white jade steps, recognizing many familiar faces. Among them were several young disciples and acquaintances made during his travels through the Nine Xian realm. Yet, most of them dared not meet the gaze of the resplendent sun above the Yusheng palace. In this current gathering, there are indeed numerous promising talents. The signs of the illustrious Wang, Xie, Yuan, and Shao families, once kept in reserve, are now willing to step into the limelight. The Qi Wang remarked with a smile, noting the presence of the two young generals from the Zhuyin Wei and Qi Ling Hu Bin, as well as the young lord. If I am not mistaken, the sole true disciple of the Bai Ming protector from the Tianmo sect has also arrived? The Qi Wang's words captured the attention of the Dongning Wang, who opened his eyes, unleashing a terrifying roar akin to the sound of a dragon, causing the Grand Hall to tremble. It is one thing for the Tianmo sect to attend, but how dare the rabble from the Ming Tu dare to set foot in Yujing? The voice of the Dongning Wang was frigid, and his aura surged like an unrelenting cold wave. Were it not for the Ming Tu's rabble revealing the method to penetrate the realm of death to my second brother, he would not have forsaken everything, nor would he have met his demise. Fifth brother, consider the bigger picture. The Wei Wang laughed scornfully, warning that the repercussions of disrupting the grand examination of prodigies would be beyond your capacity to bear. You seek your own destruction. The Dongning Wang glared with the fury of a wrathful deity, a horrifying pressure erupting forth that left hundreds of civil and military officials within the hall utterly terrified, causing them to kneel in submission, their scholarly and martial spirits swiftly waning. Not only the Ming too, but you have also colluded with other miscreants from the Xian sect. Chapter 64. The turmoil of the branches of the alien immortal sect. The Mo Lingard. Seized them. At the Yusheng Palace, the aura emanating from King Dongning instantly locked on several foreign cultivators whose expressions had shifted on the white jade steps. Hundreds of fierce soldiers clad in ink-scaled armor poured down from the heavenly steps, their faces obscured by dark visors, leaving only pairs of haunting eyes visible. Gripping their formidable halberds, they descended like a black tide, step by step, with an air of ruthless ferocity. What? Has King Wei betrayed us? He had agreed to conceal our identities and negotiate with King Qi. Why does he now stand by coldly as trouble brews? Does he no longer desire his position? The countenances of the few infiltrators from the alien immortal sect darkened in despair. They had suppressed their cultivation to infiltrate, initially planning to ensnare King Wei and seize the opportunity to eliminate several key royal offspring. If they could eliminate the heir of the Yuan Wang, who presided over the grand examination of talents, it would plunge the yin into chaos. Little did they expect that King Wei would be even more treacherous than they. It appeared he intended to use them to provoke King Dongning, thereby disrupting the order of the grand examination and inciting a confrontation between the heir of Yuan Wang and King Dongning. Excellent, excellent. The four rebellious branches of the alien immortal sect, Ming Tu, Wugu, Yinma, and Yaolian, have all converged. King Dongning sneered as the Mo Lingard, responsible for maintaining order on the slopes of Taiwa Ancient Mountain, ascended the steps, leaving the spectators on the heavenly steps bewildered, as if a coup were unfolding. The fifth prince has concealed himself for long enough. When did he transform the Mo Lingard into his own faction? Did second brother grant this to you? King Qi remarked with a sly smile, questioning how the military could continue with the examination now that you have allowed them entry. What of Yinan? Xiao Yi cast a glance at Kings Qi and Wei, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Uncle, proceed as you see fit. Restoring order is of utmost importance. With that, Xiao Yi raised his hand, and the oppressive force against the military dissipated entirely on the 9,000 steps of the Yusheng Palace. Meanwhile, the pressure faced by others surged dramatically. Some of the swifter geniuses nearly stumbled to their knees on the steps. In this ebb and flow, the morale of the Mo Lingard surged, the military's ferocity akin to a blood dragon, unleashing a chilling wave that sent shivers down the spine. Damn it! King Wei, this fiend, is indeed untrustworthy. Thankfully, the leader had instructed us to keep a backup plan. Let the hidden agents step forward to block the first wave of the Mo Lingard's assault. Those above the 10th realm, along with a few Yin gods breaking through the suppression, follow me to slay at the Yusheng Palace. This palace lacks a dragon vein to suppress cultivation, presenting the best opportunity to eliminate royal offspring. The mastermind of this operation from the alien immortal sect was a 10-caliber Yin god of Ming Tu, on par with quasi-saints. When his cultivation burst forth, a terrifyingly dense aura of darkness spread from beneath his feet. In an instant, countless Yin spirits surged forth, undeterred by life or death, climbing upwards to form a celestial staircase leading directly to the Yusheng Palace. Though the military's ferocity countered the extreme cold of the Yin aura, the malevolent Yin spirits summoned by the Yin god were horrifically abundant, seemingly endless, and vaguely possessing the ability to suppress the military's aura. Kill! The commander of the Mo Lingard took the lead, brandishing a bloodied sword to command the entire army, encircling those members of the alien immortal sect who sought to incite chaos. Before the elite troops of the military, those members of the alien immortal sect, lacking any coordination and behaving like rabid dogs attempting to break free, were no match at all. Soon, the white jade steps were stained crimson with blood. Roar! Suddenly, a formidable figure emerged specifically from its fourth sect, in the form of a 12th realm half-demon. Its physique swelled instantaneously, ripping through its garments. And as it roared, its head transformed into that of a tiger, sprouting a pair of wings from its back. Do they truly believe that which has endured since antiquity, is an easy target? From a lineage came a powerful shaman enveloped in a shroud of darkness, chanting a blood curse. As its staff struck the ground, a ripple of crimson spread forth, reducing dozens of bystanders and the advancing to mere blood and mud. They consumed it all. From a lineage arrived an ancient demon adorned with black scales and blood-red eyes. As it surged up the jade steps, it resembled a rampaging dragon, while ominous black clouds loomed in the sky. Boom! Let's advance. At the foot of the onlookers from various sects, both disciples and elders, were filled with panic and urgency as they beheld the chaos unfolding on the celestial steps. Some even began to force their way through. They were unconcerned about the casualties among the court officials, but their elite disciples were on the celestial steps, vulnerable before the unscrupulous fiends As the turmoil erupted, the celestial steps, already besieged became a scene of utter disorder. Had the great become so weakened? Without the suppression of the martial emperor, could they not even organize a grand examination for the prodigies? Outside the celestial steps resounded cries of battle and complaints, while some members whose identities remained shrouded in secrecy, displayed flickering gazes. If they were to act in concert with the four formidable figures above, they could amplify the chaos and potentially threaten the very foundation of the great, inciting animosity towards the court. Now is a rare opportunity. A voice cried out, and a multitude of members surged forward, many of whom were remnants of the three great dynasties. Their conservative faction harbored a deeper hatred for the great than for the foreign tribes. It seems the great has lost the hearts of the people. At that moment, they have stood mere inches from the sanctuary of the other three powerful figures from the also paid a price, managing to evade the in pursuit. It's nearly time, Uncle Wu remarked with calm composure. He suppressed his rage, smiling as he slightly raised his hand. Today, I owe you a significant favor, Uncle Wu. Henceforth, I shall comply with any request without hesitation. The pupils constricted, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, and as it attempted to flee, a golden hand surged forth to seize it. The old monk As the raised his hand, a robust old monk with bronze skin emerged from behind him, wielding the divine power to transform his palm into a force capable of capturing the heavens and earth. Feeling the terrifying Buddhist light that resonated with the very fabric of existence, the other three powerful members of the were left aghast, akin to birds scattering in a forest. Yet, as lightly tapped the armrest of the divine throne, the pressure atop the 9,000-level celestial steps instantly compelled everyone to kneel, only to retain some strength to maneuver. But upon seeing this, the old monk transformed his palm into a fist and struck, shattering half of the S-form. A flaw had been revealed. The Lord of the Underworld breathed a sigh of relief, for the old monk's cultivation was not superior to his own. It was merely the unsuitable terrain, compounded by the fact that the Buddhist teachings inherently restrained the powers of the underworld, which had led to his temporary disadvantage. Upon witnessing a fissure erupting in the spiritual barrier of the feathered sacred palace, he abruptly turned to summon the half-demon, the nightmarish demon, and the great shaman of the witch clan. Utilize that sacrificial art to lend me your strength. I shall lead you forth. The expressions of the three, who were being pressed by the feathered sacred palace, contorted slightly, yet they did not hesitate. Flames ignited upon their forms, and vibrant crimson threads of blood surged toward the Lord of the Underworld, causing his aura to swell immensely. However, he chose not to engage further. Instead, he charged toward the rift. The trio, having sacrificed more than half of their own power, felt their fury intensify. Fear not, I shall avenge you. Just as the Lord of the Underworld shattered the resplendent Buddhist light and was about to step into the realm of transcendence, he suddenly felt an icy chill run down his spine. Within the depths of his mind, a horrifying eye, vast as the stars, began to rise behind him, reminiscent of the ominous emperor of the underworld, to whom all spirits bowed in reverence, casting a gaze that dimmed the sun and moon alike. The overwhelming pressure, akin to being crushed beneath towering mountains, felt even more terrifying than that of the supreme being in the depths of the underworld, sending tremors through his heart. The Lord of the Underworld turned in terror to face Xiao Yi. Chapter 65. The Empress's Secret. Hua Jinglan breaks through. The Netherworld Shadow God gazed at the youthful figure seated upon the throne of the feathered sacred palace, utterly horrified. The supreme figure sought by the Netherworld was, astonishingly, embodied in the air of the Abyssal King. Possessing an innate superiority, how could a formless shadow god hope to contend? There was no escape. As despair enveloped the heart of the Netherworld Shadow God, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the side of the imperial seat, where a stunningly beautiful woman, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, a golden crown, and a soaring cloud hairstyle, rested with her eyes closed. In that moment, as he activated his celestial vision, a profound shock surged through him. Alongside his astonishment, a flicker of hope emerged. The Empress of the Great Yin was unexpectedly the one from the main lineage. Master save. The Netherworld Shadow God was about to cry out for help when, unexpectedly, the Empress's phoenix eyes slightly opened. A resounding phoenix cry reverberated through the ancient Mount Taiwei, causing everyone present to momentarily lose consciousness. Within a mental realm of the Netherworld Shadow God, an ethereal figure of unparalleled grace suddenly materialized. Oh, how intriguing! She cast a glance at the manifested celestial eyes of the Abyssal Emperor, a serene smile gracing her lips. What skill you possess, young heir, to have unwittingly seized the position of the Crown Prince. The figure of Xiao Yi also materialized, shaking his head. It is not merely the Empress who possesses skill. 3 millennia ago, she subdued the alien immortal sect. In recent years, the dissenting voices within the 4 branches of the sect should have been largely silenced. I hear that the true powers of the alien immortal sect are those who practice the art of short-lived spirits. The Empress would not wish for the Qi King and his allies to discover the strength you wield, would she? Furthermore, after this exposure, the Qi King may harbor reservations and suspicions regarding your capabilities. In addition to these matters, I possess numerous secrets about your majesty that you might find intriguing. Xiao Yi's words caused the usually composed Empress to raise an eyebrow, her fingers curling into a fist beneath her flowing sleeves. I understand what you wish to convey, your majesty. My secrets pale in comparison to yours. Even if I were to divulge them all, the Qi King and his allies would still seek to act against you first. After all, you are the sole outsider within the entire Great Yin royal family. Xiao Yi interrupted her with a smile. I could end your life. The Empress's cold gaze pierced through him. Care to try? Xiao Yi responded fearlessly. His transformation was not solely for his own benefit. It could also bestow transformation upon all beings. The greatest strength of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Canon lies in its 13 realms, which differ from others. Even should a supreme being arrive, should they fall, they too would be affected by transformation. Lightly, they might be transformed for a century. Gravely, their cultivation would plummet, rendering them forever unable to rise again. Moreover, if Xiao Yi were to fall by the Empress's hand, there would be the demon-suppressing army of the Demon Suppression Pass, the blood altar of the northern region. And even the Qi King and his allies would seize this perfect opportunity to eliminate the Demoness. What is it that you desire? After a moment of tense confrontation, the Empress suddenly relented, her tone softening considerably. It is quite simple. All I require is the retrieval of the 3 portions of the Yin Emperor's authority from the hands of the Supreme of the Underworld. After all, that belongs to our Great Yin. Having safeguarded it for a few days, it is time for its return. Once this task is accomplished, I shall maintain absolute silence regarding Her Majesty the Empress and the secrets of the extraterrestrial immortal sect, Xiao Yi remarked with a smile. You are placing me in a difficult position, the Empress replied with a raised eyebrow and a soft sigh. Although many of the Yin deities from the underworld have joined the extraterrestrial immortals sect, the Supreme's authority in the underworld is not inferior to that of the sect leader. Attempting to seize the Yin Emperor's status from him is akin to seeking his life. How many can achieve such a feat in this world? Xiao Yi stated calmly, under the might of the Great Yin, even immortals can be slain and sages can be vanquished. What difficulty lies in eliminating an old cur who claims to be supreme yet has languished in survival for years? 3,000 years ago, the dragon-guarding court's death warriors, trained in esoteric arts under the great Zhao royal family, were far superior to most of the elite forces of today. Time is fleeting. If your majesty cannot make a decisive choice, prepare for universal enmity. The empress's furrowed brow began to relax, a gentle smile gracing her lips. What a pity. If only you had been born 3,000 years ago. Little adversary, I shall assist you in reclaiming the remaining emperor's authority, and perhaps we may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. As she spoke, the magnificent figure of the great Zhao empress gradually faded. Just before her ethereal form completely dissipated, Xiao Yi suddenly inquired, "How did the once mighty great Zhao dynasty perish 3,000 years ago? It seems even you, little adversary, harbor secrets yet unknown." The empress chuckled lightly without answering. "Savior, help me, master. I am loyal." The deity of the underworld finally afforded the chance to speak under the oppressive weight of the emperor's aura, pleaded. "Useless." The empress cast a cold glance, and with a mere flick of her sleeve, the entirety of the deity's spiritual realm began to collapse. "His deity essence shall serve as a token of our first meeting, a gift for you, little adversary." As her words concluded, the terrified deity of the underworld found himself utterly silenced, forced to witness the destruction of his own corporeal form. The forbidden spell of the extraterrestrial immortal sect, which should have been insufficient to slay him, was rendered powerless by the empress's gesture, leaving him utterly defenseless. What, Jinglan? The few spectral generals under Xiao Yi's command had yet to depart from Yujing City alongside Wu Yueling. At his soft call, the visage of the foremost divine general of the Great Yu emerged. After consuming the essence of the deity, Jinglan's cultivation barrier shattered, revealing the aura of the 13th realm. Yet for some reason, Xiao Yi felt that something was amiss. At the Feather Holy Palace, following the cessation of the phoenix's song, a faint smile graced the empress's lips. "Little adversary, you have indeed chosen the right path by practicing the methods of the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, the sacred texts of the Demon Sect are challenging to disseminate widely and thus pose no threat to her." At this moment, the Feather Holy Palace was enveloped in silence, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. The Qi Wang raised his gaze to the empress, a newfound gravity evident in his eyes. The Wei Wang maintained a calm demeanor, while the Shi Wang's brows were deeply furrowed. Bailuo Shen regarded the empress, sensing subtle shifts in her aura. Capture the three masterminds of the extraterrestrial immortals sect and confine them within the prison of suppression. With a sharp command from the Eastern Ning King, the Mo Lin guards sprang into action, sealing the cultivation of the three instigators with the military's talisman and escorting them down the mountain. As Xiao Yi gradually released the subtle yet formidable pressure that distorted the space of the Yusheng Palace, the cultivators participating in the grand examination finally found the strength to rise. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers could only watch helplessly as their opponents regained their footing. Cursed be this place. One should never have chosen to act within the Yusheng Palace, for it is far too enigmatic, some lamented, filled with resentment. However, soon a surge of additional Mo Lin guards swiftly sealed the space of the 9,000-level white jade stage, and with a sweep of their halberds, heads began to roll. The grisly spectacle rendered some of the unblooded ascetics pale, their bodies overwhelmed by a visceral discomfort, while others fainted outright. The ascent continued. The Martial Path Sacred Court and the Shanhe Academy do not cultivate the inept. Chapter 66. A bet that could shock the world. In the Yusheng Palace. Following the quelling of turmoil, the prestigious examination commenced as per usual. However, due to the preceding upheaval, many aspirants found themselves too fatigued to ascend further. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, fewer than 40,000 had managed to climb beyond the 900 steps, representing a drop of more than half compared to previous sessions. Yet, the caliber of participants was notably superior. The following day, those who opted for the literary examination were directly assigned to the tests in Yujing City, while those choosing the martial assessment congregated outside the four sacred mountains' secret realm. Simultaneously, above the 9,000 white jade steps of the Yusheng Palace, for celestial curtains descended, illuminating the scenes within the four sacred mountains' secret realm. Friends and relatives of the participants gathered early at the foot of Taiwa Ancient Mountain to witness the event. At the pinnacle of the Yusheng Palace, members of the royal family had also convened. As per tradition, would it not be amusing to initiate a wager? The Qi King suddenly proposed, smiling. With the emperor absent, allow me to present the grand prize. In past examinations, to add some levity, those permitted to accompany the martial emperor to the Yusheng Palace could select their own representatives for the bet. Should their chosen contestant secure the top position in the examination, the selector would be awarded a treasured item personally bestowed by the Flame Martial Emperor. Moreover, the four sacred mountains' secret realm could be divided into four separate betting contests. In the Bingpa Mountain secret realm, the competition would revolve around who could acquire the most cold stones. In the Leichi Mountain secret realm, it would be a contest to capture the most thunder spirits. In the Haigawei Mountain secret realm, the focus would be on obtaining the highest quantity of blood crystals. Lastly, in the Xuenya Mountain secret realm, the challenge would be to gather the most exotic flames. These treasures significantly benefit cultivation, yet are not easily obtained. Participants in the examination, whether relying on fortune or prowess, need only secure any one of these items to progress to the next round. Some ambitious prodigies typically remain in the secret realm, striving to collect these treasures until it closes, vying for a commendable ranking in the third round. What does the Qi King wish to wager? The reticent Xiu King suddenly inquired. I am aware that while you all reside in Yujing, your thoughts linger on the distant Shuiwei cave. Hence, let us stake the relics of the three dynasties' fortunes. The Qi King toyed with a jade ring, lifting his gaze with a light-hearted smile. The value of these items upon entering Shuai cave need not be elaborated upon by me. Of course, should anyone wish to add an extra wager, I shall not interfere. The Shuiwei cave, once known as the Reincarnation Cave, harbors the legacies of the three great dynasties, drawing eager seekers from all corners. Once the more than 30,000 participants entered the secret realm of the four sacred mountains, the Dongning King cast a penetrating glance at the Wei King. The Wei King maintained a calm demeanor. Fifth brother, do you wish to wager against me? The Dongning King produced a gold seal adorned with a dragon, the Grand Commander's gold seal of the dying dynasty, along with 300 celestial crossbows from the coastal province of the Eastern Realm. His words, though measured, sent ripples of astonishment among the observing military officials below. The Dongning King's wager was indeed substantial. The significance of the Grand Commander's seal remained a mystery to them. However, the 300 Xianbao crossbows are formidable weapons of war, treasures cherished by military strategists, each costing an astronomical sum and subject to stringent control. Moreover, he even placed a portion of his fief as a wager. I truly cannot fathom whether he possesses unwavering confidence in victory or harbors significant discontent towards King Wei. Very well, I accept the challenge. King Wei replied with indifference. Let us wager on the remnants of Hua Jinglan's armor, the seal of the Confucian sage of the Great Yu dynasty, and a treasure trove of slaughter. As these stakes were announced, several generals below appeared eager to participate, yet they found themselves unable to match the wager. The treasure trove of slaughter is a sight that requires countless formidable warriors to be vanquished before it can be formed. Allowing practitioners of military arts to enter and hone their skills, there is equivalent to 10 days of training, its value rivaling that of the Xianbao crossbows or the coastal province. Throughout the entire Jiushuan realm, only the northern Xiang King, King Wei, and the military minister possess access to the treasure trove. Although the exact number is unknown, it certainly does not exceed 10. My royal brothers possess great audacity. I shall present a supreme treasure as the final stake and withdraw from this wager. Both King Wei and Dongning have chosen pieces that are entering the Blood Nirvana Mountain. King Qi, wishing to abstain from this game, smiled and directed his gaze towards the Empress of Dezhou. Mother, shall we start a separate game? The Emperor of the Yong wagers Yurda Yong 9 Dragon Cauldron. However, the Empress's expression remained unchanged. Though she is not King Qi's biological mother, her seniority could easily surpass that of King Qi's great-grandmother. The Blood Nirvana Mountain holds valuable treasures. My people have also entered it. Thus, I must reluctantly join my royal brothers in this game. sighed King Xie. I offer 10 drops of the true blood of the White Tiger, Holy Monarch. I cannot offer anything else. May I select only one person while you select multiple? I merely wish to add some embellishment for my royal brothers, with no expectation of victory. King Wei smirked, his gaze unfriendly. Sixth brother, if you lack funds, the fertile lands of Xie Kingdom span 1,000 miles. Simply pledge half, and you may enter the game. King Xie chuckled wryly. Third brother, take that land if you desire it. Who would wish to be neighbors with Qin Polu? Very well, let it be as such. At this moment, the gazes of several individuals unexpectedly converged on Xiao Yi, for he and Bailuo Shen had remained silent. If I am not mistaken, the Northern King's estate and the Abyssal King's estate must have made preparations for the grand examination of prodigies, correct? King Qi remarked with a smile in his eyes. Does Nian wish to abstain from participating? Xiao Yi indeed did not wish to partake, for this was a winner-takes-all wager. Though his family is vast and prosperous, he does not possess many idle assets, all of which are put to use. Moreover, he had not prepared anything. Xiao Wu has gone to the literary examination venue. Among his subordinates, only his recently returned third disciple, Xiao Si, and the gluttonous girl sent by Yun Qingling were qualified to serve as pieces in this wager. Since King Wei and the others dared to place such astonishing stakes, they must have a solid foundation. This gamble, with less than an 80% chance of success, is undeniably high risk. It is not an endeavor that one must engage in. My father is far away in Nanzhao. The foundation he painstakingly established is not easily obtained, and I cannot afford to suffer defeat. Xiao Yi chuckled it, contemplating a refusal to the wager, when Bailuo Shen suddenly interjected, I shall cover your highness's stake. The 3 islands of the eastern sea, along with the cursed cave. Should this prove insufficient, I shall also add this blade of the god of slaughter. Bailuo Shen unveiled a sword, its crimson blade glinting ominously with a chilling aura. That will suffice. There is no need to include the old general's sword, sighed the king of Dongning, expressing both resignation and a hint of envy towards his young nephew. Acknowledging the wealth of the Northern King's residence, he softly conveyed, Nianin, feel free to choose without pressure. Should I, your fifth uncle, emerge victorious, I shall claim none of the treasures from the Northern King's estate, with the assurance of the king of Dongning and the backing of Bailuo Shen. Xiao Yi set aside any pretense. I shall select only 3 individuals. Let Luo Shen choose the remaining spots. According to the rules, a maximum of 10 participants could be chosen for the high-stakes gamble at Bloodniche Mountain. The king of Wei, brimming with arrogance, had chosen solely his daughter, Princess Zhaohua. The king of Dongning opted for 3 monks and 2 exceptional warriors. The king of Xie cast a wide net, filling all 10 slots with an eclectic mix of figures, some of whom were strangers to him. In addition to the 3 he selected, Bailuo Shen included 2 more, the young lord by Xiao Yu of the Northern Xiang residence and a young general from the Zhuing Guard. Chapter 67. The Grand Transformation within the Blood Crucible Mountain. Within the secret realm of Blood Crucible Mountain, crimson flames stretch endlessly for miles. As far as the eye can see, the earth is cracked and parched, while a colossal extinguished star in the sky still bleeds dark red magma. The searing heat that surges from the earth's veins distorts the very air itself. As those participating in the Heavenly Prodigy examination emerge, they are immediately met with a fierce, fiery gust of wind. Is this round of assessment testing our physical prowess? The gale within Blood Crucible Mountain is infused with an exceptionally domineering essence of foreign fire energy. To harvest this exotic flame, one must carefully navigate through the tumultuous winds. However, the time allotted in the secret realm is merely 1 day. Thus, to advance to the next round, one must either risk venturing deeper into Blood Crucible Mountain to seek out areas where the winds are more intense to extract the exotic flames, or seize the opportunities of others before the realm closes. In the previous Heavenly Prodigy examination, out of over 100,000 participants, only 2,000 managed to pass the trials of the 4 sacred mountains. The rest either returned empty-handed or were eliminated, with the unfortunate ones even losing their lives. Although the court provided each participant with a life-preserving talisman, The dangers within the four sacred mountains are exceedingly treacherous, and any number of unforeseen circumstances may arise, making death a very real possibility. Particularly this year, as the grand transformation nurtured by Blood Crucible Mountain has reached its peak maturity. This information is nearly public knowledge, resulting in over half of those who pass the trials of Feather Sacred Palace flocking to Blood Crucible Mountain. At the entrance to the secret realm, a throng of figures swiftly dispersed. Among them, dozens of silhouettes pierced through the gale, moving with the swiftness of a startled swan, heading directly towards the towering divine tree at the heart of Blood Crucible Mountain. The fastest among them, Princess Xiao Yi, daughter of the King of Wei, now exudes an aura of unparalleled mastery at the pinnacle of the 11th realm. Closely following is a young monk selected by the Eastern Ning King, whose youthful eyes betray an unusual depth and gravity. With each step, he seems to traverse space itself, akin to instantaneous movement. Next in line are several individuals, including the formidable Wu Changyue from the Great Yin, the first martial saint of the South Sea Divine City, Song Wuyo, and the contemporary sword master from the Sword Tomb of Slaying Immortals, constituting the second tier. Observing this scene from the Feather Sacred Palace, the King of Xie exclaimed in astonishment. The disparity is evident. When did my niece become so formidable? And you, fifth brother, where did you find a reincarnated Buddhist saint? In contrast, although Wu Changyue, Song Wuyo, and the sword master from the Sword Tomb were all his selections, 7 others either lagged behind or ignored his commands entirely, not regarding his orders with any seriousness. There is no rush. This is merely the beginning, remarked the Eastern Ning King, his expression as tranquil as a calm lake. Some advance boldly while others tread cautiously. The key to victory does not lie solely in speed. Xiao Yi, uninterested in their discourse, scanned the myriad screens reflecting the Feather Sacred Palace, his gaze settling on his 2 disciples, the third elder sister Nangongqingli and the 4th disciple Wang Shu. Third sister. When I entered, I thought I heard Master S' voice in my mind. Was that merely an illusion? Asked the slightly bewildered Wang Shu, tilting her head upwards to look at Nangongqingli. Indeed, it was your adoptive father. The nirvana fruit on the immortal divine tree deep within Blood Crucible Mountain is on the verge of ripening. Seizing it will secure the first place in the secret realm and aid your adoptive father. Nangongqingli, with her meticulous mind cultivated from a young age, had discerned Xiao Yi's true identity 5 years prior. Unlike her fellow disciples, Xiao Yi had never imparted any teachings to her, leading her to refrain from addressing him as master. In her heart, her adoptive father held a more significant place than any teacher, akin to the revered figures depicted in literature. During her childhood, she apprenticed under a female painter who was a companion of her adoptive father, mastering the art in just 3 years, surpassing her mentor. Eventually, she found herself replicating the artworks of ancient masters and celestial landscapes. As her skills flourished, she sought to transcend her limitations, prompting her departure from Yujing in pursuit of her father's footsteps to explore the world. Nirvana fruit? Wang Shu inquired. Is it the one mentioned by the ancestral master that allows one to ascend to the heavens and become a terrestrial deity? Should we present it to the master? Indeed, both Nangongqingli and Wang Shu concurred. One was a girl at the 9th realm of swordsmanship, while the other was a painter at the 10th realm, a rare combination, albeit lacking in prominence. King Wei's gaze briefly flickered over the 2 individuals chosen by Xiao Yi before swiftly averting. There was another young girl, of royal blood from the demon race. The gluttonous maiden previously brought to the Yuan Wang's estate by Yun Qingling had piqued King Wei's interest, leaving him contemplative. As time passed, chaos began to unfurl within the Blood Nirvana Mountain. Suddenly, a towering column of flame and a resounding phoenix cry captivated the attention from all directions. At the heart of Blood Nirvana Mountain, the towering divine tree, too grand for any number of people to encircle, rustled violently as its fiery red leaves danced in the fierce gale. Several fist-sized crimson fruits were ablaze at that moment. The external rumors proved true. The nirvana fruits had indeed ripened within Blood Nirvana Mountain, 3 of them, no less. The Diyin court was surprisingly affluent, not having seized them beforehand. What naive thought! It was not so simple. Didn't T1 see the several phoenixes circling above the divine tree? Those were ferocious beasts. On the 9,000 steps of the feathered sacred palace, the spectators grew tense. At that moment, all capable individuals within Blood Nirvana Mountain had gathered around the towering divine tree, and a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. We cannot remain here. The gale is too terrifying. Many felt an immense pressure, their skin cracking under the onslaught of the fiery winds, compelling them to retreat from the core area. After a tranquil hour of awaiting the metamorphosis of the nirvana fruits, fewer than 100 remained near the divine tree, nearly all of whom were prodigies at the 10th realm of martial arts, possessing the formidable diamond body and the celestial eye of martial prowess. Suddenly, amidst the anticipation, a young monk from the great Brahma Dragon Elephant Temple sprang into action. He lifted the robe draped over him and advanced directly toward the 3 nirvana fruits, chanting ancient incantations as time appeared to slow around him. What does this little monk intend to do? The nirvana fruits are not yet ripe. Has he lost his mind? This action incited widespread fury, yet the influence of the curse impeded their speed significantly. The closer they approached, the greater the resistance they encountered, risking being immobilized by the Buddha's light. Only the chosen pawns understood the monk's true intent. He aimed for the first prize, willing to forego this monumental opportunity. Even the unripe nirvana fruit can extract foreign flames. If it truly falls into his hands, no matter how hard others strive to collect the exotic fire from the gale, they shall never surpass him. Just as the young monk was about to succeed, a soft laugh suddenly echoed from the trunk of a nearby golden tree. The young monk's eyelids twitched as he glanced up at the spiraling crimson phoenixes in the sky. They did not dive down. Wicked beasts. In an instant, the young monk's expression changed dramatically. The ambush did not come from above, but rather from within the divine tree itself. Several fire serpents, their bodies of brilliant crimson and nearly blending with the towering divine wood, opened their cavernous mouths and lunged ferociously. Chapter 68. The Princess's Dilemma, the Terrifying Madman. A creature of chaos opened its gaping maw, revealing a fiery python whose breath was formidable, rivaling even the celestial phoenix that soared above. This creature remained impervious to the Buddhist incantations that solidified the surrounding void. The young monk, maintaining a composed demeanor, recited a series of ancient Buddhist mantras. As the final syllable resonated, a terrifying light of enlightenment erupted from his eyes. His frame suddenly grew imposing, bones cracking loudly as his muscles tensed. Dragon Elephant Force. With each punch he unleashed, the luminous fists resembled ancient mountains that subdued demons, exhibiting unparalleled dominance. In an instant, the oncoming fiery python was shattered into countless fragments by the might of his strikes. Yet, before he could retract his fists, the disintegrated serpent reformed, lunging once more with ferocity. Whoosh! The young monk unleashed another formidable technique, initially capable of countering the threat, only to be unexpectedly struck from behind by an arrow that tore through the air faster than thunder, embedding itself in his shoulder blade, nearly piercing through. Gasp! After sustaining blows from both front and back, he coughed up blood and had no choice but to retreat. Who dares? His gaze turned icy, teeth gritted in frustration. The tactics of the martial families were indeed insidious. He scanned the surroundings, noting several archers poised to launch surprise attacks. Yet the one who had loosed the fateful arrow had vanished without a trace. Though he could exert effort to track down the assailant, the timing was unfavorable, compelling him to bide his time. Guanghui, Guangming, initiate the eightfold heavenly dragon formation. The young monk scoffed. His intention in stepping forward was not merely to pave the way for others, but to draw attention, allowing his 2 disciples the opportunity to establish the grand Buddhist array. In an instant, golden silhouettes emerged from the Saraira scattered in specific positions by Guangming and Guanghui. They chanted resonant Buddhist verses, summoning boundless power. The ethereal forms of celestial beings, dragons, yakshas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kinnara, and Maharaga coalesced into a formidable formation that encircled the sacred tree. Advance! The immense power of the eightfold host did not engage the fiery python. Instead, It pressed forward, coercing the 100 individuals within the formation toward the towering divine tree. With immense fortune ahead and the eightfold host behind, the crowd had no choice but to take a perilous gamble. Roar! As if sensing the imminent danger. The crimson canopy of the divine tree surged with fiery brilliance, transforming dozens of fiery pythons into fire serpents, raging and charging at the intruders. Crack! The foremost individual, struck with terror, immediately shattered the formation talisman to escape. Others were not so fortunate, devoured by the fire serpents, leaving no trace behind. Yet amidst this chaos and peril, some bravely pressed on. One was the young monk from the great Brahma Dragon Elephant Temple, his back adorned with a towering golden Vajra body, reaching for the nearest nirvana fruit. This golden form withstood the bites of the fire serpents, though it only manifested fine fissures. Behind him, two martial prodigies drew their blades, fending off attackers to protect him. Meanwhile, Wu Qinwei, Song Wui, and others battled fiercely against the four great sects Kalinzi for another nirvana fruit. In the final location of the nirvana fruit, where the number of combatants peaked and the battles were most ferocious, stood a group of individuals of slightly lesser prowess, compelled to outdo one another in ruthlessness. Suddenly, their gazes fixated ahead, transfixed by the sight of a fragile, delicate maiden clad in green, who, astonishingly unscathed, approached the vicinity of the coveted nirvana fruit. The ferocious fire serpents that charged towards her were wholly consumed by the beast hide pouch at her waist. A chill ran down the spines of the onlookers, and the oppressive heat dissipated, leaving an unsettling coolness in its wake. Who is she? As they beheld the girl who sent the fire serpents retreating, many instinctively distanced themselves, retreating several paces. The competition ceased. A multitude recognized the gravity of the situation and turned to join forces against the eightfold dragon sect. Remaining in this chaotic fray would render them incapable of securing even a chance to advance to the next round. The monks from the Dragon Elephant Monastery, perceiving the unfolding drama with clarity, opened a path for these sagacious individuals to exit the battlefield. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The towering sacred tree's branches suddenly seemed to animate, twisting like serpentine dragons, redirecting three branches bearing the nirvana fruits in distinct directions. Within the crown of the tree, in a conspicuously prominent position, a pale golden, plump fruit emerged, pulsating with vitality and an insatiable allure. The sacred essence nirvana fruit, just like the one bestowed upon the founding generals by the martial emperor 70 years ago. The eyes of all present widened in astonishment. This was a celestial treasure capable of bestowing sanctity, far more precious than the combined value of three ordinary nirvana fruits. Its mere existence could incite conflict among saints, rendering any concerns regarding the grand trial trivial. To consume this sacred essence nirvana fruit would mean seizing one's own destiny, untethered from fate itself. Clear the way. A considerable portion of those who had initially retreated turned back, unleashing their most concealed techniques, driven into a frenzy. The formation of the eightfold dragon sect trembled, on the brink of collapse. Nearby, upon the golden tree, Xiao Hua's gaze was profound and contemplative. She hesitated. Among those still standing near the sacred tree, none were mediocre. If she were to act, it would only be with a singular opportunity for success. If she wished to secure victory for her father in the wager, she merely needed to pluck the three ordinary nirvana fruits, each imbued with foreign flames, while others contended for the sacred essence nirvana fruit. The latter bore no foreign flames, thus not influencing the outcome. However, this path would cost her a chance to ascend to sanctity. Conversely, should she directly compete for the sacred essence nirvana fruit, the wager set by the King of Wei would undoubtedly fail. Fortune is paramount. Previous trials for the gifted had witnessed similar wagers, albeit over trivial items. Her father likely desired her to seize the sacred essence nirvana fruit. Having made her resolution, Xiao Hua dispelled her indecision and swiftly darted towards the towering sacred tree, her golden-hued eyes ablaze like flames of gold, a resplendent sun emerging across the horizon. A terrifying wave of scorching heat radiated outward, causing the bark of the sacred tree to begin melting, unnoticed by any. The pressure surrounding the onlookers intensified. Damn it. Visibility is lost. A blaze of fire engulfed the heavens and the earth. Yet at that moment, someone dared to strike at Princess Xiao Hua. A wooden sword? Xiao Hua was momentarily taken aback, yet paid it no heed, continuing to pluck the sacred nirvana fruit. With a grunt, the sword-bearer spat blood from the corner of her mouth, but the wooden sword in her grasp seemed to be the sharpest divine weapon in existence, cleaving through the radiant light of the sun. The residual force of her sword even pierced the heavens, creating a dark crimson void in the sky. Xiao Hua raised her hand to wipe away a streak of blood from her face, still refusing to look back, as she forcefully sought to break the enchantment of the towering divine tree to acquire the sacred nirvana fruit. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The colossal divine tree trembled violently, its gnarled roots being forcefully uprooted. A disheveled old madman crawled out from the earth, laughing and weeping simultaneously, exclaiming, "It's all a lie, all of it." His voice boomed like thunder, yet was tinged with madness. As the overwhelming sacred might radiated outward, everyone was pressed back to the ground, filled with terror and astonishment. How could a 13th realm sage infiltrate the blood Nirvana Mountain's secret realm? Chapter 69, Victory and Defeat. In the Hall of the Feathered Sage, King Qi raised an eyebrow and gazed at King Wei, inquiring, "Why is there a pseudo-ultimate being at the peak of the sacred path within the blood Nirvana Mountain?" King Wei's expression darkened. "I do not know. We shall first employ the contingency left by the sage to suppress him." "Wait," interjected King Dongning coldly. "Before that, let us determine the outcome of the wager. Continuing this dispute, you should be aware of who the victor will be. This trivial matter, I can afford to lose." With a flick of his sleeve, King Wei cast forth a blood-red remnant armor exuding a chilling aura, alongside a white jade seal intricately engraved with celestial motifs. These were remnants of the Great Yu dynasty, the remnant armor of Huo Jinglan and the Confucian sage seal. The remaining malevolent lair lay at the ruins of the Great Yong dynasty's imperial city. The victor shall claim it. Having spoken, King Wei left the Hall of the Feathered Sage in displeasure. King Xie sighed. "The true blood of the White Tiger Sage will soon be delivered, and half of Xie's fiefdom is at your disposal. However, I shall not concern myself with Qin Pu and the demon race." King Dongning regarded Xiao Yi intently and remarked, "Though my fourth brother is far away, he still shows great concern for Nian, having entrusted that item to you. Moreover, you have indeed found a worthy successor. In this round, I concede my loss with good grace. The Grand Governor's golden seal of the Great Jing dynasty, 300 celestial crossbows, and the coastal province of Dongjing are now yours." Xiao Yi shook his head, saying, "Uncle, you are too courteous. Since you previously stated that I should take nothing upon losing, the same applies to my victory." King Dongning felt a tremor in his heart. The only two who had been so sincere towards him were his second and fourth brothers. In the face of immense benefits, to willingly yield is indeed a rarity. "No, I must insist on giving," King Dongning declared resolutely. "You need not be so polite, as the matter is not yet fully resolved. While you may defer other items, I must insist on providing you with the celestial crossbows, 600 of them. In the future, whether you wish to venture to the northern desert or the western ridge, these will greatly aid you." King Dongning had lost, yet he bore his defeat joyfully and with magnanimity. Seeing his firm resolve, Xiao Yi had no choice but to acquiesce. This scene elicited a flicker of curiosity in King Qi's eyes. Could this be the formation of an alliance? The political landscape appeared to have returned to a tripartite stalemate. At his side stood King Wei and the Sacred Land, the lineage of King Yuan, along with King Ning and King Bei. The Empress Dowager's faction was supported by the aristocracy and the martial minister. As for the sixth, he possessed mere ambition, incapable of achieving great things. Currently, the three factions in court were stronger than before, nearly capable of dividing the entire Jiushuan realm among themselves. On the surface, the alliance of King Yuan's faction boasted the most fiefs and the greatest strength. However, King Qi felt no trepidation, for these were merely superficial matters. He understood well the depths of King Yuan, King Ning, and King Bei. The only uncertainty lay in the prince's inheritance, yet even that was inherently limited. What truly aroused King Qi's suspicion was the Empress Dowager, the illustrious Empress of the Great Zhao. The martial minister, the alien immortal sect, the aristocracy, and the supreme battle of 3 millennia ago were all intertwined with her. She harbored too many secrets. The deeper one delved, the more it resembled gazing into an abyss. If it were not for the presence of the martial emperor, the Prince of Qi would now be consumed by a singular thought, to directly wage war under the pretense of eliminating the calamity that plagues the nation. Lest the night stretch long and dreams become troublesome. The battlefield is a protracted drain, and while he lacks many things, he is not short on resources, nor on formidable generals and valiant soldiers. The replacement of the Heavenly Empress by the Empress of the Zhao would undoubtedly receive the tacit approval of the sovereign. Otherwise, even her extraordinary abilities would not suffice to execute such a deception beneath the sovereign's very gaze. Alas, unforeseen changes have arisen, and he finds himself troubled. The Prince of Qi gazed at the ethereal light and shadow of Yushing Palace, rubbing his temples as his worries deepened. Below, the ministers remained in a state of confusion. The contest was evidently not yet concluded, and it seemed the Prince of Ning held the upper hand. Why then did the other princes concede defeat? Meanwhile, within the secret realm of Blood Nirvana Mountain, the disheveled old madman laughed maniacally at the heavens. All false. It is all false. His voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, shaking the ground and startling the ear. The majestic birds circling above the towering divine trees were so startled they plummeted to the ground. How audacious! Just then, the earth of Blood Nirvana Mountain cracked open, and towering figures of soldiers, crafted from terracotta, emerged from the depths. Golden light shimmered from the cracks in the thousands of terracotta figures surrounding them. In an instant, these figures transformed into formidable generals and fierce soldiers. The leading general issued a command, and the divine chains of the dragon formed a vast net, enveloping the old madman entirely. All false, it is all false. Ha ha ha! The old madman oscillated between laughter and tears, offering no resistance as he allowed himself to be bound and suppressed by the divine chains. After completing this, the terracotta figures, along with the old madman, retreated underground. Once the trial concluded, arrangements would be made to bring this madman to the capital for the sovereign's judgment. Among the terracotta army, the stern general raised his gaze to the heavens and solemnly declared. The overwhelming oppressive aura dissipated gradually as they withdrew. Attack! The talented individuals present reacted swiftly, almost simultaneously launching themselves towards the towering divine tree. The young monk from the great Brahma Dragon Elephant Temple reappeared in his golden form. Princess Xiao Yi transformed into a radiant rainbow, her flying tower exuding 9-colored celestial light, devouring all forms of lethal prowess. Meanwhile, Wu Chengyue and Song Wuyo joined forces, opting for a secondary approach to seize the nirvana fruits. The heavy restrictions surrounding the towering divine tree had already been breached by the old madman. Now it was a race against speed. At that moment, the injured red phoenixes on the ground suddenly exhibited ferocious glints in their eyes as they soared into the sky, unleashing fierce flames and winds to obstruct everyone. Countless fiery mice erupted from the earth below, moving with incredible speed. While the red phoenixes distracted the crowd, these mice snatched the 3 ordinary nirvana fruits. Vile creatures! The monks from the Dragon Elephant Temple were incensed. Just as they prepared to subdue the fiery mice, a volley of hidden arrows flew in from behind, forcing them to watch helplessly as the nirvana fruits were whisked away underground. At this moment, the most precious holy intent nirvana fruit from the towering divine tree had also been seized by Princess Xiao Yi. Are you all fools? Why did you not stop that swarm of fiery mice? The monk of Longxiang Temple questioned Wu Chengyue and his companions, who showed him little regard. Instead, a concealed figure emerged with a light laugh, stating, "We are but pawns selected by the 6th prince, bound to collaborate in his endeavors. This place, teeming with exotic beasts, is indeed where I shall showcase my prowess. As the saying goes, when the time is ripe, heaven and earth shall conspire." He expressed gratitude to the assembly, declaring his intent to seize victory. The pawn of the Western Yu King, skilled in the art of beast taming, grinned as he waved 3 nirvana fruits before the crowd. Some attempted to rush forward to snatch them, yet he had already crushed the jade talisman, teleporting away in an instant. Wasn't the 6th prince the victor? Why then, did he not appear pleased? The high-ranking officials of the feathered sacred palace turned their gaze toward the Western Yu king, only to find his countenance grim. These fools, reveling in their folly, have they not realized that from the very beginning, this realm has been awry? The Western Yu king felt the sting of defeat most acutely. His subordinates were already cunning enough, and they had the potential to win, yet there were those even more devious who had plotted their moves well in advance. Chapter 70. The art of painting in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, where all beings serve as ink. The question arises, did the prince prepare in advance? Or was it merely a fortunate coincidence, flowing with the current? Bailuo Shen felt a flicker of doubt in her heart, yet chose not to inquire further in the presence of Prince Qi and others. Within the secret realm of Shui Mountain, as the nirvana fruit was plucked, the brilliance of the towering divine tree suddenly dimmed. The gaping hole in the sky, previously torn open, began to gradually melt away. The space around the grand tree warped, with holes appearing one after another, as fierce flames and violent winds ravaged the landscape. The colors of the world faded away. Except for the celestial prodigies and the strange beasts that had entered, everything else transformed into shades of ink, gradually diminishing. The art of painting? Are we competing over illusions? How could anyone possess the ability to paint the entirety of Shui Mountain? Who could it be? The onlookers from Shui Mountain were taken aback, scanning their surroundings meticulously, and soon discerned something unusual on a distant hill. There a woman was poised with a brush, depicting the cosmos. 2 figures stood by her side, shielding her from the raging winds, none other than the 2 chosen by Bailuo Shen, the young Marquis and General Yuan. They had followed Xiao Yi's instructions upon entering. Initially, General Yuan had contemplated taking the initiative, yet under the coercion of young Marquis by Xiao Yi, he had acquiesced. Now, he felt a sense of relief. Had he acted on impulse, he might have jeopardized the grand endeavor of the princess and the prince. Time was of the essence. If they approached now, they could shatter the jade talisman at any moment. The true nature of the world gradually revealed itself. The fruits on the grand divine tree remained, yet they had long lost their vitality, shriveled and desolate. Princess Zhao Hua glanced at the sacred nirvana fruit in her hand, relieved that it was genuine. In contrast, those chosen by King Xie possessed fakes that would turn into mere puddles of ink once they exited the secret realm. Before Nangong, Qingli lay a painting, where the towering divine tree stood erect, its crown ablaze with 3 eternal flames, the essence of the 3 nirvana fruits. Astonishingly, the entire world inhabited by the celestial prodigies was but a creation of the brush. How had that woman in green accomplished such a feat? Did she not arrive later? To cultivate the art of painting to such a near-divine level is beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. The miraculous ink and brushes concealed within her box had silently merged with the secret realm of Shui Mountain the moment she began to paint, revealing the true forms of all things within the mountain, albeit with the power of the nirvana fruits gradually extracted. Among the onlookers at Yusheng Palace, a knowledgeable individual sighed in awe, exclaiming how remarkable it was. To master the art of painting to a degree that deceives even the divine is a challenge far surpassing that of ascending through the literary path. Today, they were fortunate to witness such a peerless prodigy. The last artist who commanded the admiration of the world was the saint of painting from Diyu, whose literary prowess overshadowed that of the ancient era. An elder, white-haired, and once a subject of the vassal state of Baiwei, was filled with tears of nostalgia, recalling the words of his former master. When you manage to gain entry into the most prestigious academy of Baiwei and press onward, you will discover the brilliance of the 3 holy academies in the royal city overwhelming your breath. If you truly aspire to reach the pinnacle of the 3 holy academies, look up. You can behold the moon beyond the well. Perhaps you are indeed a genuine genius. Yet the esteemed elders of the Sage Academy would remind you that the world encompasses more than just the 100 realms. When you finally emerge as an unequivocal prodigy of this generation, breaking free from the confines of your narrow existence. You shall behold the boundless universe and recognize your own insignificance. In the grand realm of the Yu, amidst the illustrious capital of Luo-Jing, where the sword path and literary path flourish like an eternal sun in the sky, there exists a true genius who comprehended the sword path at the tender age of 7 and grasped the art of painting at 10. One became the foremost sword immortal, mastering both Confucianism and swordsmanship, while the other ascended to the pinnacle of the painting realm, hailed as the greatest painting sage of all time, destined for the 15th realm of artistry. My master spoke these words to convey a vital lesson. Do not aspire too high. This world is never short of talent. Heroes abound like fish crossing a river. Ah, the sage of painting. The azure-robed lady hold in her hands the lifetime dedication of the sage of painting, his exquisite brush, and inken void born from white. The heavens inscribe the scroll, and the populace serves as ink. With this technique, the world depicted by the sage of painting was astonishingly close to reality, capable of conjuring 100,000 troops to confront enemies. Following the demise of the Yu, the legacy of the painting path plummeted, yet it has now resurfaced, a testament to the heaven's watchful eye. Elder, if the sage of painting is as formidable as you claim, how could a Yu have perished? A voice among the steps of Yusheng Palace could not contain the inquiry. The Emperor of Flames, an invincible entity who surveys the entire realm and even the river of time itself. Even if the sage of painting were to step into the 15th realm and depict a true Nine-Xian realm to stand before him, could it withstand such might? The elder from Baiyu Kingdom bitterly retorted. The questioner stood frozen in place. Indeed, he had forgotten that the sovereign possesses unparalleled wisdom and influence, echoing through the annals of time. From antiquity to the present, even the supreme beings of the celestial court or others of the 15th realm dare not claim invincibility. Yet, the invincibility of the Emperor of Flames remains unchallenged in this era, in contrast to the astonishment of the spectators on the white jade steps. The martial officials within the Yusheng Palace experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder King Wei and the others conceded defeat without dissent. They likely discerned the signs during the contest for the Nirvana fruit. Nian, and this time, is merely cautioning your uncles on behalf of the King of Abyss. The Empress cast a glance at the bountifully rewarded Xiao Yi, allowing herself a gentle smile. The wager with King Qi also yielded a conclusion, as her forces at Ice Soul Mountain fell slightly short, succumbing to King Qi's pieces. Yet, she did not dwell on this. Rather, the numerous anomalies occurring at Blood Nirvana Mountain piqued her curiosity. King Qi felt similarly. How did that pseudo-supreme being infiltrate Blood Nirvana Mountain? Within the secret realms of the 4 holy mountains, individuals frequently enter with treasures to explore. It should not have been possible. King Dong Ning furrowed his brow, pondering. Could it be a seeker traversing the eternal night to reach the 4 extremes of heaven? For 8 millennia, no one has known how to break through from the 13th realm to the 14th realm and attain supreme status. Aside from the Emperor of Flames, the rest can only aspire to a pseudo-supreme level. Even within the royal family, there are no records of such feats. For a full 8,000 years, countless prodigious talents have graced this world. All of them were trapped in the 13th realm, traversing the vast expanse of the Nine-Xian world in search of a path forward, ultimately succumbing to death or madness. This old lunatic may indeed be a man driven mad in his quest for enlightenment. Yet, what does he mean when he claims that all he speaks of is falsehood? It certainly cannot refer to the tapestry of heaven and earth, for that would not be enough to drive a sage to madness. Could it be that our conjecture is indeed true? The king of Qi, the king of Dongning, and the king of Xie exchanged solemn glances, their expressions heavy with gravity. At that moment, Xiao Yi, who had recently been in deep contemplation, suddenly opened his eyes. In his mind, the serene illusion of the celestial tower, which had remained still for an entire day, began to rotate slowly. A faint light ignited from the bottom, illuminating the tower layer by layer. Ultimately, a brilliant radiance nearly engulfed the entire celestial tower. After several years, Xiao Yi had finally uncovered the second secret of the 9 transformations. Chapter 71. the secrets of the 9 transformations. Xiao Yi can never forget the profound impact that the first secret of the 9 transformations had on him, as well as the transformative changes it brought to his life. Had it not been for that secret, he would likely still be in Nanzhao, living a leisurely life under the protection of the Yuan Wang, waiting to inherit his position and enjoying the carefree existence of a prince. The affairs of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Thousand Eyes Tower, the Flying Immortal Pavilion, as well as the distant lands of the Northern Desert and Xiling, would have been of no concern to him, as he could rely on the Yuan Wang's shield and live without a worry. However, in this world, most matters do not unfold as one wishes. After learning that secret, he realized that if he did not actively strive for more, he would easily become a mere pawn, subject to the whims of others. Even now, Xiao Yi feels that the power and influence he possesses are insufficient, far from adequate. Therefore, he places great importance on the second secret of the 9 transformations. As the ethereal radiance of the celestial tower solidified, a magnificent voice, reminiscent of celestial bells resonating, echoed in his mind. Do you know? In the current realm of Jiushuan, any cultivation system claims that the so-called 13th realm does not truly exist. Long before the fall of the Celestial Court, the supreme beings of Jiushuan began to conspire to sever the transmission of the Tao. The realm beyond the 12 realms of human immortals should be transformation into the mundane. Achieving the 13th realm saint within the existing system is a path fraught with error. Furthermore, regardless of one's unparalleled talent and extraordinary gifts, there will be no path forward. Those who step into the 13th realm as pseudo-saints are merely the elite among the 12 realms of human immortals, yet there is no genuine elevation in their state. During the Celestial Court era, those who truly ranked above the 12 realms as celestial lords or holy Buddhas had to traverse the arduous path of transformation into the mundane. Only those who have undergone this path of transformation can attain the status of a great saint in the celestial realm. Since the ancient times of the Celestial Court, those who have uncovered this secret and forge a new path are few and far between. Due to the limited number of supreme Tao fruits of the great saint, each additional true saint poses a threat to others. Even during the collapse of the Celestial Court, the true saints united to swear an oath against the ancient deities of the death realm. The competition for the great Tao has been more than sufficient. Henceforth, anyone who seeks to transcend the realm of human immortals shall be jointly suppressed and eliminated. Those who seek to preach must unite to obliterate their own doctrines and sever their legacies. Throughout the ages, nearly every dynasty or sect that dared to forge a new path has been annihilated by this collusion, with but one notable exception. The Emperor of Yanwu carved his own course, and even his divine Xiaojiao was distinct from that of others. Prior to the establishment of the Great Yin Dynasty, a cataclysmic battle unfolded in the Reincarnation Cave, where true saints and immortals fell like rain. Subsequently, this vow was shattered, and the majority of true saints retreated to their sanctuaries to recuperate, leaving the 5 sacred grounds severely weakened. The path of mortification, if categorized, could be divided into the highest first-grade saints and the lowest ninth-grade saints. During this phase, one experiences the trials of the mortal realm, with power fluctuating wildly. A ninth-grade saint, if lost in the world of mortals, risks becoming entirely mundane. Should any terrestrial immortal seek to slay a true saint, they too will be adversely affected. In the face of a formidable true saint within the realm of mortification, both friend and foe are rendered mortal. If one dispels their mortal state, their cultivation can ascend to the pinnacle of human immortality, akin to the current 13th realm pseudo-supremacy. However, the time required to undergo the process of mortalization will be extensive, and those with slightly lesser comprehension may find themselves unable to revert, leading to a shattered path and a decline in their realm. The so-called supremacy of the present varies immensely in strength, with even 6th grade being deemed supreme. The elevation of ranks within the true saint realm is merely an understanding of mortalization, offering negligible enhancement to combat capabilities. The supremacy that exerts pressure far beyond terrestrial immortals primarily relies on external forces or unique sanctuaries. Only by ascending to the top 3 grades can one transcend the state of mortalization and achieve ultimate sublimation. A first-grade true saint, standing at the pinnacle of the Great Path, can advance further to attain the singular fruit of the way. To attain the status of a first-grade true saint, one must engage deeply with causality. The benefits lie in thorough mortalization, while the dangers are that complete mortalization may lead to demise at the hands of mere mortals. Thus concludes the secret of the 9 transformations. It is no wonder that throughout history, few new supremacies have emerged. The path initially taken by humanity was fundamentally flawed. Xiao Yi has come to understand many matters. For instance, why the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect was hailed as the first saint upon entering the saint realm. He is one of the few figures in ancient history who truly forged his own path. Even those pseudo-saints of the 13th realm, having reached their zenith, find it nearly impossible to surpass him. Regrettably, he was unaware that one should refrain from excessive action within the realm of mortalization. Indulging in causality must not be done frivolously, as it risks tainting the essence of true saints. Without guidance from predecessors, the Heavenly Demon founder could only navigate through trial and error. While he initially traversed the path of mortalization correctly, his subsequent choices led him astray. He opted for an unreserved challenge against the world's heroes in pursuit of breakthrough. Had he lived longer, given his talents, he might have very well become a first-grade true saint, second only to the Emperor of Yanwu. It is no wonder that the supreme beings within the realm of eternal life remain hidden within the fragments of eternal life, struggling to survive after their battle with the martial emperor. Their true, saintly fruits having fallen to unknown ranks. They can only manifest miracles by relying on the immense power of eternal life. Based on the content of this secret, I have undergone 4 transformations into mortality, ranking among the 6th grade of the saintly path. And I can be considered one of the supreme beings of this era. Moreover, there exists the Empress, who has just forcefully entered the realm of the underworld, gazing unwaveringly into the depths of the nether sacred eye. Her experience in transcending the mortal realm should be considerable, yet she has not ascended to the 3rd rank. It seems that the martial emperor has chosen not to disclose these secrets to the 7th uncle and his companions. Is he encouraging them to seek their own enlightenment? Or is he guiding them down another path? In Xiao Yi's previous perception, the Qi Yuan's cultivation was not particularly elevated. However, this does not imply his weakness. He follows the pure path of fortune. Unless the Great Yin Dynasty faces annihilation, and all those behind him in the celestial realm perish, he possesses the potential to rival even the mightiest of outsiders in the flourishing realm of Yujing. The Qi Yuan's decrees already hold the power to bestow titles upon the deities of mountains and rivers as well as divine generals. In summary, he should not be underestimated. Neither should the Wei Wang, the king of Xie, nor the king of Dongning. Xiao Yi regards each of them with equal respect. After all, they are all progeny of the martial emperor, and the audacious methods employed by the Crown Prince reveal that they are likely no ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi enjoys a distinct advantage. Firstly, he has the unwavering support of the Yuan. Furthermore, the king of Baixiang, who guards the northern domain, is not merely a general of defense. In his prime, he was the sharpest spear in the hands of the Yanwu emperor. Were it not for the significant threat posed by the northern barbarians, the position of the martial minister would not have been bestowed upon the Wu family. Additionally, Xiao Yi possesses an informational advantage. Aside from the empress, the others are likely unaware of the true path beyond the 12 realms. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Demon Sect, individuals have already begun to redirect their cultivation towards the correct path of the Heavenly Demon Scriptures. A single step ahead leads to rapid advancement. His influence spans the 9 Xians, and he lacks neither individuals like the White Ming Guardian, who are willing to take risks in pursuit of higher realms. Chapter 72. Questioning the Sword in Yujing City, Lu Qingming. Prepare for battle. The following day, in Yujing City at the Martial Arts Sacred Hall, the grand examination of martial talents was nearing its conclusion. After a rigorous selection in the secret realm of the 4 sacred mountains, only a little over 1,000 had advanced, a number significantly below expectations. This was primarily due to the fierce conflicts at Bloodniche Mountain, which had eliminated many who were otherwise capable of proceeding to the next round. As a squad of Golden Guards cleared the martial arena, The qualifiers entered one after another. This time, Xiao Yi did not arrive early at the observation platform, but instead took a moment longer. Father. Outside, the martial arts sacred hall, Nangong Qingli. Upon spotting the carriage of the Yuan Wang manor, felt a jolt of nervousness as she bowed respectfully alongside Wang Shu. Before the carriage stood a blind elder, leading a lin horse, his steps unwavering. "Is that my master?" The little girl, carrying a wooden sword, gazed quizzically at the carriage's curtain. Simultaneously, her eyes involuntarily lingered on the old blind man. She seemed to recognize him, yet his identity eluded her. "Qingli, Xiao Si." Xiao Yi stepped down from the carriage, smiling as he regarded the two. Nangong Qingli was notably taller than Xiao Si Wang Shu by a head. She wore an elegant dress of pure white silk adorned with ink patterns, cinched at the waist with a snow-white sash that accentuated her youthful figure. Meeting Xiao Yi's gaze, her brows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes mirrored autumn waters. The air about her exuded a grace that rivaled, if not surpassed, any noble maiden he had previously encountered. Such a distinguished lady, clearly a daughter of a prominent family, addressing Xiao Yi as father caused the surrounding young talents, still enamored from witnessing Nangong Qingli's brilliance in the blood-niche mountain secret realm, to widen their eyes in astonishment. Is the heir truly the father of this enchanting figure? If I were to propose to this celestial maiden in the future, would that not place me a generation beneath the heir? What a fanciful dream. The grace of this maiden is beyond what one like me could ever aspire to. If it were possible, I would gladly take my place as her grandson. As Nangong Qingli respectfully bowed, Xiao He could distinctly feel the envious gazes directed at him from all around. However, he paid them no heed. "Master, are you truly the heir of Yuan Wang?" Xiao Wang Shu looked up, her expression filled with suspicion. Having devoted herself solely to sword practice since she could remember, she had little concept of social standings and was not shocked, merely curious. "Indeed, if you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to invoke my name. But do keep this from Xiao Wu." Xiao Yi affectionately ruffled Xiao Wang Shu's hair, offering a gentle smile. "Alternatively, you may invoke the name of the Spear Immortal." Lu Qingming, the Spear Immortal? The one who triumphed over 18 Grand Sword Immortals years ago? I thought he despised sword cultivators. I shall certainly defeat him one day, proving that the sword path taught by my master is the strongest. Xiao Wang Shu declared stubbornly. "Did I teach you that?" Xiao Yi found himself at a loss, as he realized he had not imparted much, merely offering a few pointers and leaving behind a sword scripture tailored for her. "Ahem, Your Highness. The assessment is about to commence." The old blind man coughed lightly. "Let us proceed. This round is not solely about individual combat prowess. Within the sacred court of martial arts, the participants commenced the drawing of lots, as the fourth round of the assessment was a chaotic battle. This phase aimed to narrow down the contenders to a mere 200, paving the way for the final elimination round. 5 arenas were simultaneously opened, each hosting 10 individuals, with the last one standing in each arena advancing to the top 200. Should the number of selected individuals fall short of 200, the royal family would supplement the count. Be it the royal offerings or the esteemed guests of various princes, numerous exceptional disciples had opted out of the grand examination. With the resonant tolling of 3 melodious bells, the grand assessment officially commenced, in a bid to empower the elite to unleash their full potential. The sacred court even summoned the imperial sword from the palace, alongside a decree bearing the weight of mountains and rivers. The awe-inspiring presence of the imperial dragon energy spiraled through the heavens, briefly nullifying the suppressive influence of the legendary dragon vein. As the crowd marveled, they ascended the platforms according to the numbers drawn. On the first arena, Princess Xiaohua made her entrance, eliciting gasps from the audience. "Your Highness, I must apologize." Her formidable reputation, forged amidst the blood-soaked trials of Xuanya Mountain, was already known to many, yet there remained some who, skeptical and undeterred, wished to test her prowess firsthand. Upon the stage, the remaining 8 competitors regarded the impetuous youth with strange glances. With a thunderous clash, as the youth drew his sword and lunged forward, He was met with an intangible and terrifying pressure that forced him to kneel before he could even graze the hem of Princess Xiao Yi's garment. Blood spurted from his mouth, his pallid visage betraying his struggle as he knelt, yet he endeavored to rise against the overwhelming force, his sword lamenting as it shattered inch by inch. Such a disparity in strength. The other 8, devoid of any fighting spirit, promptly withdrew from the arena in surrender, having successfully refined the sacred essence nirvana fruit. Princess Xiao Yi was but a step away from the 13th realm. It appeared that the ultimate treasure of Prince Qi would yield to Prince Wei. On the observation platform, the Empress of De Zhao spoke calmly, her gaze unwavering. The reason Prince Qi dared to present the Gui Tian Qi, an artifact bearing 30% of the cultural and auspicious energy of the Yu, as the final treasure, was likely because he was confident that Princess Xiao Yi would not falter in the first match. Moreover, Prince Wei, aligned with Prince Qi, merely intended to go through the motions, knowing the artifact would ultimately rest in Prince Qi's hands. There was much to behold in this year's grand assessment, and I have not yet been so arrogant as to declare that Xiao Yi will certainly claim first place. Upon hearing Prince Wei's nonchalant remarks, Prince Dongning retorted coldly, "Third brother, excessive modesty can be quite off-putting." Prince Wei chuckled lightly, "And what of it? Why not summon your top genius from the Longxiang cave to face Xiao Yi in a duel?" Prince Dongning's expression shifted, but Prince Qi intervened, urging calm. "Let us observe the assessments in silence. Continued disputes may tarnish the dignity of our royal family before outsiders." Both princes acquiesced, respecting Prince Qi, and turned their attention back to the chaotic battles. Apart from Princess Xiao Yi, the remaining contestants who reached this stage exhibited nearly equal prowess. In the turmoil of battle, those of some renown often found themselves targeted. On the second arena, Wu Qingyue faced 9 adversaries almost single-handedly, among whom was a disciple from the great Brahmin Dragon Elephant Temple. After a brutal and harrowing battle, Wu Qingyue was drenched in blood, breathing heavily, with eyes ablaze as he tore apart a towering golden statue of the Buddha. The remaining contestants on the arena also fought valiantly, each victor bearing their share of injuries. Half an hour later, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Upon ascending the platform, Nangong Qingli elicited a mix of admiration and resignation from 5 of the other 9 participants. They engaged in a tacit understanding, refraining from confronting her. "I concede." The last standing individual managed a strained smile, bowed, and stepped down from the arena. The void-white technique of the painting sage proved to be truly fascinating. The admiration for that girl nearly overshadowed all other sentiments. It was said that when the painting sage traversed the battlefield with void white, no one harbored any hostility towards him. The Qi King remarked, if she were to elevate her realm further, she might contend for a spot in the top 10. The methods of the painting sage are not suited for direct confrontation. While the effect of void white is applicable to both genders, the more resolute one's will, the weaker the effect becomes. Thus, this disciple of the painting sage must rely on her own abilities to ascend the rankings. Suddenly, as everyone's attention shifted to the next battle, a resounding cry of swords echoed from the heavens above. Dozens of sword lights soared like a rainbow, piercing the sun. Heading straight for the martial arts sacred court, Lu Qingming, come forth to battle. A voice of unfathomable authority reverberated, leaving all present in a state of shock. The gun immortal, Lu Qingming, he is in Yujing, and right here within the martial arts sacred court. Chapter 73, the gun sage Lu Qingming. Identity revealed, Lu Qingming. Come forth. A voice cold and detached, yet resonant like thunder, echoed through the heavens, shaking the very foundations of Yujing City. Within the martial arts sacred court, the hearts of countless prodigies trembled, not due to the overwhelming pressure of the sword sage in the skies above, but because of the name Lu Qingming. He was the legendary gun sage who had challenged the stars across 90,000 miles, subjugating the earthly sword path beneath his might. Decades ago, in an era teeming with formidable sword wielders, he single-handedly vanquished 18 grand sword sages with his dragon spear. For 60 years, the sword path's fortune across the Nine Xian realm had been suppressed by his singular prowess. His elegance, when viewed through the annals of history, is an immortal existence that will be recounted for centuries to come. In that epoch, it was universally believed that should there be no supreme gun-path deity among the 15 realms, Liu Qingming would undoubtedly carve his place in the future. Be it the court or the upper sects, the elders of noble families have recounted tales of Liu Qingming. Even those venerable figures who could hold up the sky spoke of him with reverence, their admiration flowing like an unending river. In the great realm of Yu, there were scholar sword sages and painting saints, and in the grand realm of Yin, they too had their gun sage. Had they existed in the same era, the radiance of the gun sage would have surely shone even brighter. Was it not said that the gun sage had perished alongside the world-shattering sword of Wuxin? Why then do the people of the Tianjin Wuxin come here to challenge Liu Qingming? On the training grounds of the martial arts sacred court, the gazes of nearly everyone turned to confusion, scanning their surroundings in search of the legendary gun sage's figure. On the observation platform, the old blind man sighed softly. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Old Liu, there is no need to engage. With a mere nod from you, none of these individuals can depart. The audacity of the Wuxin representatives to come to the great Yin martial arts sacred court to challenge. Their wolfish ambitions to dominate the realm were now laid bare. As the foremost divine officer of the grand examination, Xiao Yi had the authority to command all, whether they were the strong within the martial arts sacred court, the royal offerings, or the surrounding golden guards, until the conclusion of the examination. If the Wuxin individuals had not brought forth any supreme hidden techniques, he merely needed to sheath the emperor's sword. There would be no need for the royal offerings to intervene. The golden guards and the Jinwu division could easily subdue them. Your Highness, throughout these years, I have never asked for anything from you, but now I have one request. Liu Qingming slowly lifted his gaze, casting it upon the black sword box behind the old sword sage of Wuxin, murmuring, "The Xianjin Grandmaster has arrived. Though separated by a cave sky, I can sense his battle intent. I wish to request your permission to fulfill the battle I left unfinished all those years ago. You will die. To forcefully elevate yourself to your peak in your current state. Even if victorious, it would be a near certain demise." Xiao Yi regarded Liu Qingming with earnest eyes, unabashedly stating the grim reality. With a nonchalant smile, Liu Qingming replied, "Without Wangshu, I should have perished on a mountain of 10,000 swords in the demonic domain 60 years ago. Now, with Wangshu under your protection, Qingming harbors no regrets. I beseech you to grant me this request." The once proud Liu Qingming, who had straightened his back all his life, suddenly bowed in respect to Xiao Yi. Their conversation was devoid of pretense, their voices calm. Yet, to the ears of those surrounding them, it resonated like a boulder plunging into a lake, stirring up a tumult of waves. At this moment, nearly all eyes were fixated on Xiao Yi and the old blind man on the viewing platform. The gazes of the talented individuals below brimmed with disbelief, intermingled with suspicion and astonishment. The old blind man beside the heir was a gun sage. How could that be? A gun sage could be a cripple or deaf, but a blind man should not be among them. What is the gun sage most renowned for? Aside from his extraordinary and almost ethereal marksmanship, it is his unparalleled ocular technique, comparable to that of an innate saint. His divine eye of Bailuo Shen is said to perceive all laws of the world. Elders have spoken of the gun sage's ocular technique surpassing even his marksmanship. Had the gun sage not met an untimely demise, the number of those wishing to study under him to master the divine eye of Bailuo Shen would likely exceed those aspiring to enter the 5 great holy lands. But is a gun sage still a gun sage without his divine eye? It was astonishing that Elder Liu had been present in Yujing City all along, and yet he remained unrecognized, even beneath the very eyes of the prince. King Qi cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yi. He had an inkling that his young nephew was not quite right, though he could not pinpoint what exactly fell amiss. In any case, the aura he emanated bore a striking resemblance to that of the Empress, and the longer one gazed, the more he appeared like an ordinary mortal. Furthermore, these illusions could even influence those around him. For instance, standing beside him, Liu Qingming, if not for his actively released aura, would be imperceptible to any probing, despite harboring the presence of a peak existence at the 13th realm within him. the gun sage. Not only King Qi, but also the Empress, King Wei, and others cast their eyes upon him, revealing a hint of unusual expression. Bailuo Shen felt both enlightened and slightly astonished. Some of her questions were now resolved. It turned out the gun sage was not affiliated with the Yinwu Emperor. It now appeared that either the gun sage had an old connection with the Abyss King, tasked with protecting the heir, or he had a profound relationship with the heir, resulting in a camaraderie that resembled both teacher and friend. Thus, the gun sage had aided her on 2 occasions. Once against Yin Jiuquan in the Hidden River, and once outside the princess's residence in Yujing City, where he subdued the prince's ghostly general. In other words, the heir had been silently safeguarding her for quite some time. Inviting the gun sage to intervene must have been no small feat. The heir likely bore an unseen cost, yet had never mentioned it. Bailuo Shen felt a tumult of emotions within her. Her grandfather had not misjudged the person. She had not chosen the wrong individual. For the sake of the heir, her ambitions ought to expand further. Not only must she prepare to be the heir's consort in the future, but she must also become a figure feared by all in the Nine Xian realm. Even if it meant bearing a dreadful reputation, she would continue to pave her path through bloodshed, strengthening the power of the military until she could command the Great Yin, treating the entire Nine Xian realm as a dowry for the heir. Lu Qingming, come forth in battle. In the skies above, that thunderous voice, akin to rolling thunder, continued to resonate. The old sword sage from Wugo Mountain had not anticipated that their lineage's ancestor would manifest in the ancestral sword, arriving in Yujing with such arrogance. Contrary to his concerns, the 2 young sword sages and true disciples from Wugo Mountain were ecstatic to witness their ancestors' divine manifestation. The master of the mysterious sword has manifested. Revered by the generations of Wugo Mountain, the master has long ascended to an invincible status. In this inquiry into the sword at Yujing City, does the master intend first to vanquish the gun immortal and subsequently to defeat the Flame Emperor? The true disciples are filled with excitement, yet the old sword immortal bears a solemn expression. These younger generations have underestimated the complexity of the situation. The gun immortal is not so easily slain. Over 60 years ago, at the second temple of Wugo Mountain, atop the myriad swords of the demon domain, the master of the mysterious sword once clashed with Lu Qingming. He nearly faced defeat, to the extent that one could say he had already lost half the battle. Had it not been for some underhanded tactics, leveraging 6 centuries of swordsmanship fortune from Wugo Mountain and the swords of other masters to cripple Lu Qingming's divine gaze, the dignity of Wugo Mountain would have been utterly shattered. Fortunately, this incident is known to very few, and even Lu Qingming himself remains unaware that he was defeated by a power not belonging to the master. Chapter 74. The supreme swordsmanship of the gun sage, the ancestors of Wugeshan, are ancient beings who have survived since primordial times. They have long since relinquished their corporeal forms, their souls now residing within the sacred swords enshrined in the sword-washing pool of Wugeshan, tirelessly consuming the fortunes of the sword path day and night. Under normal circumstances, the elders of Wugeshan would summon the ancestral swords, and the spirits of the ancestors would remain within the sword-washing pool, rendering the physical presence of the ancestors unnecessary. For their physical forms to engage could expose them to the peril of annihilation, particularly if targeted by other supreme beings with intent. However, the Xinjian ancestor had no choice but to emerge. For over 60 years, the gun intent of Lu Qingming had incessantly tormented him. That silver spear from years past had thoroughly shattered his invincible pride, which he had upheld for countless years. Even though he had drawn upon the powers of the various ancestors of Wugeshan to cripple Lu Qingming's divine eyes, the memories of that past battle had morphed into his inner demons. Once, he stood as the foremost presence in the sword path within Wugeshan. Yet, since the birth of his inner demons, his swordsmanship had regressed rather than progressed. Should this continue, he would inevitably be rendered useless, and the ancestral sword upon which his soul relied would gradually decay and crumble. After the Yinwu Emperor annihilated the 9 underworlds hall of the reincarnation cave, the 5 sacred lands sealed their realms and refrained from emerging. He had waited far too long for news of the Yinwu Emperor's misfortune. Now, With the opportunity to sever the demons within his heart finally at hand, he could afford to heed little else. The damage to his Dao heart mirrored that of Lu Qingming. The life of the gun sage could only be deemed legendary. From a young age, when he first grasped a spear, he vowed to become the unrivaled champion of the world. Throughout his life, he had many masters, yet none could teach him for longer than half a year. Gifted with an extraordinary memory, he could easily master any profound technique or mystical art. After mastering the 8 forms of spear technique taught by his masters, he would invariably create a 9th and a 10th. Subsequently, as he traversed the world, he remained undefeated. An indomitable Dao heart allowed him to grow ever bolder and stronger with each battle, earning him renown throughout the realm as he sought to challenge formidable opponents. Over 60 years ago, he was the most arrogant and powerful swordsman among the sword cultivators of the world. Thus, he fought his way from the Wuxiang Sword Pavilion to the Myriad Swords Mountain in the Xiling Demon Domain. He had lost count of how many sword path masters he had defeated during that time, although his martial realm remained at the 13th level without breakthrough. His comprehension of the spear path transcended his martial prowess at the time. He felt that he was on the verge of a pivotal breakthrough that could make him the world's first and only supreme master of the spear path. Yet, in his ultimate battle, he faced a devastating defeat. Not only was his cultivation rendered null, but even his most cherished asset, the divine eyes of the azure sky, were destroyed. He had come face to face with an insurmountable chasm. The once near-invincible gun sage perished in that moment. What remained was merely a frail and lingering shadow of his former self. As the seasons turned for 60 cycles, his Dao heart should have dulled. Yet, he remained ever eager to conclude that battle, even at the cost of his life. Lu Qingming lifted his gaze towards the Xianjian ancestor, a magnificent aura radiating forth as if a battle-scarred true dragon was expending its final drops of precious blood. With full commitment, one risks death. Your Highness, for 60 years amidst the cold mountains and snow, my heart remains as steadfast as the green peaks, unshaken. Lu Qingming's final words resonated deeply with those present. The gun immortal possessed such formidable courage, willing to confront the supreme sword path despite his diminished cultivation. Xiao Yi respected Lu Qingming's opinion and ceased his opposition. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Lu Qingming stepped forward, standing tall and proud, his long hair billowing in the wind, his visage restored to youthfulness, and his physique reminiscent of past grandeur. Young friend, permit me to borrow your spear. As he clashed with the aura of the celestial swordmaster, Lu Qingming summoned a dragon-spine spear from a prodigious talent within the martial arts holy court, ascending to confront the untainted mountain's supreme sword path directly. Retreat. The celestial sword master commanded the old sword immortal and the remaining disciples of the untainted mountain to withdraw. He then drew an ancient sword from a black sword box, unleashing a strike that seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens apart. Boom! Lu Qingming's silver spear traversed the sky, its tip releasing 9 afterimages, each coalescing into the form of a blue dragon. The 9 dragons entwined around the spear shaft, their roars shattering the 1,000-zhang sea of clouds. Before the spear even reached the celestial swordmaster, blood blossoms erupted from his chest. That was the site of a wound sustained a century ago, now ruptured anew by the resonance of the spear's intent. Madman! The celestial swordmaster's expression shifted slightly, as he wielded the ancient sword with all his might to sever the blue dragon's form, staining Lu Qingming with blood. Lu Qingming, you still do not comprehend what heavenly might truly is. With a swift motion, the entire Jade capital city was filled with the resonant vibrations of countless swords at people's waists, thousands of ancient swords soaring like dragons, howling towards a martial arts holy court. The sword collective converged into a celestial sword river, half resisting the might of the azure dragon spear, while the other half transformed into a sword coffin prison, pinning Lu Qingming in the void. You have grown weaker. Despite his grievous wounds, Lu Qingming's countenance remained unperturbed. The dragon spine spear roared through the sword coffin. As the spear wind swept past, the azure dragon raised its head, and 3,000 ancient swords wailed and shattered. Then came a straightforward thrust. The spear tip stained with a deep crimson hue. The mournful cries of the shattered ancient swords rang piercingly. You, the celestial sword master's expression faltered slightly. In just 60 years, Lu Qingming had made strides in the spear path. He even sensed a hint of the power of transformation within that last strike. How terrifying it was. One could only imagine how formidable his achievements would be had his azure eyes not been rendered useless. No, even if eternally tormented by inner demons, he could not allow such a grave calamity to remain with the untainted mountain. The celestial sword master's gaze turned icy as he opened the sword box, revealing a colorless divine sword that cleaved through the void to connect with the untainted mountain's sword pool. He drew forth the accumulated sword path fortune of a millennium, a lethal strike causing the entire firmament to resonate with sword energy. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Lu Qingming smiled with relief, his aura surging violently. In that moment, he forcibly broke through to the 14th realm through his mastery of spear techniques. His body began to disintegrate, as if he were ascending to the heavens, transforming into countless luminous particles dissipating in the air. The world's sole practitioner at the 14th realm, Lu Qingming thrust forth his spear, and the millennium's sword path fortune within the sword pool collapsed explosively. Half belonged to the heavens, while the other half descended from the celestial dome, resting upon the head of the little four, Wang Shu. As the ethereal essence of the sword master of the profound sword dissipated, the ancient sword that bore the soul shattered inch by inch, leading to the complete extinction of the spirit. Your Highness, I entrust Wang Shu into your care. I still owe you a matter left unfinished. If there is a next life, I would willingly serve as your steed for eternity. Lu Qingming's heart and mind reached a state of perfection. In his lifetime, aside from the prince, he had only let down one person. In the past, he was vanquished by the sword master of the profound sword, who stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, losing his divine eyes and rendering his cultivation futile, leaving him nearly incapacitated. Many sought his life then, yet that female sword fairy, who had once been defeated by him, resolutely shielded him with her own body. Even after his powers had been entirely lost, and he had become blind, she carried him away from the mountain of 10,000 swords. Later, in her quest to find a way to restore his sight, she ventured into the southern region, delving into the eternal night, in search of the legendary everlasting golden eyes. From that moment, she vanished without a trace. Time is said to heal all wounds. In the valley, Lu Qingming lost his sanity for a decade, replaying that battle over and over, gradually acclimating to a life devoid of light. He began to cultivate martial arts anew, step by step, regaining his confidence. At that time, even if the divine eyes of Bailuo could not be restored, he felt no fear. Yet, in the solitude of the valley, a profound emptiness lingered in his heart. He yearned to seek her, no matter where she might be. However, this return to the world came after more than 10 years, and the realm had long since transformed. After wandering for half a year, he finally uncovered news of that once prominent female sword fairy. She had perished, lost in the eternal night beyond the borders, with not even her remains brought back. On that day, Lu Qingming tasted the bitter pang of regret for the first time in his life. It was in that moment that he finally comprehended what truly mattered on his journey. Yet he had lost utterly and completely. Henceforth, the world would know no more of the gun immortal, only an old blind man, a vagabond waiting for death. Later, he encountered his highness and today fulfilled his heart's desire. Chapter 75. A true friend is hard to find. The sword cuts through the netherworld. The gun sage has fallen and has even slain a sword master from Wugo Mountain, gazing upon the fragmented ancient swords in the heavens, and the torrent of swordsmanship descending like the Milky Way. The prodigies of the martial arts sacred court were profoundly shaken. What a pity! The gun sage could have been a pillar of the Great Yuan, or perhaps established a sect, creating a sanctuary for martial arts and disseminating his teachings to the world. Henceforth, the Great Yuan's swordsmanship might witness an unprecedented flourishing. After the gun sage breached the sword pool of Wugo Mountain, the loss was no longer merely 1,000 years of swordsmanship. If not perfectly restored, the sword vitality within that pool would continue to dissipate. Coupled with the inevitable resurgence of the sword vitality in the Nine-Xian realm, the sword cultivators would likely emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain following this battle. Fortunately, Lu Qingming has perished. The Qi King and Wei King were slightly stirred, yet they felt no regret. A person like Lu Qingming was destined to remain ungovernable. His rapid advancement and significant influence posed a potential threat. Had he lived, he could have become an even greater variable than Qin Palu. Since Lu Qingming stood beside the heir, he could be regarded as a member of the Yuan Wang lineage. His demise was akin to severing a finger from Yuan Wang. Moreover, it might lead to a complete enmity with Wugo Mountain. The damage to their sword pool, capable of absorbing the world's sword vitality, was far more consequential than the loss of one of their ancestors. Alas, Xiao Yi sighed softly within. Lu Qingming's final shot that shattered the sword pool was a monumental gift to this world and to him. He could have preserved his final strength, condensed his true spirit, seeking rebirth in the cycle of life, retaining his profound insights into the path of the gun. Yet he relinquished all for the sake of shattering that sword pool. It was not merely out of altruism for the sword cultivators of the world. He understood that many significant individuals beside Yuan Wang and the heir had traveled far along the path of swordsmanship, with hopes of attaining the supreme doctrine. Only by shattering Wugo Mountain's suppression of the sword vitality in the Nine-Xian realm could these individuals advance further. Lu Qingming regarded Xiao Yi as a nephew, a close friend, and a companion across ages. Xiao Yi, understanding this, fell silent for a moment, his resolve solidified. Transformation may be revisited. Life is long. Yet true friends are rare. In the expanse of the heavens, Lu Qingming's soul, which should have been consumed by the sword vitality, suddenly froze. In a place invisible to the naked eye, a colossal eye of the underworld, akin to that of an ancient deity, shimmered with ghostly light, gazing down upon the battlefield above the martial arts sacred court. The aura of the Yin Emperor has emerged. Simultaneously, deep within the netherworld, an ancient bronze coffin creaked open, revealing a pitch-black hand. The residual might of the Death Gate in Yujing City had yet to dissipate. My creation has arrived. Above the martial arts sacred court, in the direction of the underworld's holy eye, a vague silhouette of a portal began to materialize. In the depths of the netherworld, an ominous and terrifying hand reached out, intent on seizing the remnants of Lu Qingming's soul along with the potent aura of the Yin sovereign. Begone! A sudden, chilling rebuke echoed across the expanse of the netherworld. A terrifying sword light pierced through the gate of the dead, cleaving into the abyss. Though the sword energy did not extend far, it bore the weight of celestial calamity, striking down upon the ancient bronze coffin, the pinnacle of the netherworld. The ancient coffin trembled violently, the scorching mark of the sword nearly splitting it asunder. The sword of the Emperor of Flame, and a sixth-rank true sage who has embarked on the path of transformation? How could the status of the Yin sovereign fall into his hands? The supreme being of the netherworld seethed with rage, as that singular strike obliterated the lingering essence of the Gate of the Dead. He could no longer extend his grasp towards Yujing City. Even his most treasured artifact was severed. Damned be the heavens, he defied the celestial laws. Yet now he must also bear the consequences of his descent. To unleash supreme combat power during transformation would cost him the fruits of that very process. Although a unique foundation could be accumulated afterward, the journey of transformation is one that ancient supremes dread to undertake. They have lived too long, their memories too vast. During transformation, they risk failure, becoming mad or lost in the cycle of reincarnation. This young true sage, brimming with vitality, posed no benefit in confrontation. Despite his fury, the supreme being of the netherworld maintained his composure. For the next century, the likelihood of acquiring the 7/10 status of the Yin sovereign was slim. It sufficed to safeguard his own 3/10 of the Yin sovereign's fortune. The ancient bronze coffin thunderously closed, restoring tranquility to the netherworld. Simultaneously, in Yujing City, atop the martial arts sacred court, the clouds churned ominously. The presence of ghostly apparitions remained concealed, imperceptible to the naked eye. The talented youths felt an inexplicable dread, and a chilling breeze caressed their necks. Subsequently, the young lord stepped forward, drawing the sword of the emperor. And before the watching crowd, he struck towards the remnant spirit of the Xianjian ancestor and the phantasm of the sword-washing pool behind him. The essence of the Emperor of Flame within the sword stirred the ancestral dragon energy of the Dragon Vein Mountain, shattering the sword-washing pool of the Immaculate Mountain with overwhelming force. In an instant, millennia of swordsmanship fortune poured forth, causing the sword cultivators within the martial arts sacred court to sense a profound transformation in the very fabric of reality. Several dozen individuals began to wield their swords, their sword intents undergoing layers of metamorphosis. Meanwhile, the fragment of Lu Qingming's soul was cast into the cycle of reincarnation, choosing to be reborn into a wealthy family in Nanzhao. Master, the old sword immortal of the Immaculate Mountain, witnessing the obliteration of his lineage's Xianjian ancestor, whose soul was utterly extinguished by a single strike, felt an overwhelming fury. Once more, summoned the ancestral sword, invoked the spirit of the Nine Nether ancestor. The elder sword immortal glared furiously, retrieving another broken sword from his sword box. Before he could finish speaking, a multitude of profound sword marks materialized around him. As the white-browed sword immortal opened his eyes, his entire demeanor transformed. His pupils turned blood red, resembling a sword-wielding deity emerging from the depths of the Nine Nether. This was initially a trump card devised by the Immaculate Mountain to contend with the wounded Emperor of Flame. Originally, it was hoped that the venerable Master Xianjian would swiftly eliminate Lu Qingming before inquiring about the Sword Jade capital, thus compelling the martial emperor to reveal himself. However, it was unforeseen that Master Xianjian would meet his demise, both in spirit and form. Even the sacred ground's most formidable asset, the sword-washing pool, suffered severe damage. For several millennia, the fortune of the sword path had been dissipating. The esteemed Master Xianjian had only brought a fragment of the sword pool, not its entirety. Otherwise, the ancestral sword masters of Wugo Mountain, who had slumbered for countless ages, could have been awakened to exact vengeance upon their unfilial descendants. On the viewing platform, the Empress raised an eyebrow at the reckless actions of Xiao Yi, who had drawn the Emperor's sword without restraint. Is this truly the heir she once knew? Offending Wugo Mountain is hardly prudent. Furthermore, just moments ago, he had disregarded his mortal state and, unnoticed by the likes of Prince Qi and others, struck down the Lord of the Underworld with a single sword. Does he not cherish his own transformation into the mortal realm? Presently, another sword master from Wugo Mountain has emerged. Yet, the heir does not retreat. Does he wish to reveal his cultivation to engage in battle? Chapter 76. The test of a Nine Nether Sword Master. One must not allow this little troublemaker to proceed unimpeded. If the Qi King and his comrades were to discover the correct path to nurture the prodigies within the cave heavens, their strength would undoubtedly surge to unimaginable heights. Although the true path after the 12th realm would eventually be revealed to them, the timing should not be now. At this moment, countless thoughts flickered through the mind of the Empress of Dezhou. She raised her phoenix-like eyes to gaze at the composed Xiao Yi, her brows slightly furrowing. Something was amiss. This little troublemaker, when calm, exhibited a level of composure surpassing all. Unlike one who would be blinded by emotions for Lu Qingming or engage recklessly with the people of Wugeshan. So, what was his current strategy? Noticing the glint in Xiao Yi's eyes, the Empress's gaze shimmered with alertness. She could not allow him to act freely any longer. So was this gaze intended to pressure her into confronting the people of Wugeshan? Yet, she could not permit Xiao Yi to succeed so easily. A smile crept upon her lips as she locked eyes with him, her delicate white hand gracefully lifting to display 3 fingers. It was quite simple. She could assist in eliminating the Wugeshan individuals, or even share the burden of their pressure alongside him. However, the position of the Shadow Sun, comprising 30% of the power, was off the table. Xiao Yi could only choose one of these 2 propositions. At that moment, a figure departed from the seating area, striding beside Xiao Yi, causing the Empress to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Bailuo Shen stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Yi, her gaze fixed on the sword immortals of Wugeshan, an unrestrained aura of murderous intent radiating from her. The Emperor's sword was the national treasure of the Yan, wielded solely by the Yanwu Emperor and the Crown Prince. Any other, even royal offspring, attempting to forcibly wield the Emperor's sword to summon the Dragon Qi of the Yan would face catastrophic backlash. The individuals from Wugeshan provoked the Crown Prince to draw forth the Emperor's sword, originally meant merely to assert dominance. They deserved death. Was there no one left in the Yan? Did a mere 12th realm martial true immortal dare to display murderous intent towards his esteemed presence? The Nine Nether Sword Master, possessing the spirit of the venerable Bai Mei, gazed with icy intensity. He waved his sleeve, severing the connection between the illusory sword pool and the North Heaven Divine Continent, then raised his hand to extract an extraordinarily sharp broken sword from his sword sheath. He did not regard the individuals present, instead casting his gaze towards the direction of the royal palace in Yujing. With indifference, he declared, "Martial Emperor, why not show yourself? This spirit desires to engage in discourse with you, to redefine the destiny of the Nine Xian world. Should you continue to hide, do not blame me for annihilating your progeny to compensate for the loss of the sacred ground's fortune." The voice of the Nine Nether Sword Master was chillingly cold, lacking the thunderous resonance of the Xian Sword Master, yet it instilled a deeper sense of dread and trepidation. His words echoed throughout Yujing, the murderous aura sweeping through like a chilling tide, as if dark clouds loomed over the city, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, there was no response from the royal palace of Yujing. The Nine Nether Sword Master frowned slightly. He had come bearing a shared mission from the 5 great sacred grounds. Unafraid of the Yanwu Emperor's retaliation, but fearful of being unable to draw any conclusions from this test. Even if the martial emperor were to extinguish him with a mere gesture, the loss would only be that of an elder. To the transcendence of the sacred grounds, both elders and disciples were mere resources. They did not require a new transcendent, nor were they lacking in pseudo-saints of the 13th realm. Old ancestors might. The true disciples of the unblemished mountain gradually regained their composure from their astonishment, bowing deeply in reverence. The imposing presence of the sword ancestor of the Nine Hells eclipsed even that of their own Xinjian Grandmaster. With the audacity to provoke the martial emperor, he must surely be one of the most formidable beings among the ancestors. However, the members of the martial Dao Sacred Court exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing the words of the Nine Hell Sword Ancestor. Did this sword ancestor of the unblemished mountain truly consider himself a deity of the sword path? The martial emperor is unmatched. Even if a sword deity were to appear, would they dare to speak in such a manner and still survive the capital of Yujing? The sovereign must not be insulted, or the subjects will perish. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted from within Yujing City. Such boldness! Does the northern celestial continent wish to face annihilation? Accompanying these fearsome shouts was a terrifying aura as deep as the ocean. Numerous hidden masters of the military, trailing blood-red malevolence like a multitude of shooting stars, surged toward the martial Dao Sacred Court. Earlier, when the Nine Hells Sword Ancestor proclaimed his intent to slaughter the descendants of the martial emperor, none of the Qi King and his companions expressed anger. Instead, they remained as tranquil as water, with the Western Yu King even unable to suppress a chuckle. Third brother, fifth brother, seventh brother, quickly summoned father. My courage is waning, my heart quivering. His eyes, once filled with mirth, gradually turned icy. No matter how chaotic the internal affairs of the Great Yin were, they remained family matters. If an external power dared to extend its claws, regardless of whom they intended to strike, it would be a provocation against the entire Great Yin. I shall slay one first. You who have usurped this sword path's fortune for millennia, you are the most deserving of death. The Nine Hells Sword Ancestor's gaze grew cold, his aura instantly locking onto Xiao Yi. Nianin, sheathe your sword, the Qi King murmured, narrowing his eyes slightly. As the Emperor's sword returned to its sheath, he uttered a single word, as if his mouth contained the decree of heaven itself, imbued with boundless celestial might. Suppress. The dragon energy from the 3 unparalleled dragon veins of the central region, combined with the Qi King's imperial authority, descended simultaneously upon the Nine Hells Sword Ancestor. The skeletal structure of the white-browed, old immortal sword crackled ominously, his eyes turning crimson, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, a terrifying sight. The ethereal aura affixed to him by the 9 Hellsword ancestor was suppressed to the 10th realm. In that moment, both his spirit and corporeal form bore the weight of this pressure, yet a sinister smile crept upon his face. The martial emperor had yet to make a move. He had nearly obtained the answers he sought. Indeed, the imperial family of the Great Yin could only rely on the power of the ancestral dragon vein to maintain control over the central region. Let them revel for a few more days. Once the 5 great caves fully merge into the 9 Shen world, the influence of the ancestral dragon vein shall dissipate. The world will return to the hands of the sacred lands. With the same cultivation at the 10th realm, I can easily slay 100. The 9 Hells sword ancestor swiftly adapted to the pressure of the dragon vein. Raising his head, the remnant sword in his hand still exuding terrifying might. His expression remained impassive as he ignited the life essence of the white-browed old sword immortal, his form darting toward Xiao Yi as swiftly as a sword's rainbow. With a clang, the sound of a sword being drawn resonated. The white goddess shielded Xiao Yi, drawing forth a blood-colored longsword, the very blade of the northern king-s god of slaughter. The sword's malevolence condensed the souls of countless soldiers, its overwhelming aura chilling to the bone, slowing both thought and movement. Surrounding it, a 9-color divine malevolence spread forth, the pressure nearing the brink of shattering the dragon vein suppression. The king of Wei was not idle, his 5 fingers curled in a grasp, and a profound aura of demonic energy manifested behind the ancestor of the 9 nether swords like an abyss, devouring the sword intent within the remnants of the blade. The king of Ning's pupils shimmered with a golden hue as he uttered an ancient incantation, a resounding Buddhist chant that instantly filled the mind of the 9 nether sword ancestor, causing one of his eyes to explode. With a chilling glimmer in her gaze, Bailuo Shen sheathed her sword, and the fragment of the blade clattered to the ground, while a severed head soared skyward. Blood gushed from the headless corpse like a spring. The elder had not even unleashed a single move, and yet he was dead. Dead? What of the 9 nether sword ancestor? Was he still present? The other disciples of Wugo Mountain, witnessing this scene, were rendered pale with terror. Before they could regain their composure, 12 arrows, swift as crimson lightning, tore through the void and instantly captured their attention. Chapter 77. The renowned sword ancestor of the 9 nether in the North Sky Divine Continent, atop the pristine Mount Tianjian. Amidst the cloud-kissed sea lies the forbidden sword tomb. Countless shattered swords are embedded within the remnants of a fragmented realm, where a dark purple sword, pulsating with ethereal light, quivers incessantly. Is he dead? The spirit of the 9 nether sword ancestor materializes from the ancient blade, his expression darkening. The final strike, though it merely severed a fragment of his spirit and the corporeal form of an elder from Wugo Mountain, unleashed a terrifying malevolence from the god-slaying sword that reverberated through the sword tomb, instilling within him an unsettling sensation akin to having lost his head. The foundation of the Great Yin is indeed profound. 60 years prior, the Northern Xiang King was already an anomaly, one impervious to the might of several supreme beings in the military. Now, the martial prowess of the Great Yin has only intensified, and those few princes are far from benign. No more reckless actions can be taken. It is time for the other 4 families to bleed as well. Wugo Mountain has already suffered the loss of millennia worth of swordsmanship fortune and the demise of an ancestor. While this does not cripple them, it certainly serves as a clarion call. The 9 nether sword ancestor's gaze deepens as he raises a hand to summon an ancient mirror. With a thought, his consciousness traverses through the mirror and arrives within a golden palace shrouded in mist. Before him, towering statues of divine majesty rise above the clouds, reaching towards the heavens. Among these statues are fierce celestial generals wielding divine artifacts, colossal demons with fearsome visages, and solemn Buddhas radiating a universal light. There are even statues of towering shamanic deities, exuding an otherworldly aura, alongside terrifying beings of eternal night, cloaked in dark mist. As he gazes upon the myriad of true saints immortalized in stone, The 9 Nethersword ancestor raises an eyebrow. The number has indeed increased. Perhaps, in the future, the intervention of the Holy Realms will not be necessary. The 9 Netherworld may very well be overturned. Since the inception of the cosmos, every true saint born within the 9 Netherworld has been commemorated by a statue in this exalted hall. Even in death or obscurity, as long as a trace of their indomitable spirit remains, their likeness persists. The 9 layers of celestial clouds here reveal an increasing number of statues as one descends, most of which are riddled with cracks, representing either fallen beings or the weakest of the 9th-tier true saints. To eradicate a true saint is no simple feat. It requires their descent into the mundane for countless lifetimes, or relentless assault from equals willing to pay any price to obliterate their spirit. The master of the profound sword stands as the sole true saint to have been utterly annihilated in nearly a century, aside from the battle in the reincarnation cave. His soul was first shattered by Lu Qingming, and his remaining spirit extinguished by the emperor's sword. Retaining even a fragment of his true essence for reincarnation is impossible. Currently, the 9 Nethersword ancestor's perception extends only to the sights of the 4th layer of heaven. He keenly senses the differences from his last visit. There are now more true saints of foreign races, though this is merely what he can observe. The conditions beyond escape his knowledge. The decline of human fortune and the surge of foreign celestial fortune suggest that this era is one of chaos. The Great Yin is a dynasty that ought not to exist, and human fortune should not be so easily suppressed. The 9 Nethersword ancestor ponders deeply. Suddenly, his consciousness is drawn to a secluded hall. Within the grand hall, the statues shed their stone exteriors, seemingly coming to life. What has become of the 9 Nether? Among these statues are the true saints of the Tai Su Thunder Palace, exuding an ethereal aura, encircled by rings of divine thunder. And the true saints of the burning heavenly fire city, their arms entwined with fire dragons, flames eternally blazing. These 5 venerable ancestors of the divine continent caves are esteemed beings of utmost significance. This hall represents a space conjured by the awakened true saints of the 5 sacred lands. By merely channeling their consciousness into the ancient treasures left by the celestial court, they can communicate across boundless distances. After my descent into Yujing, I vanquished Lu Qingming, the foremost of the Yin spear path, and drew upon the sword energy accumulated over millennia from the sword washing pool to strike at the national fortunes of the Yin. The martial emperor remained indifferent. It cannot merely be a matter of recovering from injuries, remarked the 9 Nethersword ancestor. He held no fear of inquiries from the other 4 sacred lands, for his information was indeed factual. Lu Qingming had perished, and the sword energy had indeed been unleashed, all while the martial emperor remained inactive. His words merely elevated his own prowess slightly, overshadowing the contributions of the Xian sword ancestor. In this inquiry regarding the sword of Yujing, while the untainted mountain has lost a true saint, the martial emperor may be unable to intervene, yet do not presume that the people of the Yin are inept. At the very least, those who have extinguished the 3 great dynasties are quite formidable. Moving forward, regardless of whether the 5 divine continent caves merge into the 9 Xian, my untainted mountain shall seal itself for half a year to restore the sword washing pool. Esteemed colleagues, it is time for decisions to be made. Upon mentioning the military lineage, the expressions of the true saints grew grim. In bygone eras, the military was not strong, and challenging the sacred lands was a fool's errand. However, this changed with the era of the 3 great dynasties, particularly with the emergence of the Yanwu Emperor. The blood transformation techniques devised by the martial emperor have allowed the military lineage to surpass all other cultivation systems in their martial prowess. Those divine calamities, even the true saints find troublesome to contend with. In the past, during the battle at the Reincarnation Cave, there were numerous instances of military generals under the martial emperor encircling and slaying true saints. The military lineage, having cultivated the 12 realms of divine calamity, stands perilously close to true saints, especially when bolstered by their military weaponry. For an ordinary true saint, Extracting the head of an enemy general amidst the elite forces of the Yin is a challenge greater than surpassing a saint. Within the classification of high-quality divine calamities, 5 colors can diminish the paths of the 9 pinnacle true saints to that of the mundane, while 7 colors can do the same for 7 pinnacle true saints. The blood debts and vast karmas carried by beings like the King of Bailuo, who wields 9 colors of divine calamity, are such that even those who have transcended the 4 pinnacle true saints would not wish to provoke them. To eliminate them, one cannot rely on assassination. Rather, one must expend lives in abundance. This is also why the 5 sacred lands endeavor to cultivate their forces. Were it not for the need to counter the military lineage and the protection required during their transformation into the mundane, these true saints could easily operate independently. Without becoming supreme beings, they are merely navigators beneath the great Tao. The integration of the 5 divine continents into the 9 Xian is imperative. I trust you all have been preparing for this over the past 60 years. The method of condensing calamities is not arduous. And surely the elite military forces cultivated by the sovereign nations under the sacred lands are not lacking in capability, remarked the true saint of the Tai Su Thunder Palace with indifference. The fusion of the divine continent with the 9 Xian and the alleviation of the ancestral mountain suppression will require time. In the interim, we may engage in transactions with the Chongqing Tian, Wu Man, Xiao Yi, and the demon tribes. What they lack, we shall provide. Let them first expend the military strength of the Great Yin. Once the 9 mysteries are thoroughly in chaos, our subjugated sovereign states shall strike without delay. Observing the deliberations of the assembly, the sword ancestor of the 9 hells maintained a tranquil demeanor, choosing not to speak. Yet, in his heart, he calculated the might of the Great Yin. At the moment the elder sword immortal was slain, he beheld the extraordinarily rare 9-colored divine calamity, as well as many hidden masters of military arts within the city of Yujing. Thus, he could ascertain that the military power of the Great Yin now surpasses that of 60 years prior. However, such knowledge was sufficient for him alone. There was no necessity to disclose it to others. He even hoped that the Great Yin would produce more unparalleled figures like the Northern Xiang King, capable of clashing with the foreign tribes and the sovereign states under the 4 sacred grounds, leading to a mutual destruction. Finally, he envisioned the people of Wuku Mountain emerging to tidy up the aftermath. Chapter 78, The Grand Examination concludes, Martial Art Supreme. The legalist treasure, the ruler of heaven's measurements in the city of Yujing, within the sacred hall of martial arts. Arrows imbued with the essence of divine calamity tore through the sky like a blood-red rainbow. Among the 10 true disciples of the unblemished mountain, 7 were caught off guard, their heads bursting forth with crimson blossoms as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Junior sister, Flea, the young swordsman, his complexion pale, swung his sword to sever an arrow mid-flight, only to shield his sister from another, which nearly pierced his right shoulder. The malevolent force and soul-corrupting essence within the arrow felt as if a ferocious demon king was viciously gnawing at him. The searing pain coursed through his body, leaving him ashen and hopeless. In that moment, he comprehended why his formidable masters had shuddered at the mention of the Great Yin while on the mountain. The inhabitants here were truly monstrous. Before he could ponder further, a volley of dozens of arrows tore through the air toward them. Upon the rooftops of the sacred hall of martial arts, figures of the military clan stood proudly, exuding a formidable aura. Some had just released their top bows, while others let out sinister laughter as they hurled blood-red spears, swifter than arrows themselves. Atop a high tower of the sacred hall, others loaded fearsome blood-patterned arrows onto a celestial crossbow, unleashing 10 arrows simultaneously. In that instant, the air was filled with the piercing cries of arrows and the thunderous booms of impact. The 3 surviving true disciples had barely escaped the catastrophe when they were suddenly struck from behind by arrows, blood gushing from their orifices. In the face of these deadly weapons honed in the Great Yin army, the true disciples of the unblemished mountain were akin to fledgling chicks confronting a heavily armored legion, utterly powerless to resist. Out of the original 13, only 2 young swordsmen remained alive, yet they appeared more wretched than the dead. One had been impaled through the chest by a blood spear, his ribs shattered. The other had one side of his body torn apart by the blood-patterned arrows from the celestial crossbow. This celestial crossbow of the Sacred Hall had evolved into a divine artifact, nurtured through generations of martial masters. The emergence of the blood-patterned arrows could severely injure martial immortals or even directly slay remnants of the 11th realm. The two swordsmen, whose cultivation was suppressed to the 10th realm, lacked the strength to defend themselves. Were it not for their high cultivation and bodies having undergone the baptism of heaven and earth, they would have perished long ago. Proceed, commanded by Bailuo Shen. Not casting another glance at the people of the unblemished mountain, she stepped forward, supporting the slightly disheveled Xiao Yi. The ruthless warriors from the Great Yin had initially surveyed the talented individuals present with scrutiny. However, upon hearing Bailuo Shen's words, their demeanor shifted to seriousness as they promptly moved to apprehend the individuals. Most of them were neutral parties who typically heeded only the commands of the martial emperor and were reluctant to show even the martial prime minister any deference. Yet, in the face of the female deity of slaughter's orders, none dared to slacken their pace. The reason was simple. The Northern King's residents wielded considerable influence within the military because, during the triennial Great Yin military exercises, the elite leaders of the Northern Border Army consistently achieved remarkable results. The military instruments of the strategists in Yujing, whether in archery, military tactics, or the lethal arts of warfare, are somewhat inferior to those of the elite generals under the Northern King. Bailuo Shen, however, stands as the foremost in the Northern Territories. Should they dare to defy him in such trivial matters, they might find themselves gravely challenged by the Northern King's elite forces in the next demonstration, perhaps even losing half their lives in the process. Yinan, given the numerous disruptions today, it would be prudent to postpone the remaining assessments, proposed the Qi King. Glancing at the seated Xiao Yi, Old 7, one must concede when it is time to yield, replied Dongning Wang on behalf of Xiao Yi. His gaze shifted to the arena, where the young Shuangshu, receiving the 500 years of swordsmanship fortune, was blooming with an ethereal radiance at her brow, a manifestation of her awakening past life memories and powers. In mere moments, her aura surged dramatically, her breakthrough appearing unstoppable as she ascended to the 12th realm, becoming a sword immortal. The talented individuals of the martial arts sacred court, initially perplexed, stood in stunned silence. Some pinched themselves, others widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be true? This seemingly delicate girl, after receiving the swordsmanship fortune, had effortlessly surged to the 12th realm? Was there any need for further contest? Who could possibly claim victory against her? Princess Zhaohua furrowed her brow. While she might prevail in a life-or-death battle, her chances in a mere contest of skill dwindled to 10%. Old 7, do not hesitate any longer. Produce the item. It has been quite a while since I last laid eyes on that famed treasure of the legalists, remarked Dongning Wang, his gaze fixed on the Qi King, whose expression had darkened. Seeing the Qi King's resigned demeanor, the Western Yu King and the Wei King remained silent, their lips betraying the faintest hint of a smile. The legalist treasure, the Gui Tianqi, is a paragon of excellence, an artifact of great antiquity that has absorbed a significant portion of the cultural fortunes of Daiyu, now nearing the value of ancestral divine weapons. The Qi King intended to present it merely as a display of the grandeur of the Yin Empire, thinking it would eventually return to his possession. However, the unfolding events shattered his calculations. The participation of a 12th realm sword immortal in the examination of talents would undoubtedly secure victory. He could effortlessly compensate Xiao Yi with a sum of 100,000 taels of gold. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the Gui Tianqi troubled his heart. Unfortunately, the promise of this treasure, awarded to the victor of the grand examination, had been made in front of the civil and military officials, and retracting it was not an option. Let the grand examination proceed. I am unwell and shall take my leave. The Gui Tianqi shall be entrusted in Yinan for the victor. The Qi King's eyelids twitched slightly as he produced a nondescript black measuring stick, handing it to Xiao Yi without lingering, before turning and departing. The Gui Tianqi, also known as the measuring square of the world, is forged from the essence of the celestial pillar's mysterious iron, tempered with the blood of dragons. granting it the ability to reveal the sins of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The legacy of the Law Sage encompasses the weighing of sins and merits, where words manifest as laws and decrees govern the heavens. Upon touching the Gui Tianqi, a surge of information flooded into Xiao Yi's mind. The Law Sage is not merely a pseudo-saint of the 13th realm, but a true saint from ancient times of indeterminate rank. Yet, the creation of such an artifact and the embedding of the legacy within it are undoubtedly remarkable. Old Seven truly possesses wealth and a penchant for generosity. Had he not mentioned the matter of a culminating treasure, no one would have taken such an initiative. The king of Dongning jested, while the corners of the mouth of the not-so-distant King Qi twitched. Several hours later, the grand examination of the prodigies came to a definitive close. The champion of martial prowess was Wang Shu, while the literary champion was a familiar figure to Xiao Yi, the white-clad strategist from the Qi royal residence. Tomorrow, the celestial treasury shall be unveiled. Chapter 79. The situation in Yujingyu, a young one, cannot grasp the situation. Outside Yujing City, in a bamboo grove courtyard. Master, I wish to journey to Nanzhao, pass through the Demon Suppression Pass, and enter the Eternal Night to continue my search for the unfading golden eyes. This sacred relic should be entrusted to you for handling. With this, Wang Shu, having broken the seals upon her body and transformed into a graceful figure, left the guiding heaven staff and bid farewell to Xiao Yi. That lively and adorable girl had, overnight, transformed into a cold and ethereal sword immortal. Yet her brow remained furrowed with unshakable melancholy. The unfading golden eyes, a legendary artifact, said to directly perceive the divine realms above the 9 heavens. She herself could not fathom why she was so deeply obsessed. Perhaps it was a quest for greater strength to exact vengeance for Lu Qingming. Or perhaps it was a lingering hope of finding the reincarnation of the gun immortal. Regardless of her motivations, she needed the unfading golden eyes. For no matter how formidable an existence, in reincarnation, one's innate talents would inevitably be inferior to those of the previous life. Such a proud figure as the gun immortal could only regain his confidence with the aid of the unfading golden eyes. Have you made up your mind? Perhaps he has already come to terms with it, no longer pursuing the title of the world's strongest. But I do not wish for him to abandon his lifelong pursuit because of me. Very well, since you have decided, I shall not dissuade you further. Xiao Yi, before you depart, please take this guiding heaven staff to your junior disciple and tell him that if he cannot comprehend the inheritance of the Law Sage, he shall never leave the Shanhua Academy. When Xiao Yi received the guiding heaven staff from Prince Qi, he had already imprinted the essence of the Law Sage's teachings in his heart, even adding his own analyses and insights within. If his little disciple, Xiao Wang, failed to grasp this, he would indeed deserve to reflect upon it in solitude at the academy. Master, take care. Once you arrive in Nanzhao, should you encounter any troubles, you may seek assistance from the members of the Yuan Wang mansion, Xiao Yi advised. Wang Shu, having saluted with her sword, turned to leave, but paused at his words. Then swiftly ascended on her flying sword, not daring to look back. One day as a master, a lifetime as a father. In 2 lifetimes aside from her master, the only other person she had hesitated to leave behind was her father, who had taught her the sword. After Wang Shu departed, a magnificent white-feathered hay-donking descended from the skies. Simultaneously, Ye Kei arrived at the bamboo grove courtyard, bearing a report. Your Highness, I have gathered the information. After the talented one's examination, 32 among the top 100 have become disciples of Prince Qi, 25 have become guests of the martial prime minister, and 14 have pledged allegiance to Prince Ning. The Yuan Wang mansion has also received 11 invitations, though currently only 8 are still awaiting a response. Xiao Yi glanced at the list, gaining a general understanding. This ratio could be seen as the world's perception of the Yan royal family, and who might ultimately become the sole ruler. Before the talented one's examination, the Yuan Wang mansion had received an overwhelming number of invitations. However, as Xiao Yi had not opened any back doors for them, these individuals were quite pragmatic. As soon as the examination concluded, they promptly chose suitable candidates to align themselves with. Most of them were not acting on personal volition, but rather representing the stance of their families and factions. This indicated that the public still favored Prince Qi as the inheritor of the martial emperor's legacy. There is no other reason. Over the years, the influence of the Qi king has permeated the court and the populace alike. Furthermore, the Wei king has consistently refused to accept tribute, redirecting it to the Qi king's manor. The most significant point remains that during the bloody turmoil of the Crown Prince's palace coup, the losses within the palace were devastating, while the Qi king emerged virtually unscathed. In fact, in the aftermath, he even absorbed a considerable portion of the Crown Prince's legacy and power. The secret that Xiao Yi obtained today within the Immortal Tower pertains to the Qi king. This revelation, though succinct, is profoundly unsettling. Do you know? The method to open the gate of death and gather the remnants of the emperor's long-lost soul was first disclosed to the Crown Prince by the Qi king. Prior to the Crown Prince's demise, the Qi king had been quietly engaging in spiritual reflection atop the mountain. It can be asserted that he dismantled the tripartite power structure without the need for a single soldier. The spoils he reaped afterwards are beyond the imagination of others and nearly impossible to investigate. It is no surprise that 30% of the top 100 candidates in the prestigious examination chose him. Conversely, the number of those aligning with the martial minister and the empress is peculiarly high. This only serves to illustrate that one should not underestimate the populace. There are many with discernment. As for the number of tributes sent to the Yuan king manor, Xiao Yi had anticipated this. In the eyes of the public, the Yuan king has been ensnared at the demon suppression pass, far removed from the centers of power for quite some time, thus losing his qualifications for succession. Most of those submitting tributes to Xiao Yi are gamblers, wagering that the future Northern Xiang king will be able to resolve the calamity of the Wu man and become Xiao Yi's greatest ally in challenging the Qi king and others. These gamblers are keenly aware that the fewer the number of tributes submitted, the more they will stand out. Xiao Yi casually glanced over the tributes brought by Yi Ke, and one name caught him by surprise. Wu Chengyuan? Is there an issue with the family legacy of the martial minister? He raised an adopted son who declared himself king and turned his back on his kin. Now, even his grandson, who boasts of being the Great Flame Tomb Tiger, seeks to distance himself? One wonders what expression the martial minister would wear upon seeing this tribute. Among these 8 individuals, 3 are ranked within the top 30, and with Qing Li, the gluttonous girl, and Wang Shu's positions, they could select 6 treasures from the imperial treasury. Those submitting tributes are fully aware that either they do not submit at all, or if they do, they must relinquish their chance to enter the imperial treasury. In previous sessions, individuals typically submitted tributes to the Crown Prince in exchange for future prospects or other rewards, often emerging unscathed. Approve these tributes, Xiao Yi gestured. Understood. Yi Ke responded before taking his leave. Meanwhile, at the martial minister's residence, unfilial son, the martial minister's eldest son, Wu Wanshan, brandished a long whip. Glaring fiercely at Wu Chengyuan, have you lost your mind in your martial training? Submitting a tribute to the Yuan king manor. How will your grandfather maintain his dignity before the empress? Hurry and retrieve that tribute. Wu Wanshan roared like an enraged lion. Impossible. My actions are my own, and have nothing to do with my grandfather. Wu Chengyuan retorted coldly. You taught me from a young age to possess a proud spirit, yet you willingly submit to that enchantress's whims. What face do you have to admonish me? Presumptuous. This is your grandfather's decision. If it were not for the Wu family. For you, do you think I would wish to be at the beck and call of those palace eunuchs? Wu Wanshan thundered. What do you, a mere junior, understand of the situation in Yujing? Do you truly believe that Xiao Yi, having once ascended to the position of a divine official in a grand examination, possesses the strength to rival that of the Empress and Prince Qi? I assure you, it is impossible. Even if the King of Abyss were to arrive, he would not be able to serve as the third leg of this great tripod. Do you really think that Prince Qi's current civility towards him is an indication of support? It is merely a matter of exploitation. The King of Wei, a figure of immense stature, is compelled to bow beneath Prince Qi. Should turmoil arise in the northern territories, the heir will undoubtedly face dire consequences. With a sharp crack, Wu Chengyue seized the long whip, his expression cold as he declared, "The path I have chosen, I shall bear the consequences of. If you believe I am causing difficulty for my grandfather, feel free to cast me out from the family." Upon hearing this, Wu Wanshan, unable to reclaim the whip, exploded with fury. When your grandfather returns, he shall flay your skin. Chapter 80. The Celestial Treasury and the Six Divine Paths. In the imperial palace of the Great Yuan, at the star-settling pavilion, a towering ancient pagoda, dark as night and reminiscent of a colossal mountain, majestically stands within the depths of the palace. Xiao Yi approached this place with measured steps. The Celestial Treasury is opened once every 7 years, and during the last grand examination of prodigies, Xiao Yi had not participated. This was his first visit. He knocked on the bronze door of the ancient pagoda, and the door slowly creaked open, revealing an expanse of darkness. With a resounding crash, the moment he fully entered the ancient tower, the bronze door thunderously closed behind him. In the darkness, a pair of golden eyes, radiant as eternal suns, suddenly snapped open. A terrifying and pure sanctity of power instantly swept over him like a tidal wave. The oppressive force escalated with each passing moment, as if it sought to compel him to kneel. Xiao Yi maintained his composure, though a hint of astonishment flickered within him. These eyes were not lifeless. There was indeed a presence within the Celestial Treasury. Moreover, the pressure emanating from it was boundless, far surpassing any supreme beings Xiao Yi had encountered before. Bloodline of the martial emperor? From the upper levels of the pagoda, a resonant and ancient voice emerged. Though you are but a third-generation descendant, your strength is sufficient to qualify you for the highest tier. As his words faded, Xiao Yi felt the foundation beneath him rapidly ascend. Meanwhile, outside, a brilliant beam of light erupted from above the star-settling pavilion. In the northern palatial compound, Prince Qi gazed towards the direction of the palace's light column. His brow furrowed slightly. It seems I underestimated him. I never anticipated that after 60 years, someone would still be able to penetrate to the 12th level of the treasury. In the Ning Prince's residence, the Eastern Ning Prince, who was savoring delicacies from mythical beasts, paused abruptly, rising to deeply regard that luminous pillar. Yanin? I wonder what legacy he will bring forth. In the Celestial Treasury, at the 12th level, the vast expanse of the starry universe loomed above, with myriad colossal starry phantoms swirling as if they were tangible, imparting an overwhelming sense of awe and pressure. Xiao Yi raised his gaze. This level contained no shelves or items, only an elder seated in meditation. The elder's golden eyes were captivating, and his aura fluctuated between ethereal and profoundly intimidating. You are the 7th individual of the martial emperor's bloodline to arrive here. According to royal protocol, you may take from the lower treasury as you please. However, for the treasures on this level, aside from the legacy left by the martial emperor, you must exchange them with the treasures you possess. The elder regarded the immense stars overhead, speaking with indifference. Do not disturb my quietude. With that, he closed his eyes, his aura nearly vanishing. Xiao Yi did not rush to claim any treasures. Instead, he observed the elder. There was no trace of the Great Yuan's royal energy about him, indicating he was not of the royal lineage. Even his fate could not be discerned. He was not even a living being. Do not stare at me so. The elder suddenly opened his eyes, irritation evident on his countenance. Pray tell, esteemed elder, what is this place, and how is the exchange of treasures conducted? Xiao Yi inquired, neither servile nor arrogant. This is the legacy space of the martial emperor. Look up at those stars, and you shall understand what to do, the elder replied gravely. Legacy space? Xiao Yi gazed intently at the celestial stars above, discovering that the radiance emitted by these celestial bodies was nothing short of magnificent treasure light. Within this treasure light lay potent elixirs capable of rejuvenating the vitality of ancient sages for millennia, as well as supreme treasures far surpassing the regulatory heaven ruler. There were even war chariots of the ancient celestial court, seals of the ancient celestial court, and remnants of divine weapons stained with the blood of the great divine Xia. At a glance, one could see that such astonishing treasures, which could astound the world, were abundant here. Indeed, the collection of the martial emperor was formidable. Yet, none of these marvels lingered in Xiao Yi's gaze for long. He turned his attention to the blazing star at the center of the universe, akin to the sun, and his consciousness plunged into its depths. Boom! Within Xiao Yi's awareness, he beheld the forms of 7 illustrious martial emperors. Each one was remarkably imposing, gazing down upon the world with an aura that could engulf the 8 desolations. Yet, each was distinct. One emanated an imperial dragon aura, refined to perfection, akin to the supreme heavenly emperor of the ancient celestial court, exuding unparalleled imperial majesty as he surveyed the heavens. Behind him, a colossal crimson-eyed golden dragon unfurled its magnificent form, perpetually absorbing the world's fortune with every breath. Another stood atop a mountain of divine and demonic corpses, resembling a supreme harbinger of death, with an almost tangible malevolence radiating from him that pierced the soul with a mere glance. There were 5 more such powerful martial emperor phantoms, each leading towards a unique path to the great divine Xia. Xiao Yi also discerned the youthful figures of his father and the Crown Prince among others. They had all once come here to receive the legacy. The Crown Prince and King Qi chose the path of imperial fortune, while King Wei opted for the corporeal demonic path. King Yuan selected the martial path of slaughter, King Doning the path of boundless karma, and King Xie the path of dragon ascension. As Xiao Yi observed these paths of cultivation, he increasingly grasped the terror of the martial emperor. Aside from the martial path of slaughter, which was widely disseminated, the others could be regarded as new systems of cultivation, as if the martial emperor had forged distinct routes to the divine for his progeny. No wonder the martial emperor did not leave behind the celestial system of transformation into a saint, for after the choices made by King Qi and the others, transformation became unnecessary. These new paths, devoid of the perilous stage of transformation, might not surpass the saints of the celestial system after the 12th realm. However, their routes to the great divine Xia were beyond competition. Given time and fortune, they would inevitably ascend to the great divine Xia. Even the weakest among the great divine Xia was more formidable than a first-grade true saint, unparalleled in might. Why then did my father's martial path of slaughter spread so widely? Xiao Yi pondered. Was it the choice of King Yuan or a decree from the martial emperor? If the martial path had not undergone transformation and overthrown the 3 major dynasties, perhaps the current prosperity of the great Yin would not exist. The martial path of slaughter had become a competitor for the great divine Xia, spreading throughout the 9 mysteries. King Yuan might not necessarily succeed. Thus, did the martial emperor bring me here to witness all the pathways as a form of compensation? Xiao Yi surmised, fixing his gaze on the final apparition of the martial emperor. This was the visage of the martial emperor he remembered, commanding yet serene, resembling not an emperor, but a deity standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. Historically, there has been a martial deity, Xian Xiao. What path did the martial emperor traverse? Xiao Yi has acquired the final inheritance. To his surprise, it revealed nothing but an expanse of blankness. A smile crept across Xiao Yi's face as he experienced a moment of enlightenment. He comprehended the essence of the martial emperor's way. As his consciousness withdrew from the grandest star, the meditative elder opened his eyes, puzzled. Did you not choose the inheritance? The path of transformation, achieving the greatness of Xian Xiao, requires no reliance on another's route or shortcuts. Xiao Yi replied. Subsequently, he began to search amidst the radiant treasures for the extraordinary materials needed to concoct the immortal cleansing elixir. He was not disappointed. The primary ingredients he sought were all present, including the true phoenix blood, which could elevate the grade of all things. However, the brilliance of the true phoenix blood far exceeded that of lower-tier items, necessitating an exchange. He traded all the remaining dragon lotus seeds he possessed for the true phoenix blood. The elixir crafted in this manner would be capable of dispelling at least 3 layers of the folding immortal spell. Chapter 81. The Princess's Letter. The wedding date in the princess's residence in Yujing City. The tea wafted delicately in the air at the snow viewing pavilion. A woman of elegance, clad in white and adorned with a dark skirt, her hair elegantly styled, bore a faint blush upon her cheeks as she passionately wielded her brush. Opposite her, a figure dressed in an exquisite red robe sat quietly, preparing tea. "Ain't you the young master? My lady, you have inquired thrice already. Nian N's cold poison has nearly dissipated. He is no longer in grave danger. Yu Qingling set aside her ink brush, admiring her own calligraphy, which, while hasty, concealed a hidden brilliance. With a touch of exasperation, she smiled. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose slightly and turned her head, her eyes sparkling with interest. Nianin, as she witnessed Xiao Yi approaching with several jars of fine wine, she stretched her limbs and smiled brightly. Ah, little one, you still possess a shred of conscience, knowing to bring wine for my company. Now do tell what brings you here. It cannot be to request my assistance in breaking the celestial curse for the princess, for I am not yet capable of that. As half a mentor and a drinking companion to Xiao Yi, she understood him all too well. Coming empty-handed meant seeking a drink. Bringing wine indicated a matter of significance. Particularly with several jars in tow, it must be quite important. Rest assured, Aunt Yu, it is certainly within your capabilities, Xiao Yi remarked, casting a glance at the resplendent figure in red within the pavilion, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Yu Qingling, speaking candidly without pretense. I exchanged some rare treasures from the Heavenly Family's treasury and a vial of true phoenix blood. I require your assistance in refining the immortal purifying liquid. Among those Xiao Yi was acquainted with, Yu Qingling possessed the highest medical prowess. Moreover, as a close friend of the princess and half a mentor to him, she was most trustworthy. A vial of true phoenix blood? Yu Qingling's gaze sharpened as she focused on the white jade bottle in Xiao Yi's hand, her lips slightly parted, the intoxication within her fading rapidly. She accepted the jade bottle, giving it a gentle shake. After confirming its authenticity, her expression turned to one of astonishment as she finally spoke. Is there really phoenix blood in the Heavenly Family's treasury? Nianin, what did you trade for it? Precious blood from divine beasts is measured by the drop. How could one possess such a substantial quantity? Especially this true phoenix blood, preserved in its divine essence. Each drop capable of granting rebirth and healing old wounds, a treasure of immeasurable worth. Even within the ancient celestial courts, none would dare squander it so recklessly. It was exchanged for some trifles that I currently have no use for. Xiao Yi interjected with a smile, noticing Yu Qingling's intent to speak further. Aunt Yu, if I recall correctly, the preparation for refining the immortal purifying liquid requires considerable time, does it not? Having accepted my wine, you must not allow yourself to slack. Although Yu Qingling was half inebriated, her mind remained fairly clear. She shot a disapproving glare at Xiao Yi with her almond-shaped eyes, then turned back to the princess with a gentle admonition. My lady, you should remain in the princess's residence for the next few days. The refinement of the immortal purifying liquid and the medicinal bath will take a significant amount of time. I shall oversee it, allowing Nian to rest easy. Very well, Bailuo Shen replied, gazing at Xiao Yi with fluttering lashes, nodding gently. After dismissing Yun Qingling, Xiao Yi entered the snow viewing pavilion and sat beside Bailuo Shen, where he surprisingly noticed a hint of embarrassment on the otherwise stoic face of the female assassin, who remained unperturbed even in the face of calamity. What troubles you? Xiao Yi sensed she had something to convey. The princess has sent a letter, and there's also an urgent military dispatch from Nanzhao requesting reinforcements from Dian. The report indicates that the Yongye clan is in a state of rampant insurrection, posing a threat to the defenses of the demon-suppressing pass. They require an additional force of 100,000 elite troops. The princess suggests that I delay my journey to the north, and instead lead the 10,000 reinforcements to Nanzhao to meet her and finalize the wedding date. After everything settles, we shall wed. Bailuo Shen articulated all this in one breath, her gaze unwavering and earnest as she looked at Xiao Yi. What are your thoughts, Your Highness? Xiao Yi gently grasped her slightly clammy hand, his expression softening as he replied, very well. Once the turmoil in Nanzhao subsides, and I emerge from the reincarnation cave, I shall comply with the will of the martial emperor and my mother, and we shall marry. Upon hearing this, a blush blossomed on Bailuo Shen's alabaster neck, her eyes glistening with affection, rendering her ethereal beauty even more enchanting. She was not surprised by Xiao Yi's impending visit to the reincarnation cave. That place held immense significance. It could be said that this year's examination of prodigies was merely a backdrop for it. My grandfather mentioned that within the reincarnation cave, the most coveted treasures are not the legacies of the three great dynasties, but rather the artifacts left behind by the martial emperor. In the past, when a martial emperor traversed the reincarnation cave, he sacrificed the entire realm, causing countless deaths, with saints and supreme beings perishing like rain. The blood of the supreme, indomitable in essence, ultimately coalesced into a secret realm known as the Sea of Blood. Following the extinction of life within the reincarnation cave, the malice solidified into the martial god-s malice, all of which are objects of desire for the celestial families and those of the utmost caliber. Not long ago, Xiao Yi had shared with Bailuo Shen the path of transformation into a mundane existence. While she did not pursue this path herself, her understanding of the supreme beings had deepened, as had her comprehension of the Sea of Blood and the martial god-s malice, previously mentioned by the king of Bailuo. Within the reincarnation cave, the Sea of Blood, distilled from countless true saints' blood, possesses power that likely rivals that of a top-tier true saint. The martial god-s malice is even more terrifying, a malevolent force cultivated by the martial emperor, ranking higher than the nine-color divine malice. For those who practice the martial arts of slaughter, acquiring the martial god-s malice and perfecting it would almost guarantee a significant step toward the path of the divine. Yet, there exists something even more vital than these two treasures, the reincarnation cave itself. Once an inherently powerful super cave, despite its diminished status, it does not imply inferiority compared to other super caves. On the contrary, in ancient times, the reincarnation cave was revered as the celestial continent, situated at the heart of the Nine Xian realm, and was considered the pinnacle of all caves. The martial emperor shattered this super cave with overwhelming force, but the Dayan military paid a grave price in return. During that battle, nearly all of the million spirits under the Crown Prince were extinguished. The elite forces of the Dayan military, once formidable, suffered complete annihilation. Thousands of celestial crossbows were lost, and even ancestral divine weapons were shattered. It was undoubtedly the most devastating battle since the founding of Dayan. The position of the reincarnation cave is situated within a tributary of the River of Time, where one may encounter individuals and events from any era upon entry. Your Highness must take this sword. Although Bailuo Shen is aware that Xiao Yi has acquired some remnants of the three dynasties' fortunes during the grand examination, rendering the journey into the cave relatively safe, she remains somewhat apprehensive and thus removes the god-slaying sword of the Northern King to present it to Xiao Yi. Gazing at this sword, which can be deemed a treasure of martial prowess, Xiao Yi contemplates for a moment before ultimately accepting it. Should he refuse, Bailuo Shen might persistently fret and indulge in unwarranted thoughts. It is far better to accept it, granting her peace of mind. Your Highness, a messenger from the Qi King has arrived, bearing 10 tokens of the cave and extending an invitation for you to attend a banquet in the palace to discuss important matters, Night Sparrow reported at that moment. Chapter 82. The target of the Qi King, the Dragon Gate of all beings. In the grand palace of the Great Yin, within the Golden Hall, the Qi King arrived uninvited before issuing the summons to the various kings. Mother, what are your thoughts on this journey to the Cycle Cavern? The Qi King inquired, gazing calmly at the Empress of Dezhao seated upon her phoenix throne. You shall take this cavern, regardless of your aspirations. The Empress replied coldly, her demeanor exuding an air of authority that brooked no dissent. I wish to contend, yet I fear you hold no chance of victory. Mother, the Qi King smiled, deftly shifting the conversation, but I can refrain from contention if you would merely eliminate one person for me and surrender the river and mountain seal, thereby granting me the power of regency. Such grand ambition is not without its perils, the Empress remarked coolly. That sentiment applies equally to your Majesty, the Qi King replied, his gaze profound. Upon hearing this, the Empress raised an eyebrow. Had the Qi King discerned her true identity? Could it be that Xiao Yi had divulged this information? No. Revealing it would bring no advantage to Xiao Yi. Rather, it would cost him a leverage that the Qi King had independently uncovered. The realm of Jiushuan is not one to be trifled with. If your Majesty wishes to restore Dezhao and select a cavern as your foundation, I could be accommodating. The Qi King stated calmly. Whom do you wish to kill? The Empress narrowed her phoenix eyes, unperturbed by the Qi King's veiled threats, yet willing to play along. The Qi King transmitted a name. Your ambition knows no bounds. A glint of icy determination flickered in the Empress's gaze. If you slay him, do you not fear that the entire Jiushuan realm will descend into chaos? Chaos is but a fleeting state. Once I assume regency, all disorder will serve to usher in a new era of prosperity for the immortal dynasty. The Qi King replied nonchalantly. Yet to kill him will be no simple task. Aside from your promise to steer clear of the cycle cavern, what more can you offer? The Empress did not immediately acquiesce. Is not one cavern sufficient? If I abstain, who could rival you? Those foreign races, clinging to life, may present a minor variable. The Qi King's brow furrowed slightly. Should you agree, I can reveal his weaknesses to you and even relinquish all the fortunes of the 3 dynasties at my disposal. The Empress pondered for a moment before responding. Are you certain he will be present in his true form? The Qi King smiled lightly. Within the cycle cavern lies that which he cannot refuse. He will exhaust every means to attain it. The Empress waved her sleeve, her cold gaze fixed upon him. Very well. I shall consent. The river and mountain seal shall be delivered to me after I venture into the cycle cavern. You may take it at your leisure. The Qi King chuckled softly indeed. Your Majesty possesses great resolve. The revival of Dezhao is within reach. Half an hour later, within the Golden Hall, the Heavenly Empress, Qi King, Wei King, Ning King, Yu King, and Xiao Yi gathered. Notably absent from this banquet was Lord Yao. Following the upheaval in the Crown Prince's palace and the downfall of a senior figure from the Mountain and River Academy, found himself sidelined from the core of Great Yan's power despite retaining his position. His former disciples now faced dire straits as a new wave of talent emerged, gradually usurping their places. Moreover, behind this, there exists the unwavering support of the entire royal family. Lord Yao stands alone against insurmountable odds. Despite possessing extraordinary capabilities, he finds himself steadily retreating under the combined forces of Wang Qi and his allies. Seventh brother, do we not just convene at the Yushing Palace? What urgent matter has summoned us again? Inquired King Xie, furrowing his brow. What else could it be but the reincarnation cave and the legacy of the 3 dynasties? Remarked King Dongning, casting a glance at King Qi. Indeed, replied King Qi with a gentle smile, that place, after all, was where millions of noble souls of the Great Yan were laid to rest. We must not be careless. I have gathered you here to exchange information and ensure we are prepared, lest the foreign tribes take advantage. Allow me to set the precedent by disclosing matters of your concern. First and foremost, the greatest treasure of the 3 dynasties is known as the Dragon Gate of All Beings, a legendary creation of the Great Yu's founding ancestor. It is said to elevate any fool who crosses its threshold into a prodigy. Moreover, it grants those who have lost hope of surpassing the Dragon Gate the opportunity to do so without peril. Although this may sound fantastical, the Dragon Gate of All Beings indeed exists. Once, it was repaired by the sovereign, and after the reincarnation cave's reopening, it may very well achieve the effects envisioned by the Great Yu's ancestor. In addition to this, there are 2 other items that require no further elaboration. The Divine Warrior's Slaughter, a treasure of the martial lineage, and the Sea of Blood, an unparalleled repository of corpses. More importantly, the reincarnation cave itself holds value comparable to the 5 great divine continents, and it must not fall into the hands of foreign tribes. Listening intently, Xiao Yi found his own intelligence corroborated by these revelations. King Qi spoke with remarkable honesty, his words devoid of any deceit. King Dongning then interjected, let me share what I have uncovered. The flow of time within the reincarnation cave differs from that of the Jiushuan realm. Half a month ago, there was accelerated tenfold. Presently, it has slowed to 6 or 7 times the ordinary rate. Perhaps, in the future, when it aligns perfectly with Jiushuan, this cave will reach its full potential. King Xie inquired, are you suggesting that 1 month outside equates to half a year within the cave? There may be some discrepancies, replied Dongning. Given that 5th brother has gathered such information, he must have already sent someone inside. What transformation has the reincarnation cave undergone? King Xia asked. After a moment of contemplation, King Doning responded, "The reincarnation cave is akin to another Jiushuan realm within the river of time, one that has never birthed the Great Yin." King Xia frowned. "What do you mean? Please clarify." Doning spoke solemnly. "It implies whether the three great dynasties within this reincarnation cave have been annihilated, along with those foreign tribes." The expression of King Xia shifted subtly as he glanced at the others, who appeared to have already been informed. King Wei remarked indifferently, "If this is merely to discuss matters we are already aware of, there was no need to summon us." King Qi smiled. "The most crucial point I wish to ascertain is the thoughts of my esteemed brothers and Ninin regarding who shall venture into the reincarnation cave and who shall abstain. We must communicate." Without hesitation, King Xie declared, "This fortuitous opportunity is not meant for me. I shall sell you the relics of the three dynasties that I have collected." King Qi raised a hand to interrupt him. "Let us discuss that later." King Dongning stated, "As for the reincarnation cave, I shall personally make the journey." The Wei King slightly lifted his gaze, a flicker of enigmatic light shimmering within his eyes. Xiao Yi spoke calmly, "At the behest of my father, I seek the war god slaughter." The Qi King regarded him with surprise, exclaiming, "Could it be that fourth brother has already reached that stage, merely awaiting the war god slaughter?" "I do not know," was Xiao Yi's candid reply. In truth, he was unaware of the depth to which the Yuan King had cultivated his skills in the martial arts. His sole objective in entering the reincarnation cave heaven was to seize the entirety of this realm. The war, god slaughter, dragon gate of all beings, and sea of blood were secondary concerns. The treasures and resources that could be nurtured within such a magnificent cave heaven were beyond imagination. Moreover, since the reincarnation cave heaven is connected to the tributaries of the river of time, it is possible that one might witness the grandeur of the martial emperor and bear witness to his path. All the main forces of the Heavenly Demon Sect had already set forth, bearing the relics of the three dynasties' fortunes, towards the reincarnation cave heaven. Chapter 83. Entering the cycle cave outside Yujing City, precisely 800 miles to the east, stands Zhenjia Mountain, where a formidable army has established a blockade under the vigilant gaze of the Heavenly Family. The carriages of the four kings of Yujing have arrived at the foot of this sacred mountain, guarded by the military. When Xiao Yi arrived, the forces of the four kings were already prepared for departure. The Qi King wore a smile that graced his brow, and there was an ineffable change in his demeanor. He stood alone, accompanied only by those who had come to bid farewell. Beside him, the Wei King, clad in dark robes with hair as white as snow, gazed sternly at the hollowed Zhenjia Mountain, lost in contemplation. Alongside him were the protector by Ming and the strategist from the Qi King's manor, accompanied by several soldiers adorned in the formidable armor of the Qiongqi beast. Brother Nian, and are you only bringing one person? Princess Xiaohua, part of the gathering, expressed mild surprise upon seeing Xiao Yi. He nodded slightly, explaining that the members of the Yuan Wang manor had already entered a few days prior. Currently, he was accompanied solely by Nangong Qingli, not out of arrogance, but due to the lack of available personnel. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Demon Sect had already entered the cycle cave with relics from the three dynasties. Many affairs concerning the sect in the outside world now required the assistance of the Qianmu Tower to function smoothly. The presence of so many from the Heavenly Demon Sect in the cycle cave owed much to the efforts of the Wei King. Initially, it would have been impossible to send so many in solely based on their collected relics. However, the Wei King, having experienced the dynasty wars, possessed a considerable number of such artifacts. Not long ago, prior to the heroic examination, the Wei King had visited the second headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect, not to request participants for the examination, but to enlist their full support in entering the cycle cave to search for relics of the three dynasties. Subsequently, Xiao Yi facilitated the summoning of scattered experts from the Heavenly Demon Sect to gather at the headquarters. This marked a reunion of the five great protectors of the sect after several decades. Even Huanglong had integrated his essence to partake in this endeavor. Did Uncle's men enter in advance as well? Xiao Yi inquired, noticing that the Dongning King had come alone. There was also a contingent from the palace, led by the Empress disguised as a man, adorned in white attire, exuding an air of valiance and determination. Behind her were 12 newly appointed marquises and 2 exceptionally talented and noble female officials, who were regarded as the Empress's trusted aides, akin to her right and left arms. The Empress's decision to bring them along clearly demonstrated her resolve to seize the cave. Moreover, this was merely the visible assembly. The extent of those who had clandestinely infiltrated the cycle cave remained unknown. Such a situation was indeed peculiar. After depleting much of her resources, who in Yujing City could counterbalance the Qi king? The military general was insufficient, and the Xie king was even less likely. Did she not fear returning from the cycle cave to find her house ransacked? Clearly, the Empress was not in a desperate position, compelled to take a reckless gamble. Her audacity to proceed in this manner must have been underpinned by some form of assurance. This expedition into the cave was far more intricate than I had anticipated. I wonder how many lives will be lost, and perhaps the political landscape of Dian will be irrevocably altered as a result. The king of Xie reflected. Fortunate that he had not directly involved himself. The gathering at Jinjia Mountain waited for a brief moment. Suddenly, the venerable elder of the Great Yan's Celestial Monitoring Bureau opened his eyes wide, brandishing his whisk and intoning solemnly. The moment has arrived. The cyclical dance of the sun and moon within the realm of Jiushuan shall coincide with that of the reincarnation cavern. During this interval, entry into the reincarnation cavern will encounter minimal resistance. At other times, simultaneous entries by multiple individuals will prove exceedingly perilous. Open. As the elder's voice resonated, the whisk swept through the air, and a thunderous roar erupted from Jinjia Mountain, revealing a terrifying river's spectral form within the hollowed mountain. The Empress and King Wei, witnessing this, exchanged no words but directly summoned the relics of the 3 dynasties they bore. Stepping into the surging river's illusion, their figures consumed by the tumultuous waves. Once inside, it becomes exceedingly difficult to exit, warned the elder. I shall seal the mountain, advancing the fusion of the reincarnation cavern with Jiushuan. Contemplate this carefully. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, seek me in Tianyuan. After offering his counsel, King Dongning also stepped into the river's illusory form. Should anything befall you, I would find it difficult to explain to 4th brother and King Bei. As Xiao Yi prepared to enter the reincarnation cavern, King Qi suddenly suggested, why not remain behind? I will find a way to procure the martial god slayer that 4th brother desires. You are aware of my magnanimity. I can accommodate both King Yuan and King Bei. I never go back on my word. As long as you and the princess sincerely assist me in restoring the glory of the Great Yan, a favorable future awaits you both. Xiao Yi smiled at the olive branch extended by King Qi. People can change, and indeed, the current King Qi exhibited a capacity for tolerance. However, who could guarantee that he would not turn against his own kin in the future? The choice of whether to entrust the blade to another or to wield it oneself is a simple one, devoid of hesitation. I appreciate your kindness, Uncle, Xiao Yi replied, but you have likely conveyed this to Father and King Bei as well. Since they have not acquiesced, how can I decide on their behalf? With that, Xiao Yi, accompanied by Nangong Qingli, stepped directly into the river's illusory passage leading to the reincarnation cavern. Faintly, he sensed a formidable aura of the emperor rising behind him. Accompanied by the sound of King Qi's soft sigh, he remarked, why must each of you persist? I do not wish to have blood on my hands. I can only hope that you all emerge alive from the reincarnation cavern. When we meet again, you should be on your knees. Upon entering the illusory river of time, Xiao Yi beheld the entirety of Jiushuan expanding rapidly in his sight. As he made contact with the transparent barrier of the cavern, an unparalleled pressure struck at his soul. The relics of the 3 dynasties radiated a gentle glow, enveloping both him and Nangong Qingli. Foster father, Nangong Qingli, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, called out softly before suddenly losing consciousness. Xiao Yi remained composed. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had already informed him of the circumstances they would face upon entering the reincarnation cavern. Each individual would experience a soul-shaking impact, leading to a brief lapse in consciousness. Yet, for reasons unknown, he remained unaffected. Perhaps it was the ethereal shadow of the celestial tower enveloping his soul. In the surrounding silence, the process of descent felt exceptionally protracted. During this waiting period, Xiao Yi utilized the Celestial Tower to assess his own condition. Destiny Master, Xiao, Destiny Attributes, Seer, Red, Heavenly Demon Sage, Red, Python Sparrow Devouring Dragon, Red, Sovereign of Darkness, Red, Wine Sword Immortal, Orange, Lord of the Wolf God, Orange, Ascended Celestial Form, Orange, Azure Eye of the Divine, Orange, Master of Gun Techniques, Gold, Master of Painting Techniques, Gold, Body of the Martial Family, Gold, Master of Unarmed Techniques, Gold, Master of Path Control, Gold, Refined Ancestral Divine Weapons, Creation's Profound Mirror, Python Sparrow Dragon Cauldron, Holy Artifacts, Jade Thread Garment, Sword of the God of Slaughter, World Purifying Flame, Alchemical Furnace. The Divine Red Destiny attributes remained as elusive as ever, both challenging to acquire and enhance. Among the Imperial Orange attributes, apart from the Azure Eye of the Divine, which he had acquired after mastering it from Lu Qingming, the rest were replicated from the destinies of others after achieving perfection in the Seer attribute. The various blazing Gold Master attributes were the fruits of Xiao Yi's daily replication, encompassing nearly half of the myriad paths of cultivation in existence. The refined Ancestral Divine Weapon, Python Sparrow Dragon Cauldron, resided with him, while the creation's profound mirror, once housed in the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect, had now been brought into the reincarnation cave by the sect leader. Among the holy artifacts, the Jade Thread Garment was a reward from his transformation into the mortal realm, while the Sword of the God of Slaughter was a treasured possession of the Northern King. The World Purifying Flame and Alchemical Furnace were acquired by Xiao Yi during his time in the Heavenly Family's treasury, exchanged for some unused holy artifacts. The former is the life artifact of the Netherworld's white-clad Yama, capable of transforming karma into the path, while the latter, of unknown origin, can refine one's own path and deepen the process of ascension. Chapter 84. The return of the ninth prince to the Great Yu Dynasty, the Great Yu Gazette announces. The border army has achieved a resounding victory, with General Hua heroically turning the tide, annihilating the shamanic forces that threatened to breach the northern pass, and expanding our territory by 300 miles. As Xiao Yi withdrew his gaze from contemplating the fates, he was suddenly enveloped by the cacophony of voices and the cries of news vendors. Luojing Gazette. Luojing Gazette. His Highness the Ninth Prince returns from the southern frontier, arriving in the capital shortly. His Majesty has conferred the title of King of Chu, within a tavern adjacent to the main thoroughfare of Luojing City in the Great Yu Dynasty. The figures of Xiao Yi and Nangong Qingli appeared unexpectedly, surrounded by an aura reminiscent of the relics of the three great dynasties. It was as if they were intrinsically part of this realm, and the onlookers showed no surprise at their sudden presence. Esteemed guest, you seem unfamiliar. Have you traveled from afar to partake in the grand gathering hosted by His Majesty? We have an exquisite brew known as the Poet's Elixir, renowned for its authenticity. Even our great sword Immortal takes several jars on his journeys. Would you care to taste it? The tavern attendant approached with a jar of the brew, his demeanor warm and inviting. Allow me to exchange this jade pendant for the cost of the wine, Xiao Yi said, placing the pendant upon the table as he surveyed the surrounding patrons. There's no need for such formality, esteemed guest. By your attire, it is clear you hail from nobility. The jade pendant is unnecessary. I would be delighted to treat you to a jar of Poet's Elixir. When you return to your homeland, perhaps you could share word of our establishment. The attendant replied with a cordial smile, deftly uncorking the brew and filling Xiao Yi's cup. As he lifted his gaze to the attendant, Xiao Yi's attention sharpened, and a tremor of realization coursed through him. This attendant, like the others in the vicinity, possessed a fate line. He was indeed a living being. Could it be that the entirety of Great Yu, and even the entire cycle of reincarnation within the Nine Xian realm, was not merely shadows of the past or future, but a tangible reality? If this were the case, who could wield dominion over the cycle of reincarnation, acquiring not merely the legacies of the three great dynasties, but an entire realm? According to intelligence from the Heavenly Demon Sect, save for the absence of the Great Yin and its affiliated realms, this place bore an almost exact resemblance to the Nine Xian realm. with vassal states under the command of the three great dynasties and other races in the borderlands. The Great Yu Gazette indicated that the timeline within the cycle of reincarnation was drawing closer to that of the true Nine Xian realm. In other words, the current cycle of reincarnation reflects the future of the three great dynasties and the past of the Nine Xian realm. The three great dynasties have not perished. Hui Jinglan and Li Tuxian remain alive. The ninth prince of Great Yu is none other than the ghostly physician who once shattered the Nine Lives rebirth talisman in Yujing City. He still exists within the cycle of reincarnation. Not only him, but within this Nine Xian realm, there is even a Heavenly Demon Sect. If it were not for the Great Yin, the Heavenly Demon Sect here might still lack a leader, governed instead by the Right Honorable. What transpires when two identical beings encounter one another? Moreover, the sacred artifacts Miaobi Danqing and Shukong Shengbai, before the demise of the three great dynasties. The sage of painting from Great Yu still lives. Xiao Yi glanced at the dazed young woman in green across from him and suddenly inquired, "Qingli, have you sensed anything unusual with the Shukong Shengbai you possess?" Nangong Qingli retrieved a piece of pristine white rice paper, her brows slightly furrowed. "Father, take a look." Upon the pristine white scroll, a vivid depiction of the flourishing era of the Great Yu emerges, as if conjured by my own hand. For reasons unknown, I sense that the void giving birth to white is siphoning the auspicious essence of the Great Yu's artistic path, growing ever stronger. With the azure gaze of the divine eye, Xiao Yi cast a glance toward the royal palace situated in the inner city of Luojing. Above the palace of the Great Yu, myriad radiant strands of fortune cascaded from the heavens, rendering the entire city of Luojing akin to a divine realm. Among these, a magnificent and vibrant pillar of artistic fortune was subtly dispersing its essence onto the pristine white paper before Nangong Qingli. Should this, void giving birth to white, manage to claim a third of the Saint of Painting's fortune, Qingli could effortlessly ascend to the 12th realm. Presently, remaining in the Great U.S. Luojing appears to be the most prudent choice. Among the three paramount treasures of the reincarnation cavern, only the Dragon Gate of all beings is definitively located in the Great Yu, while the War Goddess Fiend and Blood Sea remain shrouded in obscurity. A single individual possesses limited energy. Such treasures necessitate a formidable force for their search. Luojing can serve as the foundation for a new headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect, awaiting the arrival of Huanglong and others for convergence. Should we manage to recruit the Heavenly Demon Sect here, it would significantly bolster our endeavors, whether in plotting to seize the reincarnation cavern or in the quest for lost artifacts. Begone! A sudden reprimand pierced through Xiao Yi's contemplations. Lifting his gaze, he observed a group of brutish servants approaching from the opposite end of a long street, brandishing clubs and driving away the obstructive pedestrians. The ninth prince returns to the capital. Clear the streets at once. Do not allow these filthy commoners to offend the ninth prince's eyes. Several brawny and menacing house servants, heedless of the surrounding pleas, rampaged and smashed about, coercing people to vacate the thoroughfare. Behind them, a young man clad in fine garments strutted arrogantly, casting scornful glances at the onlookers, derisively sneering, "You vermin, do you not see that this young master is present? Why do you not flee? Is it always like this in Luojing?" Xiao Yi inquired softly, remaining composed as he addressed the waiter. The intelligence regarding the Heavenly Demon Sect had indicated that the cultural lineage of the Great Yu was at its zenith, with the imperial examinations flourishing individuals from noble families. Commoners and everyone in between took pride in their scholarly pursuits, with institutions such as the county school, prefectural school, and the Grand Academy proliferating throughout the Great Yu. Logically, one would expect the populace here to place great importance on reputation and cultivation. Yet, it is indeed peculiar that such filth can prosper beneath the emperor's very feet. Dear guest, perhaps it would be best to take refuge inside the establishment. Such occurrences are rare. The one leading this ruckus is the young master of the Xie family, a royal relative we cannot afford to provoke, the waiter replied with a resigned smile. Are the people of the Great Yu truly so discourteous? A traveler from afar, witnessing his companion being assaulted, indignantly drew his sword to confront the ruffians beside the young master of the Xie family. "Are you not afraid that the emperor will seek retribution for your crimes?" Xie Linfeng scoffed. "Do you believe that if I were to break your limbs and cast you before the magistrate of Luo Jing, anyone would dare to intervene?" With that, he gestured for the thugs to advance. "Those who block the way, incapacitate them all, offending our young master Xie. Not even the king of hell can save you." The Xie family, along with the Wang, Xie, Yuan, and Shao families, constitute the four illustrious clans, formidable entities whether in the era of Dian or the three dynasties. Upon hearing the name Xie, the countenance of the wandering martial artists from distant lands turned pale. Those who initially contemplated capturing the leader were immediately deterred and fled into the alley. Why the hesitation? Just as he turned around, not hearing any cries of despair, Xie Linfeng furrowed his brow and glanced back. To his astonishment, the few brutish servants he had brought stood frozen in place, as if enchanted. Beside the tavern, Nangong Qingli raised her gaze, a hint of coldness flickering in her lively eyes. In the next moment, a cold sweat streamed down Xie Linfeng's forehead. Inexplicably, his heart trembled as though he were gazing upon the unparalleled master of painting, making him feel an overwhelming urge to kneel and justify his actions. Meanwhile, outside the city of Luojing, within a swiftly approaching carriage heading towards the city gate, a strikingly handsome young man, whose attire bore the elegance of brocade, yet possessed an ambiguous air of femininity, retracted a foreign insect that had flown in. His eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. "I have only just returned to the capital, and already my elder brother cannot restrain himself from sending someone to tarnish my reputation." Chapter 85. The Ghostly Physician Jiang Xuanyu. The premier Goom Master of the Southern Frontier Senior Brother. "You shall enter the city first and apprehend those disgraceful members of the Xie family. Do not allow them to disturb the common folk any longer." The ninth Prince of Daiyu, Jiang Xuanyu, commanded solemnly to the black-clad Goom Master at the front of the carriage. "Understood." The black-clad Goom Master responded with a composed demeanor, and in the blink of an eye, countless goo insects buzzed and took flight into the city of Luojing. Inside the carriage, Jiang Xuanyu let out a soft sigh, his expression clouded with inner turmoil. Upon returning from the southern frontier, his intention was to visit his father, the emperor, and ideally to persuade his fifth brother to cease competing with their eldest brother for the title of Crown Prince. Unfortunately, a series of unforeseen events had unfolded during his journey home. His eldest brother, who had just been named Crown Prince, inexplicably lost his senses and colluded with the barbaric tribes, selling maps of Daiyu's border defenses, which nearly allowed the barbarian army to march directly into Luojing. Had it not been for the valiant General Hua Jinglan, who thwarted the impending disaster with great force, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Once the matter of the border maps was exposed, the Emperor of Daiyu was consumed with fury and ordered a thorough investigation. When the trail led to his eldest brother, many believed it to be a smear campaign, yet his brother accepted the blame himself. As a result, he was deposed as Crown Prince within less than half a month. Jiang Xuanyu sighed again, recalling how his brother had always been burdened by deep-seated anxieties since childhood, looking down upon the other princes and maintaining a strained relationship with him. Now, resorting to treasonous acts and employing underhanded tactics to tarnish his reputation seemed tragically unsurprising. What a pity. He harbored no ambition for the throne, nor did he wish to wield power. Otherwise, he would not have remained an observer while his full-blooded fifth brother contended with their half-brother for supremacy. To him, the well-being of his father and the realm of Daiyu was of utmost importance. Alas, fate is often unkind. Now, in order to stabilize Daiyu, he must completely overthrow the eldest prince and assist his fifth brother in ascending to the throne. Within the city of Luojing, beside a tavern, Xie Linfeng was drenched in cold sweat, the color draining from his face rapidly. As his gaze fell upon Nangong Qingli, he felt as though his soul was being inexorably drawn away, a sensation both excruciating and silent. A wave of dizziness surged through his mind, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably, nearly bringing him to his knees. How dare you, to lay hands on someone from the Xie family in Luojing? At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated behind Xie Linfeng as a purple-clad elder leaped down from atop the roof, radiating fury. You have offended the Xie family. There is no place for you in this vast world. The purple-clad elder practiced the rare blood fiend path of Diyu and immediately recognized that Nangong Qingli was no ordinary individual. Yet, emboldened by his confidence, he sought to capture her companion and coerce her into submission. Boom! Just as Nangong Qingli prepared to trap the purple-clad elder within her painted world, a dark shadow unexpectedly collided with the elder, akin to a rampaging mammoth, crashing into him and shattering his bones, sending his body sprawling against the collapsing walls like a ragged sack. Using the title of His Highness to commit such atrocities, no one will save you now. A black-clad goo master arrived amidst the cacophony of buzzing goo insects. Surrounded by the pale-faced lackeys of the Xie family, Xie Linfeng, along with his companions, were rendered speechless. The cloaked goo master paid them no heed. Instead, he summoned back a shadowy figure, which turned out to be a special goo worm, roughly the size of an arm, resembling a centipede. His gaze lingered a moment on Nangong Qingli before shifting to Xiao Yi, who evoked a sense of familiarity within him. This goo master was none other than Gu Yu, who had once refined the 9 deaths rebirth goo into the longevity immortal goo for the Crown Prince during the chaos of the Great Yin Imperial Palace. He had become the heir of the ancient kingdom of longevity even before the Ghost Doctor and the 9th Prince of Diyu. Had it not been for the Great Yin, would his future have been spent alongside the 9th Prince? I implore your understanding, esteemed guests. These fools are merely pawns sent by malicious individuals to tarnish the reputation of His Highness the 9th Prince. They do not represent his intentions. Ancient, you shall compensate for today's losses, so you need not worry about these imbeciles from the Xie family seeking revenge. His Highness the 9th Prince has declared that should they continue their nefarious ways, they shall face no mercy. With a humble demeanor, Gu Yu performed a courteous bow to the assembly before approaching Xiao Yi's table, smiling as he spoke. I am grateful for your intervention earlier, which prevented these ruffians from causing harm. Might you kindly wait a moment? My junior apprentice has a penchant for befriending exceptional young talents, such as yourselves. He recognized the extraordinary nature of the woman before him, yet the true identity of the esteemed young gentleman, whom even the most revered ladies held in high regard, eluded him. However, it was evident that someone who commanded such respect from a woman surpassing even the illustrious princess of Dejing must possess a remarkable background. Please, have a seat. Xiao Yi was not inclined to dismiss him and found himself intrigued instead. As he focused on Gu Yu, acknowledged as the foremost Gu master of the southern frontier, he perceived the essence of Gu Yu's fate. Name, Gu Yu, cultivation level, 11th realm. Fate, supreme alchemy, Imperial Orange, Sacred Body of Gu, Imperial Orange, Gu Master, Fiery Gold, Master of Disguise, Noble Purple. Destiny Connection, 50, Fateful Encounter. The initial meeting yielding a connection of 50 signified his lack of malice. The foremost entry in his fate, the Orange Supreme Alchemy, was already exhibiting hints of a blood-red hue. Should a certain opportunity arise, it might even transform into a divine quality. Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened as he attempted to replicate Gu Yu's fate. A flicker of the ethereal celestial tower in his mind trembled, delivering an informational prompt. Replication successful. Acquired fate, Gu Master, Fiery Gold. Gu Master, proficient in Gu arts, innate affinity for Gu worms. As he acquired this fate, an image of a figure diligently honing Gu arts in the southern frontier emerged in Xiao Yi's mind, as if he had traversed through the tedious decades of nurturing, refining, and utilizing Gu, gaining profound insight. Gu Yu looked up at Xiao Yi, somewhat astonished, as he sensed a familiar aura in that fleeting moment. Could this individual also hail from the southern frontier? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a voice from behind interrupted his reverie. Senior brother, the 9th Prince, Jiang Xuanyu, has returned to the capital. He alighted from the carriage, devoid of any escort, as astonished glances were cast upon him, rendering it impossible to discern his royal status. Is this truly the 9th Prince? Did he not return with the Great Yu delegation? At the moment Jiang Xuanyu beheld Xiao Yi, he was momentarily taken aback. He possessed a fateful insect known as Jianmu, capable of revealing the true names and destinies of individuals. While it could not delineate the clarity of one's fate, it could discern the strength or weakness of anyone's destiny. To his astonishment, the individual seated beside his senior brother exhibited a formidable intensity of fate that surpassed even that of the emperor, General Hua, and the sage of painting combined, radiating a resplendent scarlet divine light that pierced the heavens, striking awe into the hearts of onlookers. Suddenly, he recalled a legend he had heard in the relics of the ancient Longevity Kingdom. It spoke of a guest from the misty southern frontier whose prowess was unparalleled. Those who garnered the favor of this guest would achieve unity of the three origins and claim dominion over the world. Mr. Xiao, may Mr. Wang assist the future Crown Prince of Great Yu, bringing everlasting peace to the realm. Gu Yu and those around him were utterly astonished. As before the gaze of the multitude, their ninth Prince of Great Yu boldly paid homage to the foreign guest, venerating him as a master. Chapter 86. A lonely city in the midst of vastness. The arrival of the King of Wei. In the reincarnation cave heaven, within the western ridge demon domain, stood a solitary city, its walls stained a dark brown by the blood of countless battles, resolutely rising against the desolate earth. Stand guard on the battlements, a battle-worn veteran, his armor shattered and hair white with age, bellowed at the top of his lungs. Before the lonely city, ominous black clouds loomed heavily, and a roar echoed like a tsunami, threatening to engulf all. From within the oppressive darkness, an array of monstrous avian creatures soared, their cries piercing the very heavens, evoking a chilling dread that coursed down the spine. On the barren ground, thick smoke billowed as dozens of formidable demons charged forward, defying a hail of arrows, their voices rising in a cacophony of fury alongside thousands of their kin. Opposing them, beneath the shadow of the solitary city, stood a lone figure clad in tattered armor, a spear held firm in hand. His long hair, cascading over his shoulders, was entirely drenched in blood, and his eyes burned with a savage rage devoid of reason. With a thunderous roar, a massive black tiger demon, resembling a colossal beast, rose before him, its palm wide as half a yard, tearing through the wind as it struck towards the city's defender. With a swift motion, the warrior's spear cleaved through the air, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar, severing the demon's arm cleanly away. Before the creature could respond, the blood-soaked defender had already advanced through the pile of fallen foes to confront it. And as the spear fell, an overwhelming force of true energy merged with the blood-red aura, manifesting as a colossal scarlet blade that came crashing down. The black tiger demon opened its mouth, only to have it sealed instantly, blood gushing from its 7 orifices, despair etched across its visage.